This transfer student immediately became a target for bullies, getting beaten every morning and forced to work at night to pay off interest while grinding games for them until dawn. His life was a living hell. However, they had no idea they had crossed the wrong man, as his past self was the boss Hu Yang, who once took down the notorious Jiangnan gang single-handedly. Even while serving time in prison, he immediately seized the position of cell leader, leaving everyone speechless. After his 2-year sentence, Hu Yang decided to restart his life through education, only to accidentally enroll in the city's most violent school. On his very first day, a brown-haired thug snatched his music player and trampled him into the dirt like a dog, yet he still managed to maintain his composure. If he broke his promise to the principal, he would be expelled, and alongside Hu Yang, a gentle boy named Cheng who was also being treated as a human punching bag by the bullies. He had to stay up late grinding games for them and didn't even dare to stop when his mother intervened. Yet the next morning, the class boss punished him just for being an eyesore, demanding he lick up a puddle of spit to show his sincerity for forgiveness. This outrageous demand was more than Hu Yang could bear, so he stepped in to stop it, declaring that he would now perform a magic trick to make them all vanish. Before he could finish his sentence, a bully punched him square in the face, but the attacker's eyes immediately widened in shock as Hu Yang remained unfazed, transforming into a cold-blooded executioner. With just one powerful downward strike, he sent the bully collapsing into unconsciousness while spitting out saliva, and as everyone watched in stunned silence, the class leader decided to take action. Despite having trained in boxing for 3 years and possessing professional movements, the leader was sent crashing to the ground to eat dirt after taking just one hit from him. After finishing the fight, Hu Yang invited his friend Cheng Hu to the rooftop, making the boy think they were fleeing. But in reality, he had summoned every delinquent in the school to wipe them out all at once, even preparing proper seating. He told his friend not to worry about fighting and to just relax and watch, but before they could even get comfortable, 5 upperclassmen arrived to challenge them. Among them, a boy with middle-parted hair mocked Hu Yang's fighting style as pathetic, yet despite their confidence, all 5 of those punks were sequentially taken down by his powerful kicks. While Hu Yang looked bored by the lack of a challenge, Cheng Hu stood there in utter disbelief that he had conquered the entire school in just 30 minutes, which felt like a total miracle. Meanwhile, the sound of hurried footsteps and startled voices echoed through the hallway as a fierce senior questioned if it was true that he had defeated both their class and the Nan Haya group, to which Chi Zio quickly confirmed the news. Claiming he would never dare to lie, they rushed to the rooftop only to witness a terrifying sight where Hu Yang, far from being afraid, confidently asked if they had finally arrived. The fierce senior scanned the area and urgently asked if that was the guy, and Chi Zio simply nodded his head in confirmation. His attitude shifted instantly when he saw the person lying sprawled on the ground, realizing that he had actually managed to defeat their senior, Dijin. The aggressive senior couldn't hide his frustration and shouted at the crazy situation involving Dijin, while Hu Yang calmly stood up and made a confident declaration. He announced that he would be the boss from now on and asked if anyone objected, but they retorted, asking if he really thought they would hand over the top rank to some random nobody. Believing that a swarm of ants could kill an elephant, they figured that even if he beat Dijin in a duel, he wouldn't survive against the top 10 third-year students attacking at once. The crowd charged forward aggressively with shouts to take him down, yet Hu Yang faced the onslaught with an incredibly calm demeanor. He thanked them, saying that their collective attack would allow him to stretch properly, and then he intentionally told Cheng Hu to step back a bit. He promised to ensure they would never be able to chirp again, and as they rushed in, they were met with such powerful punches that Chi Zio's face turned pale with fear as he watched. In an instant, they were face to face, but Chi Zio unexpectedly chose a cowardly escape, shouting that he would go buy hamburgers and cola right away. He told them to wait, but Hu Yang intentionally stopped him, reminding him that since he was 21 and they were 18, only Cheng Hu was allowed to speak to him as an equal. Faced with that firm attitude, Chi Zio bowed his head and apologized, promising to return immediately. As soon as he arrived at the school canteen, Chi Zio began pushing through the crowd as if he were being hunted, telling the others to get out of his way because he was in a rush. The other students couldn't help but gossip curiously when they saw his frantic behavior, wondering why Chi Zio from Class 1 had come there in person today. Upon reaching the vendor, Chi Zio hurriedly ordered 2 large hamburgers and 2 colas, only to be met with a confused look from the woman, who told him they didn't have different sizes. They're all the same anyway. Chizayo quickly corrected himself in a panic. Just give me the biggest hamburger you have here. Anyway, just get the best ones. 2 of them and hurry up. Dejin woke up and wondered if he was dreaming, prompting Hu Yang to flash a sinister grin. This isn't a dream, so you'd better start repenting. He then looked menacingly at the people scattered across the ground and began to question them. Those guys, Hu Yang explained pointedly, they're your friends, don't worry, they aren't dead. You really are rank 1, you woke up sooner than I expected. Compared to you, Hosak over there is still having a sweet dream. Dejin still couldn't believe what he was seeing and tried to emphasize his point once more. You lunatic, what on earth is going on? Unexpectedly, Hu Yang replied with a smug attitude. You should be asking politely, sir, what would you like to do? To be honest, I've never dealt with trash like you guys before. It's a good thing I'm here to set an example for them. Go back to sleep and we'll talk when you wake up. Terrified by the threat, Dejin passed out again, leaving Hu Yang to wait until he regained consciousness before complaining. You're awake, good grief, man. I wasn't even ready yet. By now, Dejin had regained his composure and was whispering to himself. It'll probably be like before. I just need to dodge. Meanwhile, the other boys had no choice but to follow Hu Yang's orders. He sat arrogantly in front of them while issuing a warning. If you keep being stubborn, your underlings will have to hold even more difficult positions. Surprisingly, Dejin remained defiant. No way, I'll... Before he could finish, he drifted back into unconsciousness once more. The aggressive senior from earlier couldn't take it anymore and pleaded, Dejin, just give up already. We're dying over here. Save me, Dejin, Hu Yang then pointedly added. This isn't my fault, you know. Now are you still going to talk back? After a period of stubbornness, Dejin finally humbled himself and apologized. However, Hu Yang remained unsatisfied and continued to make demands. Not yet, he said, causing the other to ask in a panic. Why? Not wanting to waste time, he raised his fist. You don't seem very sincere. Sensing trouble, Dejin quickly made a suggestion. Wait a second. The underlings continued to cower pitifully, but Hu Yang showed no mercy and even continued to urge them on. Come on, do it again. After a long period of resistance, Dejin bowed his head once more. Boss, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please stop hitting me on the head. Hu Yang began to soften and decided to lower his voice. Fine, I'll accept that for now. Hearing this, the other boys immediately expressed their gratitude. Thank you, sir. We'll do whatever you say. Please lead us. Unexpectedly, Hu Yang didn't play along and instead gave a stern warning. Lead you from now on. At Hanyang High School, all forms of exploitation and bullying are strictly forbidden. All those gangs must be disbanded. Any objections? He felt certain that he had taught them a sufficient lesson. However, upon hearing this, Dejin expressed his concerns. That's going to be very difficult, sir. Breaking the established order is impossible because it goes against the Alliance's rules. This information made Hu Yang's eyes widen in surprise. The Alliance, Dejin patiently explained once more, it includes Bukyonghai, Zhongjihai, Jiangganhai, Jiashenghai, and our own Hanyang High. These 5 schools have formed an alliance. After thinking for a moment, Hu Yang asked, Jiangganhai, you say? Isn't that school famous nationwide for its university prep? Is there really bullying going on there too? Dejin confirmed his suspicions. Actually, the leader of the alliance is based there. This caused Hu Yang to gasp in shock once again. I never would have guessed. I thought that school was only for model students. Dejin pointed out, well, most of them actually are hardworking students. However, there is one person, the Cannon. Hu Yang still couldn't believe such a nickname existed and repeated, the Cannon. Dejin didn't hesitate to mention that legendary name. The other 3 schools are at a similar level to mine, so I can handle them. But the Cannon is on an entirely different level. Originally, we didn't even pay attention to Jianggan High, but since the Cannon appeared. To be honest, it's called an alliance, but the other schools, including ours, are just underlings to Jianggan. If we suddenly announced our withdrawal, the Jianggan group would probably crush us. They act like feudal colonists, constantly oppressing us. At this moment, Hu Yang silently realized the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. He then urgently commanded him to provide a detailed account of the guy nicknamed Cannon. As he trailed behind Hu Yang, he slowly continued his explanation. He is an 11th grader at Jianggan High School named Jiang Shij, but everyone calls him Cannon because his punches pack the power of heavy artillery. One strike is all it takes. Before Dajin could ask if he had personally tasted that fist, he quickly clarified that he had not. Last year, even as a 10th grader, his skills already rivaled those of our seniors. I have only seen his profile in the Alliance rankings. Every student who witnessed that fight had to admit that a single blow was enough to knock anyone unconscious, and this intel left Hu Yang feeling incredibly thrilled. Defeating a senior with a single punch, while only in the 10th grade, makes this kid seem quite formidable and barely qualified, he noted, focusing on the core issue. So if I just take down Cannon, it's over, right? He asked. But Dajin suddenly revealed that the leader of Jianggan High was actually a senior named Yanjidi, leading to one surprise after another. This caused Hu Yang to lose his patience and demand to know why someone stronger than Cannon had suddenly appeared when he was told Cannon was the top dog. Your story isn't adding up, he remarked, prompting the other man to explain that while Cannon was indeed the strongest, he wasn't the one in charge. This only infuriated Hu Yang further, causing him to shout that he wanted a concise explanation, leaving a trembling Dajin to continue his story. In truth, Yanjidi is a weakling, but his family is extremely wealthy, and Cannon's father happens to work as a private chauffeur for Yanjidi's father. Since Cannon's family owes a significant amount of money to Yanjidi's father, he doesn't dare rebel. He is essentially just a powerful slave. Hearing this, Hu Yang expressed his boredom, stating he had no interest in such matters, which led Dajin to finally summarize the main point. That is why we cannot simply leave the Alliance, but as for your friend, I will ensure he is ranked at the very top of the second-year tier. He promised that no one would touch the boy, adding that with Hu Yang around, his own words were unnecessary, though this remark only drew a fierce reaction. Which bastard was the first to come up with that name for my friend? He growled, causing Dajin to cry out in terror as he faced the man's fist. After he apologized, Hu Yang's silence made him wonder why the atmosphere felt so tense, until Hu Yang abruptly decided to end the day by ordering everyone to be summoned. I told you to summon every single member of the Alliance, he commanded, a demand that left Dajin standing there in a state of total shock. Why the sudden change? Zayu asked boldly while enduring his punishment, suggesting that he was explaining a shift in the school's power structure, which irritated Hu Yang. Are you all idiots? If the Alliance is the problem, then we should just dismantle it, he stated, though Dajin was quick to offer a word of caution. Boss, there are 4 other schools involved. Most of the kids here are useless, with only about 50 of them being of any real value. Jianggan alone has over 100 members in the Alliance, including 3 who are on my level, so it will be difficult even if Cannon doesn't show up. Hu Yang bluntly remarked that being at his level wasn't impressive since he was the weakest, and though Dajin agreed, he still tried to explain that the numerical disadvantage was massive. He added that most of their members were already in bad shape from his beating, but Hu Yang boldly declared that he alone would be enough to handle the fight. This prompted him to ask for clarification, wondering if the man truly intended to take on everyone from Cannon to the entire Alliance by himself. Hu Yang nodded without hesitation, noting that he wasn't completely dim-witted, though his plan caused Cheng Hu to speak up and warn him of the danger. You don't have to go to such extremes, he said, but Hu Yang remained firm in his decision, insisting that he would see his plan through regardless. Send a message to the Alliance telling them they are permanently disbanded as of today, and anyone who objects should show up at 7 tonight. When asked if there was a secluded spot nearby for a fight, Dajin remembered a vacant lot behind the mountain that was deserted at night. After settling everything, Hu Yang boldly declared the Alliance permanently dissolved and challenged anyone dissatisfied to meet him behind Hanyang High at 7 p.m. Despite the announcement, Tian Dejin followed him closely, pleading for him to reconsider his decision. Before he could finish, Hu Yang warned him that he was asking for a beating, while Dejin continued to desperately show his sincerity. He insisted he was truly worried, but Hu Yang coldly ignored him and casually noted that class was about to begin. Hu Yang told him to get to class, but before leaving, he reminded him that if no one showed up at the vacant lot by 7 p.m., they would all be dead by tomorrow, leaving the other boys in a state of total panic after the punishment. The fierce senior asked what they should do, and Dejin could only shake his head helplessly, saying they had to obey. When a student suggested running away, Dejin warned that if he caught them, they would be hospitalized for months. He added that they might be knocked out before even entering the school, so they should just tell the Alliance they were forced. He believed that Madman couldn't win and put his faith in Ironkite, who was currently shocked by a message he received. Ironkite wondered what it meant, while a nearby student suggested that Tian Dejin had finally lost his mind. Iron Kite had heard Dijin was a nuisance but didn't expect this, wondering if he should send Cannon to deal with him. He reread the message stating the alliance was dissolved and inviting anyone with a grievance to the Hanyang High Lot at 7 p.m. Iron Kite decided sending Cannon was a waste and told Jun Chenghao, Bei Zhaozun, and Jiang Yingren to handle it themselves. He also ordered the taxes on Hanyang to be doubled until summer break as the boys began gathering at the vacant lot toward evening. While on his way, Jiang Yingren, the top fighter of Tian Huhai, complained about having to do such a task. The student behind him tried to calm him down, and they soon arrived at the meeting point where Dijin was waiting and waving. Jun Chenghao, the top student of Jai Chenghai, arrived at the same time as Bei Zhaozun, the leader of Bei Shanghai. Zhaozun looked around and complained about the distance, while Ying Ren expressed his frustration. He grumbled about missing the news at home and how the Jianggan bastards treated them like dogs, prompting Chenghao to remind him of their situation. He told the 10th graders that once Cannon graduated, they would take over, and the younger students shouted their agreement. Zhaozun then asked curiously why Dijin was acting even crazier than the Jianggan gang today. Chenghao didn't care and decided to vent his frustration by fighting before going out for drinks. Meanwhile, Ying Ren wondered why the Hanyang group hadn't arrived yet, just as Hu Yang appeared and waved arrogantly. He mockingly apologized for getting lost on his first trip there, which left Zhao Zun confused about his identity. Hu Yang confidently replied that his uniform clearly showed he was from Hanyang, and that he alone was enough to handle them. His bold claim annoyed the others, who told him to get lost and bring Dijin out since they were busy. Hu Yang coldly informed them that he had sent Dijin home and would take them all on, infuriating Chenghao. Zhao Zun lost his patience and told Chenghao to call Dijin immediately, and Chenghao angrily complied. Seeing their reaction, Hu Yang mocked them again, saying Dijin was already home and calling him was a waste of time. Who exactly is this Cannon guy? He really should have shown up by now. His sheer arrogance left Zhu Hun bewildered, unable to grasp what was happening. Hu Yang didn't stop there, shouting incessantly, "Didn't you hear my question? Who is Cannon?" Chenghao couldn't bear to listen any longer and barked orders to his men. "He's just one guy, yet he's so damn loud." "Shut his mouth," a reckless thug stepped forward with a mocking sneer. "You look like you've got some years on you, but you brought this on yourself, so don't blame me for what happens. I'm going to haul you to the Alliance so you can beg for mercy on your knees." But he was met only with a defiant retort. "Is that so?" The thug had barely lunged forward, before taking a direct hit from Hu Yang and collapsing to the ground. Taking down an opponent in a single blow left the onlookers wide-eyed with astonishment. Hu Yang then pointedly emphasized his words. "Apologize for what? I don't think I have anything to be sorry for. Why aren't you coming at me?" After regaining his composure, Zhu Hun let out a smirk. "Quite impressive." Chenghao also couldn't remain silent any longer and hurriedly gave the command. "Don't just stand there. You're tougher than you look, aren't you? But the guy you just hit was merely the lowest-ranking member under my command. Your life ends here. I'm going to break at least 3 of your bones." Despite the threat, Hu Yang remained fixated on his primary objective. "I've asked too many times today who is Cannon," but Chenghao decided to engage him. "Your boss is right here." After a brief exchange, Hu Yang asked curiously, "It's not you?" Chenghao then met a bitter end, sprawling flat on the ground. Yang Yin couldn't believe his eyes and cried out. What, Chenghao was knocked out by a single punch? Zhu Hun was also filled with intense curiosity. Who exactly is this guy? Is there someone like this in Hanyang? Hu Yang decided to emphasize his question once more. Why is no one answering me? I heard Cannon is the strongest among you. I'll ask again, who is Cannon? Zhu Hun quickly asserted. He isn't here. Hanyang High School only needs one person to handle you. Since you're alone, there's no need for Cannon to show up. To his inquiry, oh really? Then who are you? He boldly declared. We are the leaders of the other 3 high schools. Hu Yang showed no fear and remarked, so you're just trash then? This further enraged them. They assumed aggressive stances. Unexpectedly, Hu Yang confidently said his goodbyes. Just get lost, that's enough for today. Come back at this same time tomorrow. And make sure to bring Cannon with you. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye. Zhu Hun, unable to swallow his anger, screamed, Where do you think you're going? He quickly replied with a nonchalant tone, Home. This infuriated the man even more. This brat is really asking for it. Hey, all of you, beat him to a pulp. If we don't deal with them, we'll be the ones getting scolded. The subordinates immediately obeyed. Hu Yang cautiously calculated the number of enemies. 70? No, about 80 of them. This might be a bit tough, there are quite a lot. After taking down a good number of them, he showed a decisive attitude. I guess I don't need to hold back anymore. You'd better try your best to stay alive, understood? Hu Yang's arrogance left them stunned. This guy is insane, don't you dare get cocky. But seeing their comrades being taken down one after another, the leaders began to look terrified. Hu Yang then made a clear declaration. Anyone who wants to surrender, go over there and put your head on the ground. I'll spare you. But Yang Yin couldn't endure it and shouted, I'll send you to the afterlife. However, he quickly suffered the same fate as the others. Having finished off another group of thugs, Hu Yang continued to show his dominance. Honestly, you should listen to your elders. The remaining ones, unable to gauge the danger, charged forward together once more. But they were merely tools to absorb Hu Yang's powerful strikes. Zhu Hun, watching from the sidelines, nodded in acknowledgement. Truly formidable. Now I know why Dijin didn't come. Yang Yin quickly added his assessment. Maybe he's even stronger than Cannon, which led Dijin to immediately retort. Are you kidding me? Cannon hasn't even used his full strength yet. But even so, that psycho is disgusting. He's like a beast. If we leave him be, he'll wipe out all our forces. What should we do? In response to his concern, Yang Yin suggested, we have to join the fight ourselves. Du Hun seemed to go along with it, asking urgently whether he or the other should go first, while Yang Yin expressed his concerns after a moment of thought. Going alone is not an option. It bruises my pride, but he is stronger than both of us, so we should charge together and finish him in one blow. Du Hun was extremely enthusiastic, saying he would take the left side, while Yang Yin took the initiative to say he would handle the right. The two representatives of the strongest schools in the alliance rushed forward, while shouting for everyone to get out of the way and let them handle it. Their sudden charge caused Hu Yang to pause for a moment, as the loud-mouthed thugs stopped their disorganized group assault. They all cleared a path for the two leaders to rush in and create a pincer attack against Hu Yang, making it seem like his end was near. Hu Yang allowed himself a slight smirk, thinking to himself that they were finally starting to coordinate their attacks from both sides. As expected, the leaders were different from the fodder, but he was still far beyond them as the two bosses launched consecutive strikes. However, they could not touch a single hair on Hu Yang because he was completely out of their league, and he leaped upward before their astonished eyes. It was truly unbelievable that he managed to dodge, and with a glance, Hu Yang executed a stunning mid-air spin kick that was enough to take down both of them. He thought their strategy would be impressive, but they were floored in one hit. Hu Yang landed easily, though facing this entire mob alone was still a bit exhausting. Reluctant to keep fighting, he turned to the remaining thugs and told them that, as they could see, their three bosses were already finished. Let's see if anyone else is still loyal. Anyone who wants to end up on an altar can step forward, and I will personally provide the coffin. I will give you a ticket to the maxillofacial surgery department with permanent disability insurance, or you can do headstands, as I said, and go home to your parents. Then tomorrow at school, you can laugh with your friends and tell them how you almost met your maker yesterday. Since you bullied the weak, you are forbidden from stealing money or bossing others around from now on, as I will not tolerate such despicable behavior. Choose quickly or you will all be finished. The loud-mouthed thugs likely found the protagonist's sudden humanity strange or were just terrified of being knocked out. They bowed their heads and did not dare to make a sound as Hu Yang warned them sternly that he could send them all to their ancestors at once. It would just be a burden for their ancestors to carry them, and upon hearing that, one man collapsed from fear while the others surrendered. Choosing to perform headstands instead of facing death, Hu Yang told them to reflect for 5 minutes before leaving as he headed out. Oh right, tell those three to bring their sincere apologies here tomorrow. The thugs were now as obedient as puppies, responding in unison to Hu Yang. It was already dark as Hu Yang strolled down the mountain alone, feeling that today was productive enough until his phone suddenly began to vibrate. Hu Yang pulled the phone from his pocket and sighed in disgust at the sight of the barbecue shop owner's name, who immediately began a relentless tirade. You brat, what took you so long? You just started and you have already been late for 2 days. Should I call Yang Hun to teach you a lesson? And why can't I reach Cheng Hu either? Do you have any idea how busy I am? The old man continued his stream of insults. Hu Yang looked at the owner with contempt, thinking the man had been his boss for far too long, while the owner grumbled for him to get to work. He did not notice the defiance beginning to show on Hu Yang's face, and since he no longer had to endure anyone, Hu Yang immediately fired back. Of course it is a joke. Seeing that he was suddenly being challenged, the owner shouted even more fiercely, asking who the brat thought he was talking to. Hu Yang was not one to be intimidated and glared back, asking if the owner was curious why Cheng Hu did not show up. "Let me tell you, it is because I was the one who told him to block you." The owner was completely stunned, and his face fell as he began to stutter. "What, who do you think you are, acting so tough?" Hu Yang maintained his cool and composed demeanor. "Who am I? I'll show you now, follow me." He turned and walked away, leaving the man bewildered. Losing his patience, he added, "Just follow me and don't argue unless you want the customers to witness a bloodbath." It was the classic meet-me-after-school ultimatum, but the man was far too overconfident. In the end, he was beaten so badly he couldn't even talk back. Hu Yang looked down at him as he writhed on the ground, clutching his stomach, and said, "Stop faking it and get up." "I haven't even hit you that hard yet." Realizing he was in deep trouble, the man asked in confusion, "Why are you doing this?" Unable to stand his feigned innocence, Hu Yang let out a sigh and resumed the brutal beating. "You don't know? Of course you don't. Everyone I beat up has a reason, and if you don't know why, I'll just keep hitting you until you figure it out." Hu Yang stepped on the man's shin, making him howl in pain. He asked again, "Do you really not know? Then I'll have to keep beating you until you do." Agonized, the man screamed, I know now." Hu Yang told him to explain what he knew. Now, as obedient as a dog, the boss replied, "It's because I looked down on everyone and acted arrogantly." Hu Yang wasn't satisfied with that answer, so he leaned down and threatened him. "Is that all? Let me help jog your memory a bit more." Terrified out of his wits, the boss frantically tried to stop him and shouted, I know, it's about the part-time jobs." Hu Yang responded by pressing harder on his injuries. The man wailed in agony, "What about the part-time jobs? What's the issue? Speak plainly or else." Driven by the pain, the boss confessed everything he knew. "I knew the part-time kids were victims of school violence, but instead of helping, I conspired with the bullies to force them to work at the store. The wages were even transferred directly to the bullies." Hu Yang asked coldly, "And why did you do that?" He received a heartless reply stating that hiring those victims was cheaper, and none of them would ever dare to quit halfway. Hearing this, Hu Yang's hands began to itch again. "You really are unrecyclable trash, aren't you? Do you even deserve to be called human after doing that?" The boss finally managed to stammer out an apology, but Hu Yang wasn't about to easily forgive the cruel things this man had done. He scolded him, "Don't just give me empty words. An apology only counts if the victims forgive you." He then pressed his thumb hard into the man's collarbone, making him shriek, "Now take your punishment." Hu Yang stood up and left him there, turning his back as he walked away. He didn't forget to add, "If you feel wronged, go ahead and call the police. The station is right nearby. If you keep doing things like this, it won't be as light as today. Also, pay Xiang Hu his full wages by tomorrow. If not, I'll be paying this place another visit." The boss broke into a cold sweat. "I understand, I'll send it immediately, right away." After saying that, he curled up like a dog. That evening, the city lights flickered on. Hu Yang walked home alone, thinking that he had done enough for the day and was completely exhausted. He blended into the crowd as the rain began to fall. While other pedestrians hurried to find shelter, Hu Yang continued to walk silently through the rain like a brooding, sad boy. He wandered habitually toward the convenience store to buy some things. Hearing the door chime, Na Yuna gave her usual greeting. She was surprised to see Hu Yang walk in, completely drenched. He quietly asked for a pack of cigarettes as usual, leaving Yuna frozen for a few seconds. Noticing her staring, Hu Yang asked, "Is there something on my face?" Yuna pointed at him and reminded him that he was currently wearing a high school uniform. Hu Yang realized the issue and, feeling slightly annoyed, simply stripped off his shirt right there in the shop. "There, is that better?" But Yuna didn't let him off because he was still wearing the uniform pants. Hu Yang had to beg for mercy this time, as he couldn't exactly take those off too. "I'd be exposing everything then." Yuna sighed softly and rang up the cigarettes. "Never mind, that's enough. That will be 2001, sir." Her overly polite tone caught Hu Yang off guard. "I'm not finished yet." He walked over to the shelf, grabbed 2 bottles of beer, and placed them on the counter. It cost another 1,001, and he even invited Yuna to join him for a drink. Yuna stared at the beer with a strange look before turning to Hu Yang. "Hey, don't you have an umbrella? It's pouring out there." Hu Yang replied nonchalantly. "It's fine. A real man isn't afraid of a little rain." Yuna watched him with wide eyes, likely thinking he had become strangely melancholic lately. Hu Yang walked through the rain and tried to light a cigarette for a satisfying puff, but the heavy downpour extinguished his lighter every time he tried. His inability to light the flame only deepened his frustration. causing him to curse under his breath as he recalled his time behind bars. Due to his diligent rehabilitation, the officers granted him an early release, prompting his subordinates to congratulate him on finally getting out. "Exactly right. The day has finally come. I thought I'd rot away in this place." Hu Yang agreed as his follower suggested ways to help him reintegrate. "What are your plans after your release? Someone of your caliber could easily become a national powerhouse. Should I introduce you to some connections?" Hu Yang politely declined the offer, so his junior asked if he planned to start a business or find a job, to which he let out a heavy sigh. "Those things can wait. I need to graduate first." When his subordinate curiously asked if he meant high school, Hu Yang nodded, though the younger man seemed unimpressed. "Are you really going to waste 3 years? There are plenty of other ways to get a diploma. You're brilliant, so 1 year of study should be more than enough." Finding that logic absurd, Hu Yang sat up to set him straight. "First of all, I dropped out in the 10th grade, so I only have 2 years left. Secondly, graduating properly with a recognized degree is different from just getting it over with. There are many things I want to experience at school. I just want to live like a normal person." His subordinate worriedly replied that a normal life might be even more exhausting for someone as extraordinary as him. At the time, Hu Yang put on his most reliable expression to reassure him, firmly promising that he had full confidence in himself. Despite his intentions, he couldn't avoid clashing with the school delinquents, and as he was enjoying a smoke, the rain suddenly extinguished his cigarette. Already frustrated, this situation only fueled Hu Yang's resentment toward life as he lamented having so much left to accomplish. Although he had served justice by taking down the thugs, Hu Yang had broken his vow to stop fighting, making his expulsion from school a certainty. In a fit of rage, Hu Yang tossed his school uniform into the trash, unable to shake the feeling of regret that he couldn't make things work. The next morning, Hu Yang was summoned to the principal's office for fighting, while the delinquents who had run rampant for years remained untouched. "I knew you wouldn't be a model student, but I never expected you to cause such a massive disaster," the teacher scolded as Hu Yang lowered his head in silence. The teacher continued his tirade, stating that the expulsion papers would be finalized within a day or two, to which Hu Yang simply agreed. Seeing how easily he accepted his fate, the teacher felt a flicker of feigned pity and asked why he even returned if he only intended to ruin the school environment. "Or did you plan to corrupt innocent children and turn them into thugs like yourself?" When he saw that Hu Yang was completely ignoring him, the teacher stood up in a rage and slammed his desk, demanding an answer. Hu Yang felt he had tolerated the old man long enough. "Since you asked, I'll speak. First, the environment here is far from healthy. Students are threatened, assaulted, and robbed." Before he could finish, the teacher snapped. "Enough, are you blaming the school now? This is a place for immature children. Such trivial matters happen everywhere." Hearing that tone, Hu Yang immediately realized that the teacher had undoubtedly heard these complaints before, but chose to remain indifferent. He was indirectly responsible for the misery of countless students, yet he still spoke as if everything were fine, prompting Hu Yang to retort immediately. "Trivial, they conspired with a nearby restaurant to force their victims to work 6 days a week. Do you honestly believe such bullying is trivial?" The teacher was suddenly left speechless, and Hu Yang smirked at his reaction. "Did you really not know? If not, you're negligent. If you did, you're a bastard. Which category do you fall into?" Hearing that, the teacher jumped up in a fury and told him to watch his mouth, claiming he knew nothing about education. Hu Yang looked at him with disbelief. "First you tell me to speak, and now you tell me to watch my words? Just wait, I still have more to say. In the eyes of the faculty, I might be an irredeemable thug, but perhaps you should try asking the students for their perspective just once. Go ahead and ask your innocent students. I purged the delinquents from 4 high schools in a single day. Consequently, the lives of bullied students have improved significantly, as they no longer fear being assaulted, robbed, or forced to grind games. Vile acts like forcing others to lick spit off the floor have vanished, and instead of contemplating suicide, they finally have a healthy learning environment." The teacher stubbornly scolded him, arguing that resorting to violence was never the answer, especially when the targets were still growing students. Hu Yang countered by admitting he wasn't a good person and his methods were flawed, yet he insisted that things had at least improved. His resentment reaching a boiling point, Hu Yang glared at the indifferent man and demanded to know what he, as a teacher, had actually done. "As a school administrator, you should have handled this better than me. So when exactly do you plan on solving the violence in this school?" He asked how much longer the teacher intended to make excuses for his innocent students, leaving the man speechless and unable to argue. Hu Yang sighed and noted that since his withdrawal wouldn't be official until tomorrow, he was still a student today, clenching his fists. He was likely preparing to deal with the troublemakers once and for all, while back at the school, those very delinquents were already plotting. When asked about a formidable individual in Hanyang and what their next move should be, Yan Jier responded with great confidence. He ordered the cannon to be brought to him immediately, a smirk forming on his face as he anticipated a grand clash with Hu Yang. The atmosphere at the school shifted with the arrival of a mysterious figure who drew everyone's attention wherever he walked. Upon entering the room, the 10th grade delinquent, who looked far older than his age, bowed respectfully to Yan Jier. This was Jiang Shizai, the legendary cannon known for one-punch knockouts. Yan Jier nodded with satisfaction and told him he was needed tonight. They were heading to Hanyang High, and as an experienced fighter, Jiang Shizai immediately realized he was there to thrash someone and asked a question. When he asked how many opponents there were, Yan Jier growled 100 before laughing and clarifying -99. Jiang Shizai was puzzled why his personal intervention was required for just one person, an attitude that clearly displeased Yan Jier. Yan Jier expressed surprise at the question, while Jiang Shizai awkwardly admitted that it would be better if the matter could be postponed. Being incredibly arrogant, Yan Jier refused to tolerate any hesitation from his subordinate and immediately began to mock him. He taunted Jiang Shizai for having grown bold enough to voice opinions, prompting the boy to explain it was his parents' anniversary. Yan Jier sneered, dismissive of driver Jiang's anniversary, while Jiang Shizai pleaded like a loyal dog to have dinner with his family. Yan Jier threatened that his father could lose his job on this very day if he didn't cooperate, causing Jiang Shizai to fall silent. No longer daring to plead, he listened as Yan Jier mockingly reassured him that he could still make it home if he finished quickly. This fueled Jiang Shizai's aggression as he promised to settle it in a minute. Yan Jier gloated in his power and praised him. After school that day, Hu Yang sat by the riverbank and downed 4 cans of beer, and once finished, he began to vent his frustrations. He quietly pulled out his phone to call his aunt and uncle, telling them everything was fine once they picked up the line. He claimed he just wanted to check in on them and insisted that he was doing great and that school was actually quite enjoyable. After promising he was only calling to say hello and hanging up, the words he truly wanted to say remained painfully stuck in his throat. Calling himself a fool for being unable to speak his mind, Hu Yang gazed at the sunset over the river and whispered to himself, "Is it already this late? All right, time to complete my final duty as a student of Hanyang High. I think I overindulged a bit." He gathered his things and rose to depart, dismissively thinking his opponents were mere children as Hu Yang sauntered toward the dueling grounds. That afternoon, Yan Kidai's gang assembled for a massive brawl, with Yan Kidai arriving alongside Cannon and mockingly asking the losers if they had been waiting long. Jiang Yongren, Pu Zuxun, and Zai Honghao were already there, their faces heavily bandaged as they acknowledged his arrival. It was clear they had been ruthlessly thrashed, leaving Yan Kidai in disbelief as he asked if they had truly been pulverized, while the 3 subordinates looked away in silent embarrassment. Zai Honghao offered a bitter apology, feeling resentful after being scolded on top of his beating, secretly cursing Yan Kidai as a total scumbag. Thinking that Yan Kidai would be nothing without Cannon, the leader continued to taunt them about their pathetic state before turning to his followers for agreement. His subordinates chimed in, noting that the only other time they looked this battered was after facing Cannon, mocking the losers for lacking both wits and strength. They ridiculed their lack of combat skills as completely pathetic, leaving Zai Honghao fuming internally while maintaining a forced, pained smile. However, Yan Kidai noticed the subtle twitching on his face and questioned Zai Honghao about his strange expression. As Zai Honghao looked down in shock, Yan Kidai approached and gave his nose a painful, soul-jarring pinch as a warning for his insolence. He told them to smile, claiming that luck follows laughter and that they would remain at the bottom of society forever unless they cheered up. The other lackeys watched Zai Honghao's plight with fear as he forced a smile, prompting Yan Kidai to remark on how much better he looked. Jiang Yongren and Pu Zuxun were seething with rage, but only dared to curse him silently, vowing to make him pay once Cannon graduated. They planned their eventual revenge while Yan Kidai looked around, wondering aloud if the brat from Hanyang had chickened out and fled. Zhang Yongren pointed behind them to show he had arrived, explaining that Hu Yang had consumed far too much beer before the scheduled fight. He was currently passed out and snoring on a stone bench, leaving the entire gang of thugs staring in stunned silence for several moments. Demanding an explanation for the bizarre scene, Yan Kidai listened as Zhang Yongren explained that the boy was just napping off the alcohol to prepare for the fight. Yan Kidai was utterly flabbergasted, asking if they were joking and berating his cowardly men for letting their enemy sleep so peacefully. Zhang Yongren and Pu Zuxun bowed submissively, admitting that even with their opponent asleep, they lacked the confidence to defeat him. Infuriated, Yan Kidai felt like striking his three useless subordinates, questioning if his recent leniency had made them this pathetic despite their numbers. While Zhang Yongren seethed over the leader's arrogance, the loud commotion finally woke Hu Yang, who sat up and demanded they all shut their mouths. The crowd stood frozen as Hu Yang shook off his stupor and asked if these newcomers were the members of the Chang'an gang. He apologized for overdrinking due to his foul mood before standing up, clutching his stomach, and dismissively scanning the thugs for the one called Cannon. He told them to all attack at once to save time, since Cannon was bound to be among them, an arrogant display that left Yan Kidai speechless. Wondering if the drunkard had lost his mind, Yan Kidai was about to retort when Cannon suddenly interrupted with his own voice. With a voice that seemed to rumble from the depths, Cannon asked to thrash the boy first before any talking occurred, momentarily stunning Yan Kidai. After a brief pause to process the request, Yan Kidai agreed, and Cannon began rolling up his sleeves as Hu Yang quietly sized him up. Hu Yang complimented Cannon's physique, but the arrogant fighter merely threatened to end the match quickly due to his own personal matters. Cannon told him not to tremble, but Hu Yang simply replied that he also wanted a quick victory because his stomach was feeling quite unsettled. Debo threw an opening punch to start this fateful battle, but Hu Yang used his incredible speed to dodge effortlessly, leaving his opponent in shock. Debo was famous for his one-punch knockouts, yet he never expected to be countered. Hu Yang seized the opening and struck back directly at his solar plexus. However, Debo remained standing tall, as if that punch was merely a mosquito biting a concrete pillar. Hu Yang found it strange that his power didn't match his age despite landing a lethal blow. Not only that, but Debo didn't even flinch, making it feel like hitting a solid rock. Hu Yang held his head in disbelief. He wondered how the man could endure such a direct hit, as Debo's resilience truly caught him off guard. Even after taking his punch, Debo seemed completely unfazed. Hu Yang questioned if it hurt, since the man took the full force of the blow yet managed to withstand it. Even at that range, he was entirely different from anyone he had fought before. Nearby, Du Zun and Yang Ren gasped in disbelief that he could actually block such a strike. Those two were absolute monsters, and given the situation, Cheng Hao couldn't predict the outcome while Yang Zun glared at Debo in anger. He shouted, asking if the man was going to fight seriously or if he didn't want to go home early for dinner. Debo immediately replied that he would try his best. Debo's words confused him, making him wonder if the man hadn't been fighting seriously yet. He had heard of him before, but it seemed he knew very little. Debo lunged forward again with a brutal punch, but Hu Yang easily evaded it. After two consecutive misses, Hu Yang found the right moment to deliver a counterblow to Debo's stomach. It seemed that punch would finish him, but in a split second of lowered guard, Debo reached out and grabbed Hu Yang's body. He used his strength to lift him high for a classic slam. Hu Yang was completely pinned and unable to move as Debo used every ounce of his power to hurl him down. Fortunately, using his combat experience, Hu Yang managed to brace himself and flip to avoid a direct impact, though the throw still sent him rolling. A slower reaction would have been fatal, and he regretted drinking so much earlier. However, it had been a long time since he had a proper fight. Facing Debo reminded him of the bloody battles he once endured, as it had been ages since he fought those bastards to the brink of death. Hu Yang noticed something unusual, as while they were all survivors forged in hell like him, this man was different. Debo gave him no respite and charged again, kicking off the ground for momentum. He then leaped and delivered a merciless kick, but Hu Yang nimbly dodged to the side. His agility caused Debo to miss and land behind him, leaving the spectators wide-eyed at the long-range strike. Dodging that was no small feat, and now it was Hu Yang's turn to attack Debo from behind, marveling that despite not enduring hell, the man possessed such terrifying combat skills. This was purely based on innate instinct. As he approached, Debo swung his arm, but Hu Yang immediately ducked, thinking that this time, the man's massive frame would be his downfall. Hu Yang clenched his fist and delivered an uppercut that slammed hard into De Beau's jaw, forcing a cry of pain from him. De Beau collapsed on the spot, and with only 5 minutes passed, the victor was clear. Hu Yang stated firmly that the man was born with a body far stronger than his peers. Because of that, he had completely overwhelmed his opponents until now, making this likely his first serious battle. This was also his first defeat in a fight, and Hu Yang warned him that he wasn't an easy target while De Beau knelt on the ground, breathless and unable to respond. Yang Zun stubbornly told De Beau not to believe him, but he just chuckled and turned to look at them, noting that they were next as he stepped closer. The cowardly Yang Zun hurriedly shouted for De Beau, Shizai, to get up immediately, screaming at him to continue the fight. Hu Yang was annoyed by how he pushed others to fight and asked if he planned to step up himself instead of forcing his injured junior. His words killed 2 birds with 1 stone, directed at both Yang Zun and all of his subordinates. Ignoring the expressions of his men, Yang Zun stubbornly scolded him, asking if he wanted his old man to get fired. Hearing this, he couldn't help but curse the man's cowardice. Suddenly, Hu Yang felt a chill on the back of his neck, and his intuition allowed him to dodge a vicious attack from De Beau. De Beau staggered slightly after the missed punch but remained determined, declaring he wasn't finished yet as Hu Yang grew more cautious. He can still stand up after taking my uppercut? That's insane. Seeing De Beau get back up, Yang Hun regained his confidence. That's more like it. De Beau bowed his massive frame before him and apologized, but the man's reaction was far from pleasant. Save your apologies, you piece of trash, and just finish him off for me. If you lose again, you're finished. Don't you want to have dinner with your family anymore? Suppressing his rage, De Beau replied that he would handle it immediately. Hu Yang silently reassessed the situation, realizing he might have underestimated his opponent, or perhaps his skills had dulled from a lack of fighting. The two clashed once more in a brutal brawl. Hu Yang marveled at the bastard's incredible punching power, but seizing an opening when De Beau left himself exposed, he delivered a heavy blow to the man's ribs. Realizing a single punch wouldn't knock him out this time, he decided to stop chanting that mantra. Hu Yang took a deep breath, unsettling De Beau, and declared he would keep punching until the man finally collapsed. After catching his breath, Hu Yang unleashed dozens of rapid-fire punches. De Beau raised his arms to shield his head, but he couldn't withstand the relentless barrage for long and collapsed again, leaving the henchman speechless. Panting heavily, Hu Yang admitted he didn't want to go this far, but the man was such a monster that he had no choice. Meanwhile, De Beau knelt on the ground, muttering something under his breath. He observed the man's strange behavior, wondering how he could still be conscious, as De Beau repeatedly insisted that he absolutely could not lose. Suddenly, drawing strength from an unknown source, the man lunged forward and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him up. Hu Yang was pinned and unable to move, realizing the man had gone mad. De Beau's hands were like iron pincers crushing his neck, and once he was weakened, the brute slammed him mercilessly onto the ground. Not stopping there, he swung a massive fist, delivering a friendly greeting that connected squarely with Hu Yang's face. The entire area fell silent, save for the sound of De Beau's heavy breathing. He stared down at Hu Yang, only standing up once he was certain the man had been completely knocked unconscious. De Beau slowly approached Yang Hun and apologized for taking so long. Yang Hun smiled with satisfaction, confident that there was no way De Beau could ever lose. "If I hadn't motivated you, you never would have succeeded," he boasted, but to his shock, Hu Yang pushed himself up from the ground and muttered that he was truly annoyed now. "It's been a long time since I've fought someone this strong," he remarked cheerfully as he stood up. "You really are a fierce one, now let's see." He pointed at Yang Hun and challenged him to a bet, leaving the man stunned. Hu Yang smirked and nodded, calling him a blockhead. Yang Hun asked if the punches had scrambled his brains and if he was just trying to buy time. Hu Yang laughed, wondering if his acting had been that obvious. Looking at De Beau, he said it didn't matter if the other guy agreed. All that mattered was De Beau's own choice. He stared into the man's eyes and proposed that if he won, De Beau should join him after the fight. De Beau coldly refused, but Hu Yang stood with his hands on his hips, skeptical. "Be honest, you're his subordinate, but you've been wanting to take him down for a long time, haven't you?" De Beau didn't deny it, instead choosing to dodge the question. "I don't have to answer you," the man replied, crouching down to prepare for another round. "Come at me." But suddenly, Yang Hun shouted for them to wait a moment. "What if you lose the bet? You mentioned a wager, so you have to put something on the line too." Hu Yang shoved his hands into his pockets and pondered what he should stake. Fine, if I lose, I'll be your lackey for the rest of my life, he declared confidently. Yang Hun was intrigued, asking if he truly dared to make such a lifelong oath. He confirmed it immediately. Yang Hun stroked his chin, calculating that few could fight Da Pao to this extent. If he could bring such a man under his command, he wouldn't have to fear anyone. Even if he believed Da Pao couldn't lose, what would happen if he did? He hadn't actually promised to let Da Pao go, so he figured he had nothing to lose either way. Yang Hun stepped forward, patted Da Pao on the shoulder, and asked if he was confident. Da Pao firmly replied that he would win, even if he had to fight to the death. Reassured, Yang Hun smiled and told Hu Yang that the deal was on. Hu Yang slowly took off his jacket, warning that whoever backed out would be a dog. He and Da Pao faced off once more, this time in a completely serious battle, as he confirmed the terms of their bet one last time. Actually, I should thank you. That punch really sobered me up. Hu Yang cracked his wrists to warm up, adding that as a token of his gratitude, he was going to beat the man to a pulp. Da Pao charged forward, showing no fear. Hu Yang nodded and braced himself, announcing his attack before launching a swift preemptive strike. Under the pressure of his assault, Yang Hun realized that Da Pao was completely on the defensive and unable to keep up. The man hadn't been bragging, he was even faster than before. Hu Yang landed a powerful blow to the center of Da Bao's abdomen, but he didn't stop there, following up with another strike. That felt right, didn't it? Let's try one more. 5 brutal punches distorted Da Bao's face, nearly knocking him out, but his consciousness held on as he raised his hands to carefully guard both sides of his head. He moves so quickly that I haven't landed a single blow yet. I must maintain a tight defense while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Hu Yang curled his lip as he watched Da Bao shift his stance, saying, "I know exactly what you're thinking," before suddenly delivering a kick to Da Bao's leg instead of a punch. Unable to defend in time, he could only grit his teeth against the pain. Despite his efforts to guard, many openings remained, and Hu Yang followed up with a barrage of swift, powerful kicks. Yang Hun couldn't bear to watch and screamed, "Damn it, are you just going to let him thrash you? Counterattack, you moron!" While his subordinates silently mocked him for acting tough at such a time. On the other side, Da Bao was forced into a completely passive state, gritting his teeth and telling himself that he just needed to endure, as he was the best at withstanding pain. He had done this his entire life, so there was nothing he couldn't handle. He just had to clench his teeth and wait for the right moment to arrive. Despite his constant self-encouragement, Da Bao began to feel dizzy and was on the verge of fainting as he swayed to avoid a dangerous kick from Hu Yang. However, he was met with a violent punch that caused him to groan in agony, the intense pain finally forcing him to drop one knee to the ground. Yang Hun clutched his head in fear while his subordinates fell into a frenzy, as Hu Yang calmly asked Da Bao if it hurt, noting that no one had ever remained standing after that liver shot. Da Bao panted heavily with his hands on the ground, gritting his teeth and telling himself to endure just a little longer, surprisingly using self-suggestion to muster the strength for an attack. Using his old tactic, Da Bao charged forward and hoisted Hu Yang into the air, his massive frame making it impossible for Hu Yang to struggle free. Da Bao's eyes flashed with the realization that his chance had come, and he desperately slammed the man onto the ground as Yang Hun cheered for him to finish it, while Da Bao raised a hand to strike Hu Yang's head. He used his entire body weight to pin the man to the ground, thinking he had to end this in one blow since he couldn't fight much longer, while Hu Yang raised both hands to protect his head. He hadn't expected a counterattack after that blow, realizing this bastard was far crazier than he thought, which only made him want to recruit the man even more. He possessed an incredible ability to take a beating, and at that moment, Hu Yang swiftly grabbed Da Bao's wrist and wrapped his legs around the man's neck. Hu Yang executed a chokehold from his position on the ground, deciding to put the man to sleep, leaving Da Bao gasping for air as he desperately tried to endure. Da Bao's face turned bright red from the suffocation, and though he tried to tell himself to hold on for a chance, the lack of oxygen quickly caused him to lose consciousness. He collapsed completely on top of Hu Yang, his body going limp on the ground, before Hu Yang stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes, remarking that it had been a long time since he was this disheveled. Then he walked over to Yang Hun and coldly asked if he would keep his word, while the man stood there in disbelief, shouting out in desperation. "Hey Da Bao, Xingji, drag your ass up right now. You slave, can't you hear your master calling?" But no matter how much he screamed, Da Bao remained motionless on the ground. Hu Yang showed his blatant contempt, calling him a truly wretched person, which left Yang Hun fuming with no other options left. He turned to his subordinates and ordered them to charge since they had the numbers, specifically commanding Xing He, Yang Yin, and Zhao Hun to attack. But they all feigned deafness and didn't move, making Yang Hun break into a cold sweat. This was exactly what he had anticipated. Yang Hun, accustomed to being arrogant, rushed toward the three stubborn subordinates and began physically assaulting them, demanding they go and fight. "You worthless idiots, do you not understand human speech?" But when he tried to punch Xing He, the man was quick enough to catch his fist. "What do you think you're doing? Have you gone mad?" Yang Hun screamed, but Xing He showed no fear and instead squeezed his hand tightly, causing him pain. "I've made my decision," he said, asking the others for their stance. Yang Yin and Zhao Hun both agreed, prompting Xing He to fiercely grip Yang Hun's wrist to shut him up. Yang Hun could do nothing but scream in agony, while his former subordinates quickly lined up in an orderly fashion before Hu Yang. They respectfully bowed 90 degrees and spoke in unison, declaring that in the names of Bu Xing High School, Changjai High School, and Tianhu High School, they were officially surrendering. Du Zun shouted, pleading for him to lead them, while Yang Zun watched in total disbelief at the betrayal. Cheng Hao forcefully twisted Yang Zun's body to shut him up, as Hu Yang indifferently accepted the sudden arrival of these followers. Du Zun stated clearly that they would be loyal to him from now on, his expression turning menacing as he looked at the restrained Yang Zun. "Can we discipline this bastard on your behalf? I've wanted to beat him for a long time, but we won't touch him without your permission," Hu Yang pondered. "Let's see, I don't like people who bully those weaker than themselves," he smiled and added, "so you can teach him a lesson, just don't kill him." The trio became visibly excited upon hearing his permission, and Du Zun silenced Yang Zun's frantic protests with a sudden, powerful blow. The pink-haired one cracked his knuckles maliciously and said, "Easy now, hit him lightly. If he faints too fast, the fun will be over." Du Zun's eyes gleamed with cruelty as he agreed, noting the man's weakness, before turning his attention to the other students. He asked the other students from his school what they were staring at, causing the terrified boys to tremble despite their previous claims of an alliance. Du Zun angrily dismissed their alliance and vowed to retrain the lot of them into obedient subordinates from now on. Without another word, the whole group rushed in and started brawling, ignoring the desperate pleas for a calm discussion as Du Zun delivered a violent kick. "These guys have no sense at all. You still dare to stand?" he barked, ordering them to kneel, and the frightened students instantly dropped to the ground. Even the stubborn ones were beaten into submission by the three schools until they knelt, and Yang Zun collapsed the moment the pink-haired one let go. "Why did you collapse so fast? We're not done yet." Cheng Hao expressed his disgust as Yang Zun begged for mercy, his pleas falling on deaf ears. Just then, they realized Yang Zun had been so terrified that he had soiled himself, causing everyone to recoil from the stench in disgust. "How could I have taken orders from a loser like you? It's unthinkable." Yang Zun sobbed on the ground, calling them traitors through his tears. The trio angrily asked if he was done with the warm water and moving on to tears, and Du Zun prepared to strike him again before Hu Yang stopped him. "That's enough." The pink-haired one and Du Zun stopped immediately, while Hu Yang sighed at the sight of the sniveling mess. He looked down at Yang Zun from above, who responded with a desperate string of insults directed at him and his family. "When my dad finds out you're all dead, I'll have him fire that loser's old man too," Yang Zun threatened through his tears. Hu Yang immediately took back any feelings of pity he had for Yang Zun and dared the boy to keep threatening him as he boasted of his father's wealth. He shook his head, lamenting that the guy was beyond saving, and joked that his own father was the king of Suksu Island in Jeonju. "Are you saying your dad is going to throw me in jail?" Hu Yang calmly remarked that any prison sentence he received would have to be for life. He stepped closer and whispered in his ear, "Because if I ever get out, your life is over," his expression devoid of any humor. "I don't mind going back again, but I'll tear you to pieces first. Use that smart head of yours to think about who will die first." Overcome by cowardice, Yang Zun immediately began to stammer an apology, which Hu Yang met with cold mockery. "Am I your friend?" Terrified, he bowed his head and shouted his apology before Hu Yang pointed toward the unconscious Da Bei. He declared that Da Bei was now under his protection and ordered Yang Zun to vanish before he changed his mind. He then turned his back on the scene and continued on his way. Standing before the high schools, he loudly proclaimed as the head of the Tao Alliance, issuing his first and final command. The alliance was permanently dissolved, and the gathered students responded in unison. By the end of the day, only he and Da Bao remained in the empty lot. It took a moment for Bao to stir as he struggled to push himself up, while Hu Yang's cheerful voice asked if he was finally awake. "Are you all right? I heard a crack when I hit you," Hu Yang said as Bao scrambled up and shook his head, indicating he was fine. Hu Yang offered a rematch if Bao thought the win was a fluke, but Bao only stared at him in deep thought. "I'll fight you as many times as it takes for you to acknowledge me," Hu Yang said, but Bao softly admitted that once was enough. Hu Yang sighed in relief, while Bao looked around at the empty space and asked where all the seniors had gone. Hu Yang told him they had already left, and when Bao asked in shock about Yan Kai, Hu Yang just smiled. "You're free now, so tell him to do whatever he wants," Hu Yang said, though Bao warned that Yan Kai was a vengeful man. Bao warned that Yan Kai would hunt his enemies to the death, but Hu Yang told him not to worry about it. Bao couldn't understand Hu Yang's indifference, but Hu Yang insisted he knew exactly what kind of person Yan Kai was. Hu Yang explained that Yan Kai was a cold-blooded coward who only stayed in power by threatening Bao's family. "Without you, Yan Kai is just a pathetic loser who nearly wet himself earlier. He's only fit to lead other cowards," Hu Yang said. Hu Yang suggested that Bao go and intimidate Yan Kai himself to see how quickly the man would crumble. With a smile, Hu Yang prepared to leave, explaining to a surprised Bao that he had somewhere to be. "Go home and celebrate your parents' anniversary," Hu Yang said, leaving Bao to wonder if he was really being set free. Hu Yang asked why they should stay if there wasn't going to be a second round, and Bao gave him a straight answer. "I lost, so shouldn't I be following your orders now?" Bao asked, catching Hu Yang completely off guard. Hu Yang told the rigid young man to go home, wish his parents well, and start living for himself instead of Yan Kai. Bao was stunned by the unusual order as Hu Yang gave a final wave and walked away. Bao watched him go and realized he forgot to get a phone number. The next morning, Hu Yang met his teacher. The teacher said he wanted to expel Hu Yang, but the principal had decided to let him withdraw voluntarily instead. He added that since Hu Yang was a legal adult, they didn't need his parents to be there for the paperwork. Hu Yang sneered and refused, prompting the teacher to scold him for not realizing how lucky he was. The teacher called it an act of mercy, but Hu Yang refused to be swayed by his deceitful words. "I don't care about the consequences, so just expel me right now," Hu Yang said, making the teacher feel cornered. Hu Yang called out the school's fake kindness and asked the teacher why he was suddenly hesitating to expel him. He pointed out that the school just wanted to avoid a scandal and a bad report to the Department of Education. The teacher slammed the table in a rage after being exposed, but Hu Yang stood his ground and continued to challenge him. "If you're so committed to the rules, why are you suddenly being so lenient with a delinquent student like me?" The teacher shouted a warning at him, telling him to watch his words and mind his manners since he was an elder, but Hu Yang responded calmly. "I always carry my manners with me, and nothing I've said was disrespectful," he said as the teacher slumped into his chair, complaining that talking to him was impossible. "I won't be manipulated. If you asked me politely to drop out, I might actually help you," he stated, which only made the teacher bark back in irritation. "You brat," the teacher yelled, but Hu Yang quickly tried to de-escalate by saying he was just joking, though his emphasis on the word teacher only fueled the man's rage. Hu Yang picked up the paper and racked his brain on how to write the withdrawal form before glancing at his teacher and casually pushing the paper toward him. "It's too much trouble, so please write it for me since I trust your character as a literature teacher, and remember to include some impressive quotes." "And I'm not joking about that," he added, making the teacher's face turn purple with rage as he clutched his fists while Hu Yang continued to provoke him. "What's wrong? Write it quickly, because if you don't, I'll just keep coming to school, right?" Hu Yang smirked, having intentionally driven the teacher to a state of fury. "If you're already this upset over a small insult, then consider this a parting gift," Hu Yang said as he strolled out of the office and met his best friend, Zaihu. "Can I still call you Hu Yang?" Zaihu asked softly before apologizing, to which Hu Yang chuckled and told him that such questions were actually quite hurtful. Hu Yang quickly brushed off the apology and told him to stop saying sorry, but Zaihu sadly asked if they would ever meet again now that he was leaving. Hu Yang casually replied that he would still be living in Seoul and told him to come find him if anyone caused trouble, which made Zaihu feel incredibly happy. He then updated Hu Yang on the situation, mentioning that trouble was unlikely because the atmosphere at school had changed significantly over the last few days. No one extorts money from me anymore. I can do my own work and I don't have to run errands for others. I'm truly happy, Zai-Hu said with a blissful smile. It seemed that for the first time, Zai-Hu was finally experiencing a comfortable learning environment, and he looked genuinely radiant. Hu Yang shared in his joy but reminded him that such peace was his right, though Zai-Hu insisted he was only happy because of Hu Yang's help. Hu Yang smiled and said that was good before walking away, but after a few steps, he remembered something important and turned back to remind Zai-Hu. If you become a comic artist in the future, make sure you let me see your debut work, he said, and Zai-Hu excitedly nodded his head in agreement. I don't know what I'll draw yet, but the protagonist will definitely be you, Xian Hu Yang, because you're even more amazing than a main character. Hu Yang smiled and said goodbye, joking that the protagonist was leaving now. But as he exited the school gates, his irritation toward the administration returned. I really despise the school board, Hu Yang thought as he kicked a stone across the ground, watching it land right at someone's feet. He looked up to see the person's face and realized it was De Pao, scanning him from head to toe while wondering why he was there. However, De Pao's posture didn't suggest an attack as he spoke first, explaining that he had to wait there because he didn't have Hu Yang's phone number. What is it? Are you still not satisfied with yesterday's result? If you want a rematch, just say the word and I'm ready, Hu Yang said, but De Pao declined. It's not that. I've run away from home, De Pao said, a shocking revelation that left Hu Yang speechless and feeling a sudden burden being thrust upon him. From now on, you have to take responsibility for my living situation, he added, causing Hu Yang to stammer in confusion about why he was being held responsible. Because you're my boss, and if you want me as a subordinate, you have to provide food and shelter, De Pao replied, taking Hu Yang's impulsive words literally. Are you going to say it was a joke? I've kept my promise and came all this way because I trust you, so you should think about this carefully. Hu Yang was flustered by the sudden burden of this serious young man who had become his subordinate without hesitation, so he quickly devised a plan. If I'm the boss, then I can order you to do anything, right? He asked, and De Pao nodded firmly, telling him to give his commands. This is an order, go back home. Why on earth did you run away? Hu Yang's strange demand left De Bo speechless, forcing him to ask for clarification. Hu Yang repeated, I'm asking why the hell you left home. As De Bo stammered to explain, Hu Yang cut him off with a harsh scolding. Forget the explanations and stop talking nonsense. Just go home now. De Bo lowered his head, his expression looking incredibly dejected as a heavy silence fell between them. Stepping forward, Hu Yang offered a few words of comfort. I appreciate your loyalty, but I simply don't have the means to support you right now. De Bo remained silent after hearing this, seemingly having reached his own conclusion. The scene then shifts to a bustling night market filled with crowds and the constant shouts of vendors. Among them was Min Kaikshengzun, a promoter working the streets. Although he maintained a bright smile, most of his invitations were bluntly rejected by passers-by who didn't even spare him a glance. Suddenly, Min Kaikshengzun heard someone calling him by his old nickname, He Yuziu, which instantly annoyed him. Who are you calling He Yuziu? I told you it's Min Kaikshengzun. He turned around to find Hu Yang standing there with a grin. The two shared an emotional reunion before heading to a quiet corner to share a smoke. As Hu Yang lit his first cigarette, he noticed his former subordinate wasn't reaching for one and asked curiously, Did you quit? Min Kaikshengzun gave a sheepish smile. How could I dare smoke in front of you, boss? Hu Yang immediately dismissed his formality, telling him not to be such an idiot. Stop overreacting. With his boss's permission, Min Kaikshengzun hesitantly pulled out a cigarette and lit it. As they puffed away, they began to catch up, with Hu Yang speaking first. By the way, He Yuziu, you're already 21. Why do you keep using such formal language with me? Min Kaikshengzun shyly revealed the truth. Well, we are the same age, but you are the great Hu Yang. Hu Yang tilted his head and playfully scolded him, though he didn't actually mind. You really need to stop with the exaggerations. Min Kaikshengzun didn't think he was exaggerating at all. He felt proud to know Hu Yang. To me, you are more incredible than anyone else. You're both my hero and my savior. Hu Yang winked playfully and teased, If you keep this up, I won't visit you again. This light-hearted threat made Min Kaikshengzun feel much more at ease. For the first time, he dared to address Hu Yang casually. With the formalities gone, their conversation flowed naturally, like two old friends reuniting after a long time. I heard you were released and started working here. You've been at it for a while. Is it worth it? Touching on a sore spot, Min Kaikshengzun sighed and began to pour his heart out. I look pathetic, don't I? Even in the mainland faction, I'm still at the bottom of the barrel. Hearing about this mainland faction for the first time, Hu Yang was surprised, so Min Kaixingzun explained. Didn't you know this nightclub belongs to the mainland faction? Hu Yang was clueless about these terms. I have no idea about any oceans or mainlands. Min Kaixingzun continued. This is the most popular entertainment spot in Seoul. You must have heard of Chairman Yun Kai-hyun, right? Hu Yang didn't recognize any of these names, causing Min Kaixingzun to chuckle. You really don't keep up with the news, do you? Anyway, if I do a good job, I'll get promoted to a better location. I have my own dreams, too. Hu Yang nodded and gave a dry response. I see. Min Kaixingzun flicked his cigarette ash and quickly changed the subject. Let's not just talk about me. With your skills, you'd probably be given a high-ranking position immediately, since you're the great Hu Yang. Hu Yang let out a surprised sound, thought for a moment, and then answered hesitantly. No, I already have a job. I just stopped by to see how you were doing. Min Kaixingzun reflected on this. That makes sense. Someone of your caliber wouldn't be unemployed. Being showered with praise by Min Kaixingzun, Hu Yang grumbled, There you go again. He then stood up to say his goodbyes. I'm leaving. Min Kaixingzun tried to get him to stay. So soon, let me buy you a drink. Hu Yang declined with a wave. Maybe next time. Min Kaixingzun watched him walk away, speechless. The scene shifts to a convenience store where Yuna is working. She had just swapped shifts with a coworker, and after a brief chat, they went their separate ways. As the young man left, Hu Yang walked in. Yuna bowed and then recognized him. Hu Yang went straight to the beverage section, grabbed a beer and some snacks, and headed to the counter. Yuna asked politely, Do you need cigarettes? Hu Yang declined, Not today. After paying, he went to the seating area outside, opened his beer, and took a long gulp. Suddenly, Yuna sat down across from him, surprising Hu Yang. Aren't you on the clock? Yuna pouted and defended herself. I'm just having a cola. Besides, there aren't any customers right now anyway. Do you have a problem with that? Hu Yang continued drinking his beer and replied nonchalantly, No problem. Do whatever you want. I'm also doing whatever I feel like. Hu Yang thought for a moment before striking up a conversation with Yuna. Hey, how much do you make working at a convenience store like this? Since he asked, she answered him honestly. It depends on how many hours I work a day and how many days a month. For me, I make 3,201. Hu Yang suddenly blurted out, That's a bit low, isn't it? Yuna was equally surprised. Why? Are you interested? Hu Yang sadly shared his true feelings with her. I didn't want to care, but I'm about to run out of money. Yuna excitedly offered a suggestion. Why don't you just work the night shift? The job isn't hard, and you can even study during your free time. Hu Yang declined, explaining that he already had plans for the evenings. Unaware of his situation, Yuna asked curiously, You're only in high school, so what keeps you busy all day? Her words stung a deep wound within Hu Yang. He spoke curtly. I'm not a high school student anymore. Before Yuna could process what was happening, Hu Yang cut in and continued, If I'm not studying, I have to earn money. He finished his beer and stood up to leave, not forgetting to bid Yuna farewell. Anyway, thanks, have a good shift. Yuna held her half-finished soda. Her face was full of confusion. What kind of well wishes were those? As Hu Yang walked down the street, he was lost in thought. Normal part-time jobs pay too little. But I don't want to get involved with gangs. How should I make money now? While he was exhausted by the unresolved mess, his phone suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. Why is he calling? Siang-hu, what's wrong? Is Dejin's gang bothering you again? Did those bastards start acting up again right after getting beaten? On the other end of the line, Siang-hu hurriedly explained, No, it's not that. That managed to cool Hu Yang's anger. Then what is it? What happened to him? All right, I understand. I'm coming right now. Hu Yang hung up, although he told Siang-hu that. He still didn't know exactly what was going on. Meanwhile, Siang-hu had been kidnapped by a group of thugs in the middle of the night. They threatened him loudly. Well, he said he's coming. Will it take long? He said he'd be here soon. Dejin glared at him. How soon is soon? Siang-hu replied anxiously, as fast as possible. Dejin growled, asking once more to be sure. Are you sure? That's what he said. Dejin finally believed him a little. He turned to look at Da Pao and spoke fearfully. You heard that, right? He said he'd be here as fast as possible, so we'll be heading out first. Dejin offered a conciliatory smile. It turned out Dejin was just bait used to call Hu Yang. Seeing he was no longer useful, Dejin wanted to flee immediately. His subordinates standing behind him were also terrified of Da Pao. Da Pao rejected Dejin's sincere plea. No, wait until he arrives. Dejin complied helplessly. We can't leave. Fine then. He turned to ask his lackeys, Let's stay for a bit, guys. Facing Da Pao's menacing expression, they all agreed instantly. If anyone refused, they likely wouldn't leave in one piece. Da Pao continued waiting for his boss, Hu Yang. Dijin cursed inwardly, "I have no idea what this wrestler is doing at our school." Da Pao gestured and explained, "Sorry for the trouble, I had no other choice but to ask you." Dijin, who had been so aggressive before, was now as obedient as a puppy. He waved his hands. "Oh, it's nothing, we don't mind at all, don't worry about us, just do your thing." Dijin laughed loudly to hide his inner awkwardness. Da Pao thanked him sincerely and continued to wait. The atmosphere between the three of them was incredibly tense. They only wished Hu Yang would arrive quickly so they could escape this situation. Never before had Hu Yang's voice calling out, "Xiang Hu," made so many people so happy. Xiang Hu saw his friend. He rushed over in a hurry, and Dijin's group bowed deeply and greeted him loudly. "Greetings, sir." Hu Yang glared at them and barked. "Don't greet me like that, I don't like it." Dijin hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. Hu Yang scanned the scene and immediately understood the situation. He sighed and told Dijin's group to get lost. Dijin hesitantly turned to ask Da Pao. If he did something wrong, his life would surely be forfeit. Since Hu Yang said so, we'll be leaving now. Da Pao nodded for them to leave. Since he gave the order, you don't need my permission. Waiting for exactly that, Dijin smiled with satisfaction and fled with his gang without looking back. "Goodbye, sir. Let's get out of here, guys." Hu Yang also looked over and told his friend Xiang Hu to go home quickly, but he refused. No matter how many times he was told, Xiang Hu insisted on staying. "If a fight breaks out, I can at least help you." Hu Yang was surprised. Although Xiang Hu was trembling with fear, he remained determined. "I probably won't be much help, though." "But how could I just leave you alone? We're friends." Those sincere words touched Hu Yang. Was he really going to fight that monster with him? Was he worried about him, this little guy? They had only known each other for a short time. Xiang Hu used to be a pitiful person who was bullied by everyone. After bullying him so mercilessly, he now has the audacity to claim he's fighting for Hu Yang. It's truly quite a sight. Hu Yang flashed a happy smile, which seemed normal to most, but for him, it was quite unusual, leaving Cheng Hu staring in shock. Hu Yang placed a hand on his friend's shoulder to reassure him, saying his presence was already a great help and thanking him. "Cheng Hu, if there's something I truly need, I'll ask you later, so be ready to help me then. But rest assured, there won't be any fighting today." "We're just going to have a little chat, right?" Hu Yang asked as he looked toward Su Wuzhai. Su Wuzhai nodded, stating they had finished their fight long ago. Hu Yang added a few more words to his friend. Seeing that everything was fine, he told him to head home first. After receiving firm assurances from both Su Wuzhai and Hu Yang, Cheng Hu finally felt at ease and left. "You'd better be careful," he said. Hu Yang gave a wry smile and replied that no one could beat him anyway, so he shouldn't worry. He promised to call once he was done. Cheng Hu finally agreed to leave. Hu Yang approached Su Wuzhai and sat down beside him. "Now that it's just the two of us, tell me, why did you come to our school? Or rather, why did you round up the Hanyang students and refuse to let them go?" Su Wuzhai calmly replied that it was the only way he could meet him. Su Wuzhai then explained that he shouldn't misunderstand, as he had no intention of harming those people. Hu Yang already knew that, because if Su Wuzhai had intended to fight, the Dijin group wouldn't be in one piece right now. Su Wuzhai did this because he didn't have Hu Yang's number and had to use the others to get his attention. Hu Yang was surprised, noting that he could have just asked Cheng Hu since he had his number. Su Wuzhai recounted that he did ask, but Cheng Hu adamantly refused. Despite being terrified, he remained brave. Su Wuzhai praised Cheng Hu for his loyalty to their friendship, however, when asked to call Hu Yang directly. Cheng Hu eventually agreed, which led to their current meeting. Hearing this, Hu Yang couldn't help but exclaim with pride that his friend was exactly as expected. After talking in circles, Hu Yang returned to the main topic, asking why he kept following him. He warned that he wouldn't be responsible for his housing, stating bluntly that he was too poor to support him. Su Wuzhai finally clarified the situation, saying he had left before he could finish speaking, so he hadn't been able to explain everything clearly. Hu Yang dejectedly interrupted him. He said he didn't need to hear it because he was busy, and reminded him that he had promised to follow orders, yet he had already disobeyed twice, yesterday and today. "Or do you want me to repeat the command a third time? Just go home and live like a normal high school student. Is that so hard to understand?" Hu Yang shouted in frustration, but Su Wuzhai still spoke gently, asking him not to interrupt and to listen to the full explanation. Having no choice, Hu Yang listened seriously. Both of them were right. First, as he said, Chi Tai was much weaker and more pathetic than expected, but he was also stubborn and cruel, just as he had claimed. Thanks to him, he made it back in time for his parents' anniversary yesterday. However, last night, while the family of 3 was heading home, after enjoying a wonderful meal and the happiness of a family reunion, someone suddenly approached to confront them. The driver warned tensely that his son had run into the wrong person. Naturally, that person was none other than Chitai. His appearance left Su Wujai's father quite stunned, so he softly asked what was wrong. Despite the polite inquiry, he rudely cursed at the man. Seeing this, Su Wujai's father approached to check on him, asking what happened to his face. Chitai spat on the ground and shouted. He told him he was being too noisy and that he had nothing to say to him. Then, Chitai demanded that Su Wujai speak with him. However, Su Wujai's expression now seemed very angry. Out of concern, his father turned to ask what was wrong, noticing his son's face more closely. Su Wujai quickly interrupted his father. He told him not to worry and that it was nothing, saying he would go talk for a bit and then return, urging his parents to go home first. This situation immediately made both of them anxious. The scene shifted to a city alleyway where Su Wujai had become silent. Immediately, Chitai maliciously struck him and cursed, calling him a piece of trash. He ordered him to defeat Hu Yang first and bring his head back, after which he would rebuild the alliance. He also planned to deal with those who dared to defy him today and recruit new soldiers. He didn't care about their skill level. Whoever was most loyal would be #1 at the school. He gave him exactly 1 day to fix everything. However, Su Wujai still didn't dare to utter a single word, which only made Chitai more furious as he asked if he understood. Seeing him remain silent, Chitai gave him a warning slap. Unexpectedly, Su Wujai blocked the blow. He bluntly asserted that it was enough. Things had gone far enough, and it was time for him to stop. Siak Ki's uncooperative attitude infuriated Kai Ti. "Have you been beaten, stupid? Do you know who I am?" Kai Ti barked. However, Siak Ki remained firm, replying, "Do as you wish, but let's end everything here. No matter how much we fight, I don't have the confidence to defeat that person." Kai Ti immediately suggested, "If you can't win a duel, find another way, ambush him or stab him. I don't care what methods you use. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." Seeing this, Siak Ki confidently said, "I don't want to hear it, nor do I want to do those things." Kai Ti then screamed in his face, "No one cares what you want. What matters is that I'm ordering you to do it. You're just someone who follows my commands." Siak Ki, no longer afraid, questioned him firmly, "From now on, I have no reason to obey you anymore. In the future, you will still be my senior at school, but I will no longer follow your orders. You are no longer the one who can command me. You were the one who agreed to this bet. If you want to settle anything in the future, do it yourself." This situation drove Kai Ti into a rage, causing him to kick a nearby trash can. He burst out laughing as if he were high. "This guy is finished." Suddenly, Kai Ti leaned his head close to Siak Ki's. "Hey, Kang Siak Ki, have you forgotten who provides for your family? You know your whole family are my slaves. I am your master. With just 1 word from me, your family will be living under a bridge, do you understand? I don't know about the others, but you can't defy me. Stop being stubborn and settle everything properly." Despite Kai Ti's threats, he remained steadfast. "I cannot do it. You were the one who agreed to that wager." Siak Ki's attitude made him even angrier. "Being this stubborn won't be good for your family. Your family owes quite a lot, don't they? Not only do you owe the bank, but your family also owes my father a huge amount. Do you plan on living in debt for decades, maybe even your whole life? Regardless, this has been your command since birth, so just accept it. I'm tired of talking, so let's leave it at that." Suddenly, Siak Ki spoke up. "My dream is to graduate from high school and live a normal life as a civil servant, to be filial to my parents, build a home, and live a peaceful, happy life. To others, that might not be much, but it was my dream. That's why I've endured for so long. I've truly endured. I bowed my head and gritted my teeth to tolerate you. I threw away my pride, did things I didn't want to do, and hurt innocent people. But now I understand that as long as you're around, that dream of mine can never come true." Kai Ti listened with a calm expression. "It's good that you finally understand so." But before he could finish, Siak Ki interrupted. "My small wish, my simple future, I will give it all up now. And in exchange, just this once, I'm going to beat the hell out of you." His answer left Kai Ti staring in shock. Without giving him time to react, Siak Ki delivered a fatal blow. The strike was so powerful it left Kai Ti gasping for air. Kai Ti was beaten so badly he couldn't stand up. Then Siak Ki spoke, "Get up, I still have a lot to say to you." In that moment, he stepped on Kai Ti's head. "Don't play dead, drag your body up. I gave up everything just to take your life. You collapsed after less than 2 punches. That's so unfair to me, isn't it? Siak Ki grabbed his hair and pulled him up, preparing to teach Kai Ti a lesson he'd never forget. At this point, he cried out, "Siak Ki, stop! One more hit and I'll really die. Don't." Seeing him beg, he thought to himself, in his current state, another blow might actually kill him. Is he worth me becoming a murderer for? Thus, in an instant, Siak Ki spared his life. He sighed and said, "I'm leaving home to live on my own. That means from now on I have no connection to my family, so don't touch them. The grudge between you and me ends here." Kai Ti, gasping for breath, managed to reply, "Fine, I understand. I won't touch them, just don't kill me." Before leaving, Siak Ki didn't forget to threaten him. "If you dare break your promise, I won't show any mercy, that's for sure. After all, I have nothing left to lose." Having settled the matter, Siak Ki looked up at the sky and pondered, "Have I really been taking orders from someone like this all this time?" He then left the alley. Meanwhile, Kai Ti was humiliated and utterly furious. He swore to himself, "I will definitely get my revenge. No matter how much money it costs or how long it takes, I will have my vengeance. Hyun Hyung, Kang Siak Ki, I'll send you both to hell at any cost." After dealing with Kai Ti, Siak Ki went to see Hu Yang. "That's why I left home. For my family and for myself, it was the best way." At this point, Hu Yang questioned him. "No matter how you put it, it's because you didn't have a plan, right? You're really a fool." However, Zai Wu's insisted he had thought it through before making his decision. Hearing this, Hu Yang felt sympathetic, as that choice suited his current situation. "It just doesn't suit my wallet," Hu Yang remarked. Zai Wu's then admitted that since he had nowhere else to go, Hu Yang had to take responsibility for him. But Hu Yang still wondered why he thought that way. Zai Wu's believed it was Hu Yang's own suggestion, so he quickly countered, saying he had misunderstood his meaning. His words seemed to make Zai Wu's realize the implication. "If you don't like it, I'll leave," he said, and the atmosphere suddenly became very somber. Seeing no response from Hu Yang, he turned to walk away, saying he understood and that with his physique he could survive anywhere. "I've troubled you enough," he said. Watching him walk away, Hu Yang felt guilty, thinking that if he let this kid go, he would surely end up joining a gang. He would likely join a group of thugs or loan sharks, so Hu Yang finally made a decision and rushed after Zai Wu's to call him back. "Seriously, just follow me for now and we'll figure things out later," Hu Yang said, an offer that left Zai Wu's deeply grateful as he thanked him. A short while later, they arrived at Hu Yang's house. At that moment, Yuna was carrying a laundry basket to the rooftop, lost in her music as she walked. She seemed to be in a very excited mood when suddenly, a tall figure approached from behind, gradually drawing closer to her. Yuna sensed something strange and turned around, only to be terrified by his massive frame. Thinking it was a bear, she immediately tried to run and call for help. However, the man politely greeted her. Because it was so dark, Yuna thought he was a talking bear, but she eventually calmed down after taking a closer look. Realizing he was human, Yuna breathed a sigh of relief. However, her reaction left Zai Wu's feeling quite bewildered. Just then, Hu Yang stepped out of the house and noted that the water had just boiled. He was surprised to see Yuna there hanging laundry and told her to carry on, but she asked who the stranger was. Hu Yang quickly explained that he was a guest. Upon hearing this, Yuna was surprised and asked if he was Hu Yang's brother, introducing herself as Na Yuna. However, Zai Wu's corrected her, saying he was Hu Yang's younger brother named Zhang Wu's. Their names immediately made Yuna feel quite curious. She wondered why their surnames were different since Hu Yang's surname was Hu, but he explained it was a long story and that the boy would be staying with him for now. Zai Wu's massive build still intimidated Yuna, who thought he really looked like a bear. A few minutes later, Hu Yang urged them to come inside as the water was boiling. Zai Wu's immediately followed his instructions. Upon entering, he is greeted by the sight of a delicious-looking pot of noodles, and as Hu Yang serves him a large bowl, Shikai quickly blows on it to cool it down. He eats with great relish, prompting Hu Yang to advise him to slow down since no one is going to take it from him. Shikai explains he hasn't eaten since leaving home and is starving, so Hu Yang agrees that skipping meals with his build is a pity. He offers to cook 2 more packs, and when Shikai thanks him, Hu Yang dismisses it as just noodles but mentions that the constant formal speech feels awkward. Shikai reveals that since he has officially taken responsibility for him, he must remain polite, though Hu Yang is flustered and asks him to stop. Shikai remains firm, believing politeness to one's master is basic, but Hu Yang insists that he is not anyone's master. He suggests being treated as an older brother instead, as being called master reminds him of that scoundrel Yan Jai, and they aren't a gang. Shikai ignores the request, claiming he is more comfortable speaking this way, which leaves Hu Yang feeling completely helpless. Hu Yang wonders who could possibly be comfortable with that, but tells him to do as he pleases, making Shikai very excited. He agrees to continue acting this way, but Hu Yang secretly feels annoyed, thinking the boy is just pretending to be polite while ultimately doing whatever he wants. During the meal, Shikai asks about tomorrow's plans, and Hu Yang admits he was about to ask the same thing as he is still unsure of what to do. As they wonder where to go, Shikai suggests that whether they pursue business or education, they must first have money, a point Hu Yang concedes. He agrees they need funds, and Shikai recalls how Yan Jai would order him to go around schools, defeat the leaders, and take their money. This comment irritates Hu Yang, who clarifies that isn't his style, and it turns out Shikai feels the same way about it. Shikai agrees that he doesn't act like a thug, but notes that while Hu Yang is an adult, his own status as a minor limits his job options. He suggests working at a construction site for a few days and delivering food at night, noting it is a good way to earn quick cash despite the exhaustion. Hu Yang asks if he knows how to ride a motorcycle, and Shikai confirms he has been riding recently while suddenly recalling a memory from his past. Because in the past, Yan Jai? But Hu Yang unexpectedly stops him, saying he doesn't need details as only the present matters. He tells him to work as a laborer by day and a delivery driver by night, and the next morning, the two head to a local restaurant to apply for jobs. Fortunately, the owner hires them, explaining that his delivery staff had just quit and he and his wife were worried about what to do. Both are thrilled to be hired and promise to work hard, but the owner suddenly asks if they are involved with any gangs. Hu Yang immediately blames Shikai's appearance for the suspicion and clarifies to the owner that they are definitely not thugs. Although the owner looks skeptical of his identity, he eventually decides to let it go as long as they aren't criminals. Since they are in a hurry, he asks them to start immediately but warns them to stay away from anyone on a blue motorcycle. Despite their curiosity, he firmly insists they listen, and that evening a blue motorcycle appears out on the highway. The individual wears a blue bliss jacket, part of a menacing gang that makes the owner's repeated warnings leave them very curious. He tells them to avoid every person on a blue bike, revealing that those men usually have lightning tattoos on their right arms. However, since they cannot stare at the hands of strangers, they should simply avoid any blue motorcycle they see on the road. He warns them not to look around and to just stay away, adding that if they feel unsafe, they shouldn't work at his shop or any nearby. He emphasizes he is only saying this for their sake, but the two remain confident and agree to the job, which greatly pleases the owner. That evening, while on their way home, Hu Yang suggested stopping by the convenience store where Yuna worked to pick up some noodles and beer. However, Shijai replied that he wasn't of age yet and would just have milk, leading Hu Yang to call him a coward while explaining it was just a fermented barley drink before telling him to get whatever he wanted. Yuna greeted them excitedly as they entered, but her expression quickly soured as she snapped that she didn't sell cigarettes, forcing Shijai to clarify that he didn't smoke. Yuna then warned that she wouldn't sell them alcohol either, but he again declined, leaving only Hu Yang to head to the counter to pay. Yuna looked completely bewildered when she saw Shijai holding a carton of milk, prompting him to ask if she was going to ring him up. Yuna stared at his face in disbelief until Hu Yang spoke up to defend him, telling her not to just stand there since everyone has their own preferences. Yuna quickly processed their items, and once she was finished, Shijai politely thanked her and handed over the money. Despite his politeness, his terrifying appearance irritated her, and she told him not to call her sister with a face that looked like a local thug, which caused Shijai to fall silent in a way that startled her. He then told her she hadn't given him his change, and later, while sitting outside, Shijai noted that the neighborhood seemed plagued by gangs, brawls, and robberies that disrupted local businesses. After describing those incidents, Shijai offered to take them all out, but Hu Yang questioned why they would ever do such a thing. He reminded him that they weren't the police or superheroes like Batman or Spider-Man, but Shijai's expression suddenly turned grave. He argued that leaving things as they were would only lead to more complications and that it was a good deed, but Hu Yang just took a swig of beer and shouted in frustration. He asked if Shijai knew the consequences of meddling in other people's business just to be a good person, pointing out that it had already led to 1 prison stint and 2 expulsions. He stated he had no desire to experience that again, and that they should leave police work to the police while focusing on their own responsibilities. When Shijai asked what those responsibilities were, Hu Yang replied that they needed to make money, noting that while they were stuck with beer and instant noodles now, things would change. He envisioned a future where they would dine on pasta and wine in luxury, joking about having beautiful women join them before remarking on how Shijai was finally speaking his mind. He noted that Shijai hadn't been this way when talking to Yuan Kai, so Shijai calmly asked if he should speak to him like he spoke to that man, causing Hu Yang to point a finger at him. He told him there was no need, and to just speak however he felt most comfortable, as both Shijai and Hu Yang seemed genuinely satisfied with their current lives. Finishing his thought, he raised his beer can and told him to keep working hard, advising him to simply ignore the thugs on the blue motorcycles if they ever crossed paths. He claimed they would eventually get bored and leave him alone, and after they clinked their drinks, the scene shifted to a construction site the following morning. The two of them worked tirelessly hauling heavy bags of cement, and by evening, they were rushing to deliver food to customers for Jinxin's best night snack. Shijai's massive physique startled every customer he served, and even his polite wish for them to enjoy their meal left people pale with fear. Seeing a customer eat so heartily made Shijai happy, as he assumed it was due to his attentive service, though his intense gaze actually terrified the man into repeatedly insisting the food was delicious. Just then, a delivery order for pancakes came in, and the owner confirmed he would send it out immediately before thanking the customer. The owner then turned to Shijai and asked if he knew the location of Villa 202, to which he confirmed he did, just as Hu Yang returned from his own delivery run. He asked the owner if Shijai had already left to deliver the order, but the man's worried expression prompted Hu Yang to ask what was wrong. His face grew incredibly grim as he immediately sped off on his scooter, eventually arriving at the nearest hospital and shouting Shijai's name as he ran inside. After searching for a few minutes, he found Shijai covered in injuries with his arm in a cast. This sight sent Hu Yang into a fit of rage, as he demanded to know exactly what had happened to him. He insisted that Shijai wasn't weak enough to be beaten into such a state, but Shijai simply claimed that he had crashed because he wasn't yet skilled at riding the scooter. Naturally, this lie couldn't fool Hu Yang. He shouted directly, "Do I look like an idiot to you? Do I look so dim-witted that I can't distinguish between a bike accident and a beating?" Shijai remained silent for a long while. Hu Yang continued, "I have a rough idea of why you ended up here, but I want to hear it from your own mouth. I haven't mentioned other matters yet. But I believe there's no need for us to lie about things like this. Didn't you come to stay at my house because you trusted me?" Hu Yang's sincerity finally won Shijai over, who began to recount, "I had just finished a delivery and was on my way back." He noticed several lights converging on him through the rearview mirror. It became increasingly unusual as they all grouped together and accelerated toward him. What was even more notable was that they were all riding blue motorcycles. Shijai was certain they were the same bastards from the other day. Not wanting to get involved with them, he tried to turn away, but they continued to provoke him. Following a signal from a man with a tattoo on his arm, Shijai was immediately surrounded. It was clear they wouldn't leave him alone. "Just turn left over there," he thought. The moment he signaled to turn, the tattooed man revved his engine and sped forward. He even pulled up close on the left to block Shizai's path. Both of them then stopped their bikes. Shijai immediately asked them, "What's going on?" "Follow us if you don't want to die," one of them replied. One of them spoke up. With no way out, Shijai decided to take a risk and follow them to a deserted, secluded corner. The group cornered Shijai in a dark spot. "Why are you blocking me?" he asked. Even after removing his helmet, he still didn't recognize who they were. He only saw a man who looked like the leader speak. "I've never seen this guy before. Is he a rookie?" A subordinate spoke up. "There's a terrifyingly delicious night snack logo on his bike." "Ah, so he's just a part-timer," the leader remarked. Shijai replied, "That's right, but do you have some business with me?" "If I have inadvertently offended you, I apologize." They found his words laughable. "Apologize, you idiot, don't you know who we are?" Yet he indifferently claimed he didn't know. This was the trigger for the upcoming conflict. The leader growled, "Ask any biker in this area if there's anyone who doesn't know us." He calmly replied, "I used to live elsewhere. I only recently moved to this area for my part-time job. Today is my first day, so I truly don't know you." An overexcited subordinate was immediately stopped by the purple-haired man. "Fine, if you didn't know before, you'll know today. Regardless, you're coming with us from now on." Those words sparked a wave of questioning from the subordinates. "Captain, are you planning to let him join the gang?" "So what? Look how capable he appears." What if he's just a big guy with no real skill? If the boss finds out? Shizai was now starting to feel dazed. Captains, bosses, everything was becoming a blur to him. After a moment of hesitation, the man asked a question to reassert his authority over the gang. So you lot aren't going to listen to me anymore, is that it? No, sir, we wouldn't dare. The leader glared. If you want to flatter me, you'd better learn to be a bit more tactful. If you keep barking like that, I'll rip your mouth apart. After disciplining his subordinates, he turned back to the main character of the night. Anyway, you're coming with me. I'll explain everything more clearly later. Shizai immediately turned down the offer. That probably won't be possible. Thank you for the offer, but I'm not really interested. I'm sorry, feeling humiliated by the rejection. He immediately curled his lip. You really are clueless, aren't you? You think Bluebeats is inviting you to join. Around here, we don't do that. It's an order. Even at this point, he remained polite, bowing his head in refusal. Regardless, I'm not interested. I'm leaving. In the end, it had to come down to violence. The leader gave the command, what are you all still standing there for? Go and enlighten him so he understands how things work, looking at the thugs surrounding him. Shizai wondered if he should fight back, but Hu Yang had said that if he just let them land a few hits, they would get bored and leave. Following that logic, he was punched in the shoulder and kicked in the knee, even taking a heavy blow to the stomach. Yet he remained completely unharmed. It reached the point where they began to think his body was made of steel. The leader said, see, I told you he had potential. My eye for talent is never wrong. Shizai thought they were satisfied enough, so he asked to leave first. However, the leader wasn't about to let such a choice prize slip away. He riled up his subordinates' spirits to a whole new level. Hey, if you don't do this properly, you're all dead meat. Let me see just how much of a beating he can take. With that, he pulled a pair of brass knuckles from his pocket and put them on. Then he delivered a heavy, agonizing blow to Shizai's chin. That's why I told you that you should have listened from the start. The next second, he was stunned by the boy's expression, realizing that taking a metal pipe to the face didn't faze him at all. This kid was truly terrifying. As for Zaiwuki, he remained calm and repeated his question, asking if they were finished before turning to leave without another word. But he suddenly felt his body go numb and paralyzed. He lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, unaware that the filthy purple-haired thug had used a taser, mocking his toughness before ordering the others to beat him. Taking advantage of Zaiwuki's inability to resist, they repeatedly kicked him for several minutes until their leader stopped them, mocking the battered boy about his night job. Warning him not to report them to the police since it would be useless, they departed, bringing Zaiwuki's ordeal to a temporary end. Hu Yang suppressed his emotions while listening to him say he might need to find a new job, as those thugs would likely return to cause more trouble. Deep down, Hu Yang was filled with a rage that made him want to tear those thugs to pieces, but he hid it to avoid worrying Zaiwuki. Hu Yang asked about the strength of those lowlifes, and Zaiwuki claimed that in a fair fight he could have defeated 5 of them at once. However, they were clearly stronger than typical school delinquents, possessing far more combat experience and a much more aggressive nature. Hu Yang acknowledged his suffering, but Zaiwuki worried that since they saw the restaurant's name on the delivery bike, they would eventually come to the shop to cause trouble. He suggested that if they just left quietly, the thugs might only show up once or twice, but Hu Yang quickly corrected this naive assumption. He told Zaiwuki they wouldn't let it go so easily, despite Zaiwuki's belief that taking the beating would prevent the situation from escalating. When Zaiwuki mentioned fighting back, Hu Yang interrupted him, suggesting that they should rely on the law and report the matter to the police. Recalling the purple-haired man's threats, Zaiwuki lamented that they likely had powerful backers, making him fear that the police would be unable to do anything. Having decided on his own way to handle the situation, Hu Yang left and returned to the restaurant where he worked later that night. The owner anxiously asked if the bikers were involved, but Hu Yang lied and said they weren't to keep the truth from being revealed. He claimed Zaiwuki had simply fallen while avoiding a cat and only had minor scratches, insisting the bikers had nothing to do with it. The owner sighed in relief, and seeing the restaurant clean and organized, Hu Yang suddenly remembered his own responsibilities. He quickly apologized for not being there to help clean up, but the owner told him it was fine and to just finish up before heading home. While cleaning, Hu Yang asked the owner just how dangerous those bikers were that everyone felt the need to be so cautious around them. He noted they seemed like mere local thugs, and the owner agreed that they used to be nothing more than noisy drunks gathering at night. They were just a bunch of degenerate drunks, until a man named Jiang Yujun appeared and changed everything in just 3 days. He single-handedly defeated every thug in the area to become their leader, with each sector consisting of about 6 or 7 members. Together, they formed an organization of blue-clad motorcycle delinquents, prompting Hu Yang to cautiously ask why no one reported them to the police. The owner replied that despite living in a society governed by law, they had reported the gang many times to no avail. Even if arrested, they were only detained for a few days, and once released, they would take revenge on the informant with 3 or 4 times the violence. Hu Yang was frustrated to hear they were only held for a few days, and asked why the police couldn't handle them even if they were a gang. The owner explained they weren't an ordinary gang, as their ranks included powerful business owners and even influential politicians. To join the organization, someone like Jiang Yujin needed a high-level recommendation. Essentially, it was a playground for the wealthy and powerful. He concluded that ordinary people like them were powerless and just had to live cautiously, leaving Hu Yang to finally understand the gravity of the situation. It turned out that influential figures were shielding those criminals and using them as their personal enforcers. The shop owner added that he only knew this much from rumors and suggested it was best to avoid such dangerous people. Their conversation ended as they finished the final tasks, and while Hu Yang was moving the last crate into the warehouse, his curiosity was piqued by something nearby. Hu Yang asked the owner what it was, and he explained it was a relic from when the shop sold chicken years ago that he had completely forgotten about. It had been left in storage and ignored because throwing it away felt like a waste, even though it was no longer of any use. He asked to take the chicken costume and received the owner's permission. By the next morning, the thugs were gathered and smoking as usual. While one bragged about drugging a drink, a strange figure caught their attention as Hu Yang, dressed in the chicken suit, began to speak. Identifying them by their blue motorcycle and lightning tattoos, he called out the jobless punks for terrorizing the neighborhood before taking action. He marched toward them, and when the tattooed man mocked him as a delivery boy, he replied he was delivering a beating and launched a kick. He struck the orange-haired thug directly, leaving the white-haired one stunned by his overwhelming strength and wondering where this chicken came from. The white-haired man quickly became Hu Yang's second target, receiving a relentless barrage of punches and kicks until he was thoroughly beaten. Realizing the danger, the tattooed leader ordered his men to attack, but the 2 who rushed forward were immediately met with a counteroffensive. One man was knocked senseless while the other was hoisted into the air, helplessly stammering and asking if he knew who they were. Hu Yang replied that he knew exactly who they were while pulling a spray bottle from his pocket and marking the man's clothing. He warned them he would return the next day before using the mask's beak to strike the thug's face, leaving him bloodied and trembling. Declaring himself the giant spicy fried chicken, he left the entire group sprawled on the ground before taking a final look and departing. After an unknown amount of time, the thugs began to regain consciousness, with the orange-haired one groggily struggling to sit up. He woke his companions, asking if they were still alive and telling them to get up, prompting the rest of the group to finally stir. The white-haired man wondered who their attacker was, while the most injured member of the group claimed they would find out tomorrow. He explained that the attacker had explicitly promised to return, a detail the others had missed because they were unconscious at the time. As night fell, a large group of delinquents gathered under the bridge, waiting for the mysterious figure to return at the appointed time. 4 men stood apart from the rest, clearly the ones Hu Yang had defeated earlier, as they were ordered to stand in a proper line. Ying Yin mocked their inability to stand straight and threatened to knock their teeth out if they didn't toughen up and follow orders. As their leader, he demanded they repeat who had beaten them, acting as though he couldn't believe the ridiculous story he had heard. When they admitted a chicken had attacked them, Ying Yin delivered a heavy blow, furiously mocking them for being defeated by such a thing. He berated them for their incompetence, wondering how he could possibly report to his superiors that his men were taken down by a chicken. He felt his reputation was ruined by their failure, while his subordinate could do nothing but repeatedly offer desperate apologies. Once his anger subsided, Ying Yin confirmed the detail about the attacker's return, asking if the chicken had really promised to show up again. After receiving confirmation, Ying Yin ordered the entire gang to assemble at that location the next day, threatening to break their necks if anyone was late. The following morning, a massive crowd of thugs gathered in the alley, where Ying Yin impatiently questioned if the target was even going to show up. "That's what I heard him say," As soon as he finished, the blonde guy took another kick. If he doesn't show up, you'll die in his place. I'll keep thrashing you until I catch him. You're going to get beaten over and over again? Got it. Just as he was about to teach him another lesson, the protagonist appeared. Hu Yang, dressed in a chicken suit, made a grand entrance. A real chicken? Seriously? He looked at the overwhelming numbers but still spoke boldly. What's this? I'm a bit disappointed. I made it clear yesterday. You should have prepared better. Are you saying we're going to lose? Lose to you alone? Let me be blunt. It's not just losing. You're all getting a one-way ticket to the dental clinic. These words immediately provoked Rong Yin. You guys lost to that crackhead? I'll have to beat you more later. The blonde guy bowed his head and said, I'm sorry. But he might look crazy, but he's actually very strong, very strong. For someone at your level, I suppose that's true. With that, Rong Yin gave his subordinates an enticing task. Take off that chicken head. Whoever gets it first gets a 1,000,001 bonus. On the other side, Hu Yang didn't hesitate to fire back. Hey, I want to play too. Whoever takes off my mask, I'll give them 2,000,001. One of them rushed forward with a baseball bat, shouting, You'd better keep your word. It seemed like he would strike, but Hu Yang dodged and closed in right in front of his face. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. However, taking my money won't be easy. And just like that, one was down. Next, he glanced to his right. So, how do you like the taste of spicy fried chicken? Is it to your liking? Another man who didn't know his limits tried his luck. The result was the same, knocked out. This is the crispy fried chicken punch. Fighting in this mask is actually quite comfortable. This concept really works. I guess I have quite a few talents. I wonder if I could get on TV wearing this. Exactly, a spicy chicken on TV. How could that not be interesting? But what should I do? Just wearing the suit might be a bit boring. Maybe I should do acrobatics in the chicken suit. That would be funnier. I could make a lot of money. While lost in these idle thoughts, he continued to drop his enemies one by one. He suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, what am I thinking about in the middle of a fight? Now his only opponent left was Rong Yin, by some miracle. He grabbed him by the neck. I got carried away with my thoughts while fighting you guys. My apologies. The man asked him, Who the hell are you? What's your goal? You're too weak, so you're not qualified to talk to me. I'll be back at this exact time tomorrow. Make sure you're better prepared this time. Got it? With that, Hu Yang used his pecking chicken technique right on Rong Yin's face. The scene shifts to an abandoned factory where someone can be heard venting their anger. Have you guys been getting thrashed lately? I'm sorry, boss. It's a sensitive time right now. I told you not to let things like this happen, but none of you listen to me, do you? Rong Yin immediately denied it. However, his boss didn't see it that way. He slowly pressed his cigarette butt against Rong Yin's forehead. Then how did it happen? Why did you get beaten up? At that moment, Yu Gan issued a warning. Not long ago, there was a reception for the big shots of the mainland faction. Contractor representatives hosted executives from major corporations. They have high expectations for us and said if we handle their tasks well, we'll become official members of the mainland faction. Stop messing around with the petty things you're doing now. The priority is becoming official members. You can't imagine how much effort I put in just to get that guarantee. Yet my men got their asses kicked by some psycho in a chicken suit. What if those rumors reach their ears? What do you think will happen then? Rong Yin replied. We won't be able to join the mainland faction anymore. Yu Gan immediately denied it. That's not going to happen because I've already decided. No matter what dirty tricks I have to use, I will make the mainland faction accept our gang. Hearing that, Rong Yin wondered, then. Yu Gan gritted his teeth and said, Then only you will die. I'll beat you to death, and I'm not exaggerating. I'll show you a fate worse than death, after you're gone. I'll stuff you into a barrel and dump you into the ocean. Who knows? Maybe thousands of years from now, someone will fish you out and you'll become world famous. Our dear Rong Yin might even end up on display in a museum. I'm so jealous. Yu Gan's threats left Rong Yin trembling with fear. He stammered in response, I will definitely catch that chicken today. Yu Gan smirked coldly. How? I heard you were knocked out before you could even swing a punch. If you couldn't handle him yesterday, what makes you think you can today? Rong Yin stammered. I'll do my best. His answer only infuriated Yu Gan further. Are you saying you didn't do your best yesterday? Are you saying that even at such a critical time you're still performing this sloppily? Is that it? Ying Ren hurriedly replied. No, I wouldn't dare. What should I do? Do you have no actual plan other than begging for another chance? What if you fail again? Answer me, are you just incompetent or are you just giving me excuses to brush me off? Ying Renjun trembled and stammered. No, I wouldn't dare, I'm sorry. But Yu Gen wouldn't let Ying Ren off. He shouted, I asked a question, so answer it. Why do you keep apologizing? Under Yu Zhen's relentless pressure, Ying Ren's eyes welled with tears as sweat poured down. I'm sorry. That display of weakness annoyed Yu Zhen even more. Unable to hold back, Ying Ren suddenly burst into tears and sobbed, screaming, I am truly sorry. Because I am foolish, I don't know how to answer. Please give me orders, I will do whatever you say. Hearing this, Yu Zhen gave a sinister smirk. I know the extent of your abilities now. Move your gang to another territory. I'll handle that chicken myself. Ying Ren replied in a panic. Thank you, sir. Do you plan to take action personally? Yu Zhen coldly replied. No, this matter isn't worth my personal intervention. Ying Ren, I think after this. You won't be capable of holding the position of captain anymore. I'll probably hand it over to Jiang Yaocheng. Hearing that name, Ying Ren shuddered. Jiang Yaocheng, the boss's younger brother, had recently been released from prison. Yu Zhen then sternly told him, You will explain and guide Yao Cheng through the work. You already know, don't you? His personality is even worse than mine. Ying Ren immediately understood and replied, I understand, sir. Shortly after, on a deserted street, the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed loudly. Ying Ren had been at the meeting place for a long time waiting for Yao Cheng. You've arrived, sir. The vehicle came to a sudden halt as Yao Cheng took off his helmet. His attitude toward Ying Ren was far from pleasant. He coldly asked, Are you Ying Ren? Immediately, Ying Ren and his subordinates bowed 90 degrees in unison. Yes, greetings, sir. However, Yao Cheng's demeanor was not friendly at all. He smirked and said, I heard you just got beaten up. Those words made Ying Ren blush with shame. He bowed low and apologized. Seeing this, Yao Cheng scolded him harshly and then asked, Where is he? Take me to that chicken. Ying Ren quickly replied, Yes. Immediately, their group set off for Huixing's place. After arriving, Yu Zhen curiously asked, Is that the chicken? You guys really got thrashed by him? Ying Ren saw him and had to confess, I have no excuses. Suddenly, Huixing spoke up. You're a bit late today. I was worried you died somewhere. Yao Cheng was furious and cursed, not expecting the opponent to be such a massive chicken. Hearing that, Huixing suddenly stood up. What's this? The same ones from yesterday? Do you want to get thrashed again? Ying Ren shouted back, Watch your mouth today. But Yao Cheng interrupted him. You guys just stand there and watch. I'll take him on solo. Huixing laughed. Are you Jiang Yaojin? Yao Cheng was surprised. You even know my brother's name. As expected, you have an agenda, don't you? Huixing then mocked him. Who blabs about their agenda, you idiot? Fine, now isn't the time for chatter. I'll take my time beating you. It's no fun if it's too fast. This confrontation seemed quite interesting. Huixing smiled and said, You're quite confident, but words aren't enough. You need the strength to back them up. Hearing this, Yao Cheng smirked in mockery. Strength? It seems you don't know much about me. Do you know where the most savage and wicked people on this land are? Huixing was taken aback and tried to guess. Yao Cheng growled, It's the prison in Bit Boy. I just thrashed the leader in there. And I just got out with top honors. At this moment, Huixing thought, I remember when I was released, the boss of that area was. Could he have defeated all of them? If that's true, I'll have to fight for my life, and in this ridiculous outfit, I might actually lose. Seeing Huixing's unease and fighting spirit in that chicken suit, Yao Cheng couldn't help but laugh. He turned to Ying Ren's subordinates. Watch closely. Yes, sir. Then Yao Cheng lunged forward to attack, his speed like lightning and his gaze sharp. Barrage of punches and kicks surrounded Huixing, making him struggle to defend himself in shock as the man continuously struck. Yang Yin's allies watched in admiration as 5 consecutive strikes were delivered in an instant. As the boss's younger brother, Yao Xiang was feeling incredibly self-important. That man mocked him, asking if he planned to fight back, before striking Hu Yang with another powerful blow. Unexpectedly, Hu Yang pushed back and blocked his enraged fist, leaving Yao Xiang in utter disbelief. Suddenly, Hu Yang spoke, saying he finally realized that man was just a pretender and taunted that with such weak punches, he must have suffered greatly during his time in Chambit. Those words made Yu Sheng freeze as a look of guilt crossed his face, leaving him speechless before he asked if the other had also been in Janbai. Hu Yang replied that he had been out for a while, to which Yu Sheng boasted that, as the king of Janbai, he must not have known who he was dealing with. After speaking, he threw a punch at Hu Yang, but the result was the same as before. Hu Yang blocked it easily and mocked his lack of strength. Hu Yang then spun around and delivered a powerful kick that sent Yu Sheng flying into the ground, leaving Yang Yin's subordinates staring in shock. The vice leader was asked if he was okay, but Yu Sheng gritted his teeth and told them to get lost before lunging at Hu Yang, while Yang Yin watched anxiously. After a blow to the head, Yu Sheng clutched his hand and screamed in pain while Hu Yang removed his mask and asked if he had gone mad. He mocked him for being stupid enough to punch a high-quality helmet and suggested he should have targeted his stomach or chest instead. Infuriated, Yu Sheng cursed and threw a series of punches at Hu Yang's face, but the man continued to provoke him. He joked that he would be embarrassed if his chest were hit, and told him that obeying would result in less pain before grabbing Yu Sheng's arm. With a smirk, he told him to stay down, but Yu Sheng furiously told him to die, giving Hu Yang an opening while he was agitated. Hu Yang kicked him hard enough to send him rolling on the ground, and mockingly praised him for being obedient before telling him to stand up. He called him a good boy, which only made Yu Sheng angrier as he insisted he could stand on his own, though Hu Yang doubted he could. Yu Sheng charged again, but in just 3 seconds, Hu Yang slapped him so hard that he lost his balance and fell to the ground once more. As the man cursed in a rage, Hu Yang thought that while he was experienced, he wasn't a true king of Janbai, ranking only 4th or 5th. There were far worse monsters there, and Yang Yin's group watched in horror as their vice leader was being one-sidedly crushed. Suddenly, Yu Sheng ordered his men to erase their memories of tonight, and Yang Yin quickly agreed. When they promised not to mention the fight, he snapped that they weren't allowed to remember anything at all. Yang Yin felt uneasy and confused by the sudden outburst before Yu Sheng turned his attention back to the man in the chicken mask. He asked if he knew how arrogant he was being, but Hu Yang simply smiled and said his level of confidence was just right. Yu Sheng revealed he was in Janbai for attempted murder and vowed to succeed this time, making Hu Yang sigh in disbelief. Hu Yang said he was surprised and offered to fight seriously if he put the knife away, but Yu Sheng laughed and asked if he was scared. He threatened to skewer him, but Hu Yang gave a final warning to put the weapon away for his own safety. Yu Sheng told him to worry about his own life, and as he swung the knife recklessly, Hu Yang realized he was in a dangerous situation. He saw that the man truly intended to kill him and knew that if he wasn't taught a lesson, he would eventually become a murderer. Hu Yang stepped in and struck Yu Sheng's stomach, making him collapse in pain, then asked if he really thought he was the most dangerous man alive. He noted how much the man enjoyed making others tremble, but warned him that reality was different before Yu Sheng cursed him for preaching. As Yu Sheng's body began to shake, Hu Yang asked if he was angry enough to resort to using a knife against him. He mocked him for needing a weapon against the chicken he had looked down on, and as Yu Sheng lunged again, Hu Yang steeled his resolve. Vowing to teach him a lesson, he punched Yu Sheng in the face without mercy, leaving him dazed and cursing in pain. As the man wondered what was happening, Hu Yang ridiculed him for being a mere brat before asking the others if they had any money. With vice leader Yu Xiang defeated, Yang Yin grew terrified and hurriedly promised to gather all their money before instructing his subordinates. "Hand over all the cash, hurry." Hu Yang suddenly waved his hand and said, "Actually, never mind, go buy this for me instead." Hearing this, Yang Yin was puzzled. Back at the base, leader Yu Gan asked, "That bastard did this?" Yang Yin nodded in affirmation. Yu Gan was so enraged he nearly crushed the phone in his grip. It turned out the item Hu Yang wanted was a pen. "I've bought what you asked for." "Thanks," Hu Yang muttered while uncapping the pen. "I need to teach him a proper lesson, don't I?" "His name is Yu Xiang, right? Hearing your name gave me a great idea. It would have been much better if your name were Su Xiang. How annoying." Even Hu Yang was impressed, thinking he looked surprisingly cool and that the beard really suited him. He considered telling him to grow his hair long later to look even better. Yang Yin stood by and complied, though he secretly wondered why he had to endure this and cursed those damn bastards. After finishing the scribbles on Yu Xiang's face, Hu Yang laughed until he cried, then told them to pass a message to Yu Gan. "Do you want to meet up?" Back at the hideout, Yu Gan growled, asking about Yu Xiang's condition. Yang Yin replied that he wasn't too seriously injured. "I've taken him to a nearby hotel. It will take some time to scrub off all those words. I'm sorry we failed to do our job well." Yu Gan slammed his phone down in a rage, cursing the man. "He said he'd show up there every day, right? I need to go see him myself." Yu Gan's furious expression left Yang Yin speechless. Yu Gan declared he would go in person tomorrow. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a bar. Ayusu's voice rang out, singing about following the scent of flowers through the mist as someone fades away. Suddenly, someone ran over and called out, "Hey kid, senior." He immediately signaled for silence, making Zayusu pout in annoyance, grumbling that it wasn't even opening time yet. Just then 2 guests entered. The senior smiled and welcomed them, As they passed by, Zayusu was surprised, recognizing one of the men. He was a high-ranking leader of the mainland faction. Zayusu wondered why they were there. It was Jiao Bang, an official of the faction, followed by leader Yu Gan. Driven by curiosity, Zayusu eavesdropped on them. Jiao Bang spoke with authority, telling the other to sit, and Yu Gan complied. He then ordered the waiter to bring something delicious. Afterward, Jiao Bang poured a glass of wine and handed it to Yu Gan, telling him to drink. "Thank you." Yu Gan took it and downed it in one gulp without hesitation. He even praised the place for being bright and spacious. Yao Bang smiled, noting that revenue was steadily increasing and that it was a good spot for private matters before business hours. "We've considered putting you in charge of a place like this if you join us." Yu Gan was stunned to hear they had such intentions. Suddenly, Jiao Bang asked bluntly if he should still accept them, mentioning he'd heard rumors about Yu Gan's subordinates being beaten, which startled Yu Gan. "I heard not just your men, but even your own brother was thrashed." This remark cut Yu Gan deeply, leaving him feeling dejected as he admitted it was true. "Where did you hear that?" Jiao Bang replied that he was initially just disappointed by the weaklings under Yu Gan's command. "But now I'm disappointed in you too. What on earth are you doing? Instead of answering me, are you questioning me back?" Yu Gan lowered his head and apologized for his rudeness. "An apology is fine, now answer me." "Yes, it's the truth. My men and my brother were beaten by someone in a chicken mask." Jiao Bang grew serious, noting that if such rumors reached him, it meant many people already knew. "That's right." When asked for a solution, Yu Gan vowed to handle the man himself today, as no one else in the gang could match someone who beat his brother. "I have no choice but to do it myself." Jiao Bang clicked his tongue and sighed at the unpleasant reality. "Is your gang really only capable of this?" Yu Gan was left bewildered. "Sir," Jiao Bang continued, "no matter how good a fighter you are, you're the boss. A boss gives orders, they don't do the dirty work themselves." Upon hearing that, Yu Gan apologized and admitted he didn't quite understand, prompting Kaio Bang to ask if he truly thought defeating that man was a glorious achievement. On a battlefield, if a general is forced to swing his own sword because he cannot lead his troops, the outcome is already decided. How can I recommend you to Chairman Yun Jai-hyuan when your entire organization was shaken by a single madman? Yu Gan lowered his head in somber silence, repeatedly offering apologies as he endured the harsh scolding, while Kaio Bang reminded him that they were demons. "You seem to have become delusional lately and forgotten your true identity, thinking you are some kind of businessman when you are actually just a common thug. If you truly wish to become like us, then you must start behaving like a villain instead of this half-hearted imitation. Even villains possess their own sense of dignity." Yu Gan looked up with a gaze full of resolve and vowed to become a true villain tonight. Kaio Bang was highly satisfied and said he would await good news, while Zayuzu, who had overheard the entire conversation, wondered if this was what she suspected. At a construction site, a phone rang and Hu Yang answered it to find Zayuzu on the other end, who identified herself after he mentioned he had saved her number. She asked if he was the one who had been wearing a chicken mask and getting into fights lately, and despite his feigned confusion, she quickly realized it was indeed him. She scolded him for acting without thinking because the mainland faction had already noticed him, but Hu Yang remained calm, saying it was only natural for them to find out. When she asked if he intended to go out and fight again tonight, Hu Yang was surprised by how much information she had managed to gather. Zayuzu told him there was no time to explain and warned him to stay inside because his enemies were planning a lethal ambush rather than a fair fight. She warned him that there would be at least a dozen men who might be armed, and that even with his fighting skills, the situation was no laughing matter. She urged Hu Yang to live quietly for now since they hadn't discovered his true identity yet, but he responded by saying he was somewhat disappointed. Zayuzu shouted in confusion, asking if he expected gangsters to be kind, but Hu Yang clarified that his disappointment was actually directed at her. She was offended after risking her life to warn him, but Hu Yang thanked her for the concern while noting that she clearly didn't understand his true nature. He asked her if she really thought he was the type of person to hide in fear, regardless of how many powerful opponents he had to face. Hu Yang felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of diving into danger like a moth to a flame, thinking the situation was about to get very interesting. After the meeting at the bar concluded, Yu Gan immediately called his subordinates and ordered all members of Blue Bliss to mobilize for departure. At a desolate and aging construction site, Yu Gan waited while smoking a cigarette until the Blue Bliss members arrived and formed a line before him. They looked at their leader with anticipation as Yugan stood in pensive silence, his eyes burning with a rage that signaled a dramatic battle was about to unfold. Bodyguards stood in the shadows of a dark building, smoking as the men shouted for their leader, and Yugan ordered the full assembly of his forces with a mysterious expression. One man reported that the vice leader was currently absent, but Yugan told them to ignore it and asked if there were any other issues to address. Yugan became furious when he learned that Jai Hong's group had not arrived yet, despite being told they were on their way. He cursed Jai Hong for daring to be late when he was personally appearing, even though a subordinate claimed Jai Hong was preparing a gift for him. He refused to trust subordinates who had no sense of time, and declared that the punishment for Jai Hong and his group would be decided later. Yugan shouted for everyone's attention, and the group responded in unison as he explained that Blue Bliss was currently facing two possible paths. One path led to glory as members of the mainland faction, while the other led to a life of hiding as social outcasts at the bottom of society. He pointed out that during such a critical time, a single nuisance, a madman in a chicken mask, was the only thing standing in their way. He asked if they thought it was acceptable to let a guy in a chicken mask threaten their success, noting that he had originally intended for them to handle it themselves. However, the news leaked and reached the mainland faction's officials. Though the details were skewed, few people actually cared about the truth. "Is this what you want? I'll be expelled from the mainland faction, and you'll all be forced back to your pathetic lives as street thugs. Is that what you're after? You don't want that, do you? A real man should aim high, and fighting a major battle is only natural. I'll arrange a meeting with that bastard, and then you'll have to deal with him yourselves. Tear off that bastard's mask and shatter his bones. Break his arms and legs using your fists, or better yet, weapons. Anything is permitted as long as you don't kill him." As a torrential rain poured down, everyone ran for cover. Yugan held an umbrella as the man in the chicken mask appeared and asked if he had arrived. "I am Yugan, the leader of the Bluebeats. I heard you wanted to see me, so here I am. Thank you for coming. Shall we start with a friendly exchange?" "You're quite different from what Hisu described. You're very impatient, but don't worry, you'll be fighting for the rest of your life. Before that, I want to know your goal and who you're working for." "Are you curious? It's no secret, so I'll tell you." Yugan found it suspicious that he would speak so easily, thinking the man was just a foul-tempered lowlife. "You're hogging that massive umbrella while making your subordinates stand in the rain to shield you. I knew you wouldn't talk easily, so do I have to beat it out of you? Go ahead and try, we'll see who gets beaten if you actually have the skill. I'm sorry, but I'm not your opponent, so assemble the entire squad right now." The rain intensified as a crowd wielding clubs gathered. "Just as I thought, at least your younger brother had the guts to fight alone. Are you really more pathetic than him? You know I'm the leader, so I don't need to get my hands dirty for this. You'll have to defeat all my subordinates first before I deal with you. Just admit you're too scared to come out from behind your lackeys. Why bother with excuses? You bastard, you certainly have a sharp tongue. Finish this before I'm done with this cigarette." They charged from all sides, but the man in the chicken mask was swift, dodging their strikes with ease. "He's fast, but that's all he has. The only question is how many minutes he can hold out in this disadvantageous situation. Even the heavens aren't on your side, as the rain makes it impossible to see ahead." Suddenly, he took a heavy blow from behind. "He's been hit, keep at it." Hu Yang thought they were celebrating too early as he moved like lightning to escape and kicked each of them in the face. They never expected the man in the chicken mask to be so skilled. "My vision is so obstructed that it's hindering my movements." Yugan held his cigarette and complained about the wait. "I'm almost finished with this one, so we'll take care of him right now, boss." One of them swung a blade at his face, but he managed to dodge just in time and countered with a strike right to the man's face. Single punch sent the man crashing down while the others watched in confusion. Hu Yang wondered if the moisture was blood or sweat, knowing he could handle these weaklings, but the leader was the real problem. "I still don't know his true strength, but he won't be an easy target. I might need to be at my peak physical condition just to stand a chance against him." That man threw his nearly finished cigarette to the ground. "I thought we could finish him quickly, but it seems he's stronger than I anticipated. In a one-on-one fight, I'd probably end up in rough shape, proving the veteran's advice right." Yugan landed a stinging punch, but Hu Yang bit the man's clothes and countered from behind. However, another man struck Hu Yang's back with a club. He had to fight all three armed men alone, eventually punching one so hard his face was distorted. Using all his strength to fight back, Hu Yang took down many men alone. He was getting tired, fearing hand injuries, and considering removing his helmet. Suddenly, a new car sped toward them, drawing everyone's attention. Yugan was surprised, wondering who it was, and Hu Yang was equally curious. It was Shiji. Where are your men and why are you alone? I'm sorry, boss, but before he could finish, he was punched in the face. Thanks for the escort, now go to sleep. Are you Yugan? What is it this time? His face darkened as he walked straight ahead. Shiji looked out the window and said it was boring that only one person was in the hospital. Suddenly, he heard a knock and asked Hu Yang to come in. Hu Yang began by asking how he was, followed by a whole squad. What's with that expression? Are you not happy to see us? Hu Yang had warned him not to act impulsively. How did these people find this place? It turns out his workplace and the hospital were easy targets for them. He told him they would meet again. Don't worry, I'm not here to start trouble today. Then please leave. I have nothing to do with you and I didn't even call the police. I'm sorry, but you are very much involved. I've told you once before, but I'm inviting you to join my ranks again. I have already given you a clear answer. I refuse, and no matter how much you beat or coerce me, I will never agree. It seems you truly know nothing. Rubis is no ordinary organization. It is destined to become a member of the great continental sect. You still lack fighting technique, but that sturdy physique of yours is no joke. With my personal guidance, you'll improve in no time. He's talking nonsense and deserves a slap. It's still better than your delivery job, so don't worry. Wait, why is my phone vibrating now? Who is it? It's the leader of the second squad. Speak quickly, I'm busy. A full mobilization? Is that a direct order from the chief? Of course I'll be there, but what happened? There's never been a full mobilization before. What? Those useless fools were thrashed by a single weakling. Even the chief has to step in? I have a bad feeling about Hu Yang. I understand we'll talk later. I have urgent business, so I'm leaving for now. Tell me exactly what you just heard on the phone. Don't you dare leave anything out. Are you crazy? Fine, if you won't talk, things are about to get ugly. With that, Zhu Ji landed a heavy blow on his face. What are you doing? Don't worry, this is a hospital, so you won't die. They rushed him furiously, but Zhu Ji met them with a powerful punch. He grabbed the man's collar and hoisted two of them into the air. You're all useless, so just stay down. Zhu Ji then slammed their heads together, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Another man tried to strike Zhu Ji from behind, putting all his strength into a blow to his back. Zhu Ji simply remarked that he should have put that strength into his core instead. It would be a nuisance if even you fainted, so brace yourself. However, the man ignored him and struck him across the face. I warned you. Zhu Ji then delivered a punch so powerful it could have been fatal. The man shrieked in agony, stopped screaming and just stay quiet. The man was in immense pain and thought to himself that if this monster hit him one more time, he might actually die. I'll ask you again, what did they say on the phone? This time I'm punching for real. The man quickly stopped him, pleading for a moment. I'll talk. Finally, he surrendered to Zhu Ji. Zhu Ji then walked alone through the rain, his face devoid of any emotion. It's a good thing Yu Gan told me. Hu Yang was stunned to see Zhu Ji there. Zhu Ji thought he might be too late, even though he had been told not to interfere. What is going on here? Thank you for wanting to help, but who are you? A man wielding a club charged forward, asking if he was on the other guy's side. You already know the answer. Zhu Ji used his fist to teach the man a lesson, a single blow that completely distorted his face. Zhu Ji was incredibly agile, making it easy for him to eliminate these thugs. Even though he was alone, he managed to take down a great number of them. No matter what you say, I won't just stand by and watch. Are you all right? I'm still full of energy. The two stood back to back, joining forces to win. Yu Gan took an umbrella from one of his men and barked at them to get in there and fight. He wondered where this brat had come from and found him incredibly annoying. Hu Yang was fighting them off with all his might. With backup behind him, his movements were much more fluid. Let's finish this quickly. Zhu Ji called out to him, but Hu Yang replied that he wasn't his brother. The number of enemies had dropped significantly, so he could handle the rest. Go deal with that man with the umbrella and the cigarette. He's really getting on my nerves. I'll take care of him. Hu Yang then ran straight toward Yu Gan. You look quite relaxed while your subordinates are struggling out there. Holding an umbrella in one hand and a cigarette in the other is a bit irritating, so put them down. We need to have a real fight. Did you just laugh at me? You're right, I'm not exactly a friendly leader. I do nothing but take the largest share of the loot while just watching and giving orders. But a single word from me can send those men to their deaths. Why? Because I alone am far stronger than those weaklings. Is lying a family trait? Your younger brother said the exact same thing, and you already know how that turned out. Just mentioning him irritates me. You think taking me down is the end of it. You might have beaten those Lola guys, but thinking you can defeat me is a grave mistake. Why don't you take off that damn mask and fight? I want to see your face." With that, Hu Yang removed his chicken mask. What a relief I couldn't see a thing earlier, which was quite frustrating. Before we begin, I have one question. Who are you? You've truly left me puzzled. What is your reason for doing this? You said one question, so why are there two? My name is Hu Yang, and as for the reason, try defeating me first. Then I will tell you. In that case, I'll know in about a minute. Or perhaps you won't know for the rest of your life. A thunderstorm broke out as the two faced off in a challenge. Hu Yang landed a solid punch on Yugan's right cheek. Yugan struck back immediately, neither willing to back down. Hu Yang realized this man was quite skilled, as both possessed formidable defensive abilities. Yugan thought to himself, how could I be hit by him? While Hu Yang continued to provoke his anger. As expected, Yugan let out a roar and charged at him. Yugan lunged like a moth to a flame. Hu Yang saw that he was quite powerful and wouldn't be easy to handle. Yugan shouted and threw himself at Hu Yang. But he was still no match. Hu Yang delivered a heavy blow to snap him out of it. Are you all right? Need a break? I'll wait, so don't act so arrogant. Blood dripped steadily onto the ground. Can't I be a little arrogant? Honestly, your skill level isn't much different from your brother's. How about you kneel and beg for mercy and we'll call it a day? I admit you're strong, you just fought those guys and now you're overwhelming me. It's truly impressive. Since you won't admit it, does that mean you're ready to surrender? Don't get ahead of yourself. That was just a compliment. It doesn't mean you're stronger. Just watch, I'm going all out now. Hu Yang replied with disdain. Is it really worth the wait? You're all talk. Then let's find out. Yugan charged again, determined to teach Hu Yang a lesson. He was indeed powerful. His kick was as fast as the wind, nearly catching Hu Yang off guard. He was getting even faster to the point where his kicks were becoming invisible. What's with that look? I've only just warmed up. High or low? He didn't know where the man would strike next. His kicks were incredibly swift, arriving in an instant. His legs had more power than stone, so he had to be careful. However, attacking with legs is more difficult than with fists. He had to plant one foot firmly on the ground for his kicks to be powerful. Nevertheless, the destructive force of his consecutive strikes was no joke. I prefer using my legs when I fight. Are you okay? Need a break? That's my line. Your nose is bleeding, you idiot. It's been a long time since I've bled. It didn't look like Taekwondo. Was it Taekyon or Muay Thai? Who knows? Just keep guessing while we fight. You think that's easy? You've been pissing me off quite a bit. I just want to say arigato, that's thank you in Japanese. Suddenly, a voice called out, I'm done. It was Shijai who had finished off the others. Are they all down? Those useless fools. I focused too much on quantity and ignored quality. I didn't think they'd be this pathetic. Whatever, come at me together. Although a 2-on-1 was disadvantageous, they were already exhausted, so he could still win. Shijai said to Hu Yang, let me take over for you. Take over what? Don't you trust me? I'm afraid you're getting tired. Hearing those words, Yugan felt extremely annoyed. It's fine, I can still fight. You guys sure talk comfortably, don't you? Yugan lunged at Hu Yang again, feeling triumphant as he struck a vital point. Hu Yang collapsed to the ground. I guess I really have to take over. Take over? You're the only one left. Come at me, you'll share the same fate as your brother. Hu Yang cried out in pain. That really hurts. Yugan's face turned pale. How could he still stand up? I've already gauged his abilities. There's no need to switch. But I must admit, your kicks really hurt. You're quite stubborn, but this is as far as you go. Yugan tried to finish Hu Yang, but Hu Yang had a strategy ready, catching him off guard. Hu Yang landed a painful punch on Yugan's chest. I've grasped your strength now. Both were exhausted, yet they continued to fight with all their might. Hu Yang dodged several of his strikes. Yugan kept using his legs since that was his advantage, but Hu Yang blocked the blows with his chest. His kicks failed to bring Hu Yang down, and he eventually collapsed while clutching his chest as Hu Yang and Shi Yuech watched his agony. Shi Yuech realized that through their exchanges, he had mastered the opponent's patterns and was countering rapidly, making his prior worries unnecessary. Yugan was stunned that his opponent grew stronger as they fought, fearing a loss would ruin his chances with the mainland sect. He felt he had to win this long-awaited dream, yet wondered if he could simply move them out of his way instead. Wait, do you want to rest? Listen to me, this proposal won't disadvantage you at all. You are truly the toughest opponent I've faced. I've fought many, but you've given me the most trouble. However, the reality is that you are still just a delivery man. Blue Bridge will soon join the mainland sect and receive elite backing, so even if you win, you'll only make an enemy of them. I don't know who your boss is, but you can't defeat the mainland sect. You've had no escape since the moment you opposed us. I will offer you a path to a glorious future. Regardless of who stands behind you, you should stop right here. With the mainland sect's backing, I can protect you from revenge and give you the second highest rank in Blue Bridge so we can rule together. I thought you were just evil, but you're also shameless. His spirit has broken, and since he can't win by force, he's trying to negotiate. Stop talking and use your fists. If you want me to serve you or get out of your way, you'll have to defeat me first. I offered you a way out, yet you choose death. Why would I become a subordinate when I am clearly the stronger one? Yugan told himself he had to kill him now. He noted the man's determination, but knew that alone wouldn't grant him victory. Stay down, because no matter how you struggle, your predictable attacks have already sealed your fate. Now shut up and keep fighting. You can't fight properly with your leg like that, so go train more and I will face you again whenever you wish. Train more? Impossible. Is an organization that can be shaken by a single nobody even worth recommending to Chairman Yunjai? Yugan screamed that he would kill him, abandoning his offer of cooperation as he prepared a move he thought was unpredictable. He pulled a gun, shocking Hu Yang, but it turned out to be just an air gun, much to Hu Yang's relief as he prepared to finish him. Hu Yang dodged the shot and continued his assault, leaving the man beaten and unable to believe his dream was failing. I can't move, but I must know who sent you to destroy my path to the top. I did it because I didn't like you. Believe what you want, but take your men and leave now, because if I see you again, the consequences will be much worse. It stings, but I'll be fine thanks to the rain. Why did you jump out like that when it could have been a real gun? It wasn't real, brother. They shared a look and walked away, leaving the man lying alone in the torrential downpour. Hu Yang and Shi Yuech were sitting on a bench when some people approached, leading Hu Yang to admit he might have been wrong. 3 intimidating men who looked like gangsters stood before them, momentarily making the pair wonder about their intentions. They didn't seem to be seeking vengeance as they stood in silence, leaving Hu Yang to wonder why they had come. When he finally asked what they wanted, Shi Yuech grew impatient and offered to handle them alone, but Hu Yang held him back. He turned back with a smile and gave him a reassuring word before departing. You can just take a nap, I'll deal with them silently, Wu Yang joked. How could I sleep? There's bound to be a lot of screaming. Yang Ti quickly spoke up to explain that it wasn't like that, causing both Wu Yang and Shiyuki to freeze in their tracks. Yang Ti's face showed his struggle as he fumbled for the right words. Then, for some unknown reason, he and the other 2 men suddenly dropped to their knees before them, causing Wu Yang to let out a startled cry. Huh, the 3 kneeling men shouted clearly, please take us in. Wu Yang quickly tried to stop them with a deep frown. Hey, this is a construction site. What's wrong with you guys? Yang Ti explained that he was their only remaining support, then continued to shout loudly, drawing the attention of everyone else in the area. Boss, please let us follow you. The other construction workers watched them with curiosity and even began to gossip, likely questioning Wu Yang and Shiyuki's character after witnessing the scene. He desperately wanted to clarify that it wasn't what they thought. Holding his head, he sighed and told Yang Ti's group, Sai, wait until my shift is over, then we'll talk. He let out a confused sound as he processed the information, but Wu Yang snapped at him, making him cower. I told you to wait until after work. Having no other choice, the man nodded and obediently replied, yes. As evening approached and the workers finished their shifts, Yang Ti still wore the same expression he had earlier. He looked just like a burnt cake, even though they were now at a restaurant instead of the workplace. Shiyuki questioned him, what's with that expression? Are you unhappy about something? He immediately corrected him, no, not at all. After speaking, he looked around warily. The restaurant was particularly crowded, making him feel hesitant to speak up. Usually for a private conversation, we should go to a bar. Why are we at a cafe? Wu Yang crossed his arms and gave a concise 2-word explanation. No money, he said, followed by a string of old man logic. We don't need expensive whiskey or liquor, boss. Just a bottle of soju would make it easier to talk. Yang Ti suggested excitedly, though his face didn't show it. If you're worried about the cost, boss, let us treat you. It would be our honor. Wu Yang's face crumpled as he flatly refused. I'm not going. Facing constant rejection, Yang Ti became so frustrated that he lost control of his speech. Why are you being so stubborn? He pointed at Shiyuki and proudly declared that the boy was still a minor. The group chuckled once they understood the reason. Ah, I see. Wu Yang carefully added more detail. So he can't drink yet. He didn't forget to add a comment about the boy's appearance. His age doesn't really match his face, does it? Wu Yang, slightly annoyed, urged him to continue. Stop beating around the bush and just say it. Yang Ti spoke in a low, stuttering voice. He set a glass full of ice on the table and said, I can't follow Jiang Yaojin. This place is our hometown. It's our home. He explained in detail that his family and friends were all there, so he couldn't just follow Jiang Yaojin. Even if he did, no one could guarantee that things would be better than they were now. Wu Yang felt skeptical about these words. That's quite surprising. You told him you wouldn't follow and he just let you go? Yang Ti continued to recount what had happened. It had to be that way. Jiang Yaojin looked like he wanted to flee, so he left in a great hurry during the night. He recalled how he had stared as Yaojin departed, like a dog waiting for its master. So now we no longer have a leader. Wu Yang replied, I see, so you guys were basically abandoned. Yang Ti didn't respond, his expression darkening for a moment. He continued to question him, so did everyone except the three of you follow him? He corrected him, no, that's not it. Besides us, there are quite a few others who stayed behind in this area. As Yang Ti explained, Wu Yang told him, keep going. He silently listened to every word the man said. Until now, the goal of our organization, as well as my own, was always to join the mainland sect. But now that our leader has left, we've lost our purpose as well. He concluded with a look of helplessness. Now we don't even know what to do anymore. He crossed his arms and pouted as he replied, what's there to be confused about? Just earn money honestly and spend it. However, that idea seemed too far-fetched for Yang Ti's group. We want to do that too. He explained their situation. You know, boss, all we've ever done is extort people. We've never actually earned money in an honest way. We only collected protection money or committed robberies. He scolded him for his lack of ambition. If you don't know how, then start learning now. You're young men with broad shoulders. Is it really impossible for you? Yang Ti was extremely eager to learn and took every word to heart. Yes, I really want to learn from you, boss, he stated clearly, taking Wu Yang by surprise. He recounted his life, explaining that he worked at construction sites by day and made deliveries by night. Simple, mindless labor. Wu Yang noted that Yang Ti seemed older than him, but Yang Ti dismissed the concern, stating that skill was more important than age. Wu Yang ended the conversation there, standing up as he delivered his final decision. My answer is no. It's over. Let's go Zai Wu Jai, Wu Yang said. Yang Ti shouted, desperately begging him to stay, but his plea was ignored. As they walked, Zai Wu Jai remarked on those men, and when Wu Yang asked for his thoughts, he predicted they wouldn't give up easily. Wu Yang asked if he should have agreed, but Zai Wu Jai explained that those types of people were unlikely to change their ways. Wu Yang agreed, noting they were nothing like Zai Wu Jai, and felt satisfied with his decision to avoid getting involved with them. Old habits die hard, but he suddenly stopped when a stranger blocked his path and asked if he was Wu Yang. Wu Yang confirmed his identity and asked who they were. The man requested a moment of his time to discuss several matters. Wu Yang politely suggested that the man introduce himself first, prompting the stranger to chuckle and apologize for his oversight. I am the spokesperson for the mainland faction, the man announced proudly, leaving Wu Yang feeling quite perplexed. At another roadside pub, Yang Ti and his lackeys wondered if that massive guy was truly a miner. Another man agreed it was hard to believe. They gossiped about the boy's appearance, noting he looked 40 years old despite actually being a teenager. Pu Jun pointed out the embarrassing fact that a high schooler had defeated them and asked the group what they should do next. Yang Ti took a sip of beer and admitted he expected failure, suggesting they persist just as a group of people began to approach. They were surrounded and one of the newcomers greeted them. Yang Ti, Pu Jun, and Du Yang all turned toward the voice. With a look of displeasure, Yang Ti asked who they were, only for the mainland faction member to mockingly repeat the question back to him. He warned them to get lost, but the man sneered at Yang Ti's threat, retorting that he specifically enjoyed looking for trouble with them. The man growled, asking if they knew who he was, while another mainland member mocked them and told them to leave if they didn't want to get hurt. He then insulted them as Blue Bridge dogs, causing Yang Ti, Pu Jun, and Du Yang to freeze in wary surprise. Yang Ti wondered how they knew their identity as the mainland leader walked away, telling Yang Ti to follow him for a chat. Tension peaked as Yang Ti was soundly beaten, frustrated that as a Blue Bridge captain, he couldn't even land a counterattack. Pu Jun and Du Yang were also overwhelmed by the mainland faction's numbers. A battered Yang Ti asked why they were fighting instead of talking. The thug approached with a menacing look, claiming this was their chat before kicking Yang Ti squarely in the face. He called it a physical conversation as a dazed Yang Ti collapsed, stammering to ask what they had done wrong. The man asked if he was certain of his innocence, then kicked him again for the absurd reason that he was simply breathing. As the man drew closer, Yang Ti realized with horror that being targeted by the mainland faction meant they were in deep trouble. Staring in unconcealed shock, Yang Ti stammered out a polite apology to the members of the mainland faction. He tried to explain that there was a misunderstanding, and they had no ulterior motives against the mainland faction. He insisted they only wanted to live in peace, but he was silenced by a heavy blow to the nose before he could finish. Yang Dai clutched his broken, bleeding nose, while the other man mocked his words about living a quiet life, and arrogantly asked what he would do if he made a scene. Uncle Jun's face was swollen from the assault, and Yang Dai was in no better condition as both were thrashed amidst screams, while a Continental faction member sneered at them. Terrified of what was coming, Yang Dai watched as the man kicked him in the face and beat him mercilessly, forcing him to kowtow in humiliation while begging for forgiveness. The group stopped as he continued to plead, admitting that they were indeed powerless and questioning why this was happening to them. Facing such a naive question, the Continental faction member simply sneered that dirty trash like them naturally had to be cleared away. He claimed to be doing a good deed, and clarified that he was only leaving their limbs intact today for reasons other than mercy. With a thuggish expression, he warned them to use those pathetic limbs to crawl out of his sight, threatening that their next encounter would not be this gentle. He promised them a one-way ticket to the incinerator before leaving them broken on the ground, where Yang Dai lay weeping in the dirt. His fists clenched as the insults about being trash stung his soul, while elsewhere, a black-haired man placed 2 drinks on a table and invited someone to join him. Wu Yang impatiently asked the man to get to the point, questioning if the Continental faction was intending to declare war, which the man laughingly denied. He began his pitch by claiming to have good news for them, but Wu Yang cut him off, demanding he finish since he had already heard enough. The man paused momentarily before announcing he was there on behalf of Jiao Bang, a high-ranking official within the Continental faction. He explained that while the faction once intended to give business to Blue Breeze, Wu Yang's group had wiped them out, prompting Wu Yang to become wary of their true motives. The man reassured them that they had no intention of seeking revenge, as the Continental faction had completely abandoned Blue Breeze for being utterly useless. He noted that while they didn't accept just anyone, those who could take down an entire gang were viewed as valuable assets. He directly offered to recruit them into the Continental faction, causing Wu Yang and Shiji to exchange looks as he began explaining the recruitment process. He mentioned that while new members usually faced rigorous testing, the 2 of them would be granted exceptional privileges. Their ability to solo the entire Blue Breeze gang proved their skill, and he promised to hand over the business originally intended for that gang to them. Before he could list the next benefit, Wu Yang bluntly cut him off, leaving the man momentarily stunned and speechless. Wu Yang stated that he had heard enough, dismissing the man's flowery language and getting straight to the core of the matter. He realized the man wanted them to join their band of thugs and flatly declined the offer, leaving the man to offer a forced smile. The man muttered that being called a thug hurt his feelings, but Wu Yang ignored him and reiterated his firm refusal. Declaring the conversation over, Wu Yang suggested they never meet again, yet the man remained unfazed and kept his smile. Wu Yang stood up and signaled Shiji to leave, but as they walked away, the man spoke up, suggesting there was a misunderstanding. He chillingly informed Wu Yang that the Continental faction never actually gave them the option to choose. This statement caused Wu Yang and Shiji's expressions to darken as the man asserted that his faction always got what it wanted. Wu Yang scoffed and told him to inform his leaders that they had no interest in shady dealings, to which the man remarked on his sharp tongue. He mentioned that his superiors, Jiao Bang and Chairman Yun Jai Huan, were powerful enough to be considered royalty, but Wu Yang reacted with pure disgust. Wu Yang challenged them to try and kill him now if that was the plan, but the man simply told them they were free to go for now. Surprised by this unexpected response, Wu Yang remained wary while the man explained he had been ordered to behave with civility. So even if you 2 strike me, I will not fight back. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter, and I will even be obedient enough to bow to you. Please get home safely. We shall meet again soon, he promised before turning to depart with a suave and polite air. Zhu Ji remarked warily that the man did not seem to be bluffing, then glanced at Wei Yang, noting that they were likely headed for more trouble. He agreed that it seemed so, then continued by saying they should just handle things their own way as music thundered through the nightclub and voices drifted from the VIP room. So he refused, the man muttered, swigging wine directly from the bottle before adding that while it was expected, it did not make him any less irritated. Kaio Bang slammed the bottle onto the table, his expression darkening with a menacing scowl as he cursed those arrogant brats. To think they dared to reject the Continental faction's sincere offer, yet Kaio Bang suddenly erupted into a fit of raspy laughter. It was as if his previous outburst had been possessed by someone else, remarking that one sees everything if they live long enough, until the other man curiously interrupted to ask a question. Is recruiting that man named Xuan Wei Yang absolutely necessary? He asked, to which Kaio Bang looked at his subordinate and confirmed it, asking if he thought the boy was just ordinary, which he denied. He explained that on the contrary, the youth was a true talent, leaving the man puzzled as to why he was asking when he already knew so much. When asked what else there was, he recalled and noted that the boy possessed the aura of a leader, a comment that momentarily stunned Kaio Bang before he eventually agreed. Having leadership skills is a good thing, but the man argued that while someone with moderate talent like Kang Yu-jun is fine for a management role, giving Wei Yang too much power posed a risk. However, Xuan Wei Yang is different, as I feel he could seize the top position in any organization he joins, he said, painting a detailed picture of that scenario. He feared that the boy would gradually take over core positions, and while it might not be a serious issue for the boss, Kaio Bang merely smirked and pulled a cigar from his pocket. "Ha, you certainly observed a lot from just one meeting," the man remarked as he skillfully clipped his cigar and began to speak while lighting it. "It is nothing more than the fleeting vigor of youth fueled by a temporary victory," Kaio Bang observed like a seasoned veteran while exhaling a cloud of hazy smoke. It is perfectly normal to be full of energy at that age, and he had to agree with the man's lecture, admitting he might have overthought it since the boy was undeniably strong. That was undeniable, and Kaio Bang looked at him with a serious gaze, stating that he was someone he trusted deeply to handle important tasks. "Since you said so, that brat's strength must be quite formidable," the man noted, prompting a smile and a nod of thanks from his subordinate. Kaio Bang flicked his ash into the tray and made a suggestion, proposing that they should put the boy through a course of mental reformation. "He will be broken and remade into someone who obeys unconditionally," the man sneered, pointing to his head to make his sinister meaning crystal clear. "No matter what the Continental faction decides, he must never harbor doubt or resistance," he replied concisely once he understood the orders. "I understand," he said, and the satisfied man entrusted the task to him as Kaio Bang puffed on his cigar, the rising smoke making him look like something else entirely. Resembling an incense burner, he instructed the man to ask for whatever budget or manpower he needed, then bring the boy back to kneel before him once his education was complete. After a moment of careful calculation, he requested 3 months, to which Kaio Bang generously replied that it might even take longer than that. "Just ensure the results are reliable," and he nodded to show he understood before the man told him he could leave now. His expression darkened once more as a voice rang out, with Wei Yang questioning why this was happening since they had already been working there for some time. "We even praised our honesty and hard work, but the manager hesitated and admitted it was true. So when Wei Yang pressed for a reason, the man vaguely explained that things had changed, and he could no longer employ them, delivering the blunt dismissal despite the visible discomfort on both Wei Yang and Zhu Ji's faces. "You two are fired as of now," the manager sighed, telling them that honestly, it would be the same no matter where they went, a bitter truth that he finally accepted with a quiet nod. He told Zhu Ji it was time to go, and the other man simply nodded in silence as they stepped outside to discuss the cause, which was clearly due to that man from yesterday. Shikai explained that they intended to cut off their funding to put them in a difficult position, and Wu Yang agreed, noting it was even more despicable than he had imagined. He predicted the man would likely come looking for them again tonight, so Wu Yang casually asked him what he wanted to do. Shikai replied that he would follow his lead regardless of the action, and they continued walking as he offered a positive perspective on their grim situation. He suggested that building their strength while working within the mainland sect wasn't a bad idea, to which Wu Yang agreed before questioning if Shikai would truly stay by his side despite his volatile temper. Even if he were to do something completely reckless, Shikai firmly committed to following him, a gesture that deeply moved Wu Yang. Wu Yang admitted he had already devised a plan the moment they were fired, then asked again if the man would likely seek them out today. When Shikai remained silent, Wu Yang continued the conversation himself, confirming that he shared the same suspicion. He surmised that the man had planned to block every possible exit for them, but as he shoved his hands into his pockets, he declared that waiting around to die wasn't his style. He placed a phone call and immediately identified himself to Heng Xiu, who answered on the other end. Heng Xiu addressed him as boss before correcting himself to Wu Yang, sounding annoyed that he was being called so early in the morning. Wu Yang apologized for the urgent intrusion and asked if he knew where Yin Kihyuan lived. While cleaning the floor, Heng Xiu replied that low-level people like them wouldn't know the chairman's address, though he suspected the man was currently in the country. When Wu Yang asked about Jai Feng, the man on the phone recalled that Jai Feng occasionally visited his place of work. He provided a detailed schedule, noting that Jai Feng handled business and met clients during the day and spent his nights drinking. Wu Yang thanked him and told him to take the day off, leaving Heng Xiu confused and questioning what he was planning before the call ended. After hanging up, Wu Yang stared thoughtfully at his phone while elsewhere, a white car pulled up and several well-dressed men stepped out. Jai Feng appeared just as they were speaking of him, and the staff bowed in fear as he questioned their awkward expressions. An employee nervously informed him that a guest was waiting in the VIP room, which surprised Jai Feng since he had no scheduled appointments. The employee's sudden apology only added to Jai Feng's confusion as he looked toward the brightly lit VIP sign. Jai Feng opened the door to find Wu Yang and Shikai waiting for him, with Wu Yang even offering a friendly wave. Wu Yang greeted him casually, leaving Jai Feng stunned and irritated by the young man's audacity. He wondered what kind of madman would dare act so arrogantly in his presence before uttering a foolish question. He asked if Wu Yang was a prosecutor, but Wu Yang simply stepped forward and delivered a brutal punch to his face as a greeting from hell. Trembling in shock, Jai Feng couldn't believe an official of the mainland sect had been struck, just as Wu Yang followed up with a kick to his midsection. Without giving him a chance to recover, Wu Yang told him to get up because they were just getting started, while Jai Feng groaned in pain. Jai Feng threatened him, claiming he was making a grave mistake by acting without a formal arrest warrant. Wu Yang merely scoffed at the mention of a warrant, making Jai Feng realize that the man before him wasn't an inspector at all. Wu Yang mocked his stupidity, pointing out that he had never claimed to be an inspector and that the older man was merely hallucinating. As Jai Feng stared in confusion, Wu Yang smiled warmly and formally introduced himself as Wu Yang. Upon realizing Wu Yang wasn't with the authorities, Jai Feng cursed, but Wu Yang countered by asking why they weren't allowed to fight back after being provoked. He let out a menacing roar, telling him that he was too young and naive to realize the foolish mistake he had just made, but Wu Yang remained completely unfazed. He replied to the man without the slightest hesitation, stating that he was fully aware of the significance of his actions, while Kaio Bang glared intensely at them. "It seems you've grown tired of living," the man threatened, but his empty words only made Wu Yang chuckle as he retorted that he would certainly outlive him. "Judging by your appearance, you have late-stage fatty liver, don't you?" he questioned again as Kaio Bang stood up to fix his clothes, mocking whether an official of the mainland sect could really be this weak, or if the sect was merely a hollow name, causing Kaio Bang's aura to shift. His presence became more terrifying despite his face being visibly distorted from the blow, and he snarled, asking if he thought he had attained his rank through mere brawling. He claimed the mainland sect was a powerful organization beyond their imagination, where skilled fighters were a dime a dozen, but organizational management was what truly mattered. As the man rambled about the burdens of his work, he suddenly delivered a swift and decisive slap to the same side of Kaio Bang's face. He watched the man writhing on the ground and remarked that if that were the case, he should have brought some of those skilled fighters along, leaving Kaio Bang completely dazed. He cursed inwardly at the insolent brat, thinking that if he had brought his bodyguards, the boy's teeth would have been knocked out, as he never expected things to turn out this way. The man continued to curse silently as Wu Yang approached, shocked that he dared to invade the mainland sect's territory and assault a high-ranking official. He kicked Kaio Bang away as if he were a mere pebble, and looked down at him like a loathsome insect while raising his foot high. However, Wu Yang did not stomp on Kaio Bang, instead choosing to mock him with words, noting that he had expected something formidable but found him to be pathetic. "Seeing you like this makes me lose all interest in fighting," Wu Yang said as he leaned down to meet Kairo Bang's eyes, telling him to stop cowering. He stated that he would stop there on the condition that they no longer interfered in their lives, making the demand without giving Kairo Bang a chance to respond. He asserted that they likely wouldn't listen anyway, while Kairo Bang quickly weighed his options, wondering if the boy intended to take him hostage. He worried about losing face within the organization if that happened, but the reality was absurdly simple as Wu Yang proposed that they settle things with a bet. The man was stunned once again and uttered a confused sound, so Wu Yang explained that his best fighters should face off against the two of them, causing the man's eyes to widen in shock. Wu Yang continued with a completely serious expression, stating that if they won, the mainland sect would be forbidden from interfering in their lives from then on. The man let the words sink in as Wu Yang added that if they lost, the sect could do as they pleased, before asking for his thoughts, which prompted an exclamation from Kairo Bang. "You truly don't know your place," the man mocked, asking if he thought he was the best just because he beat some weaklings, but he only smirked and urged him to answer, noting that beating him was the easiest task of all. When asked for a final answer, the man had no choice but to agree without even bothering to stand up, and Wu Yang spoke once more after he gave his consent. He noted that while he agreed now, he might change his mind later, so he proposed that they write a formal commitment and asked Zai Wuki to fetch a pen and paper. His companion quickly complied with the request and handed the paper to Wu Yang, who accepted it with a brief acknowledgement. Wu Yang began writing while muttering that they would meet at the same time and place the following day, and Kairo Bang, having no other choice, agreed to the terms. Gritting his teeth with a distorted expression, the man warned them not to think about running away because he would find them regardless, but Wu Yang simply smiled and asked a question in return. He asked why he would run if he was confident in his victory, and then demanded a fingerprint, suddenly turning his head toward Kairo Bang to make the request. He told him to wait so he could deliver one more punch, and before the man could even react or ask why, he was immediately struck directly in the face. The blow sent him staggering backward and brought tears to his eyes, leaving him trembling in pain while Wu Yang laughed and offered an explanation. He mockingly explained that since there was no ink, he had to borrow some blood, questioning the man's distorted expression as he spoke. Wu Yang chuckled as he used the blood from Kairo Bang's nose to make a thumbprint, and then held the commitment paper in front of the man, telling him to add his own. Yao Bang trembled with fury, asking if he thought he could survive after such an insult. This threat didn't frighten Wu Yang at all. Wu Yang replied simply that he only needed to win, and if he lost, he would accept it without complaint. Zhao Bang wiped his nose and pressed a bloody thumbprint onto the paper, growling a warning. He told him to remember those words, but Wu Yang just walked past, saying he would see him tomorrow before they left the room. Yao Bang's eyes burned with rage as he watched them go, swearing to kill him. That night, Shijai asked Wu Yang if their actions were truly all right, and he gave a brief answer. He suggested that taking him as a hostage would have been easier. Wu Yang smiled and explained that he had considered that option as well. However, he felt it wouldn't be fun. Shijai was stunned by the simple reason. Wu Yang teased him, asking if he lacked confidence, but Shijai quickly denied it. He smiled and told Wu Yang to relax tomorrow since he could handle it. Wu Yang was pleased with this and commented as they walked together. "That's the spirit," he said. Back in the VIP room, Hai-Tu knelt before Zhao Bang, loudly taking the blame for not being there. He apologized sincerely. Zhao Bang downed a drink and slammed the bottle on the table, growling that he hadn't expected those brats to be so arrogant. Zhao Bang scolded him and told him to handle tomorrow, ordering him to put them in the hospital for a year or two without holding back. He accepted the order, promising to teach them a lesson. Zhao Bang told him to bring the best fighters, but he interrupted, saying he was enough. Zhao Bang didn't object but wanted a guarantee, insisting they eliminate even a 1 in 1,000 chance of failure. For that reason, he ordered him to call Min Song. He glared and gave the command in a low voice. The man asked if he meant he Min Song. Yao Bang confirmed it. The man still doubted the decision, asking if it was truly necessary to involve him, sir. He asked if it was the same He Min Song who fought in the organization's war and ranked 4th in the Continental sect. Zhao Bang cut him off irritably. He said he knew who he was and wanted to show them an overwhelming power gap so they would never challenge the Continental sect again. He expressed concern about whether He Min Song would obey since he wasn't a direct subordinate. Zhao Bang replied that they just needed to pay him well as no one hates money. It was a blunt but true statement. Still, the man worried about his strange personality. Jiao Bang just sneered at the remark. In a sauna, Min Song agreed to the fight. Surprised, the man asked if he was really going to do it so easily. He continued to shout while Min Song casually read a book and agreed, adding that he had one condition. The man repeated the word. He smirked, thinking it was about money, believing that everyone was the same despite any lack of ambition. Min Song turned a page and asked if it was a 2-on-2 match, stating his condition was to fight first. The man agreed immediately to the unexpected request. He wondered why that was a condition and asked for the reason. Without looking up, Min Song said he was just curious. This surprised the man. Min Song explained he had heard of a young man who fought recklessly and smiled, saying it was his style. He said it was normal to be curious about an idol. The man reminded him the target was an enemy, but Min Song quickly reassured him. He told him not to worry and asked if his condition was met. The man promised he wouldn't even need to report such a request. It was approved, though he noted they couldn't control if Zaizun Wu Yang appeared second. Min Song took a bite of food. He said it didn't matter when he appeared and held up the food, saying as long as the main course was fresh, he would enjoy it. The man watched him eat and then hydrate himself. Afterward, he made a phone call to someone. Min Sung possessed formidable combat prowess and a free-spirited nature that refused to fawn over anyone, forcing him to acknowledge Min Sung's imposing presence. I have also witnessed his extraordinarily powerful resolve. You can rest easy, he said with a smile to Cairo Bang on the other end of the line. The man poured wine into his glass and replied with satisfaction, "Well done. Just be careful not to let anyone die." After finishing the call with Cairo Bang, he muttered a goodbye. He smirked, eagerly anticipating the next day, thinking those bastards should just wait and see what happens tomorrow. The dawn of the fated day arrived naturally. An exclamation rose from someone sitting at the dining table, asking why there was so much rice. He remarked while picking up the bowl that it was easily twice the size of a normal portion. Shi Wu Zhai replied simply that they would need a lot of energy today and urged him to eat his fill. Wu Yang couldn't help but agree, wondering if they would have to exert themselves to their absolute limit. Shi Wu Zhai wasn't certain and expressed his hope that it wouldn't come to that. However, man proposes but God disposes, so there was no way to know for sure. His words made Wu Yang chuckle, remarking that he sounded like an old man. He urged him to eat quickly, and Wu Yang gave a casual reply as he picked up his chopsticks and began his meal. "Fine, fine," he said, taking a large spoonful and staring at it as if it were an enemy. "I just have to finish it all right." The two left the house, and Wu Yang muttered while checking his phone that since he had no school or work, there was nothing to do until the appointment. He suggested going to an internet cafe, but Shi Wu Zhai hit him with the truth, noting he didn't know how to play any games. He pouted and replied that he would simply start learning today. "You know how to play, right?" Shi Wu Zhai gave a faint smile and admitted he knew how but wasn't very good. Wu Yang immediately suggested that he should teach him then. He agreed after a brief hesitation, explaining that this was sudden attack, which turned out to be the game Xiang Yu used to play. Inside the internet cafe, only the steady clicking of mice and keyboards could be heard. Shi Wu Zhai demonstrated the controls, explaining how to switch weapons and press R to reload when out of ammo. He smirked and remarked that it seemed simpler than he had imagined. Shi Wu Zhai just smiled and reminded him that it wouldn't be so easy once he actually started playing. However, the screen continuously announced Wu Yang's achievements with double kills, triple kills, and quadra kills. He smiled proudly, noting that he was playing quite well for his first time. His joy was dampened by Shi Wu Zhai, who explained that this was just the tutorial for beginners and that playing against real people would be a different story. Wu Yang smiled smugly, telling him he didn't know him well enough yet, as he was the type of person people hated for being good at everything. He suggested they join a room to fight others, and Wu Yang immediately agreed as the sound of gunfire erupted. This was followed by a fluent curse from Wu Yang, wondering why he was the only one on the team who died. Shi Wu Zhai sat beside him, offering guidance. He explained that if he took a bullet to the head, he would obviously be finished, which was why the enemies only aimed there. He gritted his teeth in annoyance and decided he would also aim for the head. However, things didn't improve much, and Wu Yang held his head in frustration, shouting that aiming for the head didn't do a damn thing. Shi Wu Zhai continued to guide him. He warned that enemies could also jump from above and that he needed to watch his surroundings. Wu Yang exclaimed how difficult it was, but Shi Wu Zhai reminded him it was time to get ready. He sighed, cursing that he had done nothing but lose. The person beside him noted it was time, and he gritted his teeth, suggesting they return here after finishing their business. Shi Wuzhai agreed, and Wu Yang urged him to hurry so he could get his revenge. Shi Wuzhai simply replied with a yes, while observing Wu Yang, his mind filled with thoughts about the man's apparent indifference. Yesterday, he had punched and insulted the officials of the mainland sect, so they would undoubtedly send one of their strongest members today. Yet he spoke of finishing the fight just to come back and play games. He marveled at this while looking at Wu Yang, who was walking ahead of him and sighing, leaving him to wonder in silence. He wondered just how confident the man was. At the designated meeting spot, two people were waiting as a black car pulled up and the door swung open. Staff member bowed to Wu Yang and greeted him, saying they had been waiting. He asked in return what was going on and if this man was the one he was supposed to fight. The representative smiled and confirmed it, but then added a confusing remark that it wouldn't involve his own strength. He smirked and told them they would understand once they went inside, inviting them in. He gestured for them to follow as the two guards at the entrance bowed to the guests. Wu Yang followed, though he couldn't help but feel puzzled. He asked why they were open since he thought they weren't doing business today. As he led them down the hallway, the man explained that they could still host a party even if they weren't open for business. They stepped inside to find lights, a DJ, and people waiting. A DJ was performing on stage as the man led Wu Yang and Shi Wuzhai to Cairo Bang and announced their arrival. The group had arrived. They watched him in silence as Wu Yang offered a mocking smirk. Jiao Bang trembled with rage at the sight of them and spoke first. "You've got guts not running away," he sneered. Wu Yang countered, "If you haven't fled, why should I?" Unfazed, Jiao Bang mimicked his words with a smile. "Why run, indeed?" "There are still 2 hours before we begin." Wu Yang agreed, his sharp tongue promising what was to come. "True, it's not every day there's a good show to watch, but the outcome won't be what you expect." The man growled in annoyance, touching the glass on the table. "You arrogant brat who doesn't know his place," he scoffed, lifting the glass to his lips. "I'm eagerly waiting for the moment you tremble and beg for your life." Wu Yang scratched his head, completely ignoring the man's words. "Is that so? Then stop your rambling. Let's just start already. I have things to do." The man corrected his words. "The only business you'll have after this is a trip to the hospital." Wu Yang leaned on his hand and curled his lip. "You talk way too much." Jiao Bang wasn't particularly angered by his remark. "If you're so eager to die early, then so be it." He then turned to his subordinate and commanded, "Begin." The man complied, "Yes, sir." Wu Yang watched as he pulled out a phone and issued a simple command, "Send them in." The doors were thrust open with flair as Ha Mincheng entered. He approached leisurely, looking at Wu Yang with curiosity. "Xuan Wu Yang." Wu Yang kept his eyes fixed on Ha Mincheng, who smiled as he introduced himself. "I am Ha Mincheng. I was a bit curious, so I did a little digging into you. I heard you used to be quite the fighter, right? Let me see just how capable you are. Come at me." His straightforward attitude was apparent. It made Wu Yang smirk. "Oh, well then, let's see." He didn't refuse, but Zhu Wuqi stepped in to stop him. "Wait, let me go first." Wu Yang replied, Zhu Wuqi explained, "It was the same against the Bluebeats and yesterday as well. You've already worked hard enough." Wu Yang cautioned him, "But that guy seems very powerful." He reassured him, "Don't worry. Aside from you, I'm not afraid of anyone." Wu Yang smirked and thought to himself, "If I refuse, he'll think I'm looking down on him." He gently advised, "Fine, but don't rush and be careful, all right?" He didn't forget to suggest a strategy. "First, you must gauge the opponent's fighting style." Zhu Wuqi understood and replied briefly, "Yes." Wu Yang crossed his arms. Placing his full trust in Zhu Wuqi, he thought, "He's very strong, I'll believe in him." Ha Mincheng looked at him, somewhat dissatisfied. "Wait, is this guy going first?" He eventually smiled and agreed, "Fine, rules are rules." He gestured for the fight to begin. The black-haired man in the back observed Zhu Wuqi's stance and commented, "That guy isn't just a large body. One look at his frame is enough to tell that he possesses extraordinary stamina and strength." He raised his hand and called out, "Hey, Ha Mincheng." He looked over. He slowly approached the man to listen to his advice. "Of course, I trust you'll do well, but don't be careless. It would be quite embarrassing if you let him land a punch on you." Ha Mincheng smirked and shot back. "What on earth are you talking about?" He dismissively countered, "Me getting hit? Don't worry, just sit there and watch." Zhu Wuqi cracked his neck and rotated his ankles while Wu Yang, Jiao Bang, and the black-haired man watched in silence. Ha Mincheng suggested, "You go first." Zhu Wuqi replied curtly, "It already started." He watched Ha Mincheng warily as the latter responded with a smirk. "Is that so? You should have said something sooner." He immediately launched an attack, a direct kick to Zhu Wuqi's face before he could react. Watching from the sidelines, Wu Yang was startled. Ha Mincheng laughed as he saw him blocking. He pointed directly at Wu Yang's face and challenged him. "Next time, play for real." Zhu Wuqi suddenly spoke up, startling him. "Next what?" Zhu Wuqi remarked. "That was like a mosquito bite." Ha Mincheng smirked and replied bluntly, "Look at that, you're making me look bad." Zhu Wuqi reminded him, "When you turned your back on me. I could have ended this right then. Do you know why I didn't?" He then explained, using Ha Mincheng's actions as a metaphor to indirectly scold him for attacking an inattentive enemy. "It's not very satisfying. I'd win regardless, and I don't want the losers making excuses later," he firmly declared. "I'll give you one more chance. This time, give it your all. Let's have a real life-or-death match." Ha Mincheng scratched his head and smiled as he replied, "Damn, my pride is really hurting, man. Was I that careless?" He then directly agreed to Zhu Wuqi's proposal. "Fine," he promised. "I'll fight seriously from now on." Wu Yang watched intently from the sidelines. Now the real battle had begun. Zhu Wuqi was the first to throw a punch, but Ha Mincheng dodged it effortlessly, adding a sarcastic remark, "Too slow." Ha Mincheng countered almost instantly. "Take this," he shouted, landing a blow right in the middle of Zhu Wuqi's face. He then leaped up and used his leg to kick him away, sending Zhu Wuqi crashing to the ground. He looked over at Wu Yang and urged him, "Have you waited long enough? Come out here and fight." Wu Yang simply replied, "You've turned your back again." Confused, Ha Mincheng asked, "Huh?" Shizai's voice rang out from behind as he grabbed Min Cheng by the collar, his menacing face promising that it wouldn't be the nose this time. Despite his battered state, Shizai looked imposing as he mocked the hit as a bee sting, hoisting Min Cheng up like a helpless stray cat. Raspy sounds escaped from his constricted throat before Shizai violently slammed Min Cheng's face into the ground and stopped after that single blow. Ju Feng and the black-haired man were stunned as the latter stammered a curse, while Yu Ying watched the scene silently with his arms crossed. Shizai then uttered a threat that went far beyond mere words, prompting Yu Ying to shout a reminder for him to follow up with more strikes. He looked back in confusion, but Min Cheng suddenly stirred while lying on the ground, leaving Shizai completely astonished by his reaction. He spat out a mouthful of blood that was nearly invisible against the red carpet, smirking as he remarked that he had almost lost everything. Shizai silently observed his opponent, staring at the indentation he had made in the floor by slamming Min Cheng's head down. He noted that the floor had actually cracked, while the black-haired man nearby sighed in relief, pleased that his own calculations were correct. Believing Min Cheng couldn't be defeated so easily, Ju Feng impatiently barked at him to fight properly and stop being an embarrassment. He stood tall on the floor with a smirk, cursing at Ju Feng before turning to Shizai and remarking that he had been careless that time. Proposing they call it a draw and restart, he watched as the observer noted that both sides had landed high-damage strikes on each other. The gazes of both combatants turned more serious than ever as everyone held their breath, waiting for the next attack from either side. Wondering what would happen next, Min Cheng studied his opponent and concluded that while the man was fast, he was still the quicker one. Formulating a systematic plan, he remained wary of Shizai's fists, knowing that while attacking was easy, being caught again would be fatal. Aware that Shizai's lethality was no joke, both men began devising their own strategies, with Shizai carefully weighing his options as well. He decided to wait for the first move and wear his opponent down with hit-and-run tactics, mentally simulating which attacks could be parried. Though he held the advantage in raw strength, he knew a single mistake would lead to another beating, so Shizai finally settled on a defensive stance. Deciding not to rush in, he chose to observe and wait for an opening, while Yu Ying realized that despite their different strategies, both had reached the same stalemate. Sensing the grim atmosphere, he predicted a long battle as the arena fell silent with both fighters in their stances, neither willing to strike first. Shizai and Min Cheng locked eyes intensely, a standoff that the black-haired man recognized as both fighters waiting for the other to make the first move. Noting that the first to attack would be at a disadvantage in this test of patience, he smirked triumphantly while thinking of his pawn, Min Cheng. Known as the most impatient person he knew, Min Cheng was the first to charge with a loud roar, his face contorted as he refused to wait any longer. Shizai immediately braced himself as his opponent closed in, throwing a powerful punch the moment he saw the opening. To his surprise, Min Cheng fluidly evaded the strike, leaving him wide-eyed as he watched the boy duck beneath his swinging arm. Having waited for this single opportunity, Min Cheng slipped into the inner guard, instantly putting Shizai at a severe disadvantage. As Min Cheng successfully breached his inner space, Shizai's eyes widened in shock while Min Cheng steeled his resolve, thinking that his moment had come. Observing from the sidelines, the black-haired man noted that while Min Cheng had closed the distance instantly, such proximity would prevent him from maximizing his power. Yu Ying shared that concern and broke into a sweat for Shizai, realizing that immense destructive power could still be generated at that range as the boy's legs coiled. Shizai gasped in shock as their heads collided with full force, the resulting impact immediately forcing him to drop to his knees from the shock. Shiji clutched his face and let out a cry of pain as his opponent backed away to maintain distance, while outside the ring, the black-haired man was stunned by the strike. Yao Bang was pleased to see Shiji getting beaten, while Wu Yang remained indifferent as he observed the situation and the clear marks of the iron headbutt on the stage. Once again, blood blended into the red carpet as he clutched his bleeding nose and cried out in agony while the other man smirked. He was satisfied with Min Song's strategy and offensive style, as that move was truly unexpected, yet at such a range, a headbutt was indeed more effective than a kick or a punch. He was certain that no matter how invulnerable the other man was, he would be in pain this time as he watched Min Song slowly approach Shiji. He smirked, his mind on high alert, determined not to let history repeat itself or allow the man to catch him a second time. He threw a punch at the man's face before he could even mount a defense, his intention clear, to maintain a relentless assault without stopping. Min Song's strike landed squarely on Shiji, followed by a flurry of other attacks, prompting Wu Yang to silently observe how clever he was to reverse the power disadvantage with a single close-range blow. However, Shiji was not so easily defeated, and as he maintained his faith in him, Min Song was suddenly pushed back. Shiji braced himself to endure most of the attacks and glared irritably at him while Min Song smirked, convinced his opponent was exhausted, and charged forward again with a powerful fist. Wu Yang calculated that the moment the boy thought he had won would be when Shiji counterattacked, as Min Song's offensive was playing right into Shiji's hands. He struck the man's head directly with his fist, a blow so powerful it seemed to smoke, yet Shiji only stared back at him intensely. Without falling or bleeding, it was Min Song who had to pull his hand back in pain, leaving the black-haired man outside astonished by the familiar technique, another iron headbutt. Shiji swiftly seized the opportunity, grabbing Min Song's throat in one fluid motion, and glared at his opponent as he spoke in a chilling, threatening voice. "Now, I will return everything to you." Lifted into the air and unable to resist, Min Song looked like a helpless rabbit in a predator's grip, grimacing in pain as even breathing became difficult before Shiji slammed his body hard onto the ground. His eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness, leaving Jiao Bang and the black-haired man stunned by the sight, though Wu Yang felt otherwise. Neither happy nor surprised to see Shiji winning, he stood firm while his opponent lay collapsed on the floor as Shiji began returning the flurry of punches he had received earlier, blow by blow, without any mercy. Min Song could only close his eyes and grit his teeth in endurance, unable to even raise his arms to block as Shiji let out a roar while swinging his fist. Suddenly his arm was blocked, startling Shiji and causing his body to freeze for a moment, as the person who stopped him was none other than Wu Yang. Wu Yang spoke up to address the confusion, simply stating that it was enough before turning to Jiao Bang and asking with a look of contempt if he accepted the result. The black-haired man remained silent, gritting his teeth and glaring back in defiance, while Wu Yang's expression made his stance perfectly clear. Anyone who dared to defy him would surely face a beating, and after observing the resentful expressions of the two men, Wu Yang finally spoke. "Still not convinced? Any more and someone might die," he said, while Jiao Bang gnashed his teeth in fury, thinking in disbelief how this could possibly be happening. He was no different from the other man, finding the situation utterly unimaginable, and when Wu Yang received no answer, he prepared to use force, raising his leg for a final blow to finish Min Song off. He lay there helplessly like a fish on a chopping block, groaning weakly as he attempted to crawl back up, leaving Jiao Bang astonished by the sight. Min Song wiped the blood from his face and muttered irritably about how much it hurt, smiling inwardly as he rubbed his bruised face, while Shiji watched in equal disbelief. He couldn't believe the man could still stand after taking such a beating, and seeing an opportunity arise, Jiao Bang did not hesitate to seize it. Clinging to the fact that Min Song had stood up, he pointed and shouted at the top of his lungs that it wasn't over yet, while the black-haired man beside him smirked and added that it seemed they were being a bit hasty. His words were laced with contempt for Wu Yang and Shiji, yet he couldn't help but secretly admire Min Song's monstrous resilience, knowing he likely wouldn't have been able to get up after taking those hits from Shiji himself. He wondered just how strong the man truly was while Shiji thought about continuing the fight, and Jiao Bang's attitude shifted instantly as he cheered, glad his investment wasn't wasted and urging him to crush them. Min Sheng looked at Shizai and apologized for underestimating him, admitting his strength before conceding with a satisfied smile. Shizai's eyes widened in shock, while Wu Yang was equally stunned by the sudden declaration of defeat. Zhu Bang lost all composure and screamed at Min Sheng for surrendering, but Min Sheng simply explained he did it to avoid an early grave. He gestured while admitting that a loss is a loss, then thanked Wu Yang for intervening earlier. He spoke politely to Wu Yang, who stood there dazed for several seconds before Zhu Bang began shouting again. Min Sheng fired back at Zhu Bang, stating he did his best and didn't lose on purpose, but the opponent was simply too powerful. He threatened to hit Zhu Bang and spat on the ground to show his disdain for the man's attitude. Zhu Bang's face contorted with rage as he began his usual power trip, demanding to know if Min Sheng knew who he was. Min Sheng didn't back down, retorting that he had been suppressing the urge to punch Zhu Bang this entire time. He ended the conversation, leaving Zhu Bang fuming in silence, especially when Min Sheng gave him a mocking smile. As Zhu Bang screamed, an employee stepped in to stop him, reminding him that the fight wasn't over yet despite the loss. The man whispered to Zhu Bang that it was his turn to step up, removing his jacket to reveal a massive, muscular frame. He smirked at Wu Yang, who remained unimpressed as the man began stretching and warming up his body. He claimed that while he wasn't sure about beating Min Sheng, he was certain he could defeat Wu Yang. He smiled confidently, and Min Sheng, watching from the sidelines, silently agreed that the man wasn't bluffing. Min Sheng observed that while Xuan Wu Yang was a skilled fighter, his movements lacked formal training and structure. He noted that Wu Yang's style was built entirely on the raw experience of brutal street fights. Min Sheng realized that while such experience was valuable, it could lead to a devastating defeat against a disciplined opponent. Wu Yang smirked and provoked the man, asking if his only achievement was being the leader of the Bluebeats. He challenged the man to stop the intimidation tactics and prove his worth through actual combat. The black-haired man tensed his muscles and entered a combat stance, eager to focus on the fight. He lunged forward instantly, catching Wu Yang off guard with his incredible speed as Shizai watched the low-aimed strike. With a swift and powerful motion, he grabbed Wu Yang, leaving the young man unable to react in time. He slammed Wu Yang into the ground with brutal force, causing him to groan in intense pain. Shizai jumped up in concern while Zhu Bang grinned, as the man revealed he was a trained wrestler. He explained that although he couldn't go pro, he had competed at the national level during his prime. He looked down on Wu Yang, claiming that a street fighter could never compare to a professional athlete. Wu Yang stood up and interrupted the man's arrogant speech while brushing the dust off his clothes. He asked if the man's style was freestyle wrestling, which surprised the man that Wu Yang could recognize it. The man asked if he watched the Olympics, confirming that the national games were indeed his highest achievement. He kept asking what rank he had achieved, making the man grimace under the relentless psychological pressure. "Did you win any medals?" Xian Aoyang continued with a smirk. "Do you know which prison in Korea houses the most notorious criminals?" "A few have won gold medals in martial arts competitions," the man replied. Aoyang noted that was a common misconception and began explaining the reality. From his perspective, gathering a few amateur brawlers in one place doesn't make them a powerful force. They just fight among themselves for rank. Meanwhile, those with true talent are already sweating in the gym. Aoyang scoffed at this novel way of thinking. "Oh, so you look down on thugs?" The man gestured wildly to clarify his point. "I think I've made myself clear. The mainland sect isn't just a group of common gangsters. We are a business organization with diverse talents." Aoyang bluntly asked if he wasn't ashamed of bragging. The black-haired man lost interest in chatting and said they should return to the main topic. He continued rambling. "Actually, I could end this match now, but I'll be merciful and give you one more chance." In terms of talent, Xian Aoyang had the upper hand, but it would be difficult if he didn't know how to handle wrestling. Min Cheng observed tensely, not wanting to miss a single move, thinking that while every martial art is formidable, wrestling is exceptionally powerful even if one watches videos of it repeatedly. An amateur wouldn't understand why a single lock makes movement impossible. That is the beauty of wrestling's solid techniques and stances. No, more importantly, wrestling is about shifting the center of gravity, Min Cheng thought, and strangely, Shizai shared the same observation. He crossed his arms and pondered that if the opponent used wrestling, it would be better to send out a large man who could rely on weight and physique, even without technical knowledge. Min Cheng and Shizai concluded that he could hold his ground to some extent. Ouyang urged the black-haired man to continue, and the man decided to finish it this time. He charged again in a familiar stance, forcing Ouyang to watch closely. However, when Ouyang swung his arm to counter, the man nimbly dodged. He even threw a punch to counterattack. Ouyang didn't hesitate, positioning his hand to strike as they engaged in a pure test of strength. They used only their hands to clash in power. Outside, Shizai remarked, "Is he trying to block it this time?" Min Cheng admired the choice, saying it was a good move. But that won't work forever. Wrestling involves waiting for an opening to grab the opponent's waist or lower body to finish them, Min Cheng mused. Ouyang threw another strike, creating an opening for the opponent to attack. Seeing the chance, the man grabbed him, but Ouyang's expression remained calm while the opponent looked shocked. The man immediately recognized the technique Ouyang used, a sprawl. Ouyang glanced at him and explained, "I told you I have years of experience." There were even some guys from the national wrestling team there. "Do you know what happened to them?" he asked, leaving the man momentarily stunned. Ouyang slammed his elbow into the man's nape with all his might. The man cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. Ouyang finished his sentence. "They used the same moves as you and I beat them to a pulp." As the man looked up, Ouyang seized the chance to drive a knee straight into his face. The man screamed in agony, clutching his swollen nose. Ouyang grabbed his hair and muttered irritably, "Who was it that said they'd be merciful and give me a chance? I'm a petty person, so you won't be getting any chances." As he spoke, Ouyang swung his fist. The man stared with his mouth agape, blood dripping from his torn nose before a direct punch sent him flying. Having been too careless, Jai Feng watched with his mouth wide open in shock. The black-haired man hit the ground hard as Ouyang stared him down. Without letting his guard down for a second, Ouyang watched the man gasp for air. Shizai breathed a sigh of relief, while Min Cheng was surprised by the turn of events. He looked at Jai Feng and asked, "2 matches are over, what do you think?" The man growled, trembling with rage as he hissed through his teeth, "Damn it!" Ouyang smirked. Amused by that wretched expression, Ouyang stated, "From now on, no matter what we do, don't interfere, got it?" Jiao Bang fumed in silence while Min Cheng watched him with a smirk, looking incredibly cool, as Wu Yang told Shizai that today had been fun and suggested they leave, only to be halted by a voice declaring that things weren't over yet. Wu Yang turned around and asked if he meant him, waving the signed commitment in his hand while mocking the man by asking if he had forgotten the blood oath written with his own nosebleed. The man gnashed his teeth and cursed at him, telling him to shut up, while Wu Yang continued to taunt him by asking if he wanted to step onto the stage himself now. He remarked that if the man were truly that brave, he would be quite impressed, but Jiao Bang retorted sharply that he was already dying to kick Wu Yang in the face. Then he made a phone call and walked away, his voice booming as he decided to break the deal and gang up on them, ordering that not a single person be allowed to miss the fight. Wu Yang and Shizai frowned as men dressed in black began to appear, with dozens of them piling out of vehicles and lining up one after another. A leg stepped out of a vehicle as a voice informed Jiao Bang that they were on their way and would arrive within a single minute. Wu Yang felt a sense of unease as the man began to boast about how he had climbed to his current position within the mainland, sect now that his reinforcements had arrived. Jiao Bang triumphantly tapped his head, claiming that brains were what mattered, and that those who used them always prepared a backup plan as he continued his speech. Wu Yang responded with annoyance, calling the old man detestable, while Jiao Bang smirked, completely dismissing Wu Yang and Shizai as he questioned if it was just the two of them. He ordered that the method didn't matter as long as they won, noting that losing would be a disgrace, while Jiao Bang smirked to himself, thinking the chairman might not like this, but it would be fine if he explained it properly. He scanned the crowd and realized they were all professionals, worrying that since he and Shizai were already exhausted, this situation would be dangerous, though he felt he himself would be fine. Concerned that something might happen to the young Shizai, Wu Yang called out to him, and after Shizai responded, Wu Yang immediately stated that he would clear a path for him. He urged Shizai to run back and go home, but Shizai replied that he was disappointed by the suggestion, leaving Wu Yang confused and asking for clarification. He smiled and explained that with him there was no reason to be afraid, suggesting they finish quickly so they could go to the internet cafe, which left Wu Yang speechless and laughing. He playfully nudged Shizai with his elbow, joking that he wasn't afraid but was merely worried about the younger man's joints aching, to which Shizai replied with satisfaction that it was a relief. Thanks to Shizai, Wu Yang regained his resolve, realizing that now was not the time to worry about the consequences, since they simply needed to win regardless. They stood ready to face the surrounding crowd without a hint of fear, even as Jiao Bang threatened that begging for mercy would be useless since they had gone too far, though Wu Yang simply insulted him back without hesitation. He told them to start already since they had been waiting, and as a pair of legs stepped forward from the crowd, Min Cheng placed a hand on a man's shoulder, who greeted him respectfully as a senior. Jiao Bang cheered excitedly for Min Cheng, laughing triumphantly in the belief that the man would help him and promising a massive reward if he performed well now. Wu Yang frowned while watching him and wondering what he was up to, while Jiao Bang's smile faded as he grew wary, questioning why the man was walking toward him. He stopped in front of the man and remarked with a chuckle that Jiao Bang looked truly pathetic, leaving the older man stunned for a moment. He then delivered a staggering punch to the man's face, shocking both Wu Yang and Shizai as a man in a black suit caught the falling Jiao Bang and questioned Min Cheng's actions. When asked what he was doing, Min Cheng simply replied that he was punching him before smiling and attacking the man who had questioned him, who then defended himself while alerting his comrades. Realizing he had switched sides, the man muttered a curse and ordered the mob to crush all three of them, leading to a chaotic battle where the three of them faced the entire crowd. Shizai unleashed incredibly powerful punches, while Wu Yang knocked down a whole group with a single blow, though one of the attackers managed to land a strike on Shizai. Yu Yang was startled by what he saw, yet despite being struck, he still attempted to fight back. He realized that if they persisted recklessly, Siak Chi would be severely injured even if they won. This applied to Siak Chi, Min Sung, and their other companion. As a thug swung a club toward Siak Chi's head, he told himself that now was not the time for a reckless outburst. He needed a plan immediately. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp and he neutralized the enemy before the blow landed. Yu Yang then shouted to the others, "Stop fighting and follow me, I'll clear a path." Siak Chi obeyed instantly without a single question. When they turned to Min Sung, Yu Yang signaled for him to join them as well. With a smirk, he replied, "Understood, boss," and the three of them bolted together. Clutching his fractured nose, Kaio Bang barked out orders for his men to intercept them, threatening that no one would be spared if even one escaped. However, every thug who lunged forward was flattened by the man leading the charge as they reached the corridor. The leader roared in fury, "You useless fools, do something." "Apprehend them immediately," he screamed as the men in black suits pursued them all the way outside. Suddenly, Min Sung veered off in a different direction, announcing that his car was parked nearby. The key was shoved into the ignition as Min Sung frantically tried to start the engine while Kaio Bang's goons closed in. Yu Yang urged him to hurry, and as soon as the three were settled inside, Min Sung yanked the steering wheel. "Let's get out of here," he cried as the vehicle sped away from Kaio Bang's group. The leader stood there panting and swearing, while Min Sung glanced at the rearview mirror with a smirk, muttering, "Eat my dust, you bastards." Once they were safely away, Yu Yang got straight to the point, asking to have a word. Turning toward Min Sung, he demanded to know what his deal was, prompting the young man to introduce himself with a smile. "Who, me? I'm Min Sung. You probably heard them mention it earlier," he said. But Yu Yang cut him off, clarifying that he wasn't asking for a name, but rather which side he truly belonged to. He grinned and asked what other side there could be, claiming he had defected from the mainland sect to join their team. This left Yu Yang bewildered as to why he would switch sides, but Min Sung explained that it was because of what Yu Yang had said earlier. "You told me to follow you, so I did. Now I'm even acting as your getaway driver, yet you're still questioning my loyalty," he remarked, prompting Yu Yang to explain his true intentions. Yu Yang pointed out that he only said that because Min Sung would have been beaten to death had he stayed behind. Min Sung let out a sigh and began to explain the situation as they had witnessed it. He explained that Kaio Bang was as treacherous as he was hideous, and since he despised people like that, he decided to switch sides. He remained surprisingly upbeat as he continued his explanation. "You're going to take me in, right? I might not look like much, but I'm quite capable, especially when it comes to fighting," he boasted, causing Yu Yang to clutch his head and groan. Min Sung continued his monologue, feeling a bit embarrassed and assuming he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. He kept rambling on, eventually deciding that he would take the position of the third brother. He noted that in their world, strength determines one's rank, then looked at Yu Yang and labeled him as Liu Bei. Turning his attention to Siak Chi, he declared him to be Guan Yu. "That makes me Zhang Fei. Should we hold a formal ceremony to become sworn brothers?" he asked with a laugh, half joking as he addressed them as his eldest and second brothers. From the back seat, Siak Chi crossed his arms and reminded him that Yu Yang hadn't agreed to anything yet, so he shouldn't get ahead of himself. Min Sung simply pouted and told him not to be so serious. Min Sung urged them to relax, but Yu Yang finally spoke up, pointing out that since he was a traitor, a person who betrays once is likely to do it again. He argued that Min Sung might very well betray them in the future, a point that Min Sung didn't even try to deny. "Yes, that's naturally how it works," he admitted, catching Yu Yang off guard with his bluntness. Yu Yang wondered if he really had to be so honest, but Min Sung explained that if he found Yu Yang to be a despicable and foul person, then he would certainly have to betray him. "To put it another way, as long as you don't treat me like garbage first, I will never turn my back on you even if it costs me my life," Min Sung stated with absolute certainty. Silence filled the car until Min Sung suggested dropping them off right there since his offer had been rejected. However, Yu Yang held his head and told him to just keep driving. He smiled with satisfaction, noting that things were better that way as the car sped down the road. They began to discuss their next move, realizing the enemy would likely break their promise and come looking for them. Yu Yang asked irritably where else they would go besides home now that the job was done. He was referring to their own residence, but Min Sung suddenly cut him off with an exclamation of disbelief. "If I may be perfectly honest, you two are grown men, yet you lack common sense," Min Sung remarked. Yu Yang looked at him with confusion as the younger man continued his explanation. He pointed out that they had just delivered a direct insult to the mainland sect, yet Yu Yang was talking about simply going home. This was news to Yu Yang, who asked if the enemy already knew where they lived. Min Sung explained that while they might not know yet, it was entirely possible that they either already did or soon would. Yu Yang continued to press him for answers as Min Sung laid out the reality of the situation. He clarified that if the sect wanted to, they could obtain full information on both of them at any moment, especially since their pride had been so severely wounded today. "Won't there be some kind of retaliation?" He asserted firmly that they would definitely ransack their homes. Zai Wuzhai agreed with Min Song, noting it was logical to hide somewhere until they had a solid plan. He suggested a quiet place like the countryside, and Min Song agreed, but Wu Yang proposed the opposite, going to Myeongdong, which left Min Song in shock. Wu Yang confirmed it was indeed that Myeongdong and suggested getting some meat, as he felt hungry after the fight. He added that the game he was playing was quite good, and suggested going to an internet cafe, his carefree attitude making Zai Wuzhai laugh. Min Song was confused and questioned him, pointing out that the mainland faction could easily find them and beat them to a pulp. He nearly shouted in the car, frustrated that they were going to play games and eat on such a busy street instead of hiding. Wu Yang calmly explained that since they could track all their information, they would be discovered no matter where they hid. His logic was absurd yet convincing. Since they would be caught anyway, they might as well eat first, and Zai Wuzhai agreed from the back. Min Song muttered that they were insane and reckless, yet he didn't hate the idea, thinking it might actually be fun. Elsewhere, Zio Peng vented his anger on each of them, furious that so many of them couldn't catch 3 mere punks. He kicked them in the face and insulted them like useless dogs, his face contorted with rage as he questioned their competence. They all knelt and apologized, but he remained unsatisfied and continued to beat them, dismissing their apologies. He screamed about his humiliation, while a man timidly replied that the targets hadn't gone far, and he would try to find them within a day. Zio Peng roared in anger and punched the man repeatedly, mocking the one-day deadline and setting a much stricter limit. He ordered them to bring the targets back within an hour. Just then, a subordinate rushed in with news that they had been located. Zio Peng asked if they were hiding in some village, but the man shook his head, making him impatiently demand an answer. The man reported that they were at a famous barbecue restaurant in Myeongdong eating grilled pork belly, leaving Zio Peng stunned. He cursed and sighed, mocking their lack of intelligence before ordering their immediate capture, but the subordinate stammered in response. The man explained that it would be difficult because the area was crowded, making the situation very complicated. Causing a scene there would involve not just the police, but also the media, and Xiao Peng finally realized their strategy. He understood they were using the crowd as a shield, and ordered his men to keep them under constant surveillance for now. He demanded immediate reports on their movements, then smirked to himself, mocking the brats for thinking they were clever. He sneered, thinking they were arrogant to believe they had beaten him, and vowed to show them what hell truly felt like. Suddenly his phone vibrated, causing him to curse, but his face turned pale when he saw the caller's name, and he answered submissively. The person on the other end asked if he had anything to say, and as Xiao Peng stammered, the caller questioned his hesitation. The caller saw right through him, asking if he was caught in a lie, while Xiao Peng frantically denied it, claiming he wouldn't dare. The caller suggested playing golf the next morning, which he immediately agreed to, and then the person gave him a warning. The threatening tone made him flinch, as the caller told him to prepare a perfect lie, or just tell the truth if he lacked confidence. Xiao Peng turned pale as the call ended. Meanwhile, amidst the bright city lights at night, Wu Yang, Zai Wu Zhai, and Min Song were clinking glasses. He spoke up in surprise, asking if the two of them were really still students, to which Siak Yi replied that they were and he didn't need to be called older brother. Wu Yang added that it was a tricky situation since, as he mentioned, strength determined rank, and Siak Yi was the clear winner of the previous match. He tried to speak first in case there were any objections, but Min Cheng interrupted, saying he had no complaints and no intention of challenging the hierarchy. He then looked at the two of them and remarked that Siak Yi's face looked quite weathered and battle-hardened. Wu Yang smirked, thinking the boy was more amusing than expected, and decided to observe him further before asking if the mainland gang's troops were truly nearby. Min Cheng answered without hesitation, confirming that at least 2 or 3 people were watching them right now as he scanned the surroundings. He clearly had the mainland gang's movements figured out, noting they were reporting to Jufeng, while Wu Yang took a drink and remarked that it sounded like fun. A man approached them, his silhouette looking somewhat familiar, and Wu Yang looked up to see Yang Tai, Bei Jun, and Zhu Yang standing there. They confirmed their identity, but Siak Yi warned them that if they intended to report their location to Jufeng, he wouldn't stop them from doing as they pleased. He added that the 3 of them didn't look capable of capturing them anyway, but Yang Tai quickly clarified that wasn't their purpose. They explained they only came because they heard the group was there, but Wu Yang cut them off, telling them not to bother if they were going to ask to be taken in. Yang Tai then recounted how they had just been brutally beaten by the mainland gang, recalling the horrific experience they had just endured. He remembered the leader of the attackers mocking them as useless small fry, and how his pleas for mercy were met only with laughter. The man had told them that trash is cleared away not because it's dangerous, but because it's filthy, before proceeding to beat them. He had been beaten until he cried in anger, and Yang Tai helplessly told the group that they had been insulted even more severely than that. Wu Yang questioned why they should help, asking if they wanted revenge and what they could possibly offer in return for such a request. Yang Tai clarified that they weren't asking for revenge, but simply wanted to join the group and were willing to be used in any way necessary. He spoke honestly, leaving Wu Yang stunned once again as Yang Tai explained that they were men who also felt shame and indignation. Looking down sadly, he admitted they lacked the strength to act alone, but believed in the group after hearing about their victory over Blue Breeze. He expressed their desire to help, causing Wu Yang to sigh, while Min Cheng smiled and suggested that they should actually take them in. Min Cheng explained that it was time for them to settle things with the mainland gang once and for all, so having more people would be beneficial. Wu Yang corrected him, pointing out that these men were different from them and were unable to even protect themselves. He noted that the 3 of them couldn't even handle a single opponent, but Yang Tai interjected, saying there were many others who felt the same way. He promised to bring more people and vowed they wouldn't be a burden, even telling Wu Yang he could abandon them if they became a problem. He pleaded desperately for a chance to help, his voice filled with an intensity that made Wu Yang wonder why he was so determined. Min Cheng added that they didn't need to fight, as there were always chores and minor tasks that required extra hands, prompting Yang Tai to call him Big Brother, in gratitude. Wu Yang remarked that Min Cheng only wanted them so he wouldn't be the lowest-ranking member, and Min Cheng laughed, asking if his plan was that obvious. He admitted he might seem superficial, but his experience with the mainland gang taught him that having more people and money was always an advantage. He continued to persuade Wu Yang that it would be better than he thought, while Bei Jun added that they didn't require food, housing, or money. Zhu Yang chimed in, saying he would rather share their fate than die a meaningless death, and Yang Tai earnestly begged just to be allowed to follow them. Wu Yang turned to Shizai to ask for his opinion. "Shizai, what do you think?" His response was always the same: "Anything is fine with me. I simply follow the boss's decisions." Wu Yang pondered for a moment before agreeing with Yang Tai. "Fine, you can stay with us for now." His face lit up with joy as he thanked the boss, but Wu Yang added, "On two conditions." He gave Yang Tai and his group careful instructions. "First, we won't be financially responsible for you, as we aren't wealthy ourselves. Second, this arrangement is only temporary." He drew a clear boundary. "It only lasts until your safety is guaranteed. We don't intend to extend it." Yang Tai nodded. "We understand." "Thank you for taking us in." The three of them bowed politely and said, "Thank you, boss." Wu Yang quickly stopped them. "Hey, don't greet me like gangsters. People are watching." Yang Tai scratched his head in embarrassment. "Ah, yes." Wu Yang continued to invite them. "Sit down, let's have a drink together." "Are any of you underage?" They answered obediently that they weren't. Min Sheng spoke up to order. "Ma'am, 2 more bottles of soju and a plate of meat, please." A quick meal was soon served. While they were eating, Wu Yang spoke up. "By the way, we should probably know our subordinates' names. We can't keep calling you this guy or that guy forever." Yang Tai introduced himself. "I'm Yang Tai." Pu Jun followed. "I'm Pu Jun." Finally, Hong Du Yan introduced himself. Wu Yang began to rank them. "Yang Tai, since you're their leader, you're fourth." He then looked at the other two. "What is the relationship between Pu Jun and Du Yan?" They explained they were high school classmates, and Du Yan clarified with a smile, "Though we've never fought seriously. Our martial arts skills are quite similar," Wu Yang decided. "Then both of you will be fifth. Does anyone have any objections?" The other 5 replied in unison that they didn't. Min Sheng raised his beer and suggested, "Since Yang Tai, Pu Jun, and Du Yan have joined us, let's have a celebratory drink." Du Yan teased him. "You act like you've been with us for 10 years, even though you just joined today, too." Min Sheng smiled broadly. "Oh, forget that. Today is a happy day." They excitedly invited each other to drink. "Come on, fill up the glasses." A glass of beer was poured for Wu Yang. His new subordinate suggested, "Boss, you should say a few words before we drink." Wu Yang shyly refused. "No, I don't like doing that. If you want to, you do it." Min Sheng was surprised by the responsibility. "I can do it, really." He laughed. "Since you suggested it." Min Sheng didn't hesitate or refuse. "All right, then." All 6 of them raised their glasses together. "To the growth and victory of the Wu Yang gang." They finished their drinks, and Wu Yang asked blankly, "Wu Yang gang?" Min Sheng asked, "Why don't you like it?" He explained it wasn't that he disliked it, then went along with them, thinking, "No need to ruin their fun. Let's leave it like this for now." Wu Yang smiled and said, "It's nothing." The next day on the golf course, a great swing was made, and praise followed immediately. "Nice shot." Jai Bang stood humbly next to the other man and spoke. "That long drive was impressive, truly wonderful." He addressed the man as chairman. This was Yun Kai-Huan, the leader of the mainland gang. He gestured, "Hey." Jai Bang answered obediently. "Yes, chairman." He asked, "Are you ready?" He paused for a moment before answering yes. With a somber aura, the man suggested, "Try telling me about what you've been doing lately." Jai Bang started awkwardly. "Chairman, I have something to say." Kai-Huan asked, "Are you hesitating?" He began his preamble. "You know, I don't hate lies that much. If you can deceive me, it proves you're smart." Then he threatened, "What I hate most is lying poorly and getting caught. It means you weren't prepared." His eyes were deep as he looked at him. When coming to see Yun Kai-Huan, Jai Bang said politely, "Yes, chairman." The man urged him, "Now this is your last chance. Give it your best shot." Jai Bang swallowed his bitterness and admitted his fault. I apologize, sir. I am not capable of deceiving the chairman in this situation, so I will only tell the truth without a single lie." Kai-Huan nodded in agreement. "That's right. If you're incompetent, at least be honest. That way I can still entrust you with trivial tasks like right now." He recounted that, in truth, it hadn't been long since then. His story reached its conclusion quickly, so I did my best to salvage the situation. However, upon receiving your call, Chi Huan asked him again about receiving the call, and Jai Bang explained that he was currently maintaining the status quo. The old man replied that this was the only thing he had done correctly so far, which surprised him. Chi Huan then ordered him not to touch Haiyan Wu Yang. Jai Bang felt it was unjust. Mentioning the honor and pride of the mainland gang, but the old man cut him off abruptly. He followed up with a sharp question, asking if any of that truly belonged to him. Jaibong was stunned, and Chi Huan repeated that the honor, pride, and even the traitorous subordinate were all his. Everything belongs to Yun Chi Huan, and you are the one who has lost it all. The man had no excuses left and simply agreed. Chi Huan reminded him that when the master says to leave things be, a servant must simply obey. Though trembling with rage, he could only comply. Unless someone is bold enough to defy Yun Chi Huan, Haiyan Wu Young is off-limits for now. Spread the word to everyone. He naively asked for clarification if he should really tell everyone. Chi Huan nodded, telling him to make it clear while also suspending Jaibong from his duties. As for you, halt all work and wait at home until I call. Do you understand? Now go, Chi Huan demanded, and Jaibong bowed submissively. Yes, Chairman. Meanwhile, on the street inside a convenience store, someone muttered about 2,000 troops and bacillus bacteria. Anthrax causing bacillus anthracis. The female clerk sighed over bacillus subtilis, wondering why they were so similar and craving a beer. She gave her usual greeting to a customer but stopped when she recognized him. Wu Young waved, and she looked at him with curiosity. She remarked that seeing him lately was harder than reaching the heavens. He admitted he was busy while putting beer in his basket, noting its lack of nutritional value before heading to the counter. He asked to add a DX player to his purchase. She questioned why he needed so much for just 2 people, and he told her the rooftop would be noisy after her shift. He explained he was having a barbecue with his subordinates, but she reminded him that she had an upcoming exam to study for. He sighed, wondering what to do, while Yuna bagged his items and watched him put his hands in his pockets. He placed an item on the counter and told her to return it after her exam. Confused, she asked why he was giving it to her. He suggested that using it would make her studying more effective since she could choose her own music. She felt flustered and said it wasn't necessary. Wu Young cut her off, telling her to keep the change before leaving. Yuna watched him go, wondering what was wrong with him. She stared at the music player he left behind in silence. At the brightly lit shared house, Wu Young climbed the stairs to find someone waiting. They greeted him, and Seokji asked why he bought so much. He replied that it was just some drinks and snacks. He asked if there was enough meat, and Seokji confirmed he bought plenty for 6 people. Wu Young repeated the number thoughtfully. Yang Ti noted the large group and mentioned they would need a new place soon. Seokji argued that they didn't stay there every day. He agreed but noted that the elderly tend to worry. He expressed concern that if they were followed, only a few of them could defend themselves. He mentioned that besides himself, Seokji, and Min Sung, the others couldn't protect themselves and might have to stay home for a long time. Seokji concluded that the main issue was money. He admitted it was true, but decided to set those worries aside for the day. He assured them everything would be fine and asked where Min Sung was. Seokji said he was inside, and he nodded. Voices could be heard from within. Min Sung stepped outside and greeted him, acknowledging the boss's return. Wu Young urged him to join the others who were preparing outside, but Min Sung said he wanted to discuss something with them first. He mentioned he had just spoken with a friend from his time in the Dalu gang, quickly clarifying that they shouldn't misunderstand, as he had initially intended to ignore the message. However, after reading the text, he felt a direct conversation was necessary. Ming Rong reported they had joined a level higher than Jiao Feng. He wasn't certain, but current signs suggested Yun Kihyuan had personally intervened. Wu Yang asked where another formidable opponent had come from. He explained that wasn't the case. They had simply decided to leave them alone. Shijai remarked warily that it seemed suspicious and likely hurtful. Ming Rong added that it was Jiao Feng's pride that was wounded, given Yun Kihyuan's position as chairman controlling the Dalu gang. This matter wasn't actually that significant. Hearing this, Shijai frowned and asked if the chairman intended to just overlook it. He argued that whether a chairman or not, they were ultimately just gangsters. He stated there were only 2 possibilities. The first scenario was that they were too busy with major issues to bother with such trivial matters. This would be the ideal outcome for them. Wu Yang pressed for the second possibility. Ming Rong lowered his head, his voice turning grave. The second case was unfavorable. When Wu Yang asked why, Ming Rong explained they would be exploited. He let out a sigh. He scoffed, asking if those people thought they could just use them. Ming Rong continued as Wu Yang and Bei Jun approached. He noted they couldn't avoid it, as word of them causing trouble for the Dalu gang and Jiao Feng had already spread. He mentioned that the Dalu gang wasn't the only criminal organization in Seoul. though they held absolute dominance. However, that didn't mean secondary or tertiary organizations didn't exist. Ming Rong pointed out their group only had 6 people. With only 3 actual combatants, their act of challenging the Dalu gang would make them targets for those lower-ranked organizations. He agreed with Ming Rong, but wondered if joining another group would benefit the Dalu gang. Besides, they had no intention of joining anyone. Ming Rong's gaze sharpened as he continued. Most would think that way, but someone like Yun Kihyun would see it differently. Using them to eliminate rivals in other gangs would be ideal. Even if that failed, creating a pretext to attack or purge other groups would still be an advantage for them, he explained. He clarified this was just his personal view, noting he couldn't fully know the man's mind or if he had an unpredictable plan. Ming Rong continued, stating that Yun Kihyun was a truly formidable individual who might be planning something beyond their expectations. Beyond his combat skills, his leadership and situational management are peerless. We must be prepared for anything. Wu Yang rubbed his chin in thought, agreeing with him. He then asked Ming Rong who the second and third-ranked organizations were. He confidently replied that having spent so much time in this area, he knew everything necessary. Currently, the Dalu Gang is the most influential organization beyond Seoul. The next name he mentioned was the Brotherhood. They operate mainly in Yeongjungpo, followed by Blacksmith, who are active in Dabong, Nowon, and Uijeongbu. Ming Rong held up 3 fingers as he continued, noting these 3 are considered the top organizations in Seoul. Wu Yang felt a bit overwhelmed by the new information. Ming Rong explained that while the Dalu Gang's national power is undisputed, the Brotherhood and Blacksmith are not to be taken lightly. Shijai suddenly interjected, laughing as he asked if blacksmith literally meant a smith. Wu Yang was impressed, praising Shijai's intelligence. Shijai gave Wu Yang a stinging pat on the face, teasing that it was just basic middle school vocabulary. Ming Rong continued his presentation, confirming that the members of Blacksmith were indeed experts at using various tools. They compensate for their lack of manpower and funds compared to the top 2 organizations with sheer firepower, and among them, a man named Nan Zhenjiu stands out the most. Hailing from the Jiangsu region, there isn't a single tool he cannot weaponize. His prowess is indisputable, as he once took down 50 men using nothing but a billiard cue, let alone surgical blades or steel pipes. He reminded him that those 50 individuals were also armed with lethal weapons, emphasizing that this account was neither an exaggeration nor hyperbole. It was official information released by the police, and he continued the story, noting that since that day, whenever Nan Zhenjiu was seen holding even a simple piece of wood, even the strongest fighters in the country began to steer clear of him. The reason Blacksmith maintained its position despite pressure from the top 2 organizations, and still dared to speak boldly, was entirely due to Nan Zhenjiu, who was responsible for over 80% of their success. He repeated the name. Wu Yang crossed his arms and made a domineering remark, calling him a true romantic, to which a confused Min Sung asked for clarification, prompting him to continue. With such strength, he could easily secure a high-ranking spot in the top 2 organizations, yet he chose to remain in the third-ranked one, Wu Yang explained with a smile. This immediately left Min Sung speechless. After a moment of reflection, he admitted that there was some truth to those words. However, regarding his personality, he could only describe him as a complex individual, while Wu Yang explained that he couldn't possibly be a purely good person. After all, he was still a gangster. Reaching for a chair, Wu Yang shifted the conversation, asking about the Brotherhood. Looking at the older man now seated at the table, he continued, explaining that the Brotherhood was a group primarily composed of ethnic Chinese gangsters operating in the Yongdang-Po area. Wu Yang interjected, asking if they were Chinese, and Min Sung sat down as well, confirming that there were also some North Korean defectors. Those who couldn't adapt to life in South Korea or native Koreans were only minor members, as the core strength consisted of illegal Chinese immigrants and some people from Kaiju. In some respects, the Brotherhood was even more dangerous than the mainland gang, which still tried to maintain the facade of a legitimate business. But the Brotherhood didn't care about appearances and acted like wild beasts, he compared before listing their crimes. Beyond drug trafficking and illegal gambling, rumors suggested they were involved in contract killings, organ trafficking, and even the trade of human flesh. Wu Yang frowned at the news, thinking that if it were true, they were truly irredeemable monsters. Min Sung continued, explaining that because they were so brutal and reckless, everyone in the underworld avoided them. but they had recently recruited some terrifying individuals, making the group far more dangerous. Zhu Yucheng interjected, asking if there was more than one terrifying person, and Min Sung confirmed it was a pair of ethnic Chinese twins. Wu Yang suddenly interrupted, seemingly familiar with the description, and began to suspect their identity. He asked if they were Guo Taehyur and Guo Taexiu, names that sounded foreign to others, and Min Sung confirmed, asking if he knew them. Wu Yang replied that he knew them all too well, wondering to himself if they were really there, while Min Sung curiously asked about his relationship with them. He recalled mentioning his time at the Jambit Reformatory, leading Min Sung to guess that there was a history between them. He admitted without hesitation that he had once fought them, and when asked about the outcome, Wu Yang spoke candidly. He had fought with everything he had, risking his life to win, yet there was one single time he couldn't emerge victorious, prompting a shocked response from Zhu Yucheng. Wu Yang nodded, confirming that he had ultimately failed to defeat them as memories of the Jambit Reformatory, a place where one could supposedly start over, came flooding back. A fight was currently breaking out there. As onlookers cheered for the room leader, Wu Yang threw a punch that the other boy could only grit his teeth and block as he was slowly pushed back. The boy stared at him, panting heavily, while Wu Yang glared back, wondering how someone like him could be the room leader in a place filled with delinquent children from all over the country. However, his endurance and ability to take a hit were truly impressive. The other guy gritted his teeth and asked if he was already tired. He let out a defiant roar, daring him to make a move, while Wu Yang gave a brief reply, his demeanor remaining humble and unchanged as he agreed. Stating that he was weary and wished to finish things before his energy faded, Wu Yang leaped upward, leaving the other man agape as he declared he would bring everything to a close with a final blow. The man was knocked unconscious and lay flat on the earth under the stunned gazes of his subordinates and the department head, prompting Wu Yang to let out a smirk. "You won't be able to stand up this time, will you?" he asked, as the fallen man feebly moved his hand and was helped up by his followers while still grimacing in intense pain. He muttered an admission of his loss, declaring that Wu Yang was now the leader of the Mu group, and though Wu Yang smirked and told him not to be too disappointed given his efforts, the man simply smiled and replied that such comfort was futile. "While it is true that I have suffered defeat and lost my standing, nevertheless, I have only one request," he said, and Wu Yang immediately asked what it was, noting that the former captain had lost his position. "I feel a bit ashamed, but I have a favor to ask of you," the man explained, prompting Wu Yang to ask what kind of favor it was. "It is nothing special, but even though you now lead the woodworking team, I want you to maintain the alliance with the bakery team." Along with the proposal regarding Xingjingzhen, Wu Yang asked in confusion if there was a specific reason for it. The man explained that since he was a newcomer, he might not know the situation within the Janbai Reformatory, where 3 teams existed. "This place is no longer mine, it belongs to you now. There is Xingjingzhen's bakery team and the mechanics team," he said as Wu Yang listened. "I am aware of that, but what is your point?" he asked, as the man explained that the power of these 3 teams had always been balanced. The number of subordinates and the capabilities of the captains were equal, so they maintained peace by never interfering in each other's business. He continued, saying that 2 formidable individuals joined the mechanics team 2 months ago. They were the Jiwa brothers, Taehyur and Taj, of Chinese descent. Wu Yang smirked at the mention of those men, noting how strange it was that they shared everything, while the other man pointed at him warningly. "Remember that everyone here, including you, is a prisoner," the man cautioned, but he scoffed and repeated that he had been wrongfully accused. He claimed he only beat someone who deserved it, but the former captain smirked back, saying everyone makes that claim despite having a reason to be there. "There are no exceptions, so watch your words," he warned again, and Wu Yang acknowledged the reminder, noting that it did not matter much now. Those 2 had rapidly taken control of the mechanics team, but Wu Yang simply curled his lip, suggesting it was not a significant issue. He questioned if there was a rule against those of Chinese descent becoming captains, but the man clarified that their ethnicity was not the problem. He described them as demons, the most sinister individuals in the history of this facility, which housed the nation's most problematic students. The mechanics team had become a living hell, and he doubted those twins would be satisfied with just one team, prompting a response from Wu Yang. He continued, explaining that for the first time since the Janbai Reformatory's founding, someone was attempting to unify all 3 teams. Although they had not made a formal move yet, he believed it was inevitable, which was why he and Captain Xingjingjin had formed an alliance. They had agreed to support each other as if it were their own struggle, regardless of who was attacked first, as long as the alliance remained. It would be a confrontation between two pairs of captains, even though the enemy had twice as many subordinates, but he had been a key part of that pact. Having lost to him and surrendered his leadership of the woodworking team, he was now too weak and needed several weeks to recover from his injuries. He noted that if the new captain of the woodworking team made a single mistake now, the entire facility could fall under the control of the Jiwa family. As he explained the consequences of inaction, Wu Yang fell into deep thought, prompting the man to quickly clarify his intentions. "Do not misunderstand. I am not trying to undermine your authority or manipulate you. You may do as you wish and I will follow," he reiterated. His only request was to maintain the alliance with the bakery team, a condition that would benefit both of them without any negative consequences. He pointed out how favorable the deal was, and Wu Yang acknowledged his good intentions, causing the man to nod in gratitude for being understood. However, Wu Yang added that his proposal required one crucial condition, which startled the man and made him ask what it was. He stated that he would not face the Jiwa brothers alone, to which the other man replied by apologizing and admitting that was the reality. One of them might be as strong as him, with outcomes varying daily, but if the Jiwa brothers fought together, their lifelong bond would triple their power. They coordinate perfectly. Wu Yang listened to what the former Team 1 captain has to say. He continues, "Even if Jia Yongzhan and I were to join forces against them in a 2-on-2. It might drag on for a while, but we would eventually lose. Although we outnumber them 2-to-1, we can only manage to hold our ground. However, we stand no chance in a match between representatives, so do not overreach." He was still speaking when Wu Yang interrupted him. "It would be great if what you said were true," he says, making the man ask, "What?" Wu Yang confidently declares that if he fights seriously. "I am confident I am 4 times stronger than you. They are only 3 times better, right?" The Wood team members shout that he is going too far. They acknowledge his victory over their leader but resent his attitude. He then gives an order. "Stop, this is not your place to interfere. Regardless, he is our new captain. He and I wagered everything, including the position of captain. It was a fair match, and you won without any foul play," he explains before allowing him to speak again. "The authority you have earned is entirely deserved. Though it is a bitter pill to swallow, I cannot deny it." He repeats himself once more. "Yes, but regarding the Chi-Hua brothers, I urge you to reconsider. If you fail because you cannot control your arrogance and act recklessly, then not only our Wood team, but also the bakery team will suffer." A grim vision is painted, suggesting that even this entire reformatory will be swallowed up by that group. He firmly declares that such a situation must never be allowed to occur. Wu Yang curls his lip and replies, "I admit you have the qualities of a leader. However, I am much stronger than you imagine. If you do not believe me, I will prove it. Since we are on the subject, let's settle this right now." He cracks his knuckles as he speaks, leaving the man astonished. "What? Are you serious?" Wu Yang turns and asks where the mechanical team is currently gathered. He warns him, "Nishian Wu Yang, please do not do this. You have only just finished your match with me." He repeats in a low voice, "What are you all staring at?" He then uses his authority to coerce them. This is the first official order from the new captain, as Wu Yang directly threatens them with violence. "Answer me if you do not want a beating." Nearby, mechanical repairs are underway as the reformatory inmates work diligently. A sharp sound rings out. "Just keep looking straight ahead," the other man replies politely. "Yes, Captain." Hua puffs on a cigarette and warns that it would be bad if the guards discovered this. "It would not be pleasant at all." They stammer in agreement, of course. Looking outside, the man's eyes widen in surprise. Hua notices his reaction. He immediately asks, "Who is it? A guard?" The other man simply replies, "No." Hua continues nonchalantly, "Then what is there to worry about?" He wonders if it is Sue if not a guard, but the man stammers that it is the Wood team. Before he can finish, he is sent flying. Hua looks over listlessly, slightly surprised to see a stranger entering and stands up to question him. "Why is the Wood team captain appearing here?" Wu Yang smiles and asks directly. Seeing such an insolent attitude in someone smoking in the reformatory, he can easily guess who it is. "You are one of those two, right?" The person beside him explains that this is Hua, the older of the twins. Wu Yang looks around to provoke them. "Where is Hua Tisu? I do not see anyone here who looks like him." Indeed, he is nowhere to be found. The man cannot help but laugh at Wu Yang's dismissive attitude toward his enemies. It seems your recklessness has brought about a miracle. He asks again, what do you mean? Regardless of the reason, only Tihua is here now. So what if I am alone? Are you surprised? He says while looking at Tihua. He then makes a suggestion to Wu Yang. Defeat him right here and now. Put him in the hospital for a few months. He repeats those words in disbelief. Defeat me. Then the madman uses his tongue to extinguish his cigarette before casting it aside. He looks at Wu Yang hungrily and asks, do you really think you are capable of that? He sneers and glares at him while Tihua glares back at Wu Yang. The tension in the air is palpable. Observing the former Wood team captain, he remarks, so you are no longer the captain. He curtly interrupts, that is none of your business. He chuckles and says, ah, that is right. Tihua invites D11 and the former Wood team captain, saying, do not be like that. Come join the mechanical team. We will take good care of you. Wu Yang scratches his head and mutters, as I thought this will not work. While picking his ear, he explains that he had been considering whether or not to strike him immediately. As I thought it is no good. The man asks, really? Wu Yang continues, eating only French fries is not very tasty. The man asks in confusion while Tihua silently observes them. French fries? What French fries? Why are you saying that all of a sudden? They say it is a combo. Eating them separately is neither fun nor delicious. Just wait, I will fight both of them at once to see if there is any difference. Look at this, he declared confidently, while the former Wood team captain warned. Hey, Captain, you have no idea how lucky you are in this situation. He admitted it frankly, yeah, I don't know, and I never needed luck to begin with, before addressing Tihua. Hey, thug, where's that guy who looks just like you? Tell him to get over here for a match, he said as Tihua slowly stood up and remarked. You're quite good at provoking people, aren't you? Fine, you've succeeded. I'll fight, he said, then turned to the mechanics team. What are you doing? Why haven't you set up the ring yet? They obeyed instantly, shouting, yes, Captain, with tense expressions. Feeling a mix of excitement and fear for what was to come, Tihua stepped forward, removing his coat and issuing a challenge. Let's see how well you fight. Come on. Through provocation, Guo Tehu had secured a one-on-one duel. No, he had even lured the man into entering it voluntarily, the former Wood team captain observed. He thought to himself, was this his goal from the start? This kid is smarter than I thought. Wu Yang curled his lip and said, I told you I wasn't going to fight. He paused and called out, boss, then leisurely sat on the ground, explaining, if I crush you now, I won't get to see it. Where's that twin combo or whatever? Stop this and call your brother here. I'll wait as long as it takes. Tihua looked at him in confusion and demanded, what are you doing? Get up. He roared threateningly, I told you to get up. But he simply replied, go get your brother. Tihua trembled with rage and screamed, you cheap Sasuk knockoff. The former Wood team captain grew anxious for Wu Yang as he watched Tihua charge while the boy remained indifferent. There's no time to stand up. Wu Yang just laughed. What's the rush? He asked, then delivered a swift kick directly to the man's leg as he lunged forward, leaving Tihua reeling in shock. Wu Yang followed up with a direct punch to his face and remarked, see, you're nothing special on your own. The former Wood team captain urged him on, feeling that wasn't enough. Quickly land another blow and finish this, Wu Yang asked. Wait, why? To which the captain urgently replied, what do you mean, why? This kind of luck won't come a second time, he replied with a hint of irritation. How many times do I have to say it? I told you I don't need luck. As Tihua slowly crawled back up, Wu Yang watched and commented, you're not staying down already, are you? Keep trying. The man muttered as he stood, this isn't working. Even if I have to stay here for a few more years, I'll end you myself. With a murderous expression, he declared, I'm going to kill you. Wu Yang chuckled, interesting. But saying that while looking like that, aren't you embarrassed? Tihua corrected himself as he took an offensive stance. I underestimated you far too much. I admit it, he declared firmly. From now on, I'll fight with everything I've got, so you'd better be ready, he replied. Oh, we'll see about that. I told you I'm waiting for your brother, he said. Tihua swung a blow almost immediately, shouting, talk all you want now, before his eyes widened in shock. As Wu Yang quickly raised his arms to defend while maintaining his distance from Tihua, he blocked the strike and remarked while rubbing his wrist. You're clearly not like the others here, he said with a smirk, while Tihua gritted his teeth in visible frustration. He swung again, but he dodged with ease once more, even launching a counterattack by landing a punch squarely on Tihua's face. The former Wood team captain could only watch the fight intently, thinking to himself, Haiyan Wu Yang, a strong person truly remains strong. He's definitely moving forward by overcoming his reach disadvantage with quick movements and perfect timing, he noted. Wu Yang observed Tai Hua's annoyed expression and commented. Wu Yang slipped past him and surged forward to attack, certain that with this speed, victory was only a matter of time. Everyone understood that time was the only factor. Tai Hua was pushed back, clutching his face and gasping for air as he gritted his teeth and wondered, where did this guy come from? He's so strong. But once Kai Xiu gets here, this will be over, he thought as he reached for a weapon. Brandishing a wrench enthusiastically, Tai Hua launched a relentless assault with it. Wu Yang commented while blocking the blows. Setting aside his dirty tactics, he's actually quite capable. Honestly, even in a one-on-one against the former Wood team captain. He thought to himself while counterattacking that he would eventually win, believing he could handle even another opponent like this, then landed a heavy blow on Tai Hua's chest. The wrench slipped from his hand and hit the ground as Wu Yang remarked that it was a decent fight, sneering in complete contempt of the man. It's a bit disappointing if that's all you've got, he said as Tai Hua cursed at him, just before another figure resembling Tai Hua suddenly entered the scene. What is going on here? He asked, looking up as Tisu muttered in annoyance about only being away to see the warden for a short while. How did things end up like this? The former Wood team captain muttered, gritting his teeth in frustration upon seeing Gu takes you. Wu Yang let out a sarcastic sneer, remarking that the hamburger had finally arrived as the man brushed past him and headed straight for Tai Hua. Placing a hand on his brother's shoulder, he asked if he was all right, to which Tai Hua replied with a smirk that he would have been in trouble had his brother arrived any later. Tisu said they could discuss the details later, quickly assessing the situation and asking if he just needed to crush that guy, to which Tai Hua gave a brief nod. Wu Yang smiled at them, ready for battle, while Tisu's face twisted in rage as the Wood team captain, and the mechanics watched in shock as Wu Yang was toyed with on the ground by the T brothers. What should I do? Can I even stand up? He wondered in shock, gritting his teeth as he questioned what was happening to him. The T brothers sneered down at Wu Yang as he lay sprawled at the feet of the two troublemakers. He cursed to himself, realizing that while his mind was clear, his legs had lost all strength. Yet he gritted his teeth and pushed himself up, commanding his body to stand at once. After struggling to his feet, he muttered that he had been too overconfident, thinking he only needed a single minute of rest to return and fight properly. However, his body refused to obey as his head spun with dizziness, forcing him to stomp his foot firmly on the ground to maintain his balance. I have to keep going, come at me, he said, gesturing to provoke them, which caused one of the T brothers to let out a derisive snort. They mocked Wu Yang, asking why he was dancing in broad daylight, and if he had found some alcohol in prison that he should share instead of drinking alone. Watching the scene, Captain Mew marveled that standing up after such a brutal beating was a miracle in itself, but he felt that this was where it would end. It's all over now, he said, closing his eyes in regret, prompting Min Song to ask in confusion if their leader had actually lost. Ziyin quickly added that he was truly formidable despite only being there for 2 months, just as Wu Yang spoke up with an irritated tone. Hey, I swear that I have never lost a single fight in my entire life, he declared, a statement so unexpected that it left Min Song utterly bewildered. He pointed out that since his leader's legs were completely weak and he hadn't caught either of the two, it was hard not to call it a defeat. Ziyin told him to stop interrupting and listen to the rest of the explanation, to which he sheepishly rubbed his head as Wu Yang resumed his story. Just as he was preparing to fight again, loud noises erupted from outside, making him wonder what the sound was before he could even process the situation. A group of prison guards rushed in and ordered everyone to get on the ground immediately, causing the T brothers to curse in frustration. These guards were quite aggressive, and seeing the prisoners hesitate, they screamed again, demanding to know why they weren't on the ground yet. Some guards even began striking the crowd as one asked if the three of them were fighting. While the T brothers quickly denied it, Wu Yang was the only one to admit the truth. There was a bit of a fight, he continued, thanking them for arriving just in time to prevent serious injuries, a comment that made Tisu's blood boil with rage. He ignored the man's outburst and explained to the guard that, as they could see, only the mechanics and the two of them from the Wood team were present. The Wood team captain's expression became complicated upon hearing his name, while Tai Hua turned to Wu Yang and shouted that he was a liar since he was the one who started the trouble. Losing his patience, the guard cut the argument short and declared that they would all be spending a week in disciplinary confinement, so they should all shut up. Wu Yang followed the guard while thinking to himself that this wasn't so bad, as a week would be plenty of time to recover his strength and devise a new strategy. He didn't forget to glance back and ask if they really thought he would let them off so easily, while the Chi brothers watched him go. He warned through gritted teeth that they would meet again after the disciplinary period, and that it wouldn't end so easily. But the guard, seeing their stubbornness, struck Wu Yang on the head and told him to shut up. The sudden blow caught him off guard, leaving him struggling to process what happened. Min Cheng held his chin and concluded that the guards had essentially intervened to save their boss, making it appear as though he had lost. Wu Yang immediately replied that while sports have decisions to determine a winner, fighting is different. One only loses by admitting defeat or being completely knocked out, so he was merely in a disadvantageous position. Min Cheng asked curiously. He asked if that wasn't a bit forced, and if the boss was just interpreting things in his own favor, to which Wu Yang retorted by asking if he looked like some common street thug. He continued his story, explaining that in the 2-on-1 fight, he had completely overwhelmed them just before the guards stepped in, though he wasn't claiming he had won yet. He noted that the situation had simply tilted in his favor, a comment that made Shizai turn to look at him. Wu Yang thought to himself that, firstly, his previous victories had come far too easily. He used to be very confident that the thugs in Bai He were nothing special, but he couldn't deny that everyone eventually encounters an exception to the rule. He reflected on how, aside from that first time facing a crowd of adult gangsters before entering this place, he had rarely ever been hit by an opponent. Consequently, he had been overconfident and assumed he would win easily this time, but sitting in his cell, he realized he had to admit the truth. With a bandage still on his nose, he couldn't help but think deeply about how the two of them became formidable opponents when they joined forces, meaning he could no longer afford to be careless. He carefully reconsidered the situation, noting that their fighting style was very unusual and promising himself that he wouldn't fight so recklessly next time. Naturally, he took that promise seriously and trained relentlessly, adding that during his punishment, he spent a week contemplating how to break their formation. He admitted that while he eventually devised a tactic to deal with them, he still hadn't been able to force them into complete submission. Wu Yang went on to say that he fought them whenever the opportunity arose, candidly noting that there were matches where they held the upper hand and others where he dominated. He concluded by adding that neither side had ever achieved a perfect victory, not even once, right up until the very end. As he recalled the resentful faces of the Chi brothers, Min Cheng spoke up, remarking on how strange their fighting style seemed, and he agreed that it was indeed peculiar. He described it as if he weren't fighting two people, but rather a single powerful monster with 4 arms and 4 legs, visualizing the image as he spoke. Min Cheng was baffled, so Wu Yang explained that if Min Cheng and he were that duel while Shizai was him, but he was interrupted by a subordinate calling for the boss from outside. After being told the fire was ready, he responded, and his subordinate suggested putting the meat on, prompting a question about where they were going. Min Cheng watched him as he got up from his seat and replied that they should save this dull and gloomy story for another time and eat first, though Min Cheng was reluctant to stop. He protested that stopping now didn't feel right and begged for more details, but the boss refused, glancing at the others by the grill. He remarked that the younger ones would hesitate to eat if they didn't start first, adding that they had plenty of time and would pause for now, leaving Min Cheng with no choice but to agree. Min Cheng relented since the boss had spoken, and soon the sound of meat sizzling on the grill filled the air as everyone gathered around the table to eat and drink. Laughter and cheerful conversation came from everyone, including Shizai's group, and Wu Yang felt quite relaxed during the meal as people bustled along the busy streets outside. Inside a small, closed shop guarded carefully by 2 men, a voice spoke in disbelief, asking if that was Xuanjiu wrong. Another voice replied, wondering if he was also in Seoul, noting that the country was small enough that everyone eventually crossed paths again. The other man laughed and agreed while his subordinate gave a curt reply, before he added that he had heard the man had caused quite a stir. While his subordinate was unsettled by the remark, Chi Hua and Chi Su were eating heartily, dipping meat into sauce and agreeing that it was understandable since talent remains talent despite any grievances, before he resumed eating. Despite the large dining table, only the 2 brothers sat there as Chi Hua chewed and asked, "So, where in Seoul is he?" "I'm talking about Xuanjiu wrong." While the T brothers ate, the area outside remained heavily guarded as T Su picked up a handkerchief and inquired, "Are we going to meet and finish him off? Kill Xuanjiu wrong?" T Hua asked uncertainly, to which T Su replied, "Exactly, we must act. It has to be done eventually." Even without this incident, I've wanted to teach him a lesson. Hearing Tisu, he reluctantly responded, "Fine, but isn't there a better way?" Surprised, Tisu asked his younger brother, "A better way? What do you mean?" As he set down the meat he was gnawing on. He spoke firmly, "What if we turn Xuanju wrong into a subordinate and order him around? The thought is satisfying, but is it actually possible?" "He's a bold one," his older brother doubted, continuing, "Under any circumstances, do you really think he'd submit? He'd choose death over surrender." However, Tisu noted, "That's only if he's alone. If we target his subordinates, his heart will waver." The older brother immediately agreed. Yes, despite his talent and courage, Xuanjiu Rong has always been emotionally weak. It's worth considering, but now isn't the right time. He placed a small bone on his plate. "If we wait, won't a better opportunity arise?" Tisu turned to his subordinate and asked, "Where does he live? Let's find out first. So we'll know when it's time to strike." Understanding his leader's intent, the subordinate obeyed. "Understood, I'll investigate thoroughly and report back." The scene shifts to Guanchuan City, Jingji Province, amidst the sound of hooves and shouts of "Run, run," as a horse race is underway. "Run, number 20. Number 3, Radiant Lightning, go faster." Nan Zhenjiu, the ace of Breaksmith, screamed frantically, his voice laced with anxiety. "Run, keep running." He even stood up to cheer. "Radiant Lightning, crush them all." "I won," he shouted while watching the competitors. His eyes sparkled, believing Radiant Lightning had won, but the scoreboard announced, first place Speedstorm, second place Radiant Lightning. This left many disappointed, as Radiant Lightning seemed the winner. Nan Zhenjiu froze at the scoreboard. "Damn it," he muttered in frustration while walking back. "I couldn't win a single round today either." Pulling out a cigarette, he cursed, "Damn, I've lost everything. How much did I blow today?" He then lit the cigarette in his mouth. Taking a drag, he sighed, "If only gambling were as easy as fighting." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "Hey, old man," Nan Zhenjiu asked in disbelief. "Me?" The leader of the thugs spoke up. "Who else is here besides you?" However, he didn't care much and replied bluntly, "You kids should at least call me Big Brother. I'm not even 30 yet." A thug retorted, "Old man or brother, whatever." "Give me some cigarettes, just 5, he emphasized before quickly changing his mind. "Actually, just give me the whole pack." He exclaimed, "You kids are quite bold, but what can I do? I'm broke, go ask someone else." Hearing this, a blonde-haired youth stepped forward aggressively. "What broke?" another thug added. "Then just give us some cash so we can buy our own smokes." Despite this, Nan Zhenjiu remained unfazed and replied nonchalantly, "What can I say? I just lost everything at the racetrack." This response immediately infuriated them. "This old man really doesn't know his place. No cigarettes and no money." A few others chimed in. "Then we'll just have to give him a beating." Zhenjiu didn't flinch. He calmly explained, "Listen, kids, let me teach you something. When someone has nothing left to take, it's best to just walk away. You won't get any money and you'll waste energy fighting. It's a lose-lose, right?" Bored by his words, the thug openly mocked him. "Old and still trying to lecture us? We're already annoyed, so we don't mind beating you for free." Seeing they wouldn't listen, he chuckled, cigarette in hand, and issued a warning. "Actually, I'm incredibly good at fighting. I want to go easy on you, but if I'm not careful, you kids will get seriously hurt. So go play somewhere else." His voice dropped to an unusually low tone. The thug burst out laughing. "Did you hear that? The old man says he's a pro fighter." "Oh my, I'm so scared I might pee myself," another mocked. Seeing they remained undeterred despite his warning, he thought, "Won't they just back off?" Then he asked loudly, "In that case, want to make a bet?" "Who is the strongest among you?" he continued. "If that man can stay on his feet for another 10 seconds, I will give you everything you desire." He added a condition, "But if he fails to hold out and collapses, the rest of you must withdraw immediately." "Well, do you dare to take the bet?" he asked them once more. The thug standing next to him spoke up. "Who do you think you are, acting so tough? Fine, come at me." His reaction made the young man wonder to himself. "Tusk, if I'm careful, he probably won't be too seriously injured," he muttered. "All right, let's start the 10-second count." The other man replied with a wicked laugh. "Then let's begin." Junjiu smirked and raised his fist, but just as he was about to start, a voice called out from afar, "Oh, there you are." The two people approaching looked quite formidable, making the thug stare blankly and think, "What is this? Why are there such intimidating guys here?" Junjiu had to temporarily halt the fight and stepped forward to ask, "What's going on? Why are you here?" "We were ordered to come and get you immediately," the two replied truthfully. He cracked his neck and complained, "Good grief, those old men are such killjoys." Fearing he wouldn't return, the man in the suit added more. If you stay here, the people from Gua Chun will misunderstand. Misunderstand what? I only came here alone to feed the horses, he replied irritably. But being here with these people makes a misunderstanding inevitable, the man insisted. Hearing this, Junju argued, then give our side a real racecourse. Don't just give us a screen, we need an actual track. However, the two men simply coaxed him. Come on, let's go, we'll take you back. However, the man in the suit glanced behind him and let out a hum. He then decided to approach the thugs and ask, and who might you all be? This terrified them to the core. We were just passing by, one of them quickly explained. The answer was barely acceptable. So he barked an order, get lost. Yes, sir, thank you, and we apologize for not recognizing you. The group bowed deeply in fear to show their sincerity. Though surprised, Junjiu waved them off as they fled for their lives. Oh, go ahead. Suddenly he remembered, the 10 seconds, leaving the two men behind him confused. I lost again, he sighed while the two men looked on blankly. Why do I lose every time I make a bet? He cried out in anguish. Up in the attic of the house, Wu Yang was doing laundry while talking on the phone. Yeah, Cheng Wu, he answered. Well, I'm just doing various odd jobs to get by. Then his voice turned surprised. What, it's just, yeah, all sorts of things. As he hung the clothes, he asked, is school going okay? These days, who would what? What do you mean by that? His hand gripped the clothesline tightly as if suppressing his rage. His voice dropped as he asked, who said that? In the middle of the night, Wu Yang stood alone on the rooftop, doing laundry and talking on the phone. He spoke decisively. No, this can't go on. Let's meet tomorrow. It's been a while since we sat down to talk. Inside the house, Zhu Wujai noticed him standing outside. He quickly hung up. All right then, thanks. See you tomorrow. Even after ending the call, he remained rooted to the spot. He stared at the call log for a long time before speaking. It hasn't even been a year. Actually, it's only been 6 months. Do you really have to get hurt before you wake up? At that moment, Zhu Wujai approached and asked, is something wrong? Which left him confused. Zhu Wujai calmly asked, what are your plans? Could it be? However, he immediately denied it. No, this has nothing to do with the Continental Gang or any other organizations. This firm answer surprised Zhu Wujai. He continued, did something happen at school? You don't need to worry about things like that. You're not a student anymore. Wu Yang replied, even if I'm not a student. Cheng Wu is still my friend. This statement left Zhu Wujai in silence. He recalled how brief and useless that relationship was, yet this man still valued it so highly. He told himself he was lucky. Despite his own headaches and problems, he was following such a respectable leader. Zhu Wujai looked at his boss and smiled instinctively. Suddenly, he stepped forward and suggested, then let me handle it. If it's just a student matter, I can settle it alone. You don't need to intervene personally. Although he trusted his subordinate's strength, Wu Yang refused. I know you could handle it alone, but if you go. Cheng Wu won't feel comfortable asking for my help. That's true. Wu Yang's reasoning was sound. I think I'll go by myself tomorrow, the leader concluded. One day is enough, he replied to put his mind at ease. Thinking that made sense, Zhu Wuqi looked toward the house and continued, then during that time I will. He watched the boy cleaning inside and thought about planning the next steps with Min Sheng. With the decision made, Chuan Wu Ying agreed, and just as promised. He drove to the school gates early that morning but did not enter immediately. Instead, he stood by his car for a moment, hands in his pockets, gazing at the entrance. He told himself it had been a long time since he last returned, reminiscing about his first day at the school when it was announced that a new student, Chuan Wu Ying, would be joining the class. He was seen talking to his friends about his part-time job, and even though there were images of him working, they still asked in disbelief if it was true. He lamented about graduation, wishing it would just come quickly. He once said he wouldn't mind skipping all his school memories if a miracle could just end it all in a single night. He truly wished for such a thing, but then he began walking a different path, one where fists were the only law. It was a path where power was the only thing that mattered, and he recalled the day he clearly declared that their alliance was disbanded forever. These memories flooded his mind, yet he still pulled out his phone to dial a number, telling the person on the other end that he had arrived at the school. He was about to enjoy a bowl of steaming hot instant noodles, but before he could take a single bite, Cheng Wu spoke up and thanked him for coming. This place was no longer supposed to concern him, but after taking a bite, he honestly replied that it still mattered as long as his friend was there. Those words made Cheng Wu incredibly shy, so he rubbed his head and thanked him, then asked if it was really all right for him to be out before school was dismissed. Yu Yang asked with uncertainty, But Cheng Wu quickly explained that it was currently lunch break, so stepping out for a moment was perfectly fine. Yu Yang set his chopsticks down and asked his friend to explain exactly what was going on. He looked directly into his friend's eyes as Cheng Wu grew solemn and replied that everything had returned to the way it used to be. Everything had reverted to how it was before he transferred, including the bullying, the theft, and the forced errands, causing Yu Yang to frown suspiciously. He asked if his friend was also being targeted, but the answer proved him wrong. They didn't dare touch him because of his close relationship with Yu Yang. Since others were still suffering, Yu Yang wondered why he was asked for help if his friend wasn't the victim, making Cheng Wu apologize awkwardly. When asked if he was being a nuisance, he quickly clarified that wasn't the case and praised Cheng Wu for being such a great person. His friend was left speechless, so Yu Yang began explaining his plan to handle the situation as quickly as possible on his own. He told his friend to just act like he knew nothing while a group of thugs lazily walked out of the school gate, with one buzz-cut youth complaining about having to study during dinner. Despite the annoyance, his companion reminded him they were seniors, though the first retorted that it didn't matter since they had no intention of going to college. They joked about skipping class together while Yu Yang watched them from behind a wall, wondering who they were. The thugs walked toward him unknowingly until he called out from a small alley, causing the leader, Dai Jin, to freeze in fear. He beckoned them over, and the leader immediately acted like a loyal dog greeting its master, asking how he had been after all this time. Feeling exasperated, he told them to stop greeting him like that, and they obediently complied before Dai Jin curiously asked why he was at the school. He indifferently replied that he was also wondering why he had come before getting straight to the point. He bluntly asked if they were bullying others and stealing their money again, and as Dai Jin spoke up, Yu Yang reminded them that he hadn't gone far. He explained that he hadn't moved away, but was simply not attending school while remaining in Seoul. Then he suddenly raised his hand and told them to stop what they were doing. He suggested they handle things like before and talk later, which terrified them and prompted Dai Jin to start pleading desperately. Dai Jin begged him to listen to an explanation, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, which caught Yu Yang by surprise. The lackey began explaining that what he said was true. The school had reverted to its old ways, with money being stolen and him being forced to run errands again. He worriedly reported that the school's club alliance had been revived, but Yu Yang still decided that resorting to his fists was the only way. He snapped that he had no time for excuses, leaving a terrified Dai Jin to stammer that they hadn't done any of it intentionally. "You didn't do it on purpose?" he questioned. "Yan Kai is back," Dai Jin said fearfully. Wu Yang couldn't believe his ears and asked again about Yan Kai from Jiangjun High, to which his subordinate quickly replied. "Yes, it's that Yan Kai. He's the one who ordered this." He recalled how he had warned that guy before, telling him that he had already been a criminal twice. "My life is already worth nothing, so a third time won't matter. I've decided to kill you, and I don't care if I end up back in prison. Use that smart brain of yours from that prestigious school to think carefully about who will lose more." The boy had been so terrified that he could only stammer out an apology. He had mockingly asked if the boy was his friend, but the youth only kept apologizing, which prompted him to question Dai Jin again. "He's a useless person who can't do anything without help, so why?" Dai Jin obediently explained that Jiangjun students said Yan Kai disappeared for a while after that incident, but it wasn't without reason. He was hospitalized for treatment. When he asked for clarification, his subordinate continued, saying that given his past crimes, he thought that after being discharged, Yan Kai would transfer to some distant school, but instead, he returned to Jiangjun High, and this time he was accompanied by a group of adults. "Tell me more," Wu Yang ordered. Dai Jin worriedly noted that Yan Kai called those men uncles, but they didn't look like relatives. He suspected they were from a private detective agency. "Honestly, every one of them is highly skilled, like professional gangsters. People like us stand no chance against them," he asserted to his leader while Wu Yang pondered. He hadn't expected to hear Yan Kai's name at a time like this. Dai Jin told his boss that every single one of those men was a professional expert. "They're like the mob. Guys like us are absolutely no match for them." Wu Yang thought for a moment before speaking up. He was surprised to hear Yan Kai's name now. He turned to Dai Jin and asked if he had fought them yet, noting that despite saying they were no match, Dai Jin looked fine. The question made him hesitate before answering that they hadn't fought directly yet. Jia Chenghai, led by the hot-headed Yun Chenghao, charged in first and was beaten senseless. "Did you see it?" he asked, and De Jin answered honestly. Yes, I heard he was hospitalized, so I went to visit and talk. He recalled that day at the hospital, wondering what on earth was going on. De Jin had spoken, but Cheng Hao only gave one warning. I'm telling you this as a reminder, but even if we died and came back, we shouldn't be foolish enough to mess with Yan Kai. Just live quietly, he added, unless you want to end up like us. At the time, De Jin was still arrogant and snapped back, asking what he was talking about. He aggressively told Cheng Hao to get out of the hospital because their school and 3 others would join forces, but he was flatly refused. No, this is far enough. De Jin was shocked, but before he could speak his mind, Cheng Hao answered him directly. That right, I'm pulling out, the boy continued. It's too late to study for college entrance exams now, so I plan to join a vocational class after I'm discharged to prepare for a job. I know my subordinates will suffer, but there's no other way. Without strength, we just have to endure it. After thinking it over, Cheng Hao added more. Actually, we gave it our all this time, mobilizing as many people as possible for a fight. I thought that even if they were adults, they wouldn't be monsters beyond limits like Da Bao, so we could win with overwhelming numbers. But in the end, we couldn't do a thing. Cheng Hao looked back. They all fell without landing a single blow or even grazing their clothes. He spoke with a voice full of helplessness. De Jin still tried to persuade him, suggesting that if everyone united, they might succeed, but Cheng Hao firmly refused and explained why. It's not that I don't know. I know for certain that we just get beaten the exact same way again. Through this incident, I've realized something. Our bickering and calling ourselves bosses or regional alliances, Cheng Hao concluded, is all just a game played by immature fools. They aren't just ordinary adults or professionals. This statement silenced De Jin. Cheng Hao turned to advise him, you guys are the same. Don't try to resist in vain, just endure it for a bit and it'll be over. After finishing his story, De Jin said to his leader, you know how it is. Cheng Hao and I are the same, so I took the initiative to contact Yan Kai and bow down in defeat. De Jin hid nothing. He admitted he wasn't a good senior or a righteous protector like him. Frankly, he was just someone who formed a gang to beat people and extort money, but at least he wasn't the type to lead his subordinates into a completely hopeless battle. Xuan Wang dismissed him immediately, telling him not to make pathetic excuses as if he had no other choice, since he still extorted money and bossed around his subordinates. From the victim's perspective, he was no different from Yan Kitty. Faced with this reprimand, Zhang Dazhen could only take a step back. He admitted he couldn't argue if that was the case, but insisted he truly had no other option, adding that he had given his subordinates one specific instruction. They were never to lay a finger on Cheng Wu, whom Xuan Wang cared for, but Xuan Wang raised his voice, calling such an act merely cowardly. When asked why there was no other way, Zhang Dazhen didn't quite understand, so Xuan Wang explained that things would have been different if he had taken action. Zhang Dazhen spoke with concern, but the man suddenly laughed, leaving his subordinate confused as he explained that since he was no longer a student, intervening seemed inappropriate. He added that children's matters should be settled by children, but Zhang Dazhen explained they truly couldn't handle it themselves, only for Xuan Wang to interrupt, saying that if thoughtless adults interfered in children's business, then he would deal with them personally. Zhang Dazhen couldn't hide his joy as he thanked him, though he still offered a cautious reminder. He warned his leader to be careful because while there was only one powerhouse last time, there were 8 now. Xuan Wang mused that if they were as strong as Shu Qi, he might be helpless, but doubted they reached that level. If they were truly that powerful, they would be out toppling major syndicates instead of running errands for high schoolers and collecting pocket change. However, he spoke up, telling the boy to stop worrying about him, a statement that left the buzz-cut youth behind him watching in silence as the scene shifted to Jiang'an High School. Yan Kitty waved to his subordinates behind him, telling them to head inside, while the one opening the door praised his hard work. Yukun saw him enter and asked if they were going straight home. Yan Kitty tiredly agreed to head home, and as the car started, the man obediently followed orders while asking if anything had occurred at the school. Once the car was moving, he lazily replied that everything had gone exactly as planned, adding that it was all thanks to the men he hired. The group in the back thanked him, and Yan Kitty spoke regretfully, wishing he had hired them sooner before checking his phone and suddenly flying into a rage. He answered the call, asking if the person was Zhang Dazhen's lackey from Hanyang High. He growled a warning, stating that if the man dared to call him directly, it had better be for something urgent and important, or he would die. Suddenly gripping the door handle, He asked in a dangerous tone if Xu Wang had appeared and if Zhang Dazhen was now involved. But he quickly regained his cheer, telling the caller to leave it be for now, as it was useful information that he would keep in mind. He continued, promising to put the caller in charge of Hanyang instead of Zhang Dazhen if things went well, then told him to report any news before hanging up. He wondered to himself why Xu Wang had suddenly appeared at this moment, prompting Yukun to ask if he had just mentioned that name. He asked if it was the same Xu Wang they had included in the special contract clause, and Yan Kitty confirmed that it was indeed him. Looking at his phone with a wide grin, he remarked that he was going to seek the man out eventually, but the man had come to him first. Yukun then asked for instructions. He offered to handle it immediately once the location was confirmed, but the man stopped him, saying they were done for the day because the best dish should be saved for last, so they should just go home. Yan Kitty thought to himself that Shu Qi should just wait, as things would definitely be different this time while the car continued its journey home. Despite the darkness, Xu Wang returned to Jiang'an High School, where he stood in silence for a long time before clicking his tongue and lamenting that today was a failure. Shu Qi asked skeptically if he meant Yan Kitty, and Xu Wang replied that a normal person would have likely transferred schools to live a quiet life. Shu Qi agreed that the man was persistent, and Xu Wang mused that he might have no choice but to get involved now, a sentiment he reluctantly accepted. He said he had intended to settle it today, but their dismissal times didn't align. Shu Qi then noted that since Yan Kitty had intervened, this was no longer a matter he could handle alone, adding that he felt deeply guilty for his significant role in the rise of a piece of trash like Yan Kitty. He looked at his older brother and continued, "I know this is my responsibility." He clicked his tongue and told Shizai, "Fine, have it your way." Shizai continued, "The issue lies with those so-called uncles." Yu Yang agreed, "Right, they look like employees from some detective agency. But according to Quan De Jai, they aren't ordinary." Shizai pondered for a while before suggesting, "Why not try asking Min Cheng?" "Min Cheng?" Yu Yang asked doubtfully. He continued, "After all, he was once a member of the Dalu gang. He'll have more insight into the underworld than we do," Shizai asserted. "If they are truly famous and skilled, Min Cheng will definitely know." "Yeah, that makes sense," Yu Yang nodded. Then both of them went inside. A hurried voice came through the phone. "Wait, those uncles from the detective agency, are there exactly 8 of them?" "Yeah, that's what I heard," Yu Yang replied nonchalantly. Min Cheng chuckled and said, "Ha that," leaving him confused as Min Cheng asked back, "You said you haven't clashed with them yet, right? Is this something you must handle yourself? I'm asking because this could become very complicated." "What exactly is going on?" Yu Yang pressed him. "Tell me what's the matter." Min Cheng knew he didn't need to hide it, so he began, "Actually," but then reconsidered. "Never mind, I'll come to your place." "I'll tell you in person." Since he said that out of the blue, Yu Yang didn't understand. Shizai opened a can of soda and handed it to Min Cheng. "Here." "Thank you," he politely accepted. Yu Yang didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Just tell me everything. Who on earth are they to cause such a stir? Is it some uncle-nephew group or that leader of the Dalu gang?" Min Cheng quickly replied. "No, it's not them. This has nothing to do with the Dalu gang." "Then who?" he asked. Min Cheng was honest. "Technically, they aren't exactly thugs. Nominally, they're just some prison cellmates who gathered to open a legal private detective agency." Hearing that, Yu Yang exclaimed, "Then what's so complicated about it?" But Min Cheng continued, "The owner there is Pu Jia-chun. A man in his early 30s, very good at fighting and a great leader. But in reality, there's another boss above him." "Pu Jia-chun is only the director in name," he asked to confirm. "Not exactly a director, more like a manager," Min Cheng corrected him. This piqued his curiosity. "Then who is the real boss?" "An old man in his 50s named Hong Chun-shi, a game center owner," he said while sitting cross-legged. This made Shizai a bit surprised. A game center owner. Yu Yang was so shocked he let out a gasp. "That's quite a formidable person." Min Cheng explained further, "Of course, it's not the kind of game center with gambling machines. Have you noticed that in almost every alleyway there are shops like fish shooting parlors or Golden City?" Yu Yang thought carefully and said, "I haven't paid much attention, but I think I've seen them a few times." "Pachinko, something like that." "Yes, on the outside they exchange coins to play, but in reality it's a form of gambling with real money." Hong Chun, she was one of the first members of the fish shooting parlor business. Currently, he owns 8 shops in Seoul. While others are real estate or stock moguls, he is a game center tycoon, Min Cheng explained. As if enlightened, he cried out, "Aha, but there's something different about a game center boss. Do you know what it is?" he asked. Yu Yang was honest. "Hey, I don't know anything about that. Just explain it simply." Sensing the cue, Min Cheng tried to simplify it by asking a question. "Yes, guess how much a game center like that can bring in per day," he thought hard. If you say so, it must be a lot, about 5 million won." Min Cheng shook his head. "No, 5 million won is nothing," he asked again, unable to believe his ears. "Really?" He continued, "It's hard to calculate exactly, but just the 1,000, 5,000, and 10,000 won bills alone fill up 2 100-liter bags. And of course, there are coins too." This statement was so shocking that Yu Yang leaned forward. 200 liters of just cash?" Shizai exclaimed in amazement. "That's insane," Min Cheng continued. "Yes, as I just said, that's not per month, but per day," he spoke smoothly. "And Hong Chun, she has 8 such game centers." He did a simple calculation, estimating that hundreds of millions are flowing in every day. He emphasized, "Due to the nature of the business, maintenance costs are almost non-existent. Aside from staff wages, the revenue is almost pure profit." Wu Yang finally voiced his thoughts, suggesting that in any form of gambling there must be winners, perhaps even those who strike it rich. Min Cheng disagreed, asserting that outsiders rarely win. He explained that arcade machines operate much like those at a shooting gallery. Owners can easily manipulate the machines to lower the odds for players, while 360-degree cameras monitor every corner of the room. Zhu Zhai rested his chin on his hand with a pensive look. He began to grasp why outsiders never won and started sharing his own theory. When an insider like Pu Jiajun plays, the machine is rigged to pay out easily, but the winning rate is immediately lowered for ordinary players. Min Cheng confirmed this was exactly the case. He added that they occasionally let a few coins drop, otherwise people would stop coming. They know addicts will just gamble their winnings away again. Zhu Zhai called them wicked before taking a large gulp of his drink. Min Cheng returned to the previous topic, noting that the arcade tycoon's business is unique because it operates entirely in cash. Wu Yang didn't see the significance, so Min Cheng quickly explained that the greatest advantage was the total absence of taxes. While most businesses try to evade taxes through loopholes or bribes, these men keep 100% of the profit by avoiding banks entirely. Their revenue is untraceable. Wu Yang was stunned that they paid no tax on 200 million daily, but Min Cheng saw it as standard practice. He explained that while assets like real estate are profitable, they are monitored by the state and hard to liquidate quickly in an emergency. Cash doesn't generate interest, but it doesn't lose value either, and it can be used instantly without any oversight or worry. Wu Yang noted it was the simplest yet most effective method. Min Cheng agreed, saying illegal businesses must always hold physical cash. It can be used immediately without fear of seizure or hacking. However, Wu Yang remained skeptical about such a system existing. Seeing his doubt, Min Cheng insisted that things could change, suggesting that perhaps in 20 years, everyone would use digital wallets. He suddenly remembered a term like "bite money" to describe what he meant, but Zhu Zhai quickly dismissed the idle talk. Zhu Zhai wondered why a wealthy man like Hong Chunchi would have his subordinates run a low-profit private detective agency. Min Cheng smiled, as this was the very question he had been waiting for. He explained that one needs strength, finance, and power. He clarified that while Hong Chunchi's group had significant muscle and vast wealth, they were still nothing more than common thugs. They were still outsiders to the world of true power. Zhu Zhai asked for clarification on their current standing in the hierarchy. Despite their gambling profits, they could be wiped out instantly if the authorities decided to crack down, so they need high-level protection. Hong Chunchi uses detective offices to launder money, blackmail rivals, and handle the dirty work that elites cannot do publicly. He provides cash when needed, and in exchange, these powerful clients provide him with the protection he needs to operate. Wu Yang summarized that for Hong Chunchi, these detective agencies weren't for profit, but for building and maintaining political ties. If anything went wrong, Pu Jiajun would be the one to take the fall. Zhu Zhai finally understood the depth of the situation. He realized that Yuan Kai's father also possessed extensive connections within both the economic and political spheres. Min Cheng mused that many gangs were likely tied to Hong Chunchi, with the exception of the elite mainland gang. Wu Yang cut him off to summarize. Behind Yuan Kai's group are local thugs and fake detectives, and behind them stands Hong Chunchi. He is a man who grew rich from arcades and maintains ties with powerful figures and provincial gangs. Is that correct? He agreed completely, saying that was exactly right, and if it were only about the school lives of children, it would not be a logical business move at all. Even if everything went well, there would be no gain despite the unpredictable risks, leading Wu Yang to wonder why there would be no profit. He suggested that he should think about it the other way around, noting that while he had said cash was their advantage, everything has two sides. When asked about the biggest weakness of using cash, Min Sheng did not quite understand and asked for a clearer explanation, so he noted it could be stolen at any time. Since it is dirty money, they cannot report it to the police, a truth that made Min Sheng realize that although Hong Chun has backing, someone might still dare to rob him. However, Wu Yang spoke up and said that was not the issue, questioning why those so-called superiors would associate with a thug like Hong Chun. He asked if they did it to keep the cash and order their subordinates to do their dirty work, which seemed to be the case. He asked if they would continue to support those who were no longer useful if the cash was stolen, and the henchmen were hospitalized, leaving Zai Wuzhai and Min Sheng stunned. He ignored them and continued, saying he did not think they were that righteous, which caused Min Sheng to let out an exclamation and think to himself. Wu Yang spoke with certainty about the unplanned scale of the situation, suggesting that they might have only intended to help those kids at first. Min Sheng wondered about the lack of a plan if things escalated, but Wu Yang spoke confidently, saying it would be even better if they did. Initially, they probably only cared about the school children, but it would be better if things developed this way, and Zai Wuzhai also spoke up. He told his brother that while everything was fine, there was one thing he must remember, and when Wu Yang asked what it was, Zai Wuzhai replied honestly. He explained that this situation was completely different from the troubles they had handled before, such as controlling the high school or defeating impulsive racers. Facing off against underworld gangs was never easy, and while those were essentially brawls, they had only retaliated after being attacked first. He emphasized that those cases involved legitimate self-defense, but what he was doing now could potentially involve theft, regardless of how terrible those people were. He reminded his leader that actively committing a crime against people who had never harmed them was still something that required careful consideration. Since the boss did not quite understand, he clarified that it was a serious crime, causing Wu Yang to cross his arms in thought as he listened. Zai Wuzhai finished his statement, and Min Sheng voiced his agreement, saying he had intended to say the same, though it was not very important to him. He noted that he already belonged to the organization, but the two of them still had a chance to turn back, causing Wu Yang and Zai Wuzhai to look at him. He lowered his voice and stated that after carrying this out, they would not be able to go back or return to a normal life anymore. Zai Wuzhai spoke plainly, saying that regardless of the choice, they would always stay by his side until the end, but he felt that at this point. They needed to consider and view things clearly, leaving Wu Yang momentarily speechless before he finally spoke up a while later. He said that whether they liked it or not, they had become targets for villains, and for a while, it would be very difficult for them to escape this conflict. However, he declared that if the only way to protect those he trusted was to fight, then he would fight, and he would certainly win. He clenched his fist tightly and spoke with conviction, saying that even if he had to crawl through the mud, he was no longer joking as he had been before. He officially declared that they would fight, but only against those more evil than them, as he placed both hands on his thighs. He stated they would only take money obtained through dirty means as the Wu Yang gang, and as Zai Wuzhai and Min Sheng agreed, he began planning to find a new base. He noted that the rooftop room was too cramped, preventing Yan Ti and the kids from visiting often and forcing them to wander around saunas instead. Zai Wuzhai nodded in approval and agreed they needed a larger space, mentioning he knew of several suitable locations for a new base. Min Sung hesitated, noting it would require a lot of money, but Wu Young grew excited, mentioning that Hong Chun Hayuk at the arcade was loaded. They could use those funds while also dealing with Yon Kai Ti, and Choi Sung-bong volunteered to handle the boy himself. Min Sung indifferently told him to do as he pleased, but warned him not to kill the boy, as they had to maintain some limits. The matter rested there until the following day at a luxurious villa, where a driver respectfully opened a car door. Before getting in, Yon Kai Ti patted the man's shoulder and told him he had worked hard, while Jin Gu's subordinate watched them with gritted teeth. Leaning back lazily in his seat, Yon Kai Ti put on his glasses and told Yu Gun he would nap until they reached the school. The driver announced their departure, and the journey continued in total silence to ensure Yon Kai Ti could sleep undisturbed. Once the car pulled up to the school gates, the driver announced their arrival, and Yon Kai-ti asked if the man remembered the plan. Yu-gun admitted he had no specific plan yet, prompting Yon Kai-ti to say they needed to calculate for any potential contingencies from now on. He ordered at least 4 men to remain near the school at all times, and Yu-gun gave him a cold, affirmative response. Yon Kai-ti glanced at the passenger seat, prompting a crew-cut man to open his door, which the boy acknowledged with a smug, mocking smile. He patted the man's shoulder and walked into the school without looking back, leaving the crew-cut man to curse him under his breath. The men in the car began to complain about the brat's arrogance and lack of respect, asking Yu-gun if he intended to let it continue. They argued they were hired security, not servants, and expressed their frustration before Yu-gun stepped out to take a phone call. He spoke respectfully to his boss, reporting that while there were no major issues, Yon Kai-ti's attitude was becoming a problem for the men. While Yu-gun reported the situation, the scene shifted to a noisy arcade where gambling addicts were desperately wasting their money. Inside his office, the leader, Hong Chun-hyuk, listened to the complaints and questioned if the guards thought they were too noble for the job. He irritably told Yu-gun that if those men didn't like doing dirty work, they should quit, as they knew exactly what they signed up for. Yu-gun tried to explain further, but Hong Chun-hyuk grew impatient with his hesitation and demanded he speak clearly. When Yu-gun suggested he show more consideration for the field workers, Hong Chun-hyuk simply removed the cigarette from his mouth. He eventually told Yu-gun to bring the men by for some rigged games after work as a bonus, watching the money pour into his machines. However, Yu-gun immediately declined the offer, stating that was not what he meant. Hong Chun-hyuk lost his patience, telling him to handle it himself since that was what he was being paid for. He told him to stop talking nonsense and focus on keeping Director Yon's son happy, causing Yu-gun to sound even more urgent. Hong Chun-hyuk hung up and complained about being busy before turning his attention back to a magazine featuring beautiful models. His phone rang again, nearly causing him to explode in anger until he realized the caller was Director Yon himself. He immediately adopted a subservient tone and greeted the director with extreme caution. Hiding his magazine under the table, he assured the director that his staff was performing their duties perfectly. He promised to host the director properly that evening, his eyes narrowing as he began to calculate his next move. After the call ended, Yu-gun sighed in frustration and checked a new text from Yon Kai-ti demanding tuna sushi for lunch. "That bastard," Yi-jun muttered irritably, but he still had to send a reply for the sake of the mission. "I understand," he said, putting the cigarette to his lips and thinking that while his job wasn't noble, this bastard was truly insufferable. He had to admit that much as his fingers moved across the keyboard. He then made a call, asking someone to go buy him a tuna sushi takeout. He shouted at the person on the other end, asking how he could eat all that, and explaining that their noble client, Mr. Yan Kai, wanted tuna sushi because the rice was bad today. Jia-chun cursed as he walked, wondering if the man was the type who could get his own things, while smoke continued to rise from his cigarette. "Of course it has to be delivered to the classroom," he snapped. "I know that, and I'm just as annoyed, but this is how it is for now, so stop complaining." "Go quickly and come back," he said, snapping his phone shut and telling the person to get lost before taking a long drag of his cigarette and exhaling toward the sky. Jia-chun threw his cigarette away with a curse just as a voice nearby called out, saying they were leaving and thanking everyone for their hard work. Yuna hurried down the street while using her phone, complaining about how much she had to study and feeling sorry for her own fate. She sighed on the street, thinking about how people said university life was all about meetings and fun, when it was actually all a lie. Suddenly, a man approached her to talk, and when a surprised Yuna asked if he meant her, he just smiled and scratched his head. He asked if she lived in that house, and she nodded, responding with a bit of wary hesitation as she asked who he was. The man explained that he had come from the country to see a friend and was sure the place was nearby, but he must have been mistaken. She smiled and offered to help him, but the young man quickly waved his hands to explain that it wasn't necessary. "No need, I'm fine, it seems this isn't the house," he said, bowing politely as he apologized for the trouble and said goodbye. Yuna watched him go with a puzzled look, but the strange man was quickly forgotten as she went inside her house. Goodness, is this really the time to be worrying about others? She wondered, while the man hid around a corner and reported into his phone. "Yes, I've checked Xuan Wang's place. No sign of his subordinates yet, but I've found something even better, the man said with a smirk. He reported that a girl had entered the house, and the person on the other end asked with interest if she was Xuan Wang's girlfriend. I haven't confirmed their relationship yet, as asking too many questions would have made her suspicious, he explained. Well done, the relationship doesn't really matter, as even a roommate or neighbor can be used against him. That man is soft-hearted, the voice said, and when the man asked if they should take her today, his request was denied. No, stop for today, the right time will come eventually, the voice said, and the man nodded, agreeing to withdraw for now. He continued to watch Wang's house with a smirk, while Wang was busy exercising on the roof, his body covered in sweat. His muscles tensed as he moved, and when Yuna came onto the roof, Wang waved, but she just remarked on how idle he seemed. Wang hesitated to explain, and she asked if he hadn't been going to work lately while she hung the laundry. He nodded and said that was the case for now, to which Yuna smiled and sighed about having to go to class right after her part-time job. I'm so sleepy, she said, but he just looked at her and said he was actually jealous of her, and she didn't argue. She simply agreed that from his perspective it might be true, then quickly left after saying goodbye. I'm leaving, I'm late for class, she said, and he encouraged her to study hard before watching her go with a smile and murmuring, university. At that moment, Zai Wuki and Min Sheng arrived on the roof and asked what he was doing. Wang said he was just exercising before turning to Zai Wuki to ask a question. Regarding this matter and everything else once it's over, I suggest we all go to college, Wu Yang said, while Min Sung grinned and asked if they shouldn't graduate from high school first. Wu Yang felt a bit annoyed but could only sigh in agreement, while Siak Yi asked him why he suddenly wanted to go to college. Wu Yang explained that he was just envious, which touched Siak Yi and Min Sung, before adding that they could worry about those things later. For now, let's focus on how to deal with Hong Chun Siak and Yom Gi Ti, he said, and Siak Yi immediately responded when the topic was raised. Yes, I was planning to tell you about that place, he stated, suggesting that Wu Yang and Min Sung should visit Hong Chun Siak's arcade today. Wu Yang agreed that a field inspection was a good idea, but when Min Sung asked why Siak Yi wasn't coming, he explained that he couldn't enter. For a reason that was hilariously obvious, he said he was still a minor, causing Min Sung to let out an ah and scratch his head with a smile. Sorry, I keep forgetting, Min Sung said as Wu Yang laughed, and soon their white car pulled up at the destination where a man stepped out. Wu Yang noticed Min Sung acting suspiciously and hiding, which made him curious enough to ask what was going on. He explained that it wouldn't be good if someone recognized him, and Wu Yang agreed that being cautious was wise since he was from the Continental Gang, so they casually entered. Inside was a game center with machines ranging from basic to advanced, where they walked past several older men who were swearing in frustration at the games. Wu Yang looked around as he followed Min Sung, exclaiming that there were more people there than he imagined before continuing to wonder. When asked how many shops there were, Min Sung replied there were 8, leading Wu Yang to realize Hong Chun Siak was essentially extorting donations. He suggested exchanging coins first, and as Wu Yang nodded, Min Sung reminded him that today was only for scouting and warned him not to cause trouble like at the club. Wu Yang smiled and reassured him not to worry, but after Min Sung left, he stood there with his brows furrowed in deep thought. The issue today isn't me, it's Siak Yi, he thought, while elsewhere, Siak Yi wore a dark and somber expression. Thinking of Yom Gi Ti, he vowed to end their filthy, ill-fated relationship once and for all, while Gi Ti climbed into a car and asked why there were only 4 people. The thick-lipped man explained that the others were busy, but Gi Ti dismissively accused them of playing tricks, causing the man to grit his teeth in annoyance. The man felt irritated having to endure the brat, and reminded him that they had told his father such situations would occur because they had other responsibilities. Regardless, our job today is just to escort you home from school, he assured, adding that this many people was more than enough for the task. Even one person would suffice, Gi Ti interrupted dismissively, leaning back and telling them he didn't want to hear excuses and to just get moving. The thick-lipped man used all his strength to restrain himself from attacking Yom Gi Ti, letting out a long sigh before asking where they were going. The other replied with an arrogant tone, asking where else they would go at this hour besides home, before adding a disparaging remark about the man. He called the man slow and clueless, but the thick-lipped man explained that Gi Ti had mentioned having something very important to do this morning. It seemed like there was a plan after school, but hearing the question, He replied listlessly that he was still deciding whether or not to do anything. But today I just want to go home and rest. Is that a problem? Gi said, completely looking down on Seok-yi and those amateurs. He claimed he could deal with them whenever he wanted, and the thick-lipped man had no choice but to agree as Gi ordered him to drive home and wake him upon arrival. The men in the back seat were also displeased with the brat's attitude, as the thick-lipped man watched Gi lean back into his seat. The car glided through the deserted streets until it was forced to slam on the brakes when a figure appeared, causing the driver to swear loudly. "You lunatic, what the hell are you doing?" the driver yelled, while a startled Yom Gi rubbed his eyes and cursed at the man for driving like shit. The thick-lipped man beside him explained that a lunatic was blocking the car, and as he muttered, "Huh." In confusion, Zai Wuki's silhouette stood tall in front of the vehicle. His expression was grim and irritated, and when Chi-Ti looked at him, he couldn't help but sneer. "Ha, look at that dog." He pointed and ordered everyone to get out, and as the group descended to face Zai Wuki, Chi-Ti spoke up first. "Zai Wuki, what are you doing here?" "If you're here to beg, it's far too late," he said, but Zai Wuki replied, "Don't worry, that won't be happening," causing Chi-Ti to burst into laughter. "Look at this bastard, don't worry. Are you serious?" he asked as veins popped on his face, growling at Zai Wuki. "You've got some nerve." Thick Lips looked at him with a judgmental gaze, thinking he was being just as arrogant, while Zai Wuki said, "You mean nothing to me now, so I have no reason to be polite." Chi-Ti replied, "Is that so? Fine, if you aren't here to beg, then why did you come? Are you here to lecture me?" Zai Wuki corrected him, "Not that either," and as Chi-Ti sneered and urged him on, he stated, "I came here today to give you a warning." "I know you're plotting something," he said, and when Chi-Ti mockingly asked, "Oh, really?" Zai Wuki told him to leave Seoul or stay quiet and graduate without interfering with other schools. "If you listen, we won't lay a hand on you. The ugly past is over, so let's just leave it behind and stop bothering each other." He tried to reason with him, but Chi-Ti didn't listen, and as they spoke of the past, it recalled the previous incident. "I showed you my final bit of mercy," he said, remembering how Chi-Ti had cried and begged Zai Wuki like an obedient dog, saying, "Spare me, I'm about to die. If I get hit one more time, I'll really die, so please forgive me," he had pleaded, and Zai Wuki had been moved by his desperate cries of "Zai Wuki, please." He asserted that it was the last favor he would grant before letting him go, but warned that if he schemed again, he didn't know what he would do to him. Zai Wuki's eyes were filled with deadly seriousness as he threatened Chi-Ti with a look, then turned to leave, saying, "Don't let me see you again," as Chi-Ti let out a long breath. He then wondered about his own cowardly reaction, asking himself, "Am I feeling relieved just because that dog is leaving?" "I have 4 professionals here with me," he thought, gritting his teeth in shame before roaring at Zai Wuki to stop. "Hey, you bastard, do you think you can just come and go as you please?" he asked, and when Zai Wuki turned back to repeat his warning, Chi-Ti frowned in annoyance. "Who do you think you are to decide that?" he snapped, ordering Thick Lips and his crew to make the man kneel before him, to which they immediately agreed. He signaled the man with the crew cut to drag him over, and the man complied, slowly approaching Zai Wuki while telling him to come over right away. Standing before him and being half a head shorter, he smirked and said, "Ha, kid, do you want to die? You seem pretty famous among these brats. But we are the experts in this field, so stop being a nuisance. Come meet my client, take a few hits, and go home," he said while swinging his hand to strike. However, his hand stopped midair as Zai Wuki caught it firmly with ease, cutting his words short as he replied, "All right, that's enough, thank you." Crew Cut inwardly marveled at the boy's strong grip before being flung away in pain, and Zai Wuki then grabbed his wrist to swing him. The man continued to groan as Zai Wuki's other hand grabbed the back of his shirt, slamming the Crew Cut man face first into the ground. To the shock of Chi-Ti, Thick Lips, and the others, Zai Wuki spoke up, and Chi-Ti whipped his head around to look at him. "Boss Wu Yang told me not to start any trouble," he said while dusting off his hands. "I've already taken a few hits, but I wasn't the one who started this." Zai Wuki's expression became terrifying as he continued, "Actually, I was hoping you guys would do exactly that," before taking a fighting stance. "Come on, I'll finish everything right here," he said, causing Chi-Ti to turn and yell at Thick Lips. "Damn it, you said you were professionals. Why is this happening? Everyone rush him." Thick Lips calmly told him to just watch a little longer as Chi-Ti asked again urgently. "Geez," the thick-lipped man remarked, "I have to admit he's stronger than I expected." He looked at the buzz-cut guy and warned, "That kid isn't an easy target." He slowly sat up, rolling his shoulders while responding, Ah, that's a surprise. He stepped forward again, making sure to leave a warning for the other group. Nobody interfere, I'll personally teach him a lesson. He glared at Chi-Wuki, saying he really didn't know his place, did he? He balled his hands into fists and replied without any courtesy. No matter how hard you try, the outcome won't change. He continued speaking. Do you know what kids who act tough in children's games have in common? At first, they're arrogant, oblivious to the vastness of the world. But when they face the adult world, they immediately tuck their tails and tremble, just like those reckless fools who dared to cross us not long ago. The leader of the other group spoke up, giving Chi-Wuki a chance to respond. I can guess who you're talking about, but they are very different from me. People like us are the real gang, unlike those who just put on an act and shout, only to end up as failures. He completely looked down on the people before him, saying they were no different. Hearing him, the men in the back sneered and whispered among themselves. That kid acting like an adult talks, as if he's already fought with real gangsters. He probably just beat up a few drunks causing trouble in his neighborhood. The silver-haired youth felt annoyed again as he seriously considered the situation, wondering if he could handle it alone. They were all professionals. Even with their numbers halved, 4 of them remained. Kite calmed himself down, telling himself not to worry before shouting out loud. I'm busy, so finish this quickly so we can leave. The buzz-cut guy in front was irritated by his attitude, cursing inwardly that it was that brat again. His fists clenched as he thought about how annoying it was and that he needed to end it quickly. Then he immediately lunged at Chi-Wuki. With fluid movements, he was so fast that it was difficult to keep up. The thick-lipped man in the group watched the way he moved with a sense of pride. The youngest has started using his speed seriously. How could that inexperienced kid possibly handle it? Chi-Wuki focused on observing his opponent. He didn't rush his movements as his opponent launched an attack, appearing in his blind spot in an instant, forcing Chi-Wuki to admit he was truly strong. As he swung, Chi-Wuki stayed alert and planned his strategy, knowing he'd be a punching bag if he couldn't keep up. Kite's jaw dropped, certain that the blow had landed. But things weren't that simple. Chi-Wuki countered the blow with a similar move, their fists colliding violently. The buzz-cut guy was so shocked, he cried out as his fist trembled in Chi-Wuki's tight grip. He wouldn't let go even if the hand was crushed. Chi-Wuki observed his opponent silently, while the thick-lipped man turned pale, stunned by the reality that he had actually caught it. Completely disregarding his opponent, he remarked that the man wasn't any better. The other man trembled, pouring all his strength into his arm. He tried to pull away, but was powerless. Chi-Wuki then reminded them that it wasn't too late and suggested they all attack at once. Infuriated, the buzz-cut guy used his free hand to strike at his ribs, while shouting that he was an overconfident fool. However, when he pulled back, Chi-Wuki remained unfazed, making the man wonder in disbelief why his body was as hard as a rock. He spoke calmly, saying he had let the man take a shot, and it was exactly as he expected. Then he calmly grabbed the man's collar and hoisted him up. That's enough, let's end this. Chi-Wuki slammed his forehead into the man's, executing an iron head technique. As the man fell to one knee, Chi-Wuki spoke. As he spoke, he gave him a demonstration, landing a crushing blow on the man's face and saying it should at least be of this caliber. He lay flat on the ground, trembling and groaning. The rest were horrified by the scene. Kite cursed inwardly, calling him a bastard. He roared that they were supposed to be professionals, yet weren't even worthy opponents. Then he ordered everyone to attack at once. The thick-lipped man spoke up to stop them, telling them not to panic as there was still plenty of time, even if the opponent was stronger than expected. He ordered the elite hunter beside him to handle it, and the man readily agreed before confidently asking if he could use his equipment, to which the thick-lipped man questioned his confidence. The elite hunter arrogantly replied that he simply wanted to finish the job quickly, and the thick-lipped man immediately gave him the green light. He told him to go ahead, and the hunter thanked him before approaching Su Cheng'en and telling him not to hold a grudge. Raising his armored hand, he mimicked someone else's words and declared that this was simply how the professional world operated. Su Cheng'en challenged the cold and merciless man to stop talking and attack, prompting the hunter to strike while calling him a fool. Su Cheng'en watched closely as they traded blows to the face, leaving the elite hunter feeling as though his own skull had been crushed. In contrast, Su Cheng'en's face remained completely unfazed, as if the hunter's strike lacked any significant power. He grabbed the man by the hair as he collapsed and mockingly asked if he relied on tools, because he lacked confidence in his own fists before tossing him aside. He looked at the rest and told them to come at once since he was used to fighting crowds thanks to Liu Haobin, all while wiping blood from his face with a smirk. He warned Kite that he would be next, causing the man to grit his teeth and frantically order his subordinates to attack while screaming about the situation. He ordered them to do it properly while nagging incessantly like a woman, threatening that they would all pay if the opponent even touched a hair on his head. He screamed that even their superiors wouldn't escape and demanded that both of them attack at once if one wasn't enough to finish the job. The man beside him frowned with a darkened expression as he was forced to listen to the silver-haired man's incessant nagging about whether this was a fair one-on-one sport. He interrupted Kite and told him to stop being an embarrassment, leaving the man so stunned that he had to ask for clarification. The thick-lipped man questioned if he wanted him to stop, leaving Kite completely intimidated and only able to curse them silently. He stepped forward promising to handle everything, but someone else grabbed his arm and insisted that it was their turn to take action. Thick-lips told him to let go, reminding him that he hadn't received special treatment from Big Brother Jia-chun, which forced the other man to yield. Kite watched in confusion, wondering what that special treatment could possibly be as the thick-lipped man approached Su Cheng'en. He admitted the boy was impressive, but when Su Cheng'en questioned his authority, the thick-lipped man simply smiled and promised he would find out soon. Su Cheng'en remained cautious, sensing that this opponent possessed a completely different aura than the two who had already been defeated. Sensing a completely different aura, Su Cheng'en decided to end the fight quickly and lunged forward with a punch to avoid wasting any more time. The thick-lipped man narrowed his eyes and focused on the incoming strike, while Kite watched in shock, wondering if this was the special power. Blood pooled on the ground as a knife was driven into Su Cheng'en, revealing that the perverted, thick-lipped man had used a weapon against the giant. He cursed the madman while trembling as the man pulled the knife out and began wiping away the blood while repeating his earlier words. He spoke of the professional world, while Xuan Wuyang looked at his phone in confusion before answering a call from an unknown number. Xuan Wuyang identified himself but grew suspicious when he heard nothing but the sound of strange laughter coming through the speaker. Xuan Wuyang grew impatient and asked who was there, but the caller abruptly hung up, leaving him feeling annoyed by the strange interaction. Min Cheng asked what was wrong, and Xuan Wuyang complained that someone had just giggled and hung up without saying a word. He expressed his irritation at the poorly timed prank, but Min Cheng wondered if there was more to the call than a simple joke. Yu Yang glanced at him and asked seriously what he meant, so he honestly shared his thoughts, noting that usually if it were a prank, there would be some insults or jokes, but the caller just giggled and hung up, which felt quite strange even if he wasn't certain. Yu Yang's perspective was very simple as he pursed his lips and replied that they probably wanted to say something but hung up because they were laughing too hard. However, Min Sheng still trusted his intuition, thinking it would be fine if that was all, but wondering if it was a familiar voice as Yu Yang picked up his phone. He wasn't sure since it was just a soft laugh, so he didn't recognize it, and when Min Sheng asked about the gender or age, he quickly replied it was definitely an adult male. Hearing this, Min Sheng suddenly thought of Jia Chun's group and wondered if it was those middle-aged men, but he was quite certain and dismissed that possibility. He doubted they knew his number, but Min Sheng countered that as private investigators, finding a phone number was a trivial task for them. They could easily get it through students or countless other strange methods, and while he was deducing this, he continued smoking his half-finished cigarette with a darkened face before crushing the butt in the trash and cursing that it must be them. Min Sheng had the opposite thought, saying it would be lucky if it were them, leaving him confused about what the boy was thinking. He replied that if it were them, it would at least be within their expectations, but Yu Yang put his hands in his pockets and reminded him it was just a prank call. He told him not to overthink things as it would only be exhausting, and seeing that he didn't care about the possibilities, Min Sheng felt a bit dissatisfied. "Boss, you're so calm," he said, but he used reality to silence him, stating that even if there was something else behind it, they had no way to deal with it now, especially since they didn't know the opponent, and his words were perfectly logical. If anything happened, they would deal with it then, as thinking randomly now was just a waste of energy. After being lectured, Min Sheng felt he was overreacting and hesitantly agreed before he turned to leave, urging Min Sheng to stay until Shu Qi regained consciousness, while he stood there watching his back, lost in thought. Turning around, Yu Yang's expression wasn't much better as he seemed angry, with veins starting to bulge on his forehead. Meanwhile, Jia Chun leisurely entered a chicken shop, where a young employee named Jin Jun quickly approached to greet him. Welcoming him and offering a seat, the man didn't respond to the young face, keeping his expression entirely emotionless. After a moment's thought, he asked Jin Jun if he was a new employee, and he honestly replied that he was. He asked an unrelated question about his age, and though Jin Jun was surprised, he answered 20, leading the man to mutter that he was still very young. Then he patted his shoulder and kindly advised him to find another job instead of wasting his life in a place like this. Though he didn't understand the strange behavior, he politely responded, but then Jin Jun suspiciously turned and asked who he was, and Jia Chun, understanding his thoughts, denied being a cop and told the kid not to worry. And he walked straight inside as if it were his own home, telling the boy to just do his job while two people sat before surveillance monitors inside. Behind them, Chunzai was busy licking his fingers to count money at another table, carefully checking each stack up to 1 million. He picked up a stack but looked dissatisfied, noting it was exactly 1 million won short compared to yesterday, though he immediately smiled to comfort himself. It didn't matter since it was just bait and he would recover many times more soon, and just then, a knock sounded at the door and he called out for them to enter. Jia Chun entered and approached him with a bowed back, politely bowing and announcing his arrival as Chunzai set the money aside. "Ah, you've arrived. Where are the boys?" he answered the old man, explaining they had tasks to finish. Upon hearing this, the elder looked pleased, though his tone carried a hint of disdain. "Indeed, being swamped with work is far better than sitting around in a daze," Jia Chun replied quickly. Chunzai had summoned him to manage the day's affairs. "Nothing went wrong today, I hope, especially regarding that brat from Director IM's family." Jia Chun didn't bother hiding his irritation. "Nothing happened, but boss, that kid is incredibly insolent." Chunzai, however, had no interest in the complaint and cut him off mid-sentence. "Drop it, as long as there's no trouble, it's fine." Jia Chun's face twisted with dissatisfaction. He looked up and addressed the man as brother, causing the elder's expression to darken instantly as he issued a warning. "If you want to maintain your dignity and earn respect, you must learn to endure. Just let those things go. That is how every office worker survives." Sensing his subordinate's frustration, the old man's voice softened a bit. "Especially for thugs like us, what else is there to say?" Jia Chun found himself unable to argue and simply agreed. Remembering something, he spoke cautiously to Chunzai. "But brother, the younger ones are saying that things have been far too difficult lately." The old man immediately understood the underlying message. Displeased, he slammed his palm onto the table. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Do you think you're the only one struggling? If your hands are so itchy for action, come play a few rounds here." "Men like us can only earn our bonuses that way." Realizing he wouldn't get anywhere, Jia Chun gave a half-hearted response. "Fine, we'll come by for a game when we have time." Chunzai composed himself, pushed 2 stacks of cash aside, and spoke flatly. "Good, rest easy, I'll take care of it." He tucked the money under his arm and stood up, waving Jia Chun away. "If you have nothing else to report, then leave." The man bowed respectfully and said, "I'll take my leave, brother." He departed slowly, his eyes tracking Chunzai's every movement. The old man stood with his back turned, a greedy and cunning smirk spreading across his face. His cabinet was overflowing with cash, which explained his smug grin. Jia Chun hadn't fully exited yet. He kept his gaze fixed on Chunzai for a moment, his thoughts unreadable. A few minutes later, he walked out of the shop and dialed a number. "Yes, it's me," he said, pacing down the street while conversing with the person on the other end. "I just finished meeting with Brother Chunzai. If there's nothing else, just head back on your own." His expression suddenly turned grave. "Stabbed? Are you serious? Do we have to take him out now?" He spoke coldly to his contact. "Yeah, but that's going a bit too far. The kid is still young. We're also down 2 people. I understand, just wait for me there." "Don't move from that spot." After hanging up, he took another drag from his lit cigarette. He exhaled a plume of smoke before casually tossing the butt onto the pavement. He muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn it!" He turned on his heel and headed in the opposite direction to handle the situation they had just discussed. He vanished into the crowd, standing out distinctly on the busy street. By the following morning, Wei Yang and Min Cheng were still keeping watch at Wana University Hospital. The 2 remained in room 161, guarding Shizai throughout the night. The man lying in the hospital bed suddenly let out a sharp cough. Wei Yang asked with concern if he was awake. Seeing him struggle to sit up, Min Cheng quickly intervened. "Brother, stay down and rest. You have a lot of stitches." His face was pale and exhausted. His entire body shivered from the sharp pain radiating from his abdomen. Turning toward Wei Yang, he whispered, "I feel so ashamed." Instead of blaming him, the man offered a word of comfort. "As long as you're still breathing, that's all that matters." Min Cheng looked at Shizai with genuine care. "How are you feeling?" Clutching the wound on his stomach, he replied, "I can manage." "But is it safe here?" The younger man smiled and explained that reporting a stabbing to the police would be too messy. "I've known this hospital for a long time. People from our world often come here. There won't be any rumors, so you can relax." Shizai looked at him with gratitude. "I see, thank you for everything." Wei Yang then interrupted with a cold tone. "If you're feeling better, we need to talk." He crossed his arms and stared intently at Shizai, wanting the full story of yesterday's events. The man hesitated. "Well, about that?" After hearing the explanation, Wei Yang sighed in frustration. "I specifically told you not to cause any trouble today." Shizai argued back with a sense of injustice. "I'm telling you, they were the ones who started it." Having grasped the situation, he decided not to press the matter further. "Fine, it's over now anyway." Shizai frowned and added, "Yeah, but that guy's knife work was pathetic." Min Cheng didn't share that opinion. "Actually, brother, it's quite the opposite. That guy is incredibly skilled with a blade." His expression grew somber. "From the very beginning. He had no intention of killing, he only wanted to intimidate you, and he achieved exactly what he set out to do." Wei Yang, however, had a different perspective. "I'm not so sure it went exactly as he planned." A look of surprise crossed the young man's face. Wei Yang turned to his brother and asked, "Kang Shizai, were you actually frightened?" Even though he had been wounded badly enough to be hospitalized. Yet he showed no sign of fear, instead asserting with absolute confidence that it was impossible, his tone remaining incredibly firm. "I was only caught off guard and took one hit, but next time I'll force him to his knees," he vowed, as Wu Yang turned to Min Cheng with a smile. "See, he understood what I meant," he said with a grin, to which the other replied, "I see," before suddenly noting that none of them were skilled with knives. Min Cheng had to admit that the boss, the second brother, and he himself all relied on their fists. He spoke an undeniable truth, noting that their subordinates were even worse and not worth mentioning. Wu Yang disagreed with his statement, asking what it mattered since they didn't gamble with lives, causing Min Cheng to quickly wave his hands and clarify that he agreed, but was concerned about what would happen if they continued. They would certainly face many opponents who specialized in knives, and the best way to deal with a knife wielder was with another skilled knife user. He seemed to possess a fair amount of knowledge regarding the ways of the underworld. Consequently, major and powerful organizations usually have at least one or two renowned assassins on their teams, a fact that Wu Yang seemed to be hearing for the first time. Curious, he asked Ming Song if the mainland gang had any, specifically professional knife-wielding assassins, and the young man immediately answered his question. To exaggerate slightly, they have enough assassins to form an entire army, though there is naturally one who stands above the rest. After hearing Ming Song's words, he was eager to know the person's identity and asked who it was, but Ming Song shared only the limited information he had. He admitted he didn't know the real name, only that people called him Old Jin, prompting Wu Yang to ask if that was a nickname or if he was truly an old man. Ming Song rubbed his chin in thought, admitting that although he had been in the mainland gang, he had never actually seen Old Jin. He never appeared at any jobs or social gatherings, and Ming Song added that even within the gang, only high-ranking members ever saw him. Jiang Zhuzh curiously asked if high-ranking meant someone like Jiao Bang, but Ming Song curled his lip in contempt at the mention of that name. He is merely a leader of the underlings and a high-level henchman. In the grand scheme of things, he isn't even worth mentioning. Wu Yang noticed something strange in Ming Song's words, remarking that underworld figures usually enjoy flaunting their power. They typically boast about money and connections, yet Old Jin is different, which Ming Song suggested might be due to his personality, as the boss said. His eyes suddenly sharpened as he thought of Old Jin's massacres of other gangs, coldly noting a plausible rumor that he had killed too many people while making the mainland gang the top organization. As a result, he is forced to live in hiding, a rumor Ming Song seemed to believe, noting that if caught by police, he would surely face the death penalty without trial. Lying in bed, Jiang Zhuzh felt the story was being exaggerated, questioning if the rumors were overblown since they weren't exactly the mafia. Ming Song shrugged and admitted his uncertainty, but maintained that even boss Yun Jihyuan, the leader of the mainland gang, held Old Jin in the highest regard. He treated him as a partner rather than a subordinate, and Ming Song suggested to Wu Yang that recruiting a skilled assassin for protection was necessary, prompting Wu Yang to ask for a recommendation. Ming Song honestly replied that he knew no one available at the moment, as the talented people he knew were all satisfied with their lives in the mainland gang. He looked at him with a faint smile and said he would consider it, but first they had to resolve their current situation, a point Ming Song readily agreed with. Jiang Zuj still felt guilty for the trouble he caused, explaining that he had intended to handle everything himself but failed, though Wu Yang offered encouragement instead of blame. He told him to stop apologizing while injured and suggested he rest, assuring him that he and Ming Song would take care of the rest. Ming Song chimed in, agreeing that taking on 2 opponents at once was an impressive feat, yet Jiang Zuj remained troubled by a deep sense of guilt. Wu Yang helplessly told him to stop worrying just as a nurse entered the room. She informed Jiang Zuj that she would administer an injection and disinfect his wounds, while Wu Yang and Ming Song, relieved he was awake, prepared to leave and encouraged his recovery. He expressed his gratitude, and once they left the hospital, Ming Song couldn't help but ask how they planned to seek revenge for the previous day. He calmly replied that they should first return to yesterday's game room, a suggestion that left Ming Song looking at him in utter shock and confusion. Ming Song asked if they were going to fight them again, but he reassured him not to worry, as he had already planned their next move. He explained his plan to Ming Song, suggesting they act like typical gambling addicts who had lost everything the day before, losing a bit more before playing again. They would win just enough to secure a meeting with Hong Chungsu, a plan that left Ming Song stunned and required further discussion to ensure it went smoothly. They would pretend to be unaware that Hong Chungsu was the mastermind behind the attack on Jiang Zuj, as neither side knew exactly how much the other had discovered. By remaining vague, they could catch them off guard while observing the situation further, though Ming Song still had a few lingering questions. Wu Yang confidently told Min Sheng not to worry about Quan Jai and the man he called uncle, explaining that he knew Quan Jai well enough to know the man would eventually seek them out for a fight, which finally put Min Sheng's mind at ease. They entered the fish shooting parlor to execute their revenge plan, with Min Sheng wearing a mask and hat to stay unrecognized while walking calmly alongside Wu Yang. Jin Jun immediately recognized them as the big winners from the previous day and welcomed them back, to which Wu Yang acted like a gambling addict and remarked that he had to return since making money there was so easy. He handed Jin Jun a large stack of cash that left the boy stunned, and after being told to exchange it all, Jin Jun quickly hurried off to fulfill the request. Wu Yang smiled as he prepared for the next step of the plan, while Jin Jun ran straight to Chen Xiu's office to report the news, prompting the surprised old man to ask what was happening. The boy reported that the customers who won 2 million yesterday had returned to exchange another million, but Chen Xiu remained focused on his magazine and indifferently told him to serve them well and let them play with his money for the day. The old man predicted they would lose everything starting tomorrow, and while distracted by the models in his magazine, instructed Jin Jun to let them lose about 100,000 before letting them win a small amount back. After Jin Jun received his orders, the old man stopped him to ask about the current status of another specific individual who was outside. Understanding exactly who was being discussed, the boy hesitantly explained that the person was currently staying quiet and just watching the screen without showing any signs of causing trouble. Chen Xiu seemed troubled by the news and sternly asked about the amount of money that specific person had spent. The boy replied that the man had already lost about 1 million, causing the old man to sigh in frustration before Jin Jun suggested letting the man win a bit so he would leave. Chen Xiu slammed his hand on the desk and scolded the boy, calling him a fool for thinking that letting the man win would stop him from returning the next day. He ordered the boy not to manipulate the odds and to just let the man get tired and leave on his own, rather than letting him win and encouraging him to return day after day. The old man gritted his teeth in annoyance over why such a person would come to his shop, while outside, Wu Yang and Min Sheng took their seats at 2 adjacent machines. Wu Yang placed his lighter on the red button and sat smoking while reflecting on how his money was vanishing unlike the day before. Having lost 1 million, he wondered if it would be strange to ask for the owner now. Just as he was about to make his move, another man sitting nearby slammed both hands on the table and loudly demanded to see the proprietor. Min Sheng leaned over to see what the commotion was about and was shocked to see the man there, prompting Wu Yang to ask if it was an acquaintance, to which Min Sheng coldly identified him as the person he knew. He explained that the man was Nan Zhenjiu, the ace of Breaksmith, and expressed his surprise at seeing such a figure in this location. After losing his temper over the loss, the man realized he was out of cigarettes and began cursing under his breath while Wu Yang and Min Sheng watched him. Wu Yang recognized the name and asked Min Sheng to confirm if this was the same Nan Zhenjiu famous for his exceptional skill with weapons. Min Sheng confirmed his identity, though Wu Yang simply assumed the man had come there to gamble just like they had. However, Min Sheng disagreed and, drawing from his years of experience in the underworld, began to explain the situation to Wu Yang. Min Sheng reminded him that Breaksmith operated in the Dabang, Noan, and Yuejiangbu areas, making it ridiculous for their ace to be alone in another territory causing a scene, which helped Wu Yang understand the gravity of the situation. Wu Yang wondered if the man had a secret plan of his own like they did, but Min Sheng doubted it just as Jin Jun rushed over after hearing the noise. Nan Zhenjiu became even more furious when he saw it wasn't the owner who approached, slamming his hand down and demanding the boss come out. He shouted that he had already burned through 1 million today and was furious that the owner still hadn't shown his face, making Jin Jun realize the situation was turning sour. Jin Jun tried to calm him by suggesting he was just having an unlucky day, but this only caused the man's expression to darken further. The man kicked a chair over and snapped that he wasn't a customer, before demanding to know who the boy was, to which a terrified Jin Jun stammered that he was an employee. Jin Jun bowed and quickly replied that he was 20, causing Nan Zhenjiu to calm down slightly as he exhaled a cloud of smoke and told the boy to get lost. He struck the machine impatiently and continued to shout for the owner to come out, leaving the flustered Jin Jun at a total loss as he pleaded for the man to calm down. However, Jin Gu appeared even more enraged. "I'm no longer a customer," he declared, arrogantly ordering Jin Gun to address him as Big Brother, claiming it sounded much better. Jin Gun immediately complied in a pleading tone. "Yes, Big Brother, please, Big Brother, calm down," as he softly tried to soothe Jin Gu. "There are other customers here too," Jin Gun added. Jin Gu looked back and asked, "Other customers? Fine, that works." He then stood up from his seat. He shouted loudly so everyone in the shop could hear, "Attention everyone, please listen up," successfully drawing the gaze of all the other players. They stopped what they were doing to listen to him. "I believe this place is a total scam. I've poured millions into this today and walked away with absolutely nothing." He even went as far as grabbing a nearby person by the shoulders to warn them, "Everyone, pack your things and get out of here right now. I'm telling you, this is all a fraud." He used this tactic to force the owner to show himself, screaming at Jin Gun, "If you don't want me to cause a riot, get the owner out here." Wu Yang, who had been watching the whole time, let out a smile, while Min Sheng shook his head and grumbled that one of Nan Jin Gu's nicknames was Mr. Trouble. Watching Jin Gu raise his leg to deliver a powerful kick to a gaming machine, Min Sheng said with certainty, "This isn't some scheme, that's just his natural personality." Wu Yang couldn't argue with that. "Yeah, he's definitely a handful." He pointed his thumb toward Jin Gu. "Still, who knows, maybe he isn't such a bad guy," Min Sheng asked in confusion. "Huh, in what way?" Wu Yang looked back at Jin Gu. "He's causing a scene, but at least he hasn't laid a hand on anyone." Suddenly, a group of men approached. They spoke up to warn Jin Gu, "Sir, please conduct yourself properly." Hearing this, he turned around and looked at them in surprise. Leading the group was Tai Su, who crossed his arms and said, "I've heard you're quite famous." A subordinate behind him cracked his knuckles and added, "But regardless, disrupting someone's business like this isn't right." Jin Gu didn't panic. He even smiled at the newcomers. "What's this? You guys know me?" Tai Su tilted his head. "Blacksmith Nan Jin Gu, did you think I wouldn't recognize you?" Upon hearing this, Jin Gu slowly stepped closer to him. "If you already know," his expression darkened. His gaze became as sharp as a blade as he threatened the group. "Then why are you acting like this?" Intimidated by his aura, the men instantly lost their previous arrogance. The man with the crew cut mustered his courage and stammered, "Even so, it's not right to cause trouble in someone's place of business." Jin Gu's voice dropped to a low tone, making them tremble with fear. "If you didn't know who I was and dared to cross me, then I wouldn't need to use force. I'd just let you walk away. I'm only making a scene because I'm frustrated and you're just doing your jobs. You don't deserve to die for that." The three men stood there dazed by Jin Gu's words, their bodies frozen in place. Jin Gun took the opportunity to quietly slip away. Jin Gu then fixed the three men with a piercing glare. "But if you knew everything and still stood in my way." That means you're looking down on me, doesn't it? His steady voice effectively silenced the men. Am I wrong? Wu Yang watched him and smirked, thinking to himself, wow, it sounds like nonsense, but it's actually quite persuasive. The other customers were also watching the commotion. He thought that those men had already surrendered in their hearts, but they couldn't retreat with everyone watching. They're backed into a corner, he muttered. The three men still couldn't leave, so Tai Su tried to regain his composure to face Jin Gu. You probably think we're easy targets because there are only 3 of us, but with one phone call, I can have a truckload of men here in 5 minutes. So stop this and leave. We don't want to start a fight in front of the customers. Instead of being intimidated, Jin Gu challenged him, go ahead and call them. Tai Su didn't expect him to be so arrogant. What? What did you say? Jin Gu's face turned serious as if he were showing great restraint. Call that truck, I'll wait. The crew-cut man grimaced, thinking this guy was a tough customer. Another man bit his lip in panic, wondering what to do. I heard he's incredibly strong. Seeing no movement from the 3, Jin Gu continued to provoke them. What's wrong? Are you scared? I'll even promise not to use a weapon today. Let's see how they fight. As the situation spiraled out of control, Hong Chunchi appeared to rescue his subordinates. Jin Jun rushed inside to report the situation. Pretending to be oblivious, the old man spread his arms and greeted him warmly. Oh my, Mr. Nan Zhenjiu. I finally get to meet you in person, he said with a smile. You mentioned wanting to see the boss, right? Well, I am the boss. Wei Yang also spotted him and muttered, the boss. So that man must be Hong Chunchi. Let's see how this unfolds. Zhenjiu cast a cold glare at Hong Chunchi and asked, You're the boss? Then are you the strongest fighter here? The old man squinted with a smile and explained, Oh, who told you that? I'm just a businessman. I'm not capable of fighting. He rarely showed such a fawning, respectful attitude toward anyone, yet this time he bowed before Zhenjiu. Now, don't be like that. Please come inside. He enthusiastically invited him in. Seeing his attitude, Zhenjiu let the previous matter slide and followed him inside with an arrogant air. Before closing the door, Hong Chunchi pointedly turned back to scold his subordinates. Hey, don't you recognize a distinguished guest? Although confused, Tai Su replied, Yes, sir. As Zhenjiu's back disappeared behind the door, Wei Yang thought in confusion. Why would he let himself be led away by a weak, fat old man? Why? The old man then shouted at his subordinates, What are you doing? Get back to work instead of standing around. The 3 men bowed low to accept the order and breathed a sigh of relief after avoiding major trouble. Hong Chunchi then skillfully calmed the other guests after the commotion. Dear guests, I apologize for the disturbance. It was just a minor misunderstanding. Please rest assured and continue your games as usual. I wish you all great luck and big wins. He was willing to spend a significant amount to maintain the shop's reputation. No, that's not it. Hey, Jin Jun, refund all the bonus coins to every customer immediately. Having received the order, he replied instantly. Yes, sir. After the chaos, Wei Yang turned back to his game screen and remarked, He's certainly an interesting fellow. Min Sheng disagreed, thinking, more like a strange one. He pressed the yellow button on the table and told him, It's decided. I need to meet that Nan Zhenjiu privately later. Curiously, he asked about his intentions. For what, do you want to fight? He hadn't thought about his next move yet. I'm not sure. Let's see how things play out first. Min Sheng turned to remind him, Boss, we're currently facing Hong Chunchi and those older men, right? Not blacksmith. He understood his point. I know. He suddenly turned to him and asked, You said he's very skilled with weapons, right? I wonder how he'd fare against Old Man Jin. He seemed to favor Old Man Jin. I'm not sure. No matter how talented Nan Zhenjiu is, it would likely be difficult for him against Old Man Jin. Old Man Jin is a legend among legends, after all. He suddenly paused, vaguely guessing the intent behind his question. No, why are you suddenly asking that? Wei Yang pressed the red button on the table and said while playing, You were the one who said it. Min Sheng asked back, confused. Me, what did I say? He reminded him. You said we need someone skilled with weapons. Min Sheng leaned in closer and whispered, Yes, so does that mean you're planning to recruit Nan Zhenjiu? Faced with his skeptical question, he calmly replied, Why? Is there a problem? I like him a lot. Min Sheng exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, what, boss? He's blacksmith's trump card. How do you plan on stealing him? Wei Yang remained focused on his game and said nonchalantly, I don't know yet. We'll figure that out later. Recalling the moment Zhenjiu went berserk, Min Sheng still couldn't fathom his thoughts. What exactly do you like about him? From the moment he arrived until he left, he did nothing but bizarre things. He glanced toward the door Zhenjiu had entered and replied mysteriously, I'll explain that later. Inside the surveillance room, Zhenjiu stood with his hands in his pockets, facing Hong Chunchi directly as he spoke. I have no interest in bullying the weak, therefore I simply agreed to follow you. As he spoke, he noticed a row of locked cabinets nearby. His gaze lingered on them for a moment, his thoughts unclear. He said warily, but if you have any dirty tricks up your sleeve. Hong Chunchi pointed to the phone on the table, cutting him off. Goodness, what dirty tricks, I don't do things like that. He glanced at him and said hesitantly, it's just, please take a call. He frowned, asking in confusion, a call? What kind of call? Hong Chunchi didn't answer his question, he simply picked up the phone and called out. Good heavens, it seems someone is calling, the old man said, thrusting the phone toward Jingu, who stared at the screen with a suspicious and questioning gaze. Did you get in touch with our old man? Chun Xiu didn't give a straight answer, merely smiling as he handed over the device and urged him to pick up. After a brief exchange with the person on the other end, his voice turned frigid as he stated, I understand your point, so I'm ending this call now. He slammed the phone onto the table, clearly having just received a stern lecture, while Chun Xiu grinned widely at his visible frustration. I'll ensure everything concludes favorably, Chun Xiu remarked, though Jingu's dark expression remained as he suppressed his anger and warned, You're making a grave error. The old man strolled toward his chair and replied casually, I'm not so sure about that. I lack your innate talent, so this is the only way I can survive. Showing no respect, Jingu bluntly declared, I despise people like you the most, so keep that in mind, while the old man sat down, completely unfazed by the remark. Is that so? How unfortunate, the old man said, resting his chin on his interlaced fingers to hide a smug grin before uttering words that truly incensed the youth. Yet I find someone like you, our dear Nan Jingu, to be the most agreeable person alive, he said, throwing the boy's earlier threat back at him with a reminder to remember it well. Truly provoked by Chun Xiu, Jingu slammed both hands onto the table and growled, You, as he leaned in close to the old man's face. He looked as though he wanted to settle things with his fists, asking, Are you that eager for a beating? Yet the old man showed no fear, only blatant provocation. Well, if Master Nan Jingu wishes to strike me, I suppose I must simply let you, Chun Xiu said with smug confidence, relying on his backers, but you won't actually do it. Jingu's face darkened as if he were about to explode, but Chun Xiu didn't stop there, pointing a finger at him and laughing mockingly. Or rather, it's more accurate to say you can't do it, he added, causing the hot-headed Jingu to grit his teeth at such blatant contempt. You're laughing, old man? Do you think I'll just bow my head and tremble? Jingu hissed, but the old man feigned innocence, claiming it wasn't fear holding him back. It's because Master Nan Jingu is so pitiful and feels so much guilt that he can't bring himself to act. Do you have anything else to say? He asked as Jingu's face shook with rage. Unable to offer a rebuttal, Jingu stood silent while Chun Xiu, wanting to end the dispute, tried to play both sides by offering a peace gesture. I'll call Wu Feng over so we can all go grab some coffee together, he suggested, but the youth simply spat on the floor in response. Turning to leave, Jingu muttered about his irritation, while Chun Xiu remained seated and called out a mocking farewell, telling him to get home safely. Jingu stormed out and slammed the door behind him, carrying his resentment away, which finally allowed Chun Xiu's tense facial muscles to relax. He leaned back and exhaled in relief, muttering that he nearly died, just as his phone vibrated with a call from Jia Chun, which he answered with a weary complaint. Do you have any idea how much I'm shaking? I almost met my end, but I've handled it, so don't bother coming, he told Jia Chun while the staff continued their work nearby. Is that what the boy said? The old man asked, stroking his hair as he noted the kid's surprising maturity before telling Jia Chun to just follow the boy's lead. He issued a cautious warning that since children were involved, any leak would cause a massive scandal, so the matter required extra vigilance. And remember, I know absolutely nothing about this, so delete the call logs, he added, prompting a sigh from Jia Chun, who promised to settle it quietly. After the call ended, Chun Xiu leaned back and brooded over the boy named Ironkite, who seemed oblivious to his own limits before pulling out a pack of cigarettes. He felt a surge of annoyance that the bastard Jia Chun had the nerve to sigh at him, lighting a cigarette while silently vowing to remember the slight. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he dismissed them all as brainless fools just as Jin Jun knocked on the door, prompting him to call out for the man to enter. The subordinate respectfully reported that the guest had departed, to which the old man indifferently inquired if there were any issues with the other customers. Jin Jun replied that while two people had left simultaneously, The rest remained focused on their games, leading Chun Xiu to close his eyes and rub his ear in exhaustion. As if recalling something, the old man's expression darkened as he pointed at the spit Nan Zhenjiu left behind, exploding in rage and shouting for a mop to be brought over immediately. "Can't you see that bastard spat on the floor?" The boy looked over in a panic and quickly replied before leaving the game center. Nan Zhenjiu wandered through an alleyway, cursing under his breath about the insulting offer of 20, until a voice called out from behind him. "Hey, Nan Zhenjiu." The speaker was none other than Xu Wyang, and Zhenjiu turned to glare at the two strangers, asking coldly how they knew his name. "Are you local thugs or lackeys of that pig from earlier?" Wyang introduced himself, calmly stating that his name was Xu Wyang. The boy seemed to recognize the name, noting that he had heard of the famous individual who recently took down the mainland gang. He gave a friendly smile and replied with a hint of mockery that it was a relief, as he would have been embarrassed if the boy hadn't known who Xu Wyang was. Finding him easy to talk to, the boy admitted his hatred for the mainland gang and expressed interest in celebrating their defeat, though he questioned why he was being sought out. "Or perhaps you want to challenge me as well. Since I am already in a foul mood and this place is secluded," Zhenjiu waved his hand provocatively. "Come and fight me right now." Wyang didn't budge, simply scratching his face and remarking that it was their first meeting, so there was no need for violence. Attempting to negotiate, he suggested they talk things over, promising it would be worth the boy's while, which prompted a curious inquiry. Wyang smirked, feeling more certain about his plan as he shoved his hands into his pockets and slowly approached the boy. Standing before Nan Zhenjiu, he suddenly extended his hand, causing the boy to flinch and ask in confusion what he was trying to do. Scrutinizing him, the boy asked if he wanted an alliance with Breaksmith, but he kept his hand extended and stated that Breaksmith wasn't necessary. He smiled confidently and made a direct offer for the boy to come work under him, a proposal that left the youth completely stunned. Seeing the boy's dazed expression, he clarified his intent for him to quit Breaksmith and join his own crew instead. Nan Zhenjiu remained silent, prompting Min Cheng to shake his head and tell Wyang that he knew the boy would refuse, but he turned back to argue. "He hasn't even said no yet." He reached out again, sincerely asking for the boy's agreement, but Zhenjiu only stared at him as if he were a fool. "Are you people insane?" He refused to give up, looking the boy in the eye and insisting that no one was crazy before demanding a simple yes or no. Nan Zhenjiu looked at him helplessly and waved him off, telling him to go away since he was clearly unwell, while Min Cheng stepped up to offer comfort. "Boss, we really did get rejected." Wyang lowered his hand with a look of regret, but suddenly Zhenjiu seemed to snap in anger. Looking like a bristling cat, he threatened to beat them to death if they didn't leave, leading him to click his tongue and admit the rejection while Min Cheng agreed. "What a shame." Nan Zhenjiu turned to walk away, and though he watched him go with a sigh, he was not the type to surrender so easily. He already had a backup plan ready for this exact scenario, which involved challenging the boy to a formal duel. "Bring all your weapons tomorrow and fight me. The loser must serve the winner." This proposal successfully halted Nan Zhenjiu's steps and piqued his competitive nature. Without any hesitation, he agreed to the wager, stating that a bet changed everything and suggesting they start the fight immediately. With a triumphant smirk, he prepared to fight, but Wyang held out a hand to stop him, expressing his confidence in his own power. "If we fight now, I will end up beating you half to death." Nan Zhenjiu could hardly believe the arrogance he was hearing. Wanting to win the boy over completely, he explained that he knew Nan Zhenjiu was a specialist who relied on weapons. "But since you are currently empty-handed, it wouldn't be fair." The boy replied calmly, suggesting that he had heard some incorrect information. "Weapons are only for facing armed opponents or fighting off a crowd. He is just as confident as you are. He is even more arrogant, believing bare hands are sufficient for both of you." Wu Yang smirked at him, thinking the boy was truly stubborn. Min Cheng immediately replied, "Yes, boss," as Wu Yang asked seriously if he could win. He crossed his arms, his gaze sharpening as he assessed that he could handle it even if the opponent used a weapon. He viewed Jinju as a wild beast needing to be tamed. Knowing his straightforward nature and seeing both men's confidence in their combat skills, he turned to ask Jinju. "What do you think?" Min Cheng stepped forward to introduce himself, mentioning he was Min Cheng and had been with the Continental Gang for a while, asking if he had heard of it. Jinju smirked and replied that it was his first time hearing of it, telling him to do his best as Min Cheng took a stance, ready to charge at any moment. "That hurts my pride a bit," he said. But Jin Jiu didn't look away, mockingly retorting that pride was currently the least of his concerns. Because from this point on, his entire body would be taking a beating. He said nothing more, meeting Jin Jiu's gaze as Wu Yang stood aside with crossed arms, watching. Nan Jin Jiu was quite famous, but Min Sheng was no pushover either. For now, he focused on defensive maneuvers and utilizing his lower body rather than launching attacks. The duel commenced with Min Sheng striking first, lunging forward with an elbow strike that Jin Jiu blocked with his forearm after stepping back slightly. Min Sheng followed up with an uppercut, forcing him to defend repeatedly, then spun around to deliver a left kick that made Jin Jiu retreat fully as Min Sheng began to taunt him for only dodging. "What's this? Are you only going to defend? Use some strength," he provoked, but the other man remained silent with pursed lips, his thoughts unreadable. Wu Yang's eyes never wavered from the fight as he thoughtfully analyzed that while Min Sheng appeared to have the upper hand at first glance. In reality, he was just attacking noisily without any concrete strategy, and wasting energy that would lead to exhaustion later as he watched Min Sheng's frantic assault. He felt a bit troubled, noting that while Min Sheng was usually fine, he invariably lost his composure once a fight began, a habit that remained unchanged. This was no time for such arrogance. Meanwhile, Jin Jiu meticulously evaded every one of Min Sheng's strikes, earning Wu Yang's respect for appearing far calmer and colder than usual during the match. Watching the display of offense versus defense, he found it quite intriguing that the two seemed similar in some ways, yet were fundamentally incompatible. Min Sheng threw a powerful punch and confidently told Jin Jiu it would end today. As his fist stopped inches from Jin Jiu's face, he gritted his teeth, claiming the opponent wasn't worth any more of his time. Jin Jiu's eyes widened, yet he showed no sign of panic. Instead, he remained perfectly composed and swiftly dodged to the side. Seizing the perfect moment to counter, he landed a direct punch to Min Sheng's face, catching him off guard and striking him mercilessly before he could react. Wu Yang was quite surprised by the turn of events, sensing the situation was deteriorating as Jin Jiu lunged forward again while Min Sheng was still wiping blood from his face. Continuing his assault, he shouted that he felt the same way as he poured all his strength into a final blow, roaring for it to end right there. Min Sheng was forced to cross his arms in defense, but Jin Jiu took the opportunity to target his ribs with his other hand, successfully reclaiming the offensive momentum. Leaning against the wall, Wu Yang noted that at least 3 hits had landed, yet surprisingly, Min Sheng's injuries weren't severe, leaving him deep in thought. Nan Jin Jiu's punches weren't that weak. By observing his strikes, he was able to accurately gauge the extent of the man's combat skills. It was a unique fighting technique that didn't rely on using the knees, shoulders, or back to put weight behind a punch, but instead focused solely on making contact with the opponent as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he seemed to understand, having found most of the answer to his question by recalling that Jin Jiu was a specialist who primarily fought with weapons. He became even more certain that, because he often fought with sharp or hard weapons, he didn't need to engage many muscle groups to generate power. Sufficient speed alone was enough to inflict damage on an opponent, leading him to conclude that these daily training habits had become so instinctive they persisted even in unarmed combat. He continues to throw those same flawed punches. In this regard, his approach is entirely different from Suk Ji, who always targets opponents with his steel fists. Suddenly, the match takes a new turn as Min Sung catches Jin Su's arm. Gritting his teeth, he grips the arm tightly with one hand while preparing to strike Jin Su's face with the other. Having endured his older brother's steel fists several times, he finds these blows manageable. He punches straight ahead, forcing Jin Su to pull back and block. "I can endure being beaten all day long." Min Sung continues to swing his arms to strike, but Jin Su easily evades the attacks with his agile movements. He even mocks Min Sung for being too slow, but Min Sung refuses to back down, preparing a new technique. "Is that so? In that case." He suddenly ducks low and wraps his arms around Jin Su's waist, pushing him back forcefully. The surprise attack combined with Min Sung's strength allows him to slam Jin Su to the ground, putting him in a defensive position. Min Sung sits atop Jin Su and rains punches down on his face, laughing triumphantly. Now there is no way to dodge, as Jin Su is pinned firmly to the ground. He can only take the full force of Min Sung's strikes. Min Sung shouts joyfully that they will end it here for today and fight more seriously tomorrow. Wu Yang remains standing there without intervening, gaining a new perspective on Jin Su. Despite being struck, The boy is surprisingly resilient and manages to hold his ground. The punches seem light, yet his body is clearly not as fragile as it appears. After being struck repeatedly in the face, Jin-soo finally reaches his limit. He uses all his strength to break free, grabbing Min-sung's collar and throwing him off while cursing him. Min-sung is tossed aside, bracing his hands on the ground to stand up and continue the fight. Not allowing him to rise, Jin-soo decisively delivers a kick aimed straight at Min-sung. Min-sung blocks the strike with his arms and grabs hold of Jin-soo's calf. Holding the leg with one hand and grabbing the waist with the other, Min-sung uses his body weight to pin him to the ground again. Jin-soo is caught off guard and slammed down once more, wondering what on earth is happening. Min-sung sits on top of him, preparing to strike, but Jin-soo refuses to lose and grabs his collar. Jin-soo moves faster, landing a blow on the side of Min-sung's face, calling him a bastard. Min-sung retaliates by landing a punch on Jin-soo's face as well, calling him a madman. The two of them continue to wrestle on the ground. They punch each other relentlessly. Wu Yang ruffles his hair, his face filled with concern as the situation worsens. If the boy utilizes his specialty with weapons, then not only Min-sung. Even Suk-ji would face difficulties. The two continue to roll on the ground, neither willing to yield. "Let go, you bastard! You let go first!" they shout as the struggle continues. Watching them, he wonders if he should step in to stop the fight. Min-sung's chances of winning seem higher, but just as he prepares to intervene, the phone in his pocket begins to ring. He answers it, intending to hang up quickly so he can settle the dispute between the two. "Yes, it's me. I'm busy right now. Call back later." However, the person on the other end delivers shocking news that leaves him completely stunned. What did you just say? Speak clearly. I understand. Send me the location." After the call, his hands drop limply to his sides. His hands tremble as he clenches them tightly, blaming himself for being so short-sighted. He realizes he has been far too naive in his thinking. He should have anticipated a situation like this. Because of the sudden emergency, he shouts at the two who are fighting tooth and nail, "Stop it." Both are startled by his shout and cease their movements. Min-sung glances over at him, while Jin-soo expresses his dissatisfaction with the interruption. "Who do you think you are, doing whatever you want? I was just about to win." Wu Yang is in no mood to care and approaches Min-sung, calling out to him. "Just consider it your victory. Let's go, Min-sung." Min-sung is still unsatisfied and wants to finish the fight with Jin-soo, asking for just a bit more time. Losing his patience, he growls at the boy, forcing Min-sung to bow his head in obedience. He releases Jin-soo's collar and says, "I understand, sir." He stands up and tells Jin-soo that the boss declared him the winner. As Min-sung brushes the dust off his clothes, Jin-soo angrily points at Wu Yang and begins to shout. "You bastards, you barge in here and then just admit defeat." Despite his swollen face, he still wants to challenge him, shouting for Wu Yang to stop talking and step up next. Wu Yang looks down at him and says, "Then I apologize. I have an urgent matter to attend to." However, Jin-soo refuses to back down, claiming that their fight is more pressing. He closes his eyes and speaks with difficulty. "My friend is in critical condition." The other two freeze in shock, and Jin-soo looks at him with a confused expression. He bowed his head and sincerely apologized to him. "I have to go, I'm sorry," he said before leaving quickly, urging Min-sheng to follow. "Min-sheng, let's go." He quickly followed right behind him. "Yes, big brother." As they both disappeared, Jin-soo remained kneeling on the ground, Chuan-woo. Min-sheng quickly brought the car around from the parking lot and asked, "Where are we going now, big brother?" But he didn't look up. His eyes were fixed on the phone screen. "Emergency room, hospital 20. Min-sheng asked curiously, "Can you tell me which friend is in critical condition?" His face darkened. "Shanjiu, my friend, is severely injured." Min-sheng vaguely guessed something. "Shanjiu, could it be?" He shared the same thought. "Yeah. It looks exactly like the handiwork of Yan Jidai and the bastards under him." Thinking of his friend fighting for life in the hospital, his hatred flared up again. "If anything happens to Shanjiu, everything will be meaningless. I'll kill every last one of those bastards," he vowed through gritted teeth, his eyes radiating killing intent. "I won't spare a single one." Seeing Chuan-woo like this, Min-sheng tried to calm him down. "Big brother, you're very agitated," he said while looking at him. "Right, your brother was also badly hurt last time, but you seem even more worked up now," he asked with a hint of childishness. "Is that friend named Cheng-woo more important than your brother?" He didn't dodge the question. "He's different from Shu-jai. I have my reasons for not comparing them. Shu-jai can protect himself and chose to fight. But Cheng-woo was victimized one-sidedly." His voice dropped, revealing pity for his friend. They targeted someone who couldn't fight and had no intention of fighting. At dusk, they arrived at the hospital. He told Min Sheng, "Wait in the car, I'll go in alone." The boy obeyed. "Yes, big brother." Xuan Wu followed the signs to Cheng Wu's room. At that moment, only De Jin was in the hallway outside the emergency room. Hearing footsteps, he looked up. Seeing it was him, he quickly stood and greeted Big Brother. "You're here." He ignored him and went straight inside to ask about Cheng Wu's condition. "How is Cheng Wu?" Following behind, he said, "He's inside, still unconscious." Standing by Cheng Wu's bed, he clenched his fists tightly. He trembled with rage, resentment burning in his eyes. That bastard Yan Jitai. Seeing his friend comatose and covered in injuries, he felt immense guilt for involving him. "Cheng Wu," a nurse approached him. "Are you the patient's family?" He replied, "No, I'm not family, just a friend." He then asked her about the situation. "What happened?" She looked at him with surprise. "You don't know." She told him the reason Cheng Wu was hospitalized was a traffic accident. Xuan Wu couldn't believe it. "What did you say, a traffic accident?" She confirmed gently. "Yes, the patient was hit by a truck while crossing the road." Confusion filled his face. "Impossible, that can't be." "Are you sure it was a traffic accident? Not an assault?" She looked at the frail Cheng Wu on the bed, her eyes showing sympathy. "The patient received timely emergency care. Regardless of what happened before, the primary cause of the coma is trauma from the accident, nothing else." Hearing this from a medical professional, he had to accept the truth. "I see." He pursed his lips, thinking deeply about the discrepancies. The nurse had no reason to lie. And why would De Jin lie? Just then, De Jin's voice from behind snapped him out of his thoughts. "Big brother, let's talk outside." He glanced at him suspiciously, his gaze turning scrutinizing. They went to the hospital rooftop to talk. "What happened? Wasn't it Yan Jitai?" He repeated what the nurse said, but she said it was a traffic accident. De Jin looked at him and answered honestly. "I tried to tell you, but you cut off the call. And just now, you didn't listen. You just went straight into the room without a word." Xuan Wu pulled out a cigarette. His voice softened. "Fine, I'll calm down." He slowly lit it, a thin trail of smoke rising from the tip. Holding the cigarette, he exhaled and said to De Jin, "Now speak. If you want a smoke, go ahead." He timidly declined. "No, I wouldn't dare smoke in front of you." Seeing this, he urged, "Then tell me." He then honestly recounted everything he knew. "I don't know who leaked it, but the other side knows Rong Yu has a special connection with you. He's considered a few possibilities. It could be one of our students, or perhaps they heard it from someone in the allied schools. I honestly don't know who it was. But they definitely know." Hearing this, Xuan Huaiyang closed his eyes as guilt washed over him. He should have foreseen this, but he had been too careless. De Jin also confirmed one thing for certain. Cheng Wu had definitely been in a traffic accident. He turned to look at him and asked, "But?" While searching for something, he said, "What I find strange is this." He then held his phone up in front of him. "Take a look at this." On the screen was a message that read, "Your school seems quite lively today." He explained to Xuan Huaiyang that the text was from Yan Jai. Based on that, he had a theory. "I'm wondering if they brought adults along to cause trouble again. I meant to warn you earlier." He looked up at the sky as darkness began to fall, lost in thought. He had the same hunch, but there wasn't enough evidence yet. It would be best if Cheng Wu woke up and told him everything. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to De Jin and asked who was responsible. He stammered in response. "Well, it was a hit and run. Another student found Cheng Wu lying alone on the road and reported it." Hearing this, he was now entirely certain of his intuition. There was no doubt that bastard Yan Jai was provoking him. He crushed his cigarette into a nearby bin. His voice was cold as ice. In life, coincidences happen, but if they occur twice in a row, implying their theory was likely correct, it is no longer a coincidence. Seeing him leave, De Jin clenched his fists with determination. "Just tell us and we'll help." But Xuan Huaiyang shook his head, refusing the offer. "No, stay out of this." Yet he wouldn't give up. "Boss, we feel responsible, we also." He looked back, gritting his teeth as he hissed every word. "Tonight, those who aren't in school will do things that are beyond control." Before departing, he issued a final warning and a reminder. "So don't get involved. That's an order." De Jin watched him walk away in silence, his thoughts unreadable. His expression turned dark and terrifying, veins bulging on his forehead. "Management games and organizations don't suit you lot, so let's end it here. Just do it that way. Find them and wipe everything out." He quickly left the hospital and got back into Min Cheng's car, speeding away. Sitting inside, he closed his eyes and spoke with an eerie calmness. I might end up back in prison. You can stop now. With your skills, you'll be treated well anywhere. Min Cheng looked down, his eyes filled with concern. He asked anxiously, are you really planning to kill someone? He's just a kid, you know. Still closing his eyes as if battling his own thoughts, he replied, honestly, I don't know, based on what I'm thinking right now. I don't know if I can restrain myself. His hands clenched tightly, trembling with a hatred and rage that were consuming his mind. He also warned Min Cheng, so don't get involved. It'll be fine. Seeing him in such a bind, Min Cheng couldn't help but offer a suggestion. Don't make me regret this. Actually, I have a better idea. Do you want to hear it? He smirked despite his swollen lip. I think we can make that bastard suffer without you having to kill him directly. Xuan Huaiyang looked at him curiously and asked what it was. His next words enlightened him. We just need to tweak their own tactics and use them against them. Meanwhile, at Jianggan High School, a single building remained brightly lit despite the late hour. Yan Jai sat alone in a classroom with his feet on the desk, reading a book, when his phone vibrated. He casually checked it. That bastard had reacted violently immediately after being provoked. His eyes remained fixed on the phone as a cruel thought flashed through his mind. Trampling them wasn't enough. After crushing them, he would throw them in prison. They'll stay there for at least a few years. On his screen were the names of those he bullied: Slave 5, Slave 1, Slave 4. He placed a call, continuing to read as he gave orders to the person on the other end. It's me. Just follow the plan. What special circumstances? A wicked expression crossed his face. Everything is going exactly as predicted. It's giving me goosebumps. Yan Jai placed his book face down on the table. He reminded the person on the line to keep one thing in mind. Their opponent this time was Xuan Huaiyang, and he was even stronger than Jiang Shizhai. He took his feet off the table, leaned back in his chair, and spoke into the phone. Don't underestimate him. Increase the manpower no matter how strong he is. If he's overwhelmed by numbers, he won't be able to do anything alone, so hire mercenaries if necessary. Also, he had another request. Can you do the same thing you did to Kang Zuch? Something the person on the other end said made him feel a bit uneasy. I'm just asking if it's possible. Make sure it's done right. No, don't tell my father. After finalizing the deal, he felt more at ease. Just then, he received a message from Wu Yang. Let's settle this today, the message read. Chi Tai's lips curled into a smile as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the keyboard. He immediately sent the reply he had prepared. I don't know what this is about, but meet me at our old spot after school. Let's resolve everything with words there. He stared at his phone, thinking, so far there's been no movement from the police or the media. It seems the matter with that guy Zuch was handled quietly. If so, the same can be done to Xuan Wu Yang. Actually, that guy is even more of a bastard. He imagined Wu Yang being led away to the police station in handcuffs. It would be perfect to frame him for another incident and throw him in prison. I don't need to worry since I'm not the one doing the deed. Even if something goes wrong, it won't involve me. His face darkened, eyes flashing with hatred. Just you wait, you bastard. Unpleasant memories resurfaced. Previously, he had been seized by Wu Yang's subordinates and dragged before him. Can we teach him a lesson? After everything that happened, he stroked his chin and agreed, you can hit him, but don't kill him. Once permitted, Kang Zuch landed a punch directly on his face. He couldn't resist and could only endure the beating. After that strike, Wu Yang crouched down and whispered in his ear, you already have a criminal record, and now you're a criminal again. Your life is already ruined anyway. What's a third offense? I'll stop once I kill you and go back to prison. Those threats had become a thorn deeply embedded in his mind. Use that smart brain of yours from your prestigious school and think carefully. Who will end up more miserable? He had begged like a lowly ant. Please, I'm sorry. That memory spurred his urge for revenge. I'll make you suffer 10 or 20 times the humiliation I endured. Meanwhile, Min Sheng's car was cruising down the road. Wu Yang was looking at the message Chi Tai sent. I don't know what this is about, but meet me at our old spot after school. Let's resolve everything with words there. After reading it, he turned to Min Sheng. Sending a message like that gives him a way out if things go wrong later, right? Min Sheng chuckled. This kid, where did he learn such bad habits? His head isn't very clear either. He began typing, a smile hidden behind the phone held in front of his face. That's right, he's not very bright. Seeing his actions, Min Sheng asked curiously, how do you plan to reply? There's no need, he explained, ignoring it as fine, but in this case. He showed him the screen with just a single O on it. Replying like this will irritate him more, won't it? Min Sheng looked and replied, it seems so. He then asked, where are we going now? he immediately answered. First, we need to get the jacket. He turned to invite him, and while we wait, let's go eat. Anyway, I have nothing to do until it gets dark. He agreed. Yes, sir. The sunset was gradually disappearing behind the buildings. The car moved at a steady pace through the empty streets. While the two were relaxed, Jia Zhang had already set an ambush in the vacant lot behind Han Yang School Mountain. He thought nervously. I've gathered all my men and the hired help, but will that Chuan Wu Yang actually show up? He, Chi Tai, and a group of subordinates were waiting for Wu Yang. He still felt uneasy. Isn't this situation too obvious? If it were me, I wouldn't come. If he doesn't show up, his expression looked grim. Everyone here will look like a fool. Every expression on his face was caught by Chi Tai. His gaze seemed to pierce through Jia Zhang's thoughts. Chi Tai smiled to reassure him and the crowd behind. I know what you're thinking. He'll show up, don't worry. He's the type who thinks he's the center of the universe. Even if it's an obvious trap, he'll still come, he said with absolute confidence and ease. Then I'll just watch from the shadows for a bit before leaving. That would be perfect, Jia Chun replied, though he still couldn't fully trust Kite's words. Even so, we didn't specify this exact location, he replied nonchalantly. We did some terrible things here in the past. He held a powerful conviction, asserting firmly that the guy would definitely figure it out, so they just needed to wait a little longer for him to arrive. Over on Wu Yang's side, he and Min Sheng drove back and parked in front of the game center they visited earlier. Inside, a crowd of addicts was busy gambling. Clad in police uniforms, the two of them strode inside boldly without anyone noticing. Jin Jun was startled when he saw them, staring at the badges on their hats as a sense of panic slowly clouded his mind. Police. Min Sheng spoke first, announcing they were there for an inspection due to suspicious activity. The boy stood frozen, wondering why he hadn't received any prior notice. The two of them quickly began clearing out the customers, using an authoritative tone like real officers to order everyone out, except for the staff and those involved. Everyone out, move it, hurry up. Seeing this, Jin Jun finally snapped out of it and tried to stop them in a panic, asking what they were doing there. Suddenly, he realized something as he got a clear look at the faces of the two men in uniform. His mind raced in confusion. They had been customers here before. What is this? Are they undercover agents? Min Sheng roughly shoved a customer toward the exit, telling him to hurry, while the man protested that he was just about to win his game. Meanwhile, Jin Jun frantically turned to run and inform the boss inside. Wu Yang's expression darkened, his eyes cold and ruthless beneath his hat, while Min Sheng continued to work efficiently. He tapped the shoulder of the last young man in the shop and threatened him, claiming they had reports of illegal business operations on the premises. Leave now if you don't want to be arrested. Not wanting any trouble, the customers grabbed their things and fled, leaving the once crowded game center empty. Just then, Chun Shi-yu stepped out and was bewildered to see his shop completely deserted. The old man tried to force a friendly smile and asked if they were police, questioning why he hadn't been notified and wondering which precinct they were from. Wu Yang and Min Sheng didn't answer immediately. Instead, they took off their hats and set them aside. Then Min Sheng replied that they never actually claimed to be the police. Chun Shi-yu stood there in a daze, confused. Huh! Min Sheng flashed a dangerous grin and told the old man they were just there for an inspection, causing him to break into a cold sweat. What? How did the situation flip like this? Wu Yang tilted his head, unwilling to waste any more time, and confirmed if he was Hong Chun Shi before telling everyone else to get lost. Chun Shi-yu gasped in shock, and Jin Jun behind him wore a similar expression. The old man suddenly snapped, waving his arms and shouting angrily at his staff. Hey, what are you all doing? Get over here right now. Min Sheng's cold voice rang out from behind him, asking if they didn't understand his words as he grabbed an object and smashed it onto the floor. Chun Shi-yu's group stood frozen, sweat pouring down their faces. He leaned in threateningly, telling them to get out if they didn't want to end up like the broken object. The three employees bolted immediately, leaving Chun Shi-yu behind. His anger flared as he watched those three cowards run for their lives. Wu Yang smiled and told Chun Shi-yu that they looked quite panicked, suggesting he should ask Pu Jia-chun later about what exactly had transpired. He slowly approached the old man, saying they could worry about that later. Then, he lunged forward with a punch, telling Chun Shi-yu to take it as the man recoiled in terror. The old man took the full force of the blow and collapsed, clutching his face and groaning. He pleaded for them to use words, asking why this was happening and if he shouldn't know the reason before being beaten. Wu Yang gave a half-smile and repeated that he should just ask Pu Jia-chun later. Then he delivered another kick, venting his pent-up resentment onto the old man. Chun Shi-yu clutched his head, moaning in pain as he realized things had gone terribly wrong. Min Sheng watched the outburst indifferently before his attention was drawn to the office in the back, which he curiously entered. Letting out a cry of surprise, he turned and shouted for his companion to come take a look. Hearing Min Sheng's call, Wu Yang finally ceased his assault. Inside the room, the two of them curiously examined a row of securely locked cabinets. Meanwhile, Jia Chun was still waiting in the clearing, checking his phone anxiously as it grew late. Kite stood with arms crossed, reassuring him with a confident smirk. "That clever bastard will definitely show up. I know it." Jia Chun still felt uneasy, noting that the scheduled time had already passed, but Kite just shoved his hands in his pockets and gave a nonchalant reply. "SRT, he's likely drinking and wandering around somewhere. I know his type well," he remarked, casting a cold gaze toward Jia Chun as a reminder. "Make sure to handle him properly later. Don't get played like a fool," he said. Jia Chun crossed his arms confidently, asserting that with this many people, defeat was impossible, though he still glanced at Chi Ti with concern. Chi Ti pointed at him in irritation and cursed. "I already told you not to worry about that. Don't make me repeat myself so many times." Wu Yang and Min Cheng had not yet left Chun Xiu's arcade, where Min Cheng was busy smashing things, while Wu Yang hoisted Chun Xiu up by his collar like a helpless frog. He dragged the old man inside and asked what was going on, while a frustrated Min Cheng kicked a cabinet, cursing the man for hoarding so many items like a squirrel in winter. Chun Xiu struggled desperately to break free from Wu Yang's grasp to stop Min Cheng, shouting in anguish, "Don't touch those! Do you boys want to end up in prison?" His cold voice echoed above the old man, "You still have some fight left in you, I see." As the terrified man looked up, Wu Yang drove his knee sharply into Chun Xiu's abdomen. The blow left the old man gasping for air like an asthmatic as he collapsed to the floor. Wu Yang looked down at his pathetic state and remarked that returning to prison wouldn't bother him. "However, I likely won't be going back this time," he said, turning to remind Min Cheng that the same applied to him, leaving the younger man responding with a look of confusion. "Yes, sir," Min Cheng replied, though he grumbled about being kept busy by this scoundrel. Meanwhile, Wu Yang stared thoughtfully at the cabinets and the safe, his expression signaling a hidden motive. He bowed politely and apologized, while Wu Yang turned back to Chun Xiu, offering to be kind enough to share a bit of information with the old man. "To be honest, you probably know this already, but I'll tell you just as a precaution," he said, his voice growing angry as he once again seized the old man by his collar. "My name is Xuan Wu Yang. You're connected to that Yan Chi Ti fellow your subordinates are watching over, aren't you?" he asked, leaning his face in close to the old man's. His eyes gleamed with amusement as he asked if the man understood. Chun Xiu was so paralyzed with terror that he could only manage a muffled groan from his throat. Kneeling on the floor and rubbing his hands together in a desperate plea, the old man stammered that while his subordinates were involved in many things, he personally knew nothing about it. He sneered at the man's pathetic display, finding amusement in his reaction before swinging his hand to deliver a stinging blow across the old man's face. The strike sent the old man's head reeling. Gasping for breath, Chun Xiu reached out a trembling hand to beg for a chance to talk through whatever misunderstanding had occurred. Wu Yang refused to listen and immediately slapped the other side of his face to even it out, continuing the assault until the old man's head was swollen and he was on the verge of blacking out. His anger remained unquenched as the sound of slapping continued for several minutes until Chun Xiu finally collapsed. Looking down in disdain, he told the man he could talk all he wanted with Pu Jia Chun. As the old man struggled to push himself up, Wu Yang offered a mockingly kind warning to grit his teeth because the next part would be excruciating, prompting the man to try and block him. Ignoring the old man's pleas to wait, Wu Yang ruthlessly stomped down on his leg, the sound of snapping bone echoing sharply through the silent room. Chun Xiu let out a piercing scream, begging for mercy as he rolled across the floor clutching his leg in agony, his entire body trembling violently. He briefly wondered if he was being too harsh on someone who couldn't even fight, but he quickly dismissed the thought and reassured himself. No, Cheng Yu didn't know how to fight either, yet he was still beaten, he thought before grabbing Chun Xiu by the hair to deliver another thrashing, then pulling him up and coldly remarking that he was being far too loud. The old man looked at him in confusion, but Wu Yang simply leaned in and threatened him to shut up and go to sleep before delivering a devastating punch. The blow knocked the old man unconscious with his eyes rolled back, and as more time passed, Jia Chun's group remained completely unaware of what had transpired. They continued to wait foolishly for Wu Yang to appear, their expressions darkening as some grew impatient. Jia Chun eventually frowned and coldly asked Chi Ti how much longer they had to wait. No longer as confident as before, he quietly urged them to wait a bit longer while inwardly cursing and wondering why the man hadn't arrived yet, or if he was being played. However, he quickly dismissed those doubts, optimistically telling himself that the man wasn't the type to lose his sense of priority, even when consumed by rage. He believed the man wouldn't squander a chance for revenge just to cause minor trouble. Suddenly, Jia Chun's phone began to ring, and he picked it up to answer. "Park Gap Chun here, what's the matter?" After hearing the report, his face tightened as he asked, "What did you say? What happened to the boss and with whom?" He maintained his composure while speaking to the person on the other end. "Why is he there? Fine, I'll confirm the location and head over immediately." After hanging up, he looked back and ordered his subordinates to prepare to leave. "Something's happened, let's move out," they all shouted in unison while Kite stood there confused. Watching the group file out one by one, he asked in a daze, What's going on? Where is everyone going?" Gap Chun glanced back and warned him, "You should leave too, today is likely over." He couldn't believe it and scowled. Showing his dissatisfaction toward Gap Chun, he snapped, "Did you just call me kid?" Gap Chun suddenly grabbed him by the collar as if provoked, lifting Kite into the air. He began to feel the onset of suffocation. What are you doing?" Gap Chun's expression darkened and the veins on his face began to bulge. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "How about I call you a son of a bitch instead? You're just a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Keep acting like this and see what happens." Kite's face trembled, yet he still managed to scream at Gap Chun, "Let me go before we talk. Let go." Gap Chun slammed him hard onto the ground. The pain hit him instantly, causing him to cry out miserably. Gap Chun was about to stomp on him, but he curled into a ball and shielded his head. Gap Chun's foot stopped midair without coming down. Kite trembled and held his head, crying out of fear. Gap Chun mocked him with a laugh. "Fine, you bastard, I know your family is influential, but you should at least show some manners. You piece of shit." After the intimidation, he turned and left Kite alone, urging his men, "Let's go, we don't have time." His subordinates responded respectfully. "Yes, sir." Seeing the group move further away, Kite knelt on the ground as if pleading. "Wait, take me with you, I'm scared to be alone." No one looked back. He knelt there, wondering in confusion. How did things turn out like this so suddenly? Meanwhile, Wu Yang and Min Sung had already left after completing their revenge plan. They sat in the car, feeling triumphant. Park Gap Chun must have been contacted by now. It's time. Those bastards must be having a massive headache from anger. "Probably." Min Sung glanced at him and asked curiously, "But what did you mean earlier?" Not knowing what he was referring to, he asked back, "What do you mean?" "The safe from earlier," Min Sung clarified. "Yes, it clearly held a significant amount of money. As I mentioned before, he keeps most of his wealth in cash." He chuckled and replied, "I know, but it's a safe. It's useless if we don't have the password." However, Min Sung had a different idea. "It's just a safe, we could just break it open. Since we've decided to take risks, we need a budget." He understood the boy wanted the money, but the circumstances didn't allow it. How much could the two of us carry if we rushed in without preparation? One safe or two? He questioned him to make him realize the reality. "Is that really enough?" the boy stammered, unable to answer. "Well," then Wu Yang had a bold thought. "And that man, I heard he owns many shops. There are probably similar safes filled with cash in those places too." From his words, Min Sung seemed to guess the plan. Could it be? He flashed a sinister smile and fixed a sharp gaze on the boy. "Yeah, if we're going to steal, wouldn't it be better to sweep everything clean?" Everything was within his calculations. "Today, we gave the impression that we don't care about money. That will make them lower their guard later on." Min Sung smirked and replied, "As expected." He also curled his lips into a confident smile, setting the next target. "Then we'll take his money." To expand the Ueo gang. The ambition in his eyes was immense, second to none, as the car drove calmly back home. Park Gap Chun rushed back and went straight to the hospital to check on Chun Shi-wo's condition. He stood before the old man's hospital bed. He asked with concern, "Are you all right, sir?" The old man pointed at his right leg in a cast and barked at him. "Do I look all right to you? At my age? You have any idea how much humiliation I suffered at the hands of those brats?" He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in fury, remembering being beaten and forced to beg. Park Gap Chun stood straight and then bowed deeply to the old man, taking the blame. "I apologize. It's all because we let our guard down." Chun Shi-wo didn't blame him, but said with resentment, That guy named Hyun Woo Yang knows everything. I intended to make some money on the side. But that's no longer possible. He gritted his teeth, his voice low and deliberate. This is war. Jia Chun understood the old man's intent and immediately accepted the order, promising to break the target's legs and eliminate him. Suddenly, Hong Chunchuo desired an even more agonizing punishment for Wu Yang, as if death itself wasn't enough for that wretched man. I must ensure he can never look me in the eye again, he muttered, struggling to tell Jia Chun to bring him a phone. Jia Chun handed his device to Hong Chunchuo with both hands, who snatched it away and began typing rapidly on the keypad. He dialed a number and stared intensely at the screen while waiting for an answer, his expression shifting completely the moment the call connected. With a forced smile, he spoke. "Hello, sir, this is Hong Chunchuo. I hope you are doing well." The person on the other end responded politely, noting that unexpected issues are common in their line of work. The old man cheerfully replied, "That is true. Is there anything you require?" The voice from the speaker replied that he needed nothing, though his appetite had been poor lately. Hong Chunchuo stopped beating around the bush, his face returning to a state of irritation as he revealed he had been assaulted and was currently hospitalized. The person on the other end burst into laughter upon hearing this, finding the situation amusing and asking for more details. Hong Chunchuo recounted everything, leaving the listener surprised that such a troublesome person existed. Covering the receiver, Hong Chunchuo whispered into the phone that the man was a beastly scoundrel who needed to be dealt with immediately. The other party quickly grasped his intent and asked if he wanted the man charged with intentional assault to make him pay. However, he cautioned that, based on the story, the punishment wouldn't be severe, and a public scandal would not benefit director Hong at all. Hong Chunchuo looked at his injured leg and agreed, stating he didn't want an arrest but rather something else, while sinisterly flattering the man on the phone. He suggested that the man was busy with national affairs, and that minor issues caused by subordinates shouldn't concern him. However, the man on the other end shattered his illusions, stating that erasing everything would cause too much of a stir. Hong Chunchuo quickly corrected himself. He clarified that he didn't want to wipe everything away, just to teach the man a lesson, to which the other party implicitly agreed while offering a warning. "Handle it yourself, but do so quietly," the man threatened calmly, reminding him that he knew nothing of this and had never been in contact. Having secured the agreement he wanted, Hong Chunchuo wore a cruel smile. He respectfully wished the man a good evening before the call ended, and he closed the phone. His mood improved slightly, prompting Jia Chun to ask if he had been speaking with prosecutor Jiang Yang. Hong Chunchuo's expression relaxed. "Now I can deal with him without worry," he said. Jia Chun offered to take over, but Hong Chunchuo decided they should stay to protect him instead. When asked if the current mission regarding the youth named Ian should be cancelled, Hong Chunchuo paused to think. He eventually decided to just send the youngest person available to handle it, despite the oddity of the situation. Jia Chun put his hands in his pockets, looking concerned that there might be opposition to this decision. Hong Chunchuo chose to ignore any potential complaints, telling him to simply claim they were short-staffed. With a cold expression, he ordered that while Director Yan was an important client, their priorities had now shifted. Jia Chun immediately accepted the order, but remained worried about who would handle the external matter. He asked who would be assigned, fearing that a poor choice would only cause more trouble, and offered to handle it himself to prove his worth. He suggested that if they were to use an outsider, they should pay more to ensure the job was done decisively from the start. Ignoring Jia Chun's offer, Hong Chunchuo opened his phone and confirmed that the target was indeed Xian Huayang. Although I am loath to admit it, his fists are certainly nothing to scoff at. However, the world is vast and many other talents exist. He dialed a number and held the phone to his ear, remarking that he had just thought of a perfect candidate, and the call was answered almost instantly. He began with his usual pleasantries, saying, "Hello, it's Hong Chun-siok. It seems I've been reaching out to you quite frequently lately." But the other party got straight to the point. "What is it this time?" Chun-siok glanced at his phone screen and teased. "I just wanted to exchange some kind words, so why must you be so cold?" Elsewhere, Jin-gu had returned to his gang's base of operations in the Uojangbu district of Gyeonggi province and was summoned to a large building. The elevator ascended and came to a halt on the 7th floor, where Jin-gu stepped out and walked down the corridor toward the designated room. He stopped before the honorary advisor's office and knocked on the door. A voice from within told him to enter, so he pushed the door open and stepped inside. "I believe you summoned me," he said, to which the other man calmly replied, "Have a seat," and Jin-gu complied, sitting across from the man who had called him. He slumped into the chair with his hands shoved arrogantly into his jacket pockets and asked what was happening, prompting the other man to inquire about his behavior. "Are you still in such a foul mood, kid?" the man asked, and he bluntly replied that he was fine. The man sitting across from him was Go Ji-hyun, the top figure of Breaksmith. He sat with his legs crossed and calmly remarked on the boy's insolence. But Jin-gu, unwilling to waste any more time, spoke up immediately. "You didn't summon me just to test my manners, did you? Get to the point," he said, and the man complied by stating he had a favor to ask of him. He seemed quite surprised by the request and asked who was seeking his help, and for what, to which the man replied simply, "Hong Chun-siak." Jin-gu lowered his head and sighed in dissatisfaction, intending to refuse as if he hadn't heard a word. Still holding a grudge from 3 days ago, he stood to leave, but Ji-hyun ordered him to sit back down. He shouted furiously, refusing to let the boy disobey and asking if he intended to insult him, which forced Jin-gu to stop at the door and mutter curses, unwilling to submit. He turned back and stated bluntly that he was only listening out of respect for his elder and would refuse afterward, but Ji-hyun told him to just listen for now. Jin-gu smirked and returned to his seat, where Ji-hyun spoke to him for a long time, though it was mostly a one-sided monologue. After going on for a while, he tried to soothe the boy, acknowledging his pride and his disdain for people like Hong Chun-siak. "However, as you are aware, we are smaller and lack the capital of our competitors," he said, continuing his attempt to persuade and convince him. "If you can secure that sum of money just by handling such a trivial matter, then." But at that point, Jin-gu raised his hand to signal him to stop. He interrupted, asking what had just been said as his expression darkened, and the veins on his face bulged at the mention of Chuan Wyong. Ji-hyun curiously confirmed that Chuan Wyong had recently opposed the Great Continent Gang, and Jin-gu suddenly changed his mind and agreed to the task, leaving Ji-hyun in shock. He smirked and said that despite his reservations about Hong Chun-siak, he would definitely deal with Chuan Wyong, then stood up to inform the man of his decision. "Since this is for work, I will prepare thoroughly this time," he said, leaving the man confused and asking for clarification as Jin-gu turned to leave with a smile and a wave. "That's all. As long as the job gets done, it's fine. I'm off," he said, and Ji-hyun watched him go, his expression darkening and his gaze becoming sharper. Jin-gu went to his locker and opened it to reveal golf clubs and a sword inside, and after a moment of deliberation, he began to make his choice. He placed a baseball bat into his bag for the upcoming battle, but then his hand suddenly froze in midair. He considered taking the sword as well, but decided against it, muttering that he didn't need it before squatting down to zip the bag and finish his preparations. Still squatting, he thought to himself that whether by coincidence or design, things were starting to become quite interesting. He slung the bag over his shoulder and left coldly, eventually switching to carrying it by his side like a normal person as his subordinates outside called out to him. "Sir," those men bowed respectfully and greeted him. "Hello, sir." He merely waved dismissively and replied, "Hey." Before Jin-gu had gone far, he muttered to himself, "A greeting is just a greeting." After he walked a few paces away, the 3 men huddled to gossip, with the one in white speaking first. "Hey, has anything happened with the Brotherhood lately?" the man in blue asked back. "Huh. As far as I know, they haven't had any friction with us, so why ask?" They had noticed the bag in Jin-gu's hand earlier and were speculating wildly. "But why did Jin-gu bring that bag out? Isn't he just going to play golf?" the man in white countered. "No, he isn't playing golf." The man in blue looked at him in shock. The man in white seemed to know something. He glanced toward Dong-su and spoke. "That isn't a golf bag, it's a gear bag. If it weren't for those guys in the Brotherhood, why would he have taken it out?" As the 3 of them watched Jin-gu's back disappear behind the elevator doors, they debated who he was planning to deal with. The next day, Wu Yang and Min Sung visited Seok Yi at the hospital again. Upon hearing the two recount the events of the previous night, he joked and teased them. "You've made such a big deal out of this." His complexion looked much better than yesterday, and he added, "Previously, you were the one telling me not to escalate things." Wu Yang sat on the chair beside the hospital bed and teased him back. "Anyway, considering I didn't settle it right then and there, isn't that a lot of progress?" "Compared to before, that is." Seok Yi just smiled gently and replied happily, "That's only compared to the past." Min Sung stood to the side with his arms crossed, proudly taking the credit for himself. "It's It's all because I've been staying by your side and taking such good care of you. Siak Yi sat up in bed and curiously asked Wu Yang, "So what do you plan to do from now on?" He looked at him and replied, "I'm still considering a specific plan." The man looked at him and reminded him, "How can you still be thinking? Every single second is precious, yet you." He curled his lips into a smile to reassure him. "You've been lying there all this time, and now you're getting quite naggy. Don't worry, I'll handle both the revenge and the business perfectly." Siak Yi looked as if he had something to say. He spoke up hesitantly, "Sir," and Wu Yang immediately responded. He struggled with his thoughts for a while before finally deciding to drop it, realizing he shouldn't say anything that crossed the line. "It's nothing, sir." Seeing that he was hesitating, he didn't force the issue but instead asked with concern, "You're such a dull fellow. Are you fully recovered? Aren't you bored?" Siak Yi smiled and said, "I'm fine. The treatment is progressing well. Yang Ti and the others come by whenever they're free, buying necessities and leaving them for me. They talk to me too, so I'm not bored at all." He looked up at Min Sung and praised the sensible youngsters. "These kids are quite commendable. No one even told them to do that." Siak Yi happily agreed. "Yes, they should have been here by now, but they're a bit late today. Since you and Min Sung are here, it would be great if you could meet them." Wu Yang didn't mind. "Sure, we'll see them eventually." Just then his phone rang. He looked at the screen and chuckled. "These bastards are truly something. Look at how quickly they're getting in touch." He picked up the phone. "What's up, Yang Ti? I'm at the hospital with Siak Yi." Yang Ti's voice sounded very strange over the speaker as he said, "Sir, I'm sorry." Wu Yang's expression darkened and he asked sternly, "Why does your voice sound like that? What happened?" Min Sung stepped forward curiously and asked, "What's wrong?" On the phone, Yang Ti hesitated incoherently. "Sir, I'm sorry." He gradually lost patience and asked again, "Apologies are fine, but you have to tell me what's going on." This time the person speaking was Jin Gu. "Ah, Haiyan Wu Yang, it's me." He didn't recognize him at first and asked gruffly, "Who is this? One of Hong Chun Siok's lackeys." The man sat with his legs crossed on a chair and sneered, saying, "That makes me a bit sad." He brought up yesterday's events so that he could guess his identity. "It's true that you've only heard my voice, so you haven't recognized me yet, but I'm still hurt. We met and greeted each other, even if there was no clear winner." Only then did Wu Yang recognize him as Nam Jin Gu. The man spoke into the phone with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Anyway, it's because of my hint that you realized. Yes, it's me." His face tensed up as he asked in confusion, "Why are you with our boys?" "No, don't give me a long explanation. Just answer me directly. Did you lay a hand on them?" Jin Gu replied vaguely, "Well, a little." He used a contemptuous tone against him. "That's playing a bit dirty, isn't it?" Hearing that, Jin Gu didn't feel comfortable at all. He began to explain, "Actually, if I could, I would have skipped the middle steps and met you directly, but my boys aren't capable enough." "So this was the only way to get in touch," he said mockingly. "Anyway, we've connected now, so that's enough." Wu Yang replied coldly, "Now I understand perfectly your purpose and your capabilities." His face began to contort with rage, and his voice was no longer as calm as before. "Then stop jumping around. Just give me the location and I'll be there immediately. Jin Ju seems to be waiting for you quite leisurely. How annoying, I'll send it via text. See you later." He hung up first and Min Sheng asked worriedly after seeing his expression, "What's wrong, brother? What happened to Yang Ti?" He looked at his phone screen and replied that it was Nam Jin Ju, who seemed to be threatening Yang Ti and the other kids. Min Sheng gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing that. "What? That bastard. I didn't expect him to play such a dirty trick." Siak Yi asked curiously, "Nam Jin Ju, is he the one called Blacksmith S from back then? Why did he suddenly appear?" Wu Yang stood up to leave, saying it would be a long story to explain. "It's nothing serious, I'll explain it to you later." The two of them quickly headed out to handle the matter. "Let's go." "Yes, sir." Siak Yi watched their retreating figures. His face showed an unconcealable worry. Could another problem with the blacksmith be happening now? Nothing has been resolved yet and more issues keep arising. If this continues, the outcome won't be good. I must tell him soon. At an abandoned house, Jin Ju was already waiting. He handed the phone back to Yang Ti and said carefully, "It's done, thanks." He took his phone with both hands, cowering like a coward. Having contacted Wu Yang, Jin Ju no longer needed Yang Ti's group and dismissed them. "Leave now?" he asked in shock to confirm. "Leave? Right now? Are you serious?" He looked at Yang Ti and spoke seriously. "I'm not lying. I've reached Chuan Wu Yang and even saved his number." The three in Yang Ti's group looked at each other in confusion. He asked again skeptically, "We don't need to stay here anymore, right? What's with this guy?" Is he really telling us to leave? He thought to himself. I actually thought he was taking us hostage. Could he really have just wanted the phone number? Jinju lit a cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke, gradually losing patience with Yang T's group. Get lost. Seeing no reaction from them, he sneered, or do you want to stay and gang up on me with Chu and Wu Yang? If that's what you're thinking, then fine, stay. The one with the crew cut spoke first. Brother, if we just leave, he won't stop us. The other one also asked curiously, then why aren't we leaving? But Yang T made his own decision. No, let's stay. The crew cut youth asked innocently, if a fight really breaks out, do you plan to intervene? He looked directly at Jin Jiu and replied, no, our involvement won't change anything. But his voice was firm. At the very least, we should support brother Xu and Wu Yang. Moment later, Wu Yang and Min Sheng arrived and walked inside together. Seeing Jin Jiu waiting there, he asked with a faint smile, is it really here? He stood up from his chair and replied, you're here? Seeing him arrive, the three in Yang T's group shouted out, brothers. He looked at them with concern and asked, are you guys okay? Any injuries? He answered honestly, I took a few hits, but the kids are fine. He looked them over from head to toe to assess the situation. Upon inspection, everyone except Yang T was fine. Seeing they hadn't left, he turned to Jin Jiu and asked, I'm here now, why haven't you let them go? He replied arrogantly, I'm not holding them captive. Wu Yang frowned. What? Jin Jiu didn't hide anything and said bluntly, I already told them they could leave. They decided to stay on their own. They can leave whenever they want. He turned to question Yang T's group, is that true? He stammered in response, well, that's true. We stayed voluntarily to support you. He scratched his face in confusion while looking at them. I see. Then he stopped paying attention to the three of them. Turning to Jin Jiu, he asked, you really want to fight me, don't you? He replied with his hands in his pockets, that's right, that's why I called you here. And now that you're here, everything is set, right? He turned around and opened his bag, pulling out a sword he had prepared. Seeing the sword in his hand, Wu Yang was slightly startled. It was a weapon. He rested the sword on his shoulder and said confidently, unlike last time, this is business today, so I'll be using this. He approached him step by step, saying, I know you have many questions. With only an inch or two between them, Jin Jiu smirked at him. Let's settle this fight first, and then I'll explain everything. Wu Yang accepted the challenge without hesitation. Fine. Min Sheng suddenly stepped forward to stop him. Wait, brother, I still have a score to settle with that guy. He pushed forward to stand in front of Jin Jiu and asked, I'll go first, any objections? He rolled his shoulders to warm up for the fight, but Jin Jiu refused. Are you telling me to back off? I told you this isn't a game, it's business. He tilted his head threateningly. Just stay back and watch, seriously. Min Cheng did not retreat, instead rotating his shoulder while casting a hostile glare at Jin Jiu and muttering about his annoying tricks. As the crowd watched the impending duel, Xu and Wu Ying suddenly called out to Min Cheng, who stopped his movements and turned around to respond. Yes, he replied as the man leaned in to whisper that this time felt different, suggesting Min Cheng would be upset if he fought alone. Min Cheng pouted and agreed he would be very sad. I knew it, Xu and Wu Ying smirked wickedly, advising him to focus on defense first to get used to the rhythm before deciding on his next move. Min Cheng agreed and turned back to face Nan Jin Jiu with a look of contempt, asking if the coward wanted to borrow a weapon. Unmoved by the provocation, Min Cheng simply replied that such things were only for those who were physically and mentally weak. He claimed a real man didn't need them, but Jin Jiu clicked his tongue mockingly, telling him to stop talking if he was scared and offering his spares again. Min Cheng firmly refused, insisting it wouldn't happen, which prompted Jin Jiu to sneer and claim he would eventually need one. Min Cheng cut him off, telling him he was talking too much and to just start, but Jin Jiu taunted him to make the first move instead. Min Cheng declined, explaining that his leader had instructed him not to rush in, which drew a sarcastic remark from the other man. He mocked Xu and Wu Ying for having such loyal and obedient underlings, then decided he should show some respect as well. Lowering the wooden sword from his shoulder, he pointed it at Min Cheng and arrogantly declared he would count to 3 before striking his head. He told him to try his best to block or dodge as Min Cheng took a stance. Jin Jiu raised his sword and began counting 1, while Min Cheng waited coldly. Suddenly, Jin Jiu skipped to 3 and struck Min Cheng's head, causing him to cry out in pain. Yang Shi spoke up in frustration, asking how he could play so dirty, but Jin Jiu justified it as if it were obvious, claiming he never promised to count sequentially. Xu and Wu Ying grew somber, surprised by the man's speed, while Min Cheng clutched his head in rage and hissed a curse at him. Jin Jiu taunted him to endure it, claiming he was helpless against a weapon, which provoked Min Cheng to throw a punch while shouting, "Nonsense." Jinjiu quickly parried with his sword, struck Min Cheng's wrist, and then landed a surprise blow on his shoulder from behind while smirking. He mocked his inability to dodge, while Xuan Wu Ying silently observed every movement, analyzing the transition between offense and defense. The movements were instantaneous, showing more than just increased power. The man had become entirely different, prompting Min Cheng to scream. "Don't laugh at me, you bastard!" he yelled, lunging again and attempting a kick that Jinjiu easily evaded. He didn't give up and tried a spinning kick, which surprised Jinjiu, though he managed to block it with the hilt of his sword before Min Cheng landed. In that moment, Jinjiu appeared behind him with a sinister grin and slammed the wooden sword into the back of Min Cheng's head, mocking his concern over the laughter. Seething with rage, Min Cheng cursed and tried to strike back, only to be swatted aside and hit on the head again as Xuan Wu Ying evaluated the fight. He realized the result would be the same no matter how many times they fought because Min Cheng couldn't keep up. Yet Min Cheng remained oblivious, accusing the other of playing with him. Crouching down, he reasoned that since it wasn't a real weapon, he could endure a few hits to the head or jaw as long as he could tackle him. He believed he could neutralize the weapon's advantage once they were on the ground. From the sidelines, Xuan Wu Ying sensed this plan but did not approve. He warned him that a failure would result in severe injuries due to the opponent's massive weight and terrifying speed. He told him to stop trying, as the impact would be devastating, while Jinjiu smirked and declared his intent to kill him. Suddenly, Xuan Wu Ying interrupted and ordered them to stop. Both froze as he coldly informed Min Cheng that he had lost. "That's enough," he said, but the boy refused, claiming he was still fine. He immediately gave the boy a reality check to sober him up, telling him he was only okay because the opponent had shown mercy. "I don't want to see you get hurt too, so step back and let me handle the rest," Wu Yang advised Min Cheng, who finally agreed reluctantly, and now it was his turn to face Jinjiu directly. He spoke up, admitting the other had won this time, which surprised the boy, who asked if he was worried and said it wasn't necessary, prompting him to ask what the boy meant. However, Jinjiu maintained his arrogant attitude, smirking as if granting a favor and telling him that he would help him out by letting him take something from his pocket as well. "Don't be as stubborn as your subordinates," he mocked, causing Min Cheng to curse in anger, but Wu Yang reached out to stop him and told him to stay where he was. Then, crossing his arms, he calmly replied that he didn't need any help either, so Jinjiu pointed his sword at him and said they should get started right away. His expression turned unusually serious, as he sensed a completely different atmosphere. Recognizing the aura of a leader as Jinjiu tightened his grip on the sword. A second later, he lunged forward to attack, leaving Min Cheng shocked and even Wu Yang surprised that he had made the first move. Jinjiu lowered his center of gravity and struck with full force, but Wu Yang raised his hand to block, and the sword merely grazed his shoulder. Next, he leaned aside to dodge and circled behind him, while Jinjiu glanced at him with an air of certain victory. He declared it was over, believing the result would be the same regardless of the opponent, but Wu Yang countered with a low-voiced compliment on his speed. Immediately after, Jinjiu charged again, gritting his teeth and vowing to finish him as he swung his wooden sword down from above. Wu Yang's subordinates cried out in worry for their leader, and a loud impact was heard the moment Jinjiu's sword struck him. However, Wu Yang caught the blade and immobilized him, leaving Min Cheng and Kunji stunned as he leaned in close to Jinjiu with a smile. "This should be fair now, right? So next is..." And before he could finish, he snapped the wooden sword in half in front of everyone. He stared in shock at the jagged break, while Wu Yang's expression became as terrifying as an Asura from hell as he told him to switch to his best weapon. "I don't want you to have any regrets," he said, while Min Cheng watched from the sidelines, still in shock that the weapon was gone, not due to carelessness or a mistake. Confused, he thought back to Wu Yang's words about switching to his best weapon to avoid regrets, looking at him with bewilderment. He had thrown away a precious opportunity just to give his opponent time to change weapons, and when a disbelieving Jinjiu asked for confirmation, he simply shrugged. "Of course, you gave me a chance before, so don't hesitate to take this one," he replied, and finally the boy accepted the offer. "Fine, I'll take your favor then," Jinjiu said, turning to prepare another tool while thinking about how easily the kid had snapped the wooden beam. He decided to switch to something both sturdy and light so it wouldn't break again, then returned with an iron pipe in hand, ready for the fight. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow, disappointed that it was just an iron pipe instead of a real sword, and asked if that was truly enough, to which Jin Jiu pouted with boredom. "Sorry, but I'm not using a real sword today," he said, scratching his head as if he'd heard a joke, wondering why the boy still thought he was easy to handle. "That's not it, don't misunderstand. I'll use a real sword eventually, but even if I lose this match, today isn't the time for it," Jin Jiu explained. Furthermore, he held the iron pipe out in front of him and declared he wouldn't lose, and Jin Jiu's bold words only piqued his interest further. "Good, that's the spirit," he said, while outside, Min Cheng felt uneasy, realizing the situation had completely changed since a wooden sword was at least survivable. But with that iron pipe, even their leader would be finished with just one blow, and no matter how much of a lead he had, a single strike would end everything. He looked visibly worried, wondering why he had intentionally chosen such a difficult path, thinking that while he had a sense of flair, he was being far too arrogant this time. At that moment, Wu Yang noticed movement ahead and thought, "Here it comes," as Min Cheng and the others watched in shock as Jin Jiu lunged forward, not with a swing, but a... Jin Gu thrusts forward with a smug grin, certain he has won, but Wu Yang swiftly contorts his body to evade the strike, narrowly tilting his head away. He is stunned that the blow was dodged, but Jin Gu immediately swings his iron pipe from behind to build momentum for another strike, declaring that the fight has only just begun. He aims a horizontal sweep at his torso, but fortunately, he ducks just in time to avoid it. As Wu Yang continues to evade, Jin Gu relentlessly swings his club again. Min Cheng assesses the situation, noting that in the heat of battle, one cannot simply choose to block or take a hit, especially against an iron bar swinging at such high speeds. Attempting to block would only result in broken bones, leaving evasion as the only option, though that offers no chance to counter. He shouts for his boss to fall back for a moment. He suggests retreating to rest, but Jin Gu boldly declares he won't allow it as Wu Yang continues to dodge his strikes, finding the situation more difficult than anticipated. Finally, in a brief moment, he lets out a smirk and thinks that this is actually for the better. Sliding his foot back to steady himself, Wu Yang beckons Jin Gu over with his hand. Deciding it is time to finish this, he prepares to end the fight, while Jin Gu eagerly charges forward, swinging his weapon across his opponent's body. Wu Yang leans backward to avoid the strike, and before he can even recover, Jin Gu prepares to bring the iron pipe down, forcing him to leap high into the air. Jin Gu is momentarily stunned by the move, but then smirks maliciously, certain he has him trapped. Wu Yang realizes the flaw in his own movement just as Min Cheng cries out in worry, and Jin Gu strikes him hard with the club. The force of the impact causes Wu Yang's arm bone to fracture, yet after landing on the ground, a strange, subtle smile creeps onto the corner of his lips. Jin Gu is startled, wondering how he managed to block it, while Min Cheng stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend that his boss used his bare arm to stop an iron pipe. At that moment, he lets out a sigh of relief now that the onslaught has ceased. Jin Gu is confused, but Wu Yang quickly lunges forward, declaring that it is now his turn as his fist reflects in the other's eyes. Wu Yang aims directly at his face and delivers a thunderous punch that sends a tooth flying and knocks Jin Gu backward until he collapses on the ground. With just one blow, Jin Gu lies unconscious with a flushed face, prompting his subordinates to rush him to the hospital. Meanwhile, Wu Yang clutches his wrist and grinds his teeth, cursing the pain of his broken arm. Min Cheng urgently promises to bring the car around immediately, but Wu Yang's gaze lingers on the unconscious Jin Gu as he speaks to his men. He tells them to take the boy along as well, noting that while he won't die, he will certainly be in pain, as the punch was hard enough to make his own hand ache. They are surprised by the request, but he gives a thumbs up with his good arm to confirm it is true, leading Min Cheng to nod and smile in understanding. Eventually, the group departs, carrying Jin Gu with them, while he turns back with a smile to see that Jin Gu is still completely out cold. At the hospital, Junsu lies in bed, expecting Nan Jin Gu to call soon, while Jia Chun checks his phone and replies that he hasn't heard anything yet regarding the boy Yan Qi sent over. Jia Chun puts the phone to his ear and listens as the person on the other end reports that the boy has been utterly thrashed, leaving him shocked by the news. He questions if a single person was really humiliated by high schoolers and asks if it was Xian Wu Yang who defeated him, but the person on the line clarifies the situation. When told it wasn't a high school student, Jia Chun frowns in confusion, only for the other person to hesitantly admit that the defeat was even more shameful. The caller reveals it was someone in a middle school uniform, which leaves Jia-chun even more stunned. Meanwhile, at the sight of the brawl, Yan Qi is in a state of total panic. He wonders how such a thing could happen, and his companion is equally baffled by the impossibility of it all as they face a young man standing calmly with his hands in his pockets. He tells them he tried to hit as lightly as possible so they would be fine, then questions why they would bother bullying people who are so much weaker than them. He explains that while he might have ignored it if he hadn't seen it, he couldn't just walk away once he did. Later that morning, Yan Qi climbs into a vehicle. After settling in, he lets out a heavy sigh and looks around the car, noticing something unusual before questioning the person behind the wheel. He asks why there is only one person there, to which the man replies that he will handle the task alone today due to other business, causing Yan Qi to curse in frustration and doubt. Is this going to be all right? He explained calmly, noting that he had been informed beforehand that the number of people might change depending on the situation, while Chizai's attitude was visibly strained. He crossed his arms and legs, looking dissatisfied, questioning why there was only one person present now, and not even the leader but just a common soldier. Damn it, they took the money, but their work is total garbage. Hearing his rude remarks, the man spoke bluntly, asking if he had personally reviewed the contract yet. However, if you demand compensation, the agreement can be terminated, and I received orders today to cancel the contract if complaints from recurring clients persist. What do you think? Do you want a double refund to end this matter? Internally, he cursed the man, thinking it would be better to just cancel the contract. Otherwise, it will only irritate me further. Hearing that, Chizai calmed down slightly and said it wasn't necessary to go that far. I only acted that way because I felt uneasy, he claimed, but the man replied that he could handle the threats of a few delinquent high schoolers on his own. So there is no need for concern. With no further issues, the car started moving as he set off, yet Chizai's mood remained unpleasant. He thought to himself, damn it, how dare a mere slave treat me like that? It's infuriating. Then he kicked the back of the driver's seat and called out for him to speak. He leaned forward to ask how he would handle things, and if he was good at fighting, to which the man calmly replied that he was perfectly competent in his profession. Chizai gave a mocking laugh, saying that his colleague had trembled before a gun, and asked if he knew that the person was also just a high school student. The man replied that he knew the boy was very special and ultimately wasn't dealt with. Hearing this, the aggressive Chizai let out a curse. Damn it, nothing but excuses, he muttered before taunting him to prove himself. Seemingly exhausted by this childish behavior, the man sighed and asked how he should provide proof. Chizai's voice betrayed his greed for power, as he demanded to take over another school besides the former alliance members, specifically one nearby that wasn't Ji Xian. Baikeng Sanaming Technical School, Tiangu Mechanical Engineering School, or Hanyang School. Craving centralized power, he boldly declared it must be done within today. Hearing the plan, the man coolly reminded him that this was outside the scope of the contracted work. But Chizai clicked his tongue, offering more money and mocking his fear until the man slammed the steering wheel and snapped that he would do it. He asked where and how it should be done, and seeing that intense reaction, a flash of interest appeared in Chizai's eyes as he noted the man's decisiveness. Next, the two began discussing specific plans, noting that the school district would change if they went 2 blocks further from their current school. Zaicheng School was located there, and since there was nothing to expect from the fighting skills or pocket money of middle schoolers, they decided to ignore them. He ordered the high schoolers to obey him and told the man to take down the best fighters there. But the man noted that true dominance must be achieved personally, to which he dismissively replied, "That is my specialty, so do not worry. I will wait until after school." Talking to Chizai made the man feel like he was about to explode from suppressed frustration. He thought the boy was a total bastard and decided to vent his anger on the high schoolers. Later that afternoon at Zaicheng High School, the two loitered by the gate waiting for classes to end. Suddenly, the man stopped a group of male students and spoke to them in a friendly manner, asking if they were high schoolers, to which they asked what was happening. The man lied and introduced himself as a graduate student in social sciences who needed to conduct a survey with local high schoolers, asking if they could spare 5 minutes. The students hesitated, expressing a lack of interest, but the man continued to persuade them by mentioning that he wouldn't ask for their help without offering a gift. He promised them McDonald's hamburger vouchers for just 5 minutes of their time, and hearing about the reward, the group immediately changed their minds. Thinking that free hamburgers sounded good, they agreed to do it, and seeing that the prey had fallen into the trap, the two shared a knowing smile. A short while later, in a nearby alley, the three students were forced to kneel and were beaten. Chizai coldly remarked that they should take a few hits before they began. Terrified, they timidly asked why he was doing this, and if he had perhaps mistaken them for someone else. They pleaded that they had done nothing wrong, but Chizai approached and told them there was no mistake, introducing himself as Chizai from Jianggan School in the neighboring district and asking if they knew his name. The group stood dazed for a moment before honestly replying, I don't know. Dissatisfied with the answer, he immediately frowned and cursed, "You don't know, damn it." Kite slapped one of the boys' heads and scolded, "If you don't even know my name, you guys must be some seriously goody-two-shoes students." Then he got to the point, "Who's the best fighter in your school?" When the three looked confused, he immediately grew irritated and shouted, "The boss, the leader, the captain. Doesn't every school have someone like that? Who is it?" One of them finally spoke up. "Rong Yun from Class 3 is the strongest." Kite ordered them to call him. When the boys hesitated, he snapped, "I told you to call him." The boy on the edge timidly spoke up. "I don't have Rong Yun's number because we're in Class 7. Before he could finish, Kite slapped them again and roared, "If you don't know, find someone who does." He declared, "I don't care how you do it, bring Rong Yun to me. You have 5 minutes. The boy who was slapped lowered his head in helplessness. "Honestly, we're in different circles, so I don't know Rong Yun or his friends." Hearing this, he raised his hand to strike again, muttering, "If you're useless, you might as well die." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Stop it." Kite looked at the young man approaching and noted his Haixing school uniform. "Who are you?" Rong Deoxuan didn't answer directly. "I might have ignored this if I hadn't seen it, but now I can't." He asked, "Are you trying to extort them? I'll let it slide if you leave now." Kite cut him off. No, I should be the one saying that. I don't care about worthless middle schoolers, so I'll let you go. Just leave," Kite sneered. Deoxuan replied, "I'll leave once you let them go." Facing such stubbornness, Kite clicked his tongue and signaled the man beside him. "What are you waiting for?" "Get rid of him." The man was surprised. "Fight a middle schooler?" Kite acted as if it were obvious. "Unless you want me to do it." The man reluctantly rubbed his head and stepped forward. "This is a bit much," he muttered. He approached Deoxuan and advised, "Kid, don't get hurt for nothing, just get lost." Suddenly, he raised his hands to flick his fingers. Deoxuan warned, "This will hurt." A second later, his finger snapped against the man's forehead. The force was so great that the man collapsed backward. Kite watched in shock as his hired thug hit the ground. Deoxuan's expression remained calm, as if he were used to this. Later, at the hospital, Jia Chun asked in disbelief, a flick to the forehead." "You got knocked out by a single flick? Are you serious?" The voice on the other end replied, "It sounds unbelievable, but it's true. I was unconscious for about 3 minutes." He tried to calm the man down. "Think carefully. Was he really a middle schooler, or was he a gang member disguised in a school uniform?" The man hesitated. "To be honest, I was so confused I couldn't tell. It was dark in that alley, too." Jia Chun frowned and asked, "Where is he now?" The man reported back. "He saved those high schoolers and left. I don't know where he went." Veins bulged on Jia Chun's neck as he ordered, "Go to the hospital first, then give me a full report. Actually, never mind. Give me the location. We're heading there now." Jia Chun's face darkened. He reasoned, "It's impossible for a mere middle schooler to do that. He must be connected to another major organization. Definitely." The man on the other end complied, "Yes, I'll send you the details." Jia Chun then asked about the client Kite. The man replied, "He's fine, he didn't do anything." He was surprised. "He wasn't attacked?" The man answered, "No, I was knocked out so I didn't see much, but I heard the student just gave him a look and walked away." Back at the scene, Deoxuan hesitated as he looked at Kite trembling on the ground. He sighed and said, "Forget it. Just try to live a decent life." Then he turned to the high schoolers and politely checked on them. "Are you guys hurt? You should head home now. I have to get to the academy." He offered a final smile before departing. After hearing the details, Jia Chun said, "I understand. Wait there." Hanging up, he informed Chun Shiwu, "Something came up. I'll go handle it and be right back." The old man panicked slightly. "You're leaving me here alone?" Jia Chun explained. "We might be dealing with a major gang. I need to go and verify this myself." "I hope you'll allow it." But the crippled old man on the hospital bed clearly disagreed. He waved his hand and said, "No, if you just want to verify something, then just send someone else. That's enough." He still tried to persuade him. "Since we don't know how dangerous it is, I think I should be the one to check it out." Chun Shiwu patted his chest and said, "If it's that dangerous, then I might be in trouble too." Seeing he couldn't change the old man's mind, Jia Chun obeyed. "Yes, I understand." Jia Chun made the arrangements. "I will stay here with you and send 4 others there." The boss objected to sending 4, suggesting it would be better to keep the knife expert there instead. Finally, he asked how to handle Yan Jidai, promising to follow orders. The old man made a gesture signaling his elimination. Just keep an eye on him for now. If necessary, you know what to do. Jia Chun nodded in agreement. As night fell, a black car pulled into an alleyway. Jia Chun's young henchman stepped out of the vehicle. The driver from earlier greeted them as they arrived. Bai Jun then asked in a cold tone, "What happened? Are you injured?" The man explained he was knocked unconscious by a single blow but had no other wounds. Hearing this, he fell silent. "Single strike? I need to confront that man myself to uncover who is backing him and what his true intentions are." He then inquired about the man's whereabouts and if he had said anything. Yan Jidai spoke up, mentioning that the man said he needed to go to the academy. After speaking, he trembled and hugged his knees, muttering about how unbelievable it was. Bai Jun asked in surprise, "The academy?" He recalled seeing a cram school on the way and wondered if that was the place. He then instructed a subordinate to take the others back before turning to the man. "Can you still walk? Let's go find him." Bai Jun then clapped his hands and shouted for everyone to split up immediately, as there was no time to waste. The subordinates quickly complied. At a tall building, Zhu Xian waved goodbye to his friends and headed inside. Suddenly, a voice remarked that he certainly looked like a student. Seeing the aggressive group, he sighed and asked if they were seeking revenge. He noted that being too lenient only brought them back, so this time, Zhu Xian declared they would all be sidelined for several days. Bai Jun scoffed, wondering what the boy was rambling about. Zhu Xian's backpack hit the ground as his expression hardened, signaling he was ready for battle. The next day at Wana University Hospital, Wei Heng complained to the doctor about his discomfort. Seeing him trying to practice punches, the doctor warned that such actions would only prolong his recovery. The doctor scratched his head, calling it a miracle. He noted that while anyone else would have suffered multiple fractures, he had only ended up with a slight crack in the bone. Wei Heng felt his cast and asked how much longer he had to wear it. The doctor replied that it would be at least a week, with a full month required for a complete recovery. He grimaced in annoyance and acknowledged the news. Suddenly, the doctor added that there was something regarding the patient who had been admitted alongside him, causing him to startle. "What happened to him?" he asked. The doctor explained that the boy had vanished during the night, leaving a note saying he would return soon. Meanwhile, 3 people were conversing on the hospital rooftop. Shiyuzhai reasoned that given Nan Zhenjiu's pride, he certainly wouldn't want to be hospitalized in the same facility as the opponent who had defeated him. Wei Heng clicked his tongue, noting that no one intended to harm him further after the fight. Min Song agreed with Shiyuzhai, remarking that his personality was difficult to grasp. He noted that they had officially become enemies of Blacksmith, but another disagreed. He firmly argued his point, prompting the others to ask why he felt that way. He pointed out that the boy left a note promising to return, and there was no telling how many reinforcements he might bring. Meanwhile, at a different location, a loud shout echoed from within a building, demanding a proper explanation. Nan Zhenjiu, carrying a bag over his shoulder, casually asked if repeating his failure would make him look even worse. "I lost the fight, so I'm leaving Blacksmith." Kai Huan angrily questioned him, finding it hard to believe he lost a one-on-one duel, and insisted he find another solution instead of quitting. He hesitated before admitting he had made a wager. Nan Zhenjiu scratched his head and apologized, explaining that he truly expected to emerge victorious this time. However, Kai Huan refused to let the matter drop and told him to stop the nonsense. He demanded to know who it was and how much they had offered him. Nan Zhenjiu grew irritated, insisting it wasn't about money, or he would have joined the mainland gang long ago. After being yelled at, he boredly concluded that Kai Huan simply didn't want him to leave Blacksmith. "Of course I don't. How can you even ask that?" Hearing this, he dropped his bag onto the table with a heavy sigh, stating that he had no other choice. Startled by Nan Zhenjiu's actions, the man stammered, asking what he intended to do. Nan Zhenjiu remained silent as he reached into his pocket to retrieve something. Simultaneously, Kai Huan leaned down and reached under the desk. He pressed a hidden red button that had been installed underneath. Instantly, the red alarm outside blared as Jin Gu rested his sword on his shoulder and remarked that if he couldn't leave Blacksmith. Pointing his other sword directly at the man's face, he declared that he would simply have to take Blacksmith with him as he left, prompting Ji Hua to bark out at the brat. Just then, a group rushed into the room shouting that there was trouble, but they froze upon seeing him and called out to Jin Gu, who pointed his sword at them and regretfully apologized. He explained he didn't want to do this but had no choice, leaving the crowd stunned until Ji Hua yelled at them for standing around, labeling him a traitor and ordering his capture as long as he remained alive. One of them protested to the advisor, questioning how they could believe Jin Gu was a traitor when no one was more trustworthy than their own brother. When asked if he would listen to an explanation, the man snapped that he had heard enough and commanded them to seize him first. As the group hesitated in a dilemma, Jin Gu spoke up, telling his brothers that the man was right and that he intended to take over Blacksmith today. He challenged them to try their best to stop him while he fought to break through, leaving everyone in shock before he suddenly charged forward with his sword a second later. Declaring that he would make the first move if they wouldn't, Jin Gu immediately struck the leg of the nearest person, making the man cry out in pain. He calmly mentioned that he had avoided the bone to ensure no lasting injury, though it would certainly be quite painful for the time being. Several others were soon hit as Jin Gu forced them to their knees, including the man who had defended him earlier, who now stared up in disbelief as a wooden sword descended, only to be blocked by another staff. The person who intercepted the blow demanded to know why he was doing this and pleaded for them to have a proper conversation. Not wanting any more trouble, Jin Gu bluntly told them not to overthink things and suggested they just settle it with a satisfying fight. He declared that the winner could do as they pleased before switching his grip and delivering a powerful strike to the person in front of him. Trembling as he blocked the blow, the man asked if this was the only way to keep him with them, and upon hearing Jin Gu's confirmation, he apologized for the upcoming disrespect. Immediately after, they pushed Jin Gu back as the leader shouted to the others that they had no choice but to capture him. He urged them to treat it like a real gang war and fight properly, which brought a satisfied smile to Jin Gu's face as he saw their burning fighting spirit. He remarked that their resolve put his mind at ease just as one of them lunged forward to attack, prompting Jin Gu to quickly raise his wooden sword in defense. He then swung his other staff hard against his opponent's leg, but before he could catch his breath, two more appeared on his left, forcing him to kick off the floor and leap up. He landed a direct kick to one man's face, but more opponents emerged from behind, forcing Jin Gu to grit his teeth as he struggled to hold them off. He used all his strength to hurl the man aside, leaving the opponent clutching his slightly bent leg in agony while Jin Gu panted heavily, thinking to himself. He cursed at his impatience, realizing that things would have been much easier if his nose hadn't been injured, as he found it difficult to breathe. Ji Hua shouted again, asking if they were just waiting for him to recover his strength, but the leader replied that wasn't the case. The leader told the brothers to make sure Jin Gu got a good rest, but Jin Gu showed no weakness as he stood tall and provoked them. He asked how he could rest peacefully when their attacks were so clumsy before quickly dashing forward once more. Jin Gu landed precise and rapid blows on everyone, and since no one could match his speed, they could only grimace as they took the hits. As Jin Gu swung his sword repeatedly, several men collapsed, leaving only two standing with visible anxiety written all over their faces while Jin Gu panted, his energy nearly spent. Without stopping, he immediately swung his sword at a subordinate, striking the man's leg with the wooden staff until he finally sprawled out on the floor. Only one man remained, and he seized the chance to break Jin Gu's wooden sword while apologizing, yet losing his weapon did not diminish Jin Gu's combat prowess. Jin Gu swiftly dodged to the side and delivered a punch to the back of the man's head, making him cry out in pain as the final opponent collapsed. Jin Gu stood at the entrance, panting heavily, while Zai Hao clapped from behind and proudly remarked that such spirit was expected of Nam Jin Gu. "You did well, truly," he said, pointing toward the door to remind him that they were still at the blacksmith headquarters. Several more pairs of shoes appeared, showing that many others were waiting, and though exhausted, Jin Gu resolved to give his all. Jin Gu gripped the hilt of his wooden sword and lunged forward to initiate the attack, just as the scene shifted to Wu Yang eating in his bed at Wana University Hospital. He grumbled about the inconvenience of his arm being in a cast, until a sudden knock at the door made him wonder who it could be. Thinking it was time for his medication, he invited them in, only to be shocked by the sight of Jin Gu's battered and bruised body. He noted that Jin Gu looked even more injured than after their duel, while Jin Gu weakly asked to sit down because he felt unwell. After settling into a seat, he stated plainly that he had come to fulfill his promise, leaving Wu Yang completely bewildered. "From this moment on, you are our leader," he explained, delivering an answer that was entirely beyond Wu Yang's expectations. Did you actually quit blacksmith to come here? Wu Yang asked in disbelief, wondering if he had actually defeated the entire organization. Jingu looked pale as he explained that while he intended to fight them all, many members chose to follow him, leading to a deal with the advisor. He agreed to take those who wanted to follow him, while those staying behind would continue to manage blacksmith's businesses and finances. Wu Yang was stunned that he would take a crowd of people without any money, amazed by how reckless and uncalculating he was. Jingu pointed toward the door and informed him that 50 men were waiting outside, all of whom were now his responsibility. Wait a minute, 50 people is far too many, Wu Yang cried out, explaining that he was already struggling to support his current crew in an attic. Jingu smirked at his concerns and suggested that there was another way to solve their financial problems. He stated plainly that if it was a matter of money, Hong Chunchuo had plenty of it in cash, so there was no need to seize his arcade or force him into any contracts. He wondered where this man, who looked like a walking corpse, had come from and what he was rambling about, while Hong Chunchuo sat satisfied counting his cash. Jingu, the owner of that voice, sat there with a grimy face amidst piles of cash, questioning why he would need to seize businesses or force signatures. These words left Wu Yang feeling deeply suspicious, wondering what on earth this bastard, who looked like a walking corpse, was talking about. As night fell over the area, a towering building loomed in the distance, and inside a hospital room, Wu Yang sat with his left arm bandaged. He vividly recounted what he had seen, mentioning that he had personally witnessed safes full of cash in the man's office. Jingu sat beside him and added that the man kept all his wealth in cash rather than using a bank in this day and age. With a cold expression, he reasoned that it was likely for tax evasion and to make it easier to distribute bribes. Since it's dirty money anyway, there's no harm in us using some of it, he said, as everyone's attention shifted toward Min Song. It's true what they say about people thinking alike, as it seemed this person shared the same thoughts the moment Jingu finished speaking. Zai Hao, sitting nearby, spoke up in protest, saying he understood but that there was a fundamental problem. His words startled Jingu, who instinctively repeated the phrase as Zai Hao's expression became terrifyingly grave. He cleared his throat and asked if Jingu should follow their rules now that he had joined, leaving Jingu to wonder if he meant the hierarchy. That's fair, perhaps I've lived too freely and acted disrespectfully, he said, before suddenly standing up to Wu Yang's surprise. Forgive my rudeness, boss, I hope you can pardon me, Jingu said, his expression turning cold-blooded as he glared at his opponent with eyes full of hatred. Is that enough now, little brother? His words sent a shiver down Siak Yi's spine as he sat there in silence, unable to find a response. Suddenly, Min Sung, who had been quiet, spoke up boldly. I have completely lost to you. No, I should call you older brother instead. I acknowledge you and will respect you as my senior. His words left Siak Yi sitting beside him in deep thought, as the second-rank position was a different matter entirely. Isn't that right, boss? Jingu immediately retorted, noting that he had heard the other man was younger than him while facing his opponent's arrogance. Min Sung responded with a faint smile. Since you have been in this world for a long time, boss, you surely understand how things work. In this circle, age is merely a minor detail. Jingu then shifted his focus toward Wu Yang and asked, You agree with that, don't you? Wu Yang finally turned to Siak Yi and asked, Siak Yi, what do you think? He quickly replied that he would follow the boss's decision, but Wu Yang did not let him off so easily. My decision right now is that I want to hear your thoughts. Wu Yang's face showed his determination as he demanded to know the man's honest personal opinion. Siak Yi finally spoke truthfully, If that is what you wish, boss. He sat there submissively, his voice cautious as he admitted he did not want to view a newcomer as his superior. If you want to join and be above me, you must prove your strength to us. However, Jingu immediately mocked Siak Yi's words, saying, Little brother, we are about to become family anyway. Don't make things awkward. I am only doing this because I don't want to see you get hurt. His words caused his opponent to fall into a grim silence. He sat there watching his opponent carefully, and seeing the look of displeasure on Siak Yi's face, Wu Yang silently assessed that his subordinate was feeling very uncomfortable. Siak Yi tried to remain calm, but his face radiated hostility. To him, Jingu was just an interloper, unlike Min Sung, who had fought fairly and even helped him escape the nightclub. Wu Yang felt the atmosphere in the room becoming increasingly suffocating as he continued to look at Jingu with a judgmental gaze, considering the most important factor. Min Sung had joined as the youngest member, Yet Jin Gu claimed to be the senior without ever fighting, though Wu Yang could still understand Jin Gu's perspective. Meanwhile, he maintained an arrogant posture while looking at everyone. Nam Jin Gu was a famous figure in the underworld, and there was more to it. He had brought 50 subordinates with him, clearly expecting to hold the number 2 position, and after a moment, Wu Yang finally calmed down enough to speak. Jin Gu, I acknowledge your reputation and contributions, but business is business, and the official hierarchy must follow the established rules. If you want the number 2 spot, you must prove you are stronger than the current holder. After he spoke, Jin Gu let out a weary sigh from across the table. He cleared his throat and said, "It's always something, I understand," while his face remained as cold and indifferent as it had been from the start. "Can I issue the challenge right now?" Faced with such arrogance, Wu Yang lost his composure slightly and replied sharply, "Not right now. Siak Yi was just stabbed, and you aren't exactly in perfect shape either." However, contrary to his concerns, Siak Yi spoke up with a firm tone. "I am fine right now," he said, which pleased Jin Gu, who immediately began to mock him, asking, "You just said that, didn't you?" "Then I don't have a problem either." Suddenly, Wu Yang shouted in anger, "Well, I have a problem. Are you too serious?" Regaining his composure shortly after, he stated, "The ranking battle between you two will take place only when both of you have recovered 100%. And it must be done under my supervision. Until then..." Faced with his intensity, Jin Gu could only lower his head in reluctant submission. "The current hierarchy remains. Siak Yi is number 2, Jin Gu is number 3, and since Min Sung lost to Jin Gu, he is number 4. Min Sung quickly replied, "Yes, sir," and even Siak Yi hurried to agree, saying, "I will follow your orders, boss." The room suddenly fell into a terrifying silence as all eyes turned toward Jin Gu. His silence irritated Wu Yang, who snapped, "Jin Gu, don't you know how to answer?" with a look of undisguised frustration. "If you have any dissatisfaction with my decision, you can leave right now and take the brothers you brought with you. No one will stop you." After these words, the atmosphere fell back into silence while Jin Gu became lost in his own thoughts. If the two of them fought, he was certain he would win easily. But as the leader, he likely couldn't help but consider the feelings of the current brothers. He understood the situation was just a formality. As time passed in the eerie silence, he had effectively been recognized as the second in command. Eventually, Jin Gu spoke softly, "No, I will comply. I hope for your help until I recover." His next words caught Shi Wu Zhai's attention, causing him to look up. The scene before him made Wu Yang pause to reflect. It was the first time he had seen Shi Wu Zhai behave this way toward someone else. Neither of them acknowledged the other, and things would likely remain awkward for a while. But after settling things clearly through a match, they would naturally bond. He carefully studied the faces of those around him. Jin Gu was quite broad-minded, and Shi Wu Zhai's nature was well known, so there likely wouldn't be any trouble. Jin Gu sat there, staring at his opponent with resentment. It felt strange to call a boy under 20 big brother, so he decided to avoid speaking to him for now. Shi Wu Zhai was no exception. Unlike Ming Rong, he seemed stubborn and difficult to manage. He resolved to give the brat a beating if the opportunity arose. Suddenly, someone clapped loudly to draw everyone's attention. It was none other than Min Sheng. He spoke up amidst the awkwardness of the group. "Everyone, it seems everything is settled, so let's continue our previous conversation." Min Sheng wore a cunning expression as he brought up the money. Meanwhile, in another hospital room, Tianxi was throwing a fit and shouting, "This is absurd. It's impossible. Were all our boys knocked out and hospitalized just because of one high school student?" He frowned, his rage reaching its peak. He wondered if those kids were secretly plotting something against him. In contrast to the other man's temper, Jia Chun remained perfectly calm. He cleared his throat and admitted, "To be honest, I can't believe it either." However, the injuries were real, and everyone claimed a high schooler had defeated them. This news calmed Tianxi slightly, though he still cursed, demanding to know who this student was and where he could be found. Standing by the hospital bed, Jia Chun quickly replied that the boys didn't want revenge or to search for him. They just wanted to move on and forget the whole ordeal. They were completely terrified and broken-spirited. Tianxi immediately questioned him. "Anyway, the only ones left unscathed are you and the kid with the knife, right?" He quickly confirmed it. At that moment, the old man seemed to realize something and asked where the knife wielder was, and if only Jia Chun remained. Jia Chun hurriedly explained that since the contract was still in effect, he had sent him to Yi Wen Jai Tai. Tianxi wouldn't let it go and continued to press him. "What are you talking about? Even I was attacked like this, so why should we care about that kid? just pay the penalty and cancel the contract. Facing the old man's skepticism, Jia Chun calmly replied, "If so, his family will protest strongly." His explanation convinced the old man, who began to speak more gently, seeing no other option. Even though things were messy, if they were going to act that way, the only choice was to keep their distance, especially since they weren't the most important clients. At that moment, Jia Chun didn't hesitate to ask for a favor. "In that case, could I ask you for a favor?" Which Tian she quickly granted. "What is it? Speak." Jia Chun's firm voice filled the room as he asked what should be done if the family's son continued to cross the line despite their distance. He suggested teaching the boy a lesson. Tian she snorted coldly and gave a heartless order. "Don't leave any evidence and don't kill him. You handle the rest yourself." These words delighted Jia Chun, who gave a satisfied smile. "Let's just say I didn't hear anything just now. Yes, thank you." After hearing the response, he replied that it was enough. However, Tian she remained anxious and continued to issue reminders. "You two just stay here and protect me well. Leave finding people to me. While we're in the hospital, we need to find reliable and skilled individuals to manage the shop," to which Jia Chun politely agreed. Suddenly, he stared at the phone in his hand and muttered that the old man Breaksmith was finally calling. As soon as the call connected, Hong Tianshi took the initiative to speak. "Hello, this is Hong Tianshi." "Yes, yes." He suddenly sat up with a panicked expression, his voice turning sharp as he began to interrogate the person on the other end. What are you saying?" Meanwhile, in another location, someone was practicing with a firearm, and the bullets from his weapon fired rapidly. That man was Chi Huan, who calmly set aside the split bravesmith while those who left had already joined Xuan Huayang's faction. Furthermore, he turned to his subordinate and questioned him, to which the assistant immediately replied, "Yes, Chairman." Meanwhile, Chi Huan calmly reloaded and spoke of Xuan Huayang, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he realized he was right to let things unfold naturally. He planned to meet him in person after further observation, causing his subordinate to look at him with doubt a moment later. When asked if he intended to recruit the boy, Chi Huan indifferently replied that he wasn't sure yet, though a cunning look suggested it would be interesting. He noted that the boy would rather die than bow to anyone, which left the subordinate feeling quite perplexed. Despite the subordinate's confusion about the world, Chi Huan explained that the boy was still young and full of potential, both physically and mentally. He mused that it was more interesting this way, as they stood in the dark, considering how the boy could benefit him even without being his subordinate. The subordinate quickly acknowledged him as Chi Huan gripped his firearm and asked what he thought his dream was. He laughed with satisfaction when the man suggested being number one, claiming he had achieved that long ago as his voice echoed through the vast night. He stated that no one in the field was above or even equal to him, then seriously asked how that could still be considered a dream. The subordinate then asked if his true goal was not just being number one, but unifying the entire continent. Chi Huan amusedly refuted this, saying that unifying the world with the continent's fist was not his primary aim. He aimed his weapon and remarked that while becoming the national overlord wasn't impossible, it would take some time. He claimed he could conquer the capital in less than 2 months if he wanted, and the subordinate agreed as the area fell into an eerie silence. The subordinate confirmed his words while the scene remained terrifyingly quiet, but Chi Huan told him to watch closely. A small disc flying through the air was instantly shattered by Chi Huan's shot, followed by his cold and powerful grunt. Bang, all 25 shots hit their mark, yet he felt no joy, explaining to his stunned subordinate that it was because he was the only one competing. He noted that a perfect score meant nothing without an opponent, then his face turned cruel as he stated what he truly required. Dark memories resurfaced as he realized that only the presence of the defeated and the losers could make his own brilliance shine. Chi Huan continued his monologue about how rare true talents were these days, while his subordinate faced his cold demeanor. The subordinate then asked if he believed Xuan Huayang could become a worthy rival strong enough to challenge the chairman's position. As they walked across the courtyard, Chi Huan explained that it was too early to tell, but he would watch the boy with anticipation. He intended to avoid crushing the boy too quickly while discreetly protecting him from others, leaving his subordinate standing there in utter confusion. He remarked that the man wouldn't understand because he wasn't him, as the scene shifted to Chun Xiu sitting irritably in the hospital. Nan Zhenjiu had been utterly defeated, and the bravesmith was split in two, causing him to gnash his teeth in pure hatred. He wondered if Xuan Huayang was truly that formidable, while Jia Chun remained unusually calm in the face of his rage. Jia Chun admitted the boy was indeed formidable, shocking Chun Xiu, who then asked if he could handle Nan Zhenjiu one-on-one, to which Jia Chun politely replied that he might be able to manage protecting someone from him. He stood there with a grave expression, but that was as far as it went. If they fought to the end, his defeat was only a matter of time. I would certainly lose, and that is even without Nan Zhenjiu using a real sword. Memories of He Xiu flashed through his mind, imagining the carnage if he wielded a sharp blade. This made Jia Chun feel instinctively guilty, but he dismissed the thought, knowing the man would face life in prison or even death, while his words helped Zhen Xiu calm down slightly. He realized that despite how terrifying Nan Zhenjiu was, Xuan Wang had managed to defeat him through pure strength without relying on any tricks or traps. Those words resonated deeply with Jia Chun, who hurriedly suggested finding another way before being abruptly cut off. "No, that's not what I meant," he said, glancing at his injured leg. "I was wondering if it's too late to try and improve our relationship with him." Jia Chun looked stunned by the suggestion and asked if he was being serious, to which Zhen Xiu admitted his own hatred for the man. He hated him enough to want him dead, his expression turning cold, yet he maintained that personal feelings must remain separate from business. One must be forward-thinking, he argued, leaving Jia Chun to reflect on how quickly his boss could change his mind. Surprised by the sudden shift, he noted that with so many people injured on both sides, a reconciliation seemed nearly impossible. He questioned how they could possibly mend such a fractured relationship, prompting an immediate response from his companion. "With money, of course. We'll invite him to the casino and let him win big," he said, though Jia Chun remained skeptical about whether that would work on him. His doubts were quickly dismissed by the other man, who claimed that in his experience, everyone eventually succumbs to the lure of profit. "Just like you follow my orders despite your lack of respect for me," he added, before a ringing phone interrupted their conversation. Zhen Xiu grumbled as he picked up the device, realizing the call was coming from the shop. "Hold on, I need to take this call from the club," he said calmly, answering with a simple inquiry. However, his composure shattered moments later as he shouted in shock, his face contorted with agitation and panic. "My money, who dared touch my safe? It's been robbed, everything is gone," he screamed, his cries echoing through the room. He couldn't fathom how such a heavy safe could be moved, leaving Jia Chun standing there in total disbelief. Zhen Xiu's face turned pale as he stammered, asking about the customers and realizing the entire thing had been a setup. The voice on the other end was equally terrified, as they confirmed the situation and asked if they should contact the police. However, Zhen Xiu immediately lashed out at him, asking if he was insane and why he didn't just announce their illegal business to the entire neighborhood and the police. After regaining some control, he ordered them to lock the doors and wait for his arrival, while the employee quickly obeyed. Zhen Xiu then scrambled out of bed, prompting Jia Chun to try and stop him. "You should rest, I'll handle everything and report back," Jia Chun said, but the older man snapped, obsessed with his lost fortune. Frustrated by his stubbornness, Jia Chun prepared the car as a voice suddenly cut through the gloomy night. "Right now?" Xuan Wang asked with a bewildered look, questioning if they had come straight there after the robbery, while Nan Zhenjiu stood nearby. He confirmed that everything was safe and that he had come to report, while Nan Zhenjiu jokingly remarked that he could have guessed the password or simply broken the safe. He burst into hearty laughter, having gathered billions in an instant, leaving Xuan Wang stunned as he realized it wasn't just about money, while even Zhen Xiu cried out Nan Zhenjiu's name. His expression turned incredibly cold as he declared that he must be punished, leaving Nan Zhenjiu stunned and stammering in confusion. Facing his inquiry, Shiji quickly replied, "What did you say just now?" As the hospital room scene replayed in their minds, Min Sheng had remarked, "It seems you're all finished, so let's get back to our business." His face was full of arrogance then. Money, right? It was about the money. When Shiji suddenly interrupted, "Actually, I have a plan too." This scene made Jingu feel very smug, but Shiji soon replied that a final decision would be made once everyone had recovered. Since the boss had spoken, he received a response from the other man. "Ah, that's right." Shiji's expression was now unusually serious. He questioned, "Then why? Why did you dare to act on your own?" But Jingu brushed it off, saying, "Come on, don't be so difficult," his face showing only irritation. "Don't just think about the boss's decision. Consider the process and the reasons. Why did he say we'd discuss it later?" In the quiet night, only Jingu's voice echoed. Wasn't it because everyone's poor health would ruin the plan? But couldn't I, Nan Jingu, have finished the job with just the brothers who were with me, without needing help from you or Min Sheng? His words infuriated Shiji, who demanded, "Is it over? Do you think this is the end of the matter? Do you think those who were robbed will just stay quiet?" Facing the harsh questioning, Jingu remained firm, insisting they would surely prepare a counterattack. "But our health isn't good enough to handle it, so if they have a scheme, are we just supposed to sit still?" He had no intention of yielding to Shiji. "Our organization now has dozens of members and the money. Do you think we'll be defeated so easily?" He was interrupted with "the problem is." But Jingu, fuming with rage, cut him off before he could finish. "Worry when a problem actually happens. Nothing has occurred yet and you're already, damn, I mean you're making a fuss with me." This left Shiji utterly astonished. He kept asking, "What did you just say? Damn it." But the other man only mocked him. "Oh, did I say that?" A despicable smile played on his lips. "Sorry, I corrected myself anyway, didn't I?" This expression made Shiji boil with anger. He stated, "I know exactly what you're thinking. When the time comes, I won't back down. If I lose, I'll be ready to respect and follow you. But until then, you must respect and obey me. Your age and how you were treated before coming here are completely irrelevant." Facing the harshness, Jingu spoke up uncomfortably. "What did I even do for you to make such a scene?" He stood there glowering. "I'm the one who finished this task, the one who achieved a great feat by bringing in hundreds of millions of won in such a short time." Soon after, he received an explanation from Shiji. "If you don't respect the boss's decision, then there is no merit at all. It's just a disrespectful, childish, and self-righteous act." This caused Jingu to stammer, "Disrespectful, childish, self-righteous." Yet there was no sign of backing down on his face. "You're going a bit too far." His words angered the other man, who cleared his throat. "Compared to my words, your actions are far more excessive." The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy until Wu Yang, unable to bear it, finally spoke up. "Hey, both of you stop it right now," Shiji immediately replied. "Yes, sorry, boss." Even Jingu followed suit. "I acted a bit excessively because I felt frustrated." This behavior made Wu Yang reflect. Jingu had crossed the line this time, but since he had achieved a great feat earlier, he shouldn't be blamed too harshly. After a moment, he spoke calmly. "What's done is done. The result wasn't bad, so I won't say anything more about you acting without my consent. But only this once. If something like this happens again, I won't let it slide." Those present hurriedly replied, "Yes, boss." At that moment, Wu Yang thought that regardless of what happens in the future, Shiji currently holds a higher position. "Your attitude and words just now crossed the line. This cannot be ignored." This caused Jingu to freeze in his tracks. "Just grit your teeth and bear it." He stood there in silence, his head slightly bowed. But in the next second, Jingu took a direct hit from the other man, causing him to scream out in pain. He quickly masked his expression and sighed. Then Wu Yang turned to Siakyi and said, "Siakyi, don't be too hard on him. After all, he hasn't been with us for long, so consider this a chance for everyone to get acquainted. Let it slide this time." The other man obediently complied, and then Wu Yang turned to Jingu to ask, "So, what did you do with that money?" He replied honestly that he had rented a suburban warehouse to store the cash, handling the final steps himself to ensure the location remained a secret. "Fine, we don't need the money yet, so guard it well and don't leave it to the underlings. Manage it yourself," to which Jingu quickly agreed. "Understood," he said, while Siakyi reflected that he would need to tighten discipline once his wounds healed, as a sinister look crossed Jingu's face. He glared at the other man, thinking the brat was only acting arrogant because he was the boss's junior, as the two of them stood there facing off. They were like two hounds, obedient only to him but refusing to yield to anyone else, while elsewhere Chun Siak limped along on his injured legs. The room was in total disarray with everything strewn across the floor, a sight that terrified Chun Siak as he stammered, "My safe." He then erupted in a fit of rage, screaming, damn it all, I'll kill every last one of you," while grinding his teeth in fury. Jia Chun, standing nearby, quickly asked if he needed more sedatives, but the old man replied with an air of indifference. "That's enough. I can't save face by taking sedatives in a situation like this," he snapped, and the younger man obediently acknowledged him. Jia Chun spoke up anxiously, suggesting it might be better to call the police or use his connections at the prosecutor's office, but he was immediately shut down. "No," the old man stated, explaining that if those old fogies at the prosecutor's office heard rumors about a massive amount of cash circulating, even if the money was recovered, they would pocket it themselves rather than return it, so it was best to keep those officials in the dark. But we can't just let this go, he argued, prompting Chun Seok to snap back furiously. Of course we can't, absolutely not. He quickly regained his composure and mentioned he knew a broker in Incheon, leading Jia Chun to offer his own input. If it's a broker, will we have to hire people to handle it? They're far more obedient than those old men at the prosecutor's office when money is involved. His words surprised the old man, who immediately replied that there shouldn't be any trouble, as there were talented people out there in desperate straits. Jia Chun asked in confusion as he didn't quite understand, but Chun Seok didn't explain, calmly telling him not to worry as he would handle it himself. Jia Chun stood there in terrified silence as the scene shifted to a boat anchored at a dock. In Incheon, a man was on the phone, his voice echoing that it would cost $50,000 per person to guarantee passage to a country without an extradition treaty. It was unclear what the person on the other end said, but the man seemed very accommodating, noting that many would jump at such conditions without hesitation. "Yes, don't worry, I'll prepare everything perfectly," he said, his voice mingling with the sound of the crashing waves as he asked what the job entailed. "Why would someone with a full security detail contact me? Is this a hit? If not a murder, then is it a kidnapping?" A cunning smile spread across the man's face as he said, "Of course, that's no problem. Who is the target? A kidnapping? Certainly, that's fine." "Who is the target?" the long-haired man asked, questioning if they really wanted a kidnapping without having chosen a victim yet. He couldn't help but mock the other person, asking for a better explanation as his voice rang out through the quiet night, before finally conceding. "Gathering info will take at least a day, maybe 3. If we succeed on the first day, you'll have to increase my pay." "That's the only way to keep my boys motivated," the long-haired man remarked casually, thanking the caller for the excellent suggestion. "I will finish everything that needs to be done tonight and start tomorrow morning." He couldn't stop smiling gleefully. "As for the location, I'll text you." The scene quickly shifts to a nearby fish shop. In a quiet room, Jia Chun stood there submissively. He spoke up first, asking if they could truly trust those people. Sitting in his chair, Junzai replied that he had already promised them a quiet life abroad if they completed this job successfully. For now, there is no reason not to cooperate. These words left Jia Chun stunned, and he reflexively blurted out, "For now." Facing his naivety, Junzai quickly clarified that it was indeed only for the time being, leaving Jia Chun deep in thought. As expected, this man had no intention of giving them all the money. After a moment, Jia Chun replied that he understood. Suddenly, Junzai's expression changed as he cleared his throat and told him to go to the scene if he still didn't believe it. He was told to assist them if necessary, a request Jia Chun accepted before asking what the boss would be doing. Junzai suddenly mentioned that he was a bit worried at the hospital and would only contact him by phone since he was currently alone. He quickly received a response of "Yes, boss." Meanwhile, a car sped through the darkness along a vast, desolate dirt road. It soon entered the German Bowl Garden, which was still shrouded in the silence of the night. Jia Chun stepped out of the car, thinking the name was ridiculous, and walked toward a hut where the leader was located. Wang Hu spoke up with an annoyed expression, asking how he got there and demanding the password, to which Jia Chun quickly responded. "It's late and I've come to sell flowers to everyone." Wang Hu quickly opened the door and welcomed him inside. As the two of them entered, they caught the attention of the many people inside, one of whom spoke up instinctively. "Are you the one sent by Junzai?" Jia Chun confirmed that he was, but his gaze was suddenly drawn to something nearby. Before Jia Chun lay a mattress covered in numerous bloodstains, prompting him to wonder what that pile was. Seeing his interest, the group explained. "Oh, it's nothing special. The people who were there yesterday are now at the bottom of the sea." His words momentarily stunned Jia Chun, as they had originally planned to keep them for another 2 or 3 days. "But since we're showing up here now, we cleared everything out at once, so you'd better reward us handsomely." Jia Chun couldn't help but look at them judgmentally, realizing that while he was a lawbreaker, these people were on an entirely different level. Jia Chun's naive expression prompted the man to mock him, asking if he was surprised since they were just a group of people with nowhere else to go. They were illegal immigrants, North Korean defectors, wanted criminals, long-term deserters, and the uneducated. When the weak and unsupported gather, they have no choice but to live cruelly. You also have someone you want to kill and cannot forgive. But if you don't want to be labeled a murderer, just say the word. Since this country is developing, I'll provide services for at least 2 people. Jia Chun quickly cut him off, stating that it was enough and they only needed to complete the assigned tasks. Impressed by his sharpness, the man introduced the person in charge, a Mongolian. A man with a long scar on his face spoke coldly, identifying himself as Bai, and Jia Chun responded calmly upon seeing him. "Yes, I look forward to working with you." As soon as he finished, Bai questioned him, asking if the outcome they desired wasn't exactly this. They wanted Xuan Wu Ying to come out alone and be kept in a state where he was completely unable to resist, which left Jia Chun deep in thought. Surprised by how well the man spoke Korean, Jia Chun eventually confirmed that was the plan and stood there sternly, emphasizing his point once more. He insisted that the target must appear alone and that no one else could know about it, an action that left Bai astonished and prompted him to exclaim, "In the end, we just need to take his family or a woman hostage first." Suddenly, another man sitting nearby chimed in, mentioning what he might have heard over the phone. It would take anywhere from 1 to 3 days to find a suitable candidate. Jia Chun replied that he understood, but urged them to do it as soon as possible. However, Bai He's expression had turned incredibly fierce as he suggested they give it a try. Meanwhile, at a convenience store, Yuna walked out, her voice trailing off as she bid farewell, sighing mockingly about the tedious work. She lamented the mountain of rote memorization ahead, wondering when she'd master it, until a voice caught her attention. "Yuna," the voice called, and she turned quickly to answer, only for a hand to suddenly seize her head, sparking panic. Her notebook tumbled to the pavement, leaving the deserted street with nothing but that solitary book lying there. At the hospital, Xuan Yu Yang calmly remarked that, while Jin Gu crossed the line, he likely just wanted to prove his worth. Sitting nearby, Shizai replied confusedly that if that were true, the situation was even more dire, requiring a confrontation upon recovery. With his usual surly expression, he noted the inevitability of the clash. Xuan Yu Yang added that while competition is fine, attempted murder is unacceptable. Shizai enthusiastically promised to handle it, prompting a weary sigh and a resigned, "I understand," from his companion. A woman approached, calling for the patient Shizai, who responded immediately as she informed him it was time for disinfection. He instinctively agreed before turning to urge Xuan Yu Yang to head upstairs as well. However, he received a nonchalant reply, telling him to go ahead, while the other finished one last cigarette. Shizai departed with the woman, leaving Xuan Yu Yang sitting there in solitude. He slowly lit his cigarette, brooding over the mounting complications, when a voice suddenly called out, "Xuan Yu Yang." The speaker was Wang Xuan, who noted that he was finally alone, leaving Xuan Yu Yang stunned and stammering. When asked how he knew him, the man presented a photo of a bound Yuna, claiming he was merely delivering a message. As Wang Xuan asked if she was an acquaintance, Xuan Yu Yang lunged forward, grabbing his collar and calling them pathetic cowards. The man remained unfazed, mockingly stating that killing him was pointless since he was only following orders. This revelation silenced Xuan Yu Yang, allowing Wang Xuan to boldly command him to place his phone on the ground. Xuan Yu Yang scowled in anger, realizing they intended to sever his communication with the others. Wang Xuan calmly threatened the girl's life if he refused, prompting Xuan Yu Yang to argue that there had been a misunderstanding. He argued that there was a major misunderstanding, as she was merely a neighbor he had only greeted a few times. The man mockingly replied that he didn't care if they weren't close, suggesting they should just let her die then. Stunned by those words, Xuan Yu Yang quickly released the man and cursed, realizing he was out of options. He placed his phone on the ground as ordered, prompting Wang Xuan to admire the expensive device as he picked it up. Shortly after, Wang Xuan ordered him to walk alone to the car, and Xuan Yu Yang could only silently obey. He worried that going was useless since he couldn't fight or save anyone, but Wang Xuan taunted him, saying the girl would die if he didn't. Those words fueled his anger, yet he knew he had to go despite his reluctance, finally following the man's instructions. Cursing his situation, he resigned himself to whatever came next as he ordered him to get into the car. Xuan Yu Yang boarded the vehicle and attempted to negotiate, stating that they had successfully captured him as planned. He asked them to release the innocent woman, but a sudden punch to his chest cut him off, leaving him gasping in pain. It wasn't just the surprise attack while he was unguarded. "This man is truly powerful," he noted as he looked down and spoke a warning. "First, don't let your arrogance exceed your limits," he threatened before adding, "Second, I know you care deeply about that girl." Wu Yang broke into a cold sweat from the pain and gritted his teeth, I'm telling you now, I will pay you back tenfold for what you've done. 10 times over. He appeared indifferent to the threat and snapped his fingers, muttering, that might be a bit difficult. At the sound of the snap, two other men appeared behind Wu Yang, and the one with long hair covering his eyes leaned down to threaten him. Should I call and tell them to kill her right now? Hearing that, his face contorted with rage as veins bulged. Damn it! Then they used a rope to bind Wu Yang's hands tightly together. They proceeded to pull a bag over his head, and He watched silently as the hooded man was led away by two others, each gripping one of his arms. They roughly forced him down into a prepared chair and used ropes again, but this time they bound each of his limbs individually. Hooded and bound, Wu Yang cursed inwardly, tying every single limb. You bastards are being far too cautious. Then they yanked the bag off his head. Wu Yang's eyes slowly adjusted to the dim light as he saw them standing leisurely with their hands in their pockets, watching him tied to the chair. One of the accomplices looked at He with admiration. Impressive. You said it might take 3 days, but it only took 1. He casually replied. I said 3 days at most, but it could be as fast as 1. They confessed everything, so the job went very smoothly. As Wu Yang listened to their conversation, he wondered who they were referring to. Who could they be talking about? It must be that someone leaked the information. Otherwise, how could they have known about Yuna? He ordered his subordinate to watch over him, saying, I'm leaving this to you while we go rest for a bit. It probably won't take long. The man assigned to the task looked at Wu Yang with half his face shrouded in shadow and said, I don't want to beat around the bush. Wu Yang was bewildered by the question. What money? Ignoring his confusion, He continued, asking is my right. Your duty is to answer my questions. Wu Yang gritted his teeth and looked up. Who on earth knows what money he's talking about? Not getting the desired response, He commanded. Is that your final answer? I see. Let's begin. How far should I go? He replied with a threatening tone. Just don't let him stop breathing. Do whatever else you want. Having received his orders, the man replied, Understood, we'll proceed in 10-minute intervals. He looked down at Wu Yang threateningly and said, I'll return every 10 minutes to question you. I hope we can have a productive conversation. He remained silent upon hearing those words. A cart filled with torture instruments was brought in, and the man with the crew cut spoke as he pushed it forward. I won't ask you much. I'm simply going to perform some interesting experiments on your body for 10 minutes. After that, the previous guest will return to resume your interrogation. If that guest doesn't receive a satisfying answer, I'll continue to toy with you for another 20 minutes. After that, it will be 30 minutes, then 40. It will keep increasing by 10 minutes each time. Do you get the gist of it? The man said as he stepped closer and looked down at Wu Yang. By the way, I'm not originally from South Korea. I'm from the North. He gave the man a sarcastic compliment. Your Korean is actually quite good. His expression darkened as he looked down. My first attempt to escape wasn't successful, but after 2 failures, I finally succeeded. On the 3rd try, holding an iron rod, he asked Wu Yang, Do you know what fate awaits North Koreans who are caught trying to escape? He indifferently replied, I don't. The crew-cut man raised the rod and said, Well, you're about to find out. He swung the iron rod directly into Wu Yang's leg, causing him to cry out in agony as his entire body trembled. Don't worry, I won't break your bones. But it will certainly be more painful than a fracture. Sweat poured down Wu Yang's face as the man raised the iron rod high once more. A voice echoed from the hospital. The boss? Hughes, I asked sarcastically. Isn't the boss always supposed to be by the elder brother's side? Yang He's face showed his irritation upon hearing that. I went to have my wounds cleaned as the hospital instructed, and in that short time he vanished completely. So you're implying this is my fault? That man ignored him and continued. Think what you will, I'm merely stating the facts. Yang Hao clearly sensed the provocation behind those words. I'm well aware you're trying to defame and shift the blame onto me, but this isn't the time for that. Right now, finding our leader is the utmost priority. Do you understand? Hizai retracted his expression and agreed. Yes, that's true. Min Cheng raised his hand to put an end to their bickering. Both of you stop. Perhaps our leader just stepped out for a moment. Sitting on the hospital bed, Yang Hao told the other two, it isn't that simple. Looking at the wardrobe, his belongings are still here, which means he left while still wearing his hospital gown. If he only went out for some fresh air, why would he stay in those clothes? Furthermore, it would be understandable if a doctor were calling, but there is no reason for him to ignore my calls, Min Shengchen interjected. Perhaps he didn't receive the call or his phone was turned off. Yang Hao explained that the device was indeed powered down. His voice deepened upon hearing that, suggesting a real problem had arisen, so Hezai proposed a strategy for the two of them to consider for now. We must assemble all our subordinates and attempt to gather any available information. Everyone should also summon their followers to investigate. Min Sheng seemed to approve of the plan, but Yang Hao appeared to disagree, interjecting with a series of rapid questions regarding Wu Yang's faction. Have my subordinates and yours been separated, even though everyone is supposed to be a follower of the elder brother Wu Yang? Hezai stood up and admitted to a slight slip of the tongue due to his lack of familiarity, then approached Yang Hao as they exchanged murderous glares. This is likely not the time to bicker over such trivial matters. The three of them suddenly fell silent, staring at each other as Min Sheng sighed in frustration. They continued to provoke one another, making one wonder if their combined strength would even suffice. Meanwhile, at Zemanpo, where Wu Yang was held, an angry voice called him stubborn. He remained silent, causing the impatient man to ask if he intended to stay quiet forever, expressing disappointment and questioning if he was truly performing well. The long-haired man turned to the one with the buzz cut, asking if 40 minutes would change anything, to which the latter replied shamefully that it was a disgrace. "Please trust me one more time," he pleaded, raising a pair of sharp scissors and declaring that everything up until now had merely been a warm-up. "From this moment on, I will make you beg every single minute for me to call that guest." The other man left the buzz-cut thug there, granting him one final chance. Clutching the scissors, he leaned down and told Wu Yang that for the next 40 minutes, it would be just the two of them, according to the rules. He approached with a wicked grin, asking if he knew what was happening, then explained that every 10 minutes, he would have to part with at least 4 fingers. The cold scissors were brought close to Wu Yang's hand, as the man told him that regret was useless, and his current predicament was due to his stubborn refusal to surrender. Wu Yang suddenly spoke up, stating he had a request, which startled the man. He then asked for the location of the girl who had been taken before him. Still holding the scissors, he looked at him with an air of authority and asked if he had lost his mind over a girl, telling him to grasp the reality of his situation. "You are about to lose your fingers, so why should I comply with your request?" When that tactic failed, Wu Yang switched to a different approach. "Just tell me the location, and in exchange, I will confess everything you want and provide you with 10 million won in cash." The man froze at the mention of money, repeating the figure of 10 million won as Wu Yang continued to whisper tempting offers into his ear. "I will not make unreasonable demands like asking for help to escape or for you to betray your side. I only need the girl's location," causing the man to fall silent and ponder Wu Yang's words. He quickly shook his head at the lucrative offer, stating that he held a position there and would face significant trouble if his actions were discovered. "I cannot risk my life for that amount of money," the buzz-cut man said, showing he wasn't easily swayed, before adding another condition of his own. "However, if you increase the price, I might reconsider." Hearing this, Wu Yang flashed a mysterious smile and began to speak to further pique the man's curiosity. "So you actually know where she is?" As the man approached, Wu Yang suddenly landed a punch directly on his face, prompting the man to call him a lunatic. Before he could recover, he was being strangled. Wu Yang tightened his grip with all his might and told him that thinking he could be restrained by mere plastic was a fatal mistake. The man trembled just as he had when he struck Wu Yang's leg with a club, stammering that they were in the heart of his faction's lair. "You knew that and still did this?" Wu Yang gritted his teeth and spoke each word like a thunderclap, explaining that he was pressing on the man's vocal cords so he couldn't scream. "Even if I were to kill you now, no one would arrive for at least another 40 minutes. Unable to speak, the man realized he had fallen into a trap. "You bastard, were you just playing along this whole time to buy yourself some time?" Yu Yang's demeanor shifted completely, moving from persuasion to outright intimidation. "It seems the rules need to change slightly. I won't be giving you a single cent, but if you tell me where the girl you captured before me is being held, I won't snap your neck. How does that sound? Is this offer tempting enough?" The man's eyes bulged in terror as he trembled, drool leaking from his mouth while he stammered out each word. "The hostage, she's in the greenhouse at the far end of the farm." Having obtained the answer he sought, Yu Yang released his grip on the man's neck. "The greenhouse at the end of the farm, fine." He looked down at the man lying motionless on the ground. "As promised, I won't kill you." Yu Yang then used the very scissors the man had brought to cut through his own restraints. He massaged his hands, which had just finished tormenting the man, his heart filled with resolve. He only had exactly 40 minutes left, and within that window, he had to turn the tables. He crouched down and used the ropes to bind the bald man who had accompanied him. If time ran out, even if he managed to escape, Yina, who was completely uninvolved, would be in grave danger. He gagged the man, swearing to himself that he would save her within 40 minutes at any cost. With that firm resolve, he turned and walked away. Suddenly, Yu Yang jerked to a halt, his face contorted in agony. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath. "This injury is more severe than I thought." The wound from his first encounter with Jin Gu hadn't fully healed yet. He gently massaged his arm, realizing that things might be more difficult than he had anticipated. Countless bodies lay scattered across the floor around Yu Yang as he sprinted forward, his footsteps making soft thuds against the ground. He suddenly crouched low and peeked out. His small frame was dwarfed by the unexpected vastness of the facility and the sheer volume of ornamental plants being produced there. "If it's the building at the far end." Yu Yang looked toward the source of the light, noting that the man didn't seem to have lied about the location. His lips curled slightly, but the distance was still significant. He crept closer with a pensive expression, relieved to see that the external security was quite lax. While the patrolling guards seemed easy to handle, he decided it was best to avoid a direct confrontation and slip away quietly. The guard was preoccupied with his phone. "Damn it, this is getting complicated," Yu Yang muttered. The man exhaled a cloud of smoke while typing away, wondering why anyone would bother acting sophisticated with champagne instead of just having fried chicken and soju. Unaware that Yu Yang had just slipped past, the guard remained oblivious as Yu Yang crouched down again. "Good, I've made it past one. Now for the next one." The man was fumbling with his cigarette pack, only to find it empty. He suddenly turned around, startling Yu Yang, who quickly pulled his head back. "What's going on? Why is he suddenly heading this way?" He gritted his teeth, realizing he had no other choice. He needed to take the man down and bind him in the shadows before he could cry out. Just then, another voice rang out. "Hey, the other man asked. "Where are you going?" "Just grabbing some cigarettes." The two guards began chatting idly. "Didn't you hear that we aren't supposed to leave our posts without permission?" "I'm just getting a few smokes. You'll get chewed out if you're caught. Come here, I'll give you one." "Oh, you still have some left." "The shift changes in 30 minutes, the other man snapped. "Can't you just wait?" "Sorry." Seeing the man leave, Yu Yang peeked out again. This was the moment, without a single wasted movement. He successfully slipped past them once more. He dropped to one knee, relieved. "Thank goodness I made it through without causing a scene." However, a shift change meant there were others waiting to take over. Yu Yang's expression turned somber as he weighed his options. Clearly, the best course of action was to rescue Yina and retreat immediately. Yina, who was tied to a chair, suddenly called out, Hey, mister." The two men didn't seem to hear her at first, so she shouted louder, "Hey, you," causing both of them to jump in surprise. Is something wrong?" One man scratched his head. "What? Oh, it's just you," the other man yawned. "What do you want now? I need to use the bathroom." One of them refused. "Just hold it a bit longer, wait until the shift change." "But I've been holding it for so long," the man grew irritated. "I said hold it." She looked dejected. "Oh, all right," she replied, then added, "But what is it now?" he asked, his voice flat. "I've thought about it carefully, but I still don't understand. I don't have any high-interest loans, and I've never left malicious comments online." She tilted her head slightly. "So why was I kidnapped?" The man looked annoyed. "How should I know? We don't have a clue," the man sitting next to him chimed in. "You're Yina, right?" "Yes, that's me." "Then there's no mistake," Yina frowned. "But why, though?" The man crossed his arms. "We're just the underlings. You could ask us all day, and we still wouldn't know anything. But there has to be some reason, right?" His voice took on a threatening tone. "Just sit there and shut up if you don't want to get beaten," she persisted. "I still have one more question." "What? What are you going to do with me?" The man answered curtly, "I told you I don't know. That's for the boss to decide." The other man stretched his legs out. "Usually in cases like this, you'll be sold off to some island or sent overseas." He curled his lip in a mocking sneer. "Of course, some are killed and buried or dumped at sea, but usually they are shipped off. Killing is a hassle and a more serious crime. Most importantly, it yields no profit," she countered calmly. Strangely, his words brought me a sense of relief. "So what must I do to avoid being sold?" "If you want to fetch a high price, we should at least contact the victim's family. That's how we maximize the profit." He wore a look of pure disdain. "I already told you we don't know anything. We just follow orders to guard you and do exactly as we're told. It's pointless to keep asking because we truly know nothing, so just shut your mouth." Suddenly, someone burst in. It was Xu Wenrong signaling with his hand. That man maintained his arrogant expression. What's this? Is it time for a shift change already? Hey, whose side are you on? You look unfamiliar. Wait a second. He threw a punch that sent the man flying. The other panicked and screamed. Wait! He then delivered an elbow strike that left the man in agony. Both were quickly neutralized. They lay there unconscious. Yina finally cried out, Chuan wrong? He quickly moved to untie her. I'm sorry, we have to leave now. Why are you apologizing? The ropes fell to the ground one by one. Wait, you don't know. She looked him straight in the eye. Is it possible I'm in this situation because of you? Perhaps. He gave a faint smile, likely out of guilt. Regardless, we must go. I'll explain everything once we reach safety. She stood up from her chair. He searched the brown-haired man's chest pocket. They didn't share much information. They were just low-level thugs gathered to fill the ranks. They weren't long-time comrades who fought side by side. He pulled out a phone and checked it. All right, there's no password. Xuan Rong typed rapidly on the phone's keypad. A large man opened the door and entered. Jia Chun's eyes widened. What's happening now? He shouted. Emergency, that person escaped. Emergency, emergency. The scene outside descended into chaos. He gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. This bastard! At Wanna University Hospital, Shizai turned on his phone to make a call. Hello, the other side answered. Shizai, still dressed in his hospital gown, replied immediately, Yes, boss, it's Shizai. Are you all right, sir? It was the boss. Min Sheng saw the call connect and immediately told Shizai, Hurry, put it on speaker. He understood the urgency of the situation. All right, the other side replied. Yeah, I'm fine, Yina is here too. Hearing this, Min Sheng asked curiously, Who? Is it the person from the boarding house? Why is she there? The other side replied. I don't know the full story yet, but she said she was kidnapped without knowing why. Shizai listened to the phone and thought to himself, They aren't targeting the members who showed their faces, but the neighbors. Could there be a mole in the gang? Realizing something, he looked up at Jingu. Could it be? But then he told himself, no, that can't be it. I shouldn't suspect him without evidence just because I dislike him. Min Sheng shouted into the phone, Boss, it's Min Sheng. The other side replied, Yeah. Min Sheng then asked, Where are you? We'll come pick you up right away. The other side hesitated. About that, I actually don't know. Jingu joined the questioning. Do you see any large buildings nearby? The other side described the surroundings. There are no buildings around here. It's a very large greenhouse area with many flowers. Jingu deduced. Sounds like a flower garden, but that's not enough information. Jingu gestured with his index finger. Why not track the phone's GPS? Is that possible? It's possible, but we'd need help from the police or the telecom company. He began to lose patience. Damn it, how long will that take? Min Sheng's eyebrows furrowed. Is there no other way? Yina and Chuan Rong listened to the phone anxiously. Suddenly, a man with a buzz cut rushed in. Found them, they're here. He gritted his teeth. Seriously. A series of sounds came from the other end of the line. They're here, boss, Shizai scowled. Damn it. Jingu was equally impatient. What are you doing? Call him back quickly. Min Sheng stopped him. Brother, you can't do that. Wait. He seemed calmer. Given the situation, the boss probably needs to find a place to hide. If we aren't careful and keep calling, the ringtone or vibration could put him in danger. He continued, instructing everyone to be ready to depart within a minute and then wait for the boss to call back. Is this really okay? He held the phone in one hand while clenching his other into a fist. Don't worry, the boss isn't someone to be messed with. He'll definitely get in touch. He fell silent, his lips curling slightly. Frowning, he added another point. Shizai looked up at him. Since the situation was currently a mess, he decided to overlook it. He kept his mouth shut and listened. But you should be careful with how you speak. I've always felt that way. Dozens of thugs stood gathered together. They cornered Yuna and Wu Yang against the wall. He stepped forward and whispered, This all happened because of my mistake. So I'll find a way to get you out safely. In exchange, once you're free, find out where we are and report it to my subordinates. He held the phone from earlier. Just press the call button to connect immediately, he glanced at her. After you give them my location. Take a taxi and get to safety immediately. Do you understand? But how can I leave you alone? Seeing her concern, he smirked. You've probably realized this isn't my first time in a spot like this. But I've survived until now, haven't I? If I stay behind alone, I can manage. She gently took the phone. The leader roared in a rage. What are you two whispering about over there? Losing his cool, he charged straight at them. Die! His eyes sharpened. His body wasn't in the best condition. He had to focus on taking them down one by one. The man threw a punch, but he dodged it. Suddenly, he countered with a thunderous blow. The man's body skidded harshly across the floor. He let out a long breath. One of them ordered, "Everyone get him." They swarmed forward in a relentless wave. He found them incredibly irritating. Wu Yang grabbed Yuna's wrist. "Let's get out of here first." He pulled her along as they ran from the room. The two ran ahead with the thugs in hot pursuit. "Catch them, this way." But wait, she was being dragged along by him with no way out. "Just run faster," he suddenly braked. Despite the dire situation, he managed a smile. "I'll apologize to you properly once this is all over." He leaned against the wall and held out his hand. "Do you know what to do?" Wu Yang shouted at her. "Climb up now, there's no time." She gripped the wall as he boosted her up. Yuna looked at him. "I'll go get help immediately." "Go, quickly." Seeing her jump over, he turned back toward the room. "Good, that's one less worry." He charged at them without a moment's hesitation. "Well then, let's have some fun." With a single kick, one man went down. He continued to strike the rest. As he punched one, another managed to land a hit on him. He knocked one into his comrades. Suddenly, a kick to the stomach caused him sharp pain. They kept hitting him. He was fighting dozens alone. If his subordinates joined forces, they could still turn the situation around. Meanwhile, Yuna continued to run without stopping. She ran on and on. She seemed exhausted, yet she didn't stop. "I have to get as far away as possible." A tall man watched her from a distance. These henchmen were certainly gathered in a hurry. Their movements are so clumsy. But that girl, Jia-chun sneered. He looked terrifying. Did she escape on her own? That makes things much easier. He began to run as well. Yuna continued her relentless flight, heading straight for the bus stop ahead. It seemed she wanted to catch a bus. Back at the industrial area, the sounds of the brawl continued to echo. Wu Yang was still fighting the thugs. He blocked a strike with his arm. His physical condition was worse than he'd anticipated. Suddenly, a punch landed on his back. He braced his hands on his knees to keep his balance. He gritted his teeth and endured. His stamina was also failing. Looking at the men lying scattered on the ground, he thought to himself that those men weren't dead yet. They would likely get back up and rejoin the fight in a minute or two. What should he do? One thug's face was swollen from the beating. Wu Yang kicked him away. The man collapsed. He tried to regain his focus. Whenever he thought too much, his body became sluggish. He unleashed a continuous flurry of moves. "Just fight, focus on the battle." Suddenly, someone approached. The man spoke up. "Now stop, look over here." It was Jia-chun, clutching Yuna by the throat and lifting her up. "Should I break this right here?" He froze, panting. She struggled to speak. I'm sorry." Wu Yang gasped. "You bastards are even more cowardly than I thought." He smirked slyly, suggesting they be thorough if they were going to do this. His lips twitched as he agreed to let him have his way. With one hand in his pocket and the other still choking Yue Na, he ordered them to start by kicking him hard. This was to ensure he wouldn't do anything foolish again. "Understood," they replied as he tightened his grip on her neck. The rest of the gang began relentlessly raining punches and kicks down upon him. He closed his eyes and endured it, cursing that this was the only way to save face for now. A large, stout man landed a devastating punch right on his cheek. Another man kicked him, followed by yet another punch to the face. He didn't utter a single word, remaining silent and pretending not to feel the pain as he fell to his knees. Yue Na watched in worry, calling out Wei Yang's name, just as a man armed with a metal bat rushed forward. The blow from the bat left him gasping as he collapsed face down on the ground. Jia-chun gave the order to stomp on him, and the group began to do so without mercy. Seeing him motionless, the man stopped and noted he was unconscious. When asked if they should kill him, the leader refused, saying there was still work to do and ordered them to lock him up. He shoved her toward his subordinates, telling them to lock the girl up with him. When questioned if keeping them together was wise, he shoved his hands in his pockets and said it was fine since he would be supervising personally and the man was near death anyway. He claimed he couldn't do anything, but his expression suddenly twisted in discomfort. He felt uneasy, wondering if what he was doing was actually the right choice. He watched his men take Yue Na and Wei Yang away, dismissing his doubts since everything was already arranged. In another room, Wei Yang struggled to breathe while she knelt beside him, trying to remember the first step in treating a severely injured patient. She recalled needing to check his consciousness and pulse, so she began slapping him lightly. "Hey, wake up," she urged, until his hand suddenly caught her wrist and he weakly told her to stop hitting him. He complained that it really hurt, prompting her to ask if he had actually fainted. He replied slowly that he was on the verge of it and would have truly lost consciousness if the beating had lasted any longer. He explained that he had faked it to stay one step ahead, leaving her amazed that he remained conscious after such a brutal assault. His hand fell back to the floor as if he were drained of energy. though his severe injuries were very real as he lay sprawled out, still able to move his limbs. However, every movement brought intense pain, making him wonder about his condition. He figured it was likely just severe bruising, as the ability to move suggested no bones were broken. Despite the agony, he looked at her with dissatisfaction, questioning her strange diagnosis and asking if she wasn't a nurse. Her eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment. She clarified that she wasn't a nurse but a nursing student, and only a freshman at that, admitting she didn't actually know very much yet. He mustered the strength to look at her, noting that it was good no bones were broken. He planned to rest for 30 minutes before taking action, instructing her to stall for time while he continued to feign unconsciousness if anyone arrived. She was shocked, questioning how he could possibly take action in his current state. He countered by asking if she would rather they both just stay there and die. He reminded her that she hadn't listened when he told her to run properly. She felt awkward and hesitated, suggesting that perhaps if they waited a bit longer. Jia Jun's massive frame entered the room as he questioned why the man hadn't woken up yet. He grew suspicious, wondering if he was merely pretending to be unconscious. She calmly explained that because of the direct blow to the back of his head, it would take time for him to regain consciousness. She assured him it wasn't life-threatening, as his breathing and pulse were stable. He looked at her with disdain, clearly skeptical. Yue Na remained expressionless, reminding him that she was a nursing student. She questioned if they had kidnapped her without even knowing her profession, wondering if her lie was exposed. Jia Jun crossed his arms and asked how much longer it would take, to which she replied at least an hour, given the severity of the head injury. She added that even upon waking, there was a possibility he might forget things, similar to what people call amnesia, asking if he was familiar with the condition. She didn't panic while lying, thinking she would just say whatever was necessary to get by. Since she was clueless herself, she figured he wouldn't be able to tell the difference anyway. He asked if she was certain about the amnesia. She glanced at Wei Yang and replied that it was only a possibility, and they would only know for sure once he regained consciousness. She explained they would need to talk to him to find out, but they had to wait for him to wake up naturally. Forcing him awake could very likely lead to memory disorders. He looked visibly annoyed, realizing that if the man truly forgot where the money was hidden, things would become very complicated. "I understand," Jia Jun said before walking away. He decided to wait until he woke up to question him. Although his eyes remained closed, a faint smile touched his lips as he thought her improvisation was better than expected. He realized he could stall for more time by simply pretending to have lost his memory. A short while later, the man opened the door and entered the room again. He stared directly into her eyes and noted that 30 minutes had passed without him waking up. She looked at him and asked what they should do since he was still out, even suggesting slapping him to wake him up. Yuna remained composed as she replied, stating that a sudden shock to wake him wouldn't be ideal, so they should try a gentler approach while the man was helpless. Cursing under his breath, he told her to leave it be as a sudden commotion erupted outside, prompting everyone to rush out while Jia Chun demanded to know what was happening. He was caught off guard by the news of a massive enemy force approaching, leaving his subordinates stunned as two figures began to draw near. He roared at them to block the path of the terrifying, bandage-faced thugs who were closing in with a menacing presence. Jingu calmly exhaled a cloud of smoke as the massive crowd swarmed like a disturbed nest, and as he dropped his cigarette, Qi Wuzhai remarked that they had finally found the right place. Declaring they were there for their leader and would show no mercy to anyone in their way, the group charged forward, and a chaotic brawl broke out between the two sides. As the men engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat, one was beaten so badly he couldn't open his eyes, while others dropped their weapons to chase down a fleeing enemy. While the battle raged outside, Qi Wuzhai winced and clutched his stomach, narrowly dodging a knife strike before Jin Gu lunged forward to strike the assailant. With a chilling grin, he told the man to rest if he was in pain, his eyes full of mockery as he complained about cleaning up the mess before looking his brother in the eye. Despite the other man's fury, Jin Gu dismissively claimed he had the situation under control, apologizing while noting that things didn't look very promising from his perspective. He let out a weary sigh and glanced back, feeling confident in their victory since it had been a long time since they held such a significant numerical advantage. In contrast to the chaos outside, the room remained eerily silent as Jia Chun instructed his subordinate to keep watch while he went out to assist the others. As he departed, he noted that one guard was enough since Xing Wu and Wei Yang were still unconscious, prompting the subordinate to glare at her and warn her to stay put. Yuna whispered to herself that it would be over soon, just as Wei Yang suddenly sat up and stretched, leaving the startled guard to wonder how long he had been awake. He braced himself with his hands on his knees, complaining about how stiff he felt, while the guard tried to suppress his rising fear and maintain his composure. Convincing himself that a newly awakened person posed no threat and would fall with a single blow, the guard watched as Wei Yang flashed a haunting smile. Wei Yang taunted the man, suggesting he thought he could handle a mere brat alone, before reaching out and challenging him to a fight while Yuna watched with concern. Worried about his weakened state, she watched as he reassured her that he would finish quickly because he was tired, just as the guard seized the moment to throw a punch. He easily ducked under the man's fist and lunged forward to grab his waist, causing the man to scream in terror as he felt himself losing his balance. Wei Yang violently forced the man's head down before slumping to the floor himself, admitting he was utterly exhausted despite the victory. With a faint smile, he asked if the rowdy group outside was his crew, and Yuna laughed, realizing her plan hadn't been the failure she feared. She recalled the moment she had rushed to the bus stop and frantically called for help, reporting their location at the Dahong village stop number 15. After being chased by a large man, she proudly explained to him how she had managed to guide the others to the nearest bus station. Wei Yang chuckled, imagining his subordinates scouring the entire area, before the two of them headed toward the door to make their escape. Deciding it was time to leave, they walked past the unconscious guard who was now foaming at the mouth and stepped out of the room. As they approached the ongoing fight, he marveled at how his subordinates had come to his aid despite their own injuries, calling out to Min Song, who was busy dodging attacks. Min Song delivered a powerful counterpunch that sent his opponent flying before happily greeting his leader and expressing his relief that he was safe. Suddenly remembering something, he asked if they had brought any vehicles, and Min Song confirmed they had his car along with 3 of Jin Gu's trucks. Giving a satisfied thumbs up, he instructed Min Song to take her to a safe location and warned him not to return to the fray. He told him to stay on guard until further notice, and despite Min Song's desire to keep fighting, he smirked and told him to just follow orders this time. Turning to Yuna, he said, "I'll lead the way, just follow behind me," but she wanted him to come along. "Wait, you should come too." "You're also injured, so I must stay," he replied, tilting his head with a fierce gaze. "I still have so many matters to settle with those bastards." Seeing her hesitation, he comforted her. "As long as you aren't here, I won't lose, so don't worry, go quickly." Even so, he turned sharply toward Min Sheng. "No matter what, you must take her away." "Yes, sir." Having received the order, he hurriedly pulled her along. "Follow me, I'm sorry." His face darkened. If it was Min Sheng, there was no reason for him to betray. His skills were also good, so he could rest easy. Now he just had to end this by winning. The images of his 2 comrades appeared. If they were as strong as Su Zhai and Jin Jiu, they could fight. Their side had the numbers, so they would win this battle as long as they held their ground. Suddenly, the image of Jia Chun appeared in his mind. Wait, where did that man who just went out go? He didn't think he had been defeated yet. Suddenly, Yuna's voice came from behind him. "Wu Yang, why did you come back?" She ran toward him in fear. That man, who was just as tall and fierce as Jia Chun, was strangling Min Sheng. He was Baya, and his face showed clear disappointment. "I was only gone for a bit, and you've already ended up like this. A bunch of useless trash." He reached out to push her behind him. Min Sheng and Wu Yang were also a bit stunned. They had only been gone for less than a minute. Had Min Sheng fallen into such a state in that time? He spoke in pain. "I'm sorry, brother, that man is terrifying." His foot suddenly delivered a powerful stomp to the boy's face. He completely overpowered him. "You're too noisy, you piece of trash." That action truly enraged him. "You, lift your foot." His face contorted and he gritted his teeth immediately. He seemed more interested, his face looking incredibly menacing. "I didn't hear you clearly. If you have something to say, come over here." Wu Yang rotated his arm. "Fine, I'll come talk to you as you wish." His hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging. "But if I have to step forward, you're a dead man." Jia Chun stood behind him and asked softly, "Do you really not need my help?" "Just standing there and watching is help enough," he replied, walking toward where the man stood. After only a few steps, his body suddenly seized up. He placed both hands on his legs to steady himself. His body was in bad shape. He had taken down Min Sheng in an instant. If he were careless, he would be defeated immediately as well. He looked utterly exhausted at that moment. His only choice was to focus entirely and end this quickly. Jin Jiu suddenly rushed in, shouting while fighting, "Boss, why are you interfering when you're unwell? After Min Sheng, it's my turn." His face was serious. At least you're still okay. Sujai stood behind, grabbing an enemy. He looked at Jin Jiu and said, "Don't make me come over there myself." The boy smirked. "Don't worry about it." The club on his shoulder swung down. As he walked, he introduced himself. "I am Nam Jin Jiu of the Wu Yang Gang." The man glared at him. "Nam Jin Jiu, the Breaksmith traitor, I've heard of you." Jin Jiu closed his eyes. "If possible, just call me a man who keeps his promises. I didn't betray anyone." They spoke to each other at a very close distance. "Regardless, someone like you is nothing special. If you block our path, you'll be crushed just like that last guy. Quite confident, aren't you?" With that, he lunged forward. "Let's see if your fists are as sharp as your words." "HMPH, is that all?" He swung his club at the man's body. The man stood firmly on the ground, not budging at all. He retaliated with his bare hands, delivering a painful punch to Min Sheng. One side of the boy's face swelled up. He swung the club once more, but the man ducked and evaded it. Suddenly, he attacked from behind, driving a punch into Jin Jiu's back. He was left crawling on the ground, using one hand for support while clutching his chest with the other. He was in too much pain to stand back up. The man's eyes narrowed in mockery. He kicked him like a ball on a field. The boy's back slammed into the wall as he used both hands to shield himself. He shoved his hands into his pockets and stood before the boy. "So behind all those nonsense rumors, this is the reality." Wu Yang watched thoughtfully. That foreigner moved very quickly for his size, and there were no flashy or unnecessary movements. He only delivered necessary strikes at the perfect moment, his movements being both clean and skillful. Suddenly, Jin Jiu stood up and wiped his mouth. "You're acting smug after landing just a couple of hits. Did you think I wouldn't account for a single clash?" he shouted. "Nonsense." The same expression remained on the man's face. "If you lack even the ability to assess the situation, then you're even more of a disappointment." His hand still hasn't lowered. "Damn it, if I had known, I would have brought a more practical weapon." He tightened his grip on the staff, realizing he had no choice but to deliver a decisive blow before charging forward once more. He swung the long staff, but the man dodged it again. He thrust the weapon directly at his opponent, yet the man continued to evade his strikes. That infuriated him, but the villain suddenly seized his wrist, pinning him in place to prevent any movement. It was a pity for him this time. "You shouldn't hold such long objects like that," the man said as he mercilessly snapped his arm before delivering a final, crushing kick to Jin Gu. He collapsed into Su Yuzhai's arms as a voice called out, "You, get rid of him for me." He struggled to sit up while Su Yuzhai rolled his shoulders in preparation, turning his gaze toward the next opponent. The man smirked, noting it might be a bit difficult as their eyes met. He felt a flicker of anxiety, knowing his stab wound had not yet fully healed. He decided he had to end this himself and stepped forward, but Jin Gu suddenly grabbed his trousers, hoarsely declaring that it wasn't over yet. Gritting his teeth in pain, he insisted it was still his turn. He watched him struggle to stand and shouted for him to stop, but he retorted, asking what they truly knew about him. When asked if he intended to fight barehanded, Jin Gu replied that his body was already a weapon. Bai He, losing his patience, signaled with his finger for them to come at him. "Stop bickering, you two. Why don't you try attacking at the same time? The result will be the same anyway." He clenched his fist and told him to stop talking nonsense. "You're going to die by my hands now," he declared, throwing another punch at the bastard while Yu Yang watched the fight with his arms crossed. Jin Gu was the type who needed a weapon in hand to reach his full potential. Without one, his chances of victory were practically zero. However, as long as Jin Gu refused to give up, he saw no reason to intervene. Jin Gu continued to throw a barrage of punches, but none of them managed to land on the man. Instead, the man landed a heavy blow on his cheek, forcing his knees to the ground before grabbing him by the hair. The man struck him repeatedly as he knelt in resignation. While Yu Yang and Su Yuzhai watched silently, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the man's shirt. Jin Gu delivered a sharp headbutt that sent the man reeling backward. A satisfied smile crossed his lips as a murderous aura radiated from him, muttering that the bastard deserved it. Trembling with rage, the man channeled all his strength into a devastating punch, but before he could strike, Jin Gu collapsed unconscious to the ground. Bai He wiped his nose and exhaled sharply while Su Yuzhai frowned deeply. "It's my turn now," he said, but Yu Yang placed a restraining hand on his shoulder. "Su Yuzhai, let me handle this," he said, but the other man refused, arguing that it was only right for him to step up after Nam Jin Gu to finish the matter. Although reluctant, Yu Yang stopped opposing him and told him not to overexert himself. It was then that Jia Chun finally spoke up. That man possesses formidable strength and dangerous punches, so be careful. Besides, he seems to know quite a bit about you. He had been stabbed in the abdomen recently and was told to exploit that weakness, but he dismissed the advice, even as he inwardly doubted his ability to finish the fight in his current state. His objective was to drain the man's energy as much as possible and buy time for his leader to recover. As his comrades carried Jingu away, he stepped forward to face the enemy. He knew he had to endure and wait for the perfect moment to land a decisive blow. But Bai He's expression turned cunning as he remarked that his intentions were far too obvious. "Fine, if that's what you want, I'll make the first move," he said before delivering a powerful punch that sent his opponent flying, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Since he insisted, the man prepared to strike first, pulling his arm back for another earth-shattering blow as smoke swirled around him while Bai He charged forward recklessly. He struck toward where Su Yuzhai was standing, and because he was too slow to react, he endured excruciating pain as the blow sent him tumbling to the side. He looked down with contempt, mockingly praising him for staying on his feet, but even as Bai He delivered a powerful kick, Su Yuzhai failed to dodge, proving he was far too slow. He let out a cry of agonizing pain, prompting Yu Yang, who was watching from behind, to lose his patience and shout a warning not to just focus on avoiding the man's gaze. "Watch his shoulders and footwork to predict his next move," he yelled. Bai He pointed toward him and sneered, telling him to listen to the advice and try to anticipate his next attack. He continued to brutalize Xiaoqi, causing him to lose his balance as Xiaoqi wondered why he was so helpless. Bai He mocked him incessantly, asking if he refused to listen even to his own boss, before lunging forward to strike Xiaoqi's face again. "You really are a slow turtle," he jeered while Wu Yang watched with crossed arms, analyzing that staying purely on the defensive was unlike his friend. He continued to assess Xiaoqi's disadvantageous position, realizing that in this predicament, his friend was undoubtedly aiming for a single punch capable of turning the tide, Wu Yang thought as he watched Bai He excitedly rain down blows on his opponent. His thoughts continued, knowing that no matter how strong the man was, a direct hit from Xiaoqi would be devastating if it actually landed. His gaze turned resolute as he vowed to create an opening even if the chance was only 1%, and Wu Yang immediately shouted. Cheering for his friend, he yelled, "Xiaoqi, what the hell are you doing? You can't just stand there and take hits." Bai He taunted him further, smugly telling him to fight back while Xiaoqi shifted into a ready stance. Bai He lunged forward, shouting to ask if he was simply unable to fight, while Xiaoqi continued to block the incoming strikes. He delivered merciless, powerful kicks as Xiaoqi struggled to stay on his feet, gasping for breath from the exhaustion. Bai He mocked his inability to act while Xiaoqi touched the wound on his abdomen, a situation that Wu Yang understood all too well. "Damn it, the wound I worked so hard to bandage has torn open again," Xiaoqi growled, calling him a dog as his movements accelerated. He attempted a counterpunch, but Bai He blocked it in time and teased him, saying his punches were too slow and disappointing. Bai He then launched a swift counterattack, and feeling it wasn't enough, prepared another strike while repeating his mockery. Xiaoqi struggled to withstand the heavy blows, groaning in pain, but knowing he had to endure for one decisive chance. "I want to step in immediately, but Xiaoqi's resolve to win this fight has been incredibly strong, regardless of whether his strategy works. I'll watch until the end," Wu Yang thought, as Bai He grabbed Xiaoqi's hair and remarked that he was the first in Korea to endure so many hits. "You're impressive for an injured man, so feel proud of yourself, but now it's time for you to fall," he said, raising his fist. Wu Yang panicked and screamed, realizing Xiaoqi couldn't survive that punch and telling him to move, but there was no time left to react. A thunderous punch from Bai He crashed into Xiaoqi's face, sending him to the ground, but his eyes suddenly sharpened with a menacing glint. "Don't let anyone think you lost only because of your injuries. Even on steroids, you couldn't touch a single hair on my head." He groaned in pain as Bai He provocatively asked Wu Yang if he was using his health as an excuse to retreat, causing Wu Yang's face to darken. "You should save those words for after this match," he said, leaving Bai He stunned before Xiaoqi suddenly lifted his head with a terrifying aura. He reached out and suddenly throttled Bai He, who wondered in shock if he was still conscious as Xiaoqi mustered his strength to lift him. Xiaoqi clenched his jaw with a determined gaze, knowing it was his only chance, while Jia Chun watched the scene in stunned silence. "Damn, did he just lift that massive body with one hand?" he exclaimed, just before Xiaoqi slammed Bai He into the ground with a violent throw. Xiaoqi raised his fist to strike Bai, but strangely, he changed direction at the last second and punched the ground instead. He looked at him with a smirk and remarked that it was a pity for himself, while Xiaoqi suddenly shuddered with a sense of grave danger. From the outside, Wu Yang watched in surprise as he seized the opening to deliver a hammer-like blow to Xiaoqi's face. He stepped forward, aiming a kick at Su Cheng while sneering, "This time, I'll end everything," as the other man panted, weakly thinking he had no strength left to dodge or endure another blow. Su Cheng closed his eyes and surrendered to the final blow, but suddenly Wu Yang rushed out from nowhere. He shielded him from Bai's attack, and as Su Cheng slowly stood up and called out to his leader, Wu Yang coldly comforted him. "You've worked hard, leave the rest to me." "Are you really interrupting our fight?" Bai asked boredly. "How utterly rude." But Wu Yang indifferently replied, "Think what you want, from now on I'm your opponent," as Bai grinned sinisterly. Speaking venomously, "I was going to finish you off anyway," he calculated in his head. "This guy already took direct hits from Jin Gu and Su Cheng." Wu Yang recalled gasping for air on a bench and realized his own injuries were far worse. Yet as he scanned the muscular man, he noted, "He's the first person I've met in years at this level." His thoughts continued to swirl. "It's been a long time since I've been pushed to the brink like this. Damn it, why did everything become such a mess?" Bai spoke first. "Your subordinates are disappointing, but what about you?" As Wu Yang watched two of his men limp away together, his irritation growing. "Don't talk nonsense. If they hadn't fought you while already injured, you wouldn't even have the chance to stand before me," Wu Yang snapped, while the villain only smirked. Bai provoked him further, his words dripping with contempt. Excuses, delusions, and petty anger. Truly the hallmark of a loser. Wu Yang lowered his voice. "You're a foreigner, but your Korean is quite good. However, I'm only stating facts, not making excuses." As Bai laughed maliciously. "Sure, every failure says that." Watching the man stand solemnly with his arms crossed, he mused. When someone enters an offensive stance, their body inevitably reveals a weakness. Both men were well aware of this, and as Wu Yang's brow furrowed with a razor-sharp gaze, he knew his opponent would never let such a fleeting moment pass. Even Bai fell silent in the tense atmosphere until a hornet suddenly appeared, buzzing like a mosquito as it flew toward the two combatants. The insect abruptly collided with Wu Yang's forehead, and seizing the distraction, Bai lunged forward, shouting, "Now!" as he buried a fist into Wu Yang's abdomen. Gritting his teeth through the violent impact, he roared, "Take this," while Wu Yang countered immediately, "You too." As he thought bitterly, "We struck almost simultaneously, but in terms of power and durability." Bai was clearly superior, and as the villain irritably spat something aside, Wu Yang realized, if this keeps up, Bai will be the one who wins. A tooth fell to the ground after being spat out, and as Wu Yang rested his hands on his knees, gasping, "I've been hit more today than ever before. This actually hurts," Bai sniffled with a sour expression. His voice remained steady as he spoke. "Your strikes aren't bad," to which the villain replied with surprise, "Really? Too bad I found your attack to be utterly mediocre." "It didn't affect me at all," he chuckled, but before he could continue, Bai interrupted. "That's just the reality," as Wu Yang rubbed his neck and muttered, "Is that so? In that case." He lunged at the man with incredible speed and aimed a punch at his face, though Bai managed to evade it just in time. Refusing to back down, Wu Yang swung a powerful kick at his legs. "How about this?" But Bai caught his ankle with his bare hand and smirked. "Still the same, nothing special," he sneered, but Wu Yang's eyes sharpened as he replied, "Is that so? But I wasn't talking about that leg," as the distance between them suddenly grew. A blur of motion followed as he swung his other leg, striking Bai hard in the cheek before landing gracefully and adding, "I meant this one." Bai grumbled, touching his bruised cheek, while Wu Yang clutched his own stomach, letting out a faint groan of pain. "Damn it, my body is in worse shape than I thought," Wu Yang mused while staring at his opponent. "I should have used my full strength when I had the chance to end this quickly." Bai wiped his face and muttered, "That was actually quite impressive. You should be proud," as an aura of irritation radiated from him while he began to approach again. "You know that trick won't work a second time," he warned, but suddenly something ahead caused Bai to halt his advance. Wu Yang's actions were baffling, but his expression was extremely guarded, leaving Bai stunned and wondering, "That guy? What is he doing?" As he wondered if the man's legs were failing, Wu Yang suddenly leaped up with staggering speed, and in an instant, he delivered a direct kick to Bai, who instinctively shielded his head with his arms while struggling with a worsening sense of dizziness as Bai reached for his throat. He needed to grab this man first and deal with the rest later. As expected, Beiya seized his shoulder and glared at Wu Yang with a cold, menacing look. He tried to kick again, but was immediately caught by Beiya, who stood his ground firmly while Wu Yang realized he had been trapped. In this state, Beiya held the advantage due to his superior strength and stamina, so he grabbed his opponent's wrist and screamed in his face. "What do you know about what I've endured in my homeland and what I've suffered in this country?" Beiya roared in anger as he lunged forward with a punch. "Now that I see the signs of it all ending, I can't afford to miss this opportunity." Yet Wu Yang struck him across the face before the blow could land. Wu Yang swung his fist without hesitation and shouted back that he didn't know and didn't give a damn. He didn't need to know anything at all. He struck Beiya again in frustration, declaring that he only looked out for himself and those close to him and had no energy to worry about anything else. As he spoke, Wu Yang delivered a powerful kick to the man's stomach, mocking him for being so talkative and questioning why he should even care. After the attack, Wu Yang paused in surprise when he noticed Beiya acting strangely, his body trembling as he struggled to remain standing. He could hardly believe his eyes that the man was still enduring the pain, and Wu Yang clenched his fists in annoyance at how formidable his opponent was. Determined to end it this time, he watched as Beiya gnashed his teeth with a terrifying gaze, claiming he never asked for anyone's sympathy. The man lunged forward with a strike, and Wu Yang moved to counter him, vowing to defeat him as Beiya's fist whistled past his back. Wu Yang retaliated by pummeling the man's face, shattering his teeth and leaving half of his face severely bruised from the relentless assault. He thought to himself that in just a little bit longer, everything would finally be over as Beiya collapsed before his watchful eyes and fell silent. Believing he only had to finish this one opponent, Wu Yang was startled to see the man's leg twitch as he slowly tried to stand back up. Beiya screamed that he would return home to live in freedom as he lunged again, but Wu Yang parried the blow and begged him to stop, exhausted. Wu Yang then swung a painful blow into the man's face, shouting for him to stay down before delivering a final, decisive strike. The punch connected as Wu Yang struck Beiya squarely on the chin, sending him crashing to the ground behind him as he stood there gasping for air. He slumped down with his hands on his thighs as silence filled the area, leaving only one figure collapsed and the other panting heavily from exhaustion. Wu Yang softly remarked that it was finally over, just as someone who had witnessed the entire fight began to clap in mock praise. Jia Jun clapped with a smug expression, stating that while the duel had concluded, the overall battle was far from finished. In a low, menacing voice, he declared that he would be the next opponent, leaving the exhausted Wu Yang to realize he still had to deal with this man. He didn't even have the strength left to lift a spoon anymore, yet the man chuckled and admitted that while Wu Yang was the strongest there, it didn't matter. Jia Jun giggled and mocked him, delivering a heavy blow to Wu Yang while claiming that being stronger meant nothing at a time like this. He lay sprawled on the ground after taking the hit, gritting his teeth in frustration, thinking he only needed a single minute of rest to avoid being defeated. Jia Jun's foot stomped bluntly on Wu Yang's ankle as he spoke with contempt, saying that in the end, this was all he was, regardless of his individual talent. Jia Jun then stomped harder on his ankle, saying he would only end up being trampled like this, while Wu Yang trembled and cursed at him as a dog. Becoming more excited, he stomped even harder and told him to keep cursing, asking what else he could possibly do before kicking him away violently. After being kicked a distance away, Wu Yang lay on the ground with his hand over his forehead to cover his face, wondering what he could actually do. He uttered a cryptic remark to his subordinates that Jia Chun couldn't grasp, and at that moment, a figure emerged behind the villain. A voice followed, confirming he would deal with the bastard, leaving Jia Chun stunned as he wondered when the man had gotten behind him. He threw a heavy punch into the man's back, sending Jia Chun to the ground where he spat out insults, calling him a coward for interfering. The man shouted back as he lashed the villain with a whip, cursing and calling them 100 times more despicable and shameless. Meanwhile, Wu Yang approached a girl and sat down, kindly asking if she was all right, which left her startled and stammering. With a low voice full of regret, he apologized and took the blame, while Yuna simply shook her head and smiled gently. Wu Yang then called 3 of his men over and instructed them to use their car to take her home safely and respectfully. The 3 men bowed and replied in unison, while Wu Yang turned to the dazed Yuna and told her that everything was finally over. He placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her, promising they would talk later and apologizing again, though Yu-na insisted it was fine. After his subordinates escorted her away, Wu Yang waved goodbye, and as Yu-na waved back, Sujai approached to ask about the situation. Wu Yang smiled and asked with concern if he had regained his senses, reassuring him that they had finally won and not to worry. A subordinate asked in shock about the fate of those dogs, and Wu Yang calmly said it was over, though the man suddenly paused as if remembering something. He explained that he would have one much sooner if he had his tools, and Wu Yang laughed helplessly before glancing over at him. He gave a sharp look and asked who had defeated the foreigner, so Wu Yang pointed to himself and spoke up. He grinned and said that even with his battered body, he handled it all while they were being defeated, making the subordinate sigh in relief. He praised the boss as the best, but Wu Yang's brows furrowed as he called for Jin Gu and Min Sheng, who immediately answered. He ordered them to stay and handle the group, so Jin Gu asked how to proceed while another man foolishly asked if they should bury them all. Wu Yang laughed and scolded the fool, saying that would be a disaster, and told them to interrogate the men before letting them go. He told them to take the injured to the hospital and grew serious, especially regarding matters involving Hong Chun-su. He ordered a report by tomorrow, and the subordinate confidently promised they would handle the cleanup and settle everything properly. The man smirked, thinking about how such an important task like cleaning the scene was given to him instead of Sujai. He felt like the chosen successor, and after assigning the tasks, Wu Yang called for Sujai and Yang Ti, who both stood ready. Sujai pointed at himself in disbelief, asking if he was included, and Wu Yang nodded before giving them their instructions. He ordered them to come with him, and as a stunned Yang Ti asked where they were going, he confidently suggested grabbing some soju first. Sujai sighed in relief, which made Wu Yang suspicious enough to ask if he had done something wrong, but Sujai quickly denied it. With a forced laugh, he excitedly offered to lead the way, and Wu Yang let out a breath with a bright, tight-lipped smile. On a quiet bridge at night, they popped open cans of soju as he praised them for their hard work, and the men happily agreed. They drank together in the relaxing breeze, and Sujai remarked with a sense of relief that today had been an incredibly exhausting day. However, Yang Ti looked somber and lost in thought, while Wu Yang lit a cigarette and noted that they would be busy cleaning up for days, to which the man nodded. Yang Ti spoke up dazed, and when the boss acknowledged him, he asked an even more nonsensical question about why he was even there. Wu Yang puffed on a cigarette, blowing out smoke as he asked Han if he had any grievances, to which Yang Ti replied with a forced smile that he had no complaints at all, Big Brother Jin Gu. Big Brother Min Song is busy cleaning up, so why did you pull a low-level guy like me out here? He asked, just as Wu Yang set his bottle of soju down with a heavy thud. Wu Yang's tone shifted as he asked why he had called him out specifically, causing Yang Ti to freeze with a look of apprehension as the leader's expression turned stern. Yang Ti, he called out, making the man startle and reply, yes, before Wu Yang exhaled a cloud of smoke and asked if he had anything to say, leaving Yang Ti in a tense silence. He blew out a trail of smoke and said that if there was nothing to say, they would act as if nothing happened, but Yang Ti immediately protested that it wasn't quite like that. Actually, there is something, Yang Ti confessed, causing Wu Yang to frown seriously while Suji looked on with equal anticipation as Yang Ti began to stammer. Seeing Yang Ti hesitate, Wu Yang calmly urged him to speak clearly, but Yang Ti remained dejected and struggled to find the right words to explain himself. Taking a gamble, Yang Ti finally blurted out that he had betrayed his leader, a confession that made Wu Yang's face darken while Suji reacted with an aggressive threat. What did you say? Speak clearly before I kill you, Suji barked, prompting Yang Ti to explain how those men had suddenly appeared and nearly beaten him and the Bluebeats to death. He sadly recounted the events, expressing that he should have endured or died instead, as the memory of that man, Cha Gun, flashed through his mind. But I told them everything I knew, he admitted, yet Wu Yang showed no anger, calmly taking a puff of his cigarette and simply asking, is that so? So the reason Yu-na was dragged into this and suffered so much was because of you? Wu Yang asked in a low voice, leaving Yang Ti feeling weak and remorseful. I have no excuses and I will accept any punishment, Yang Ti said, while Suji quickly chimed in that their side was stronger now and things had changed. Not everyone thinks like you, and a traitor must be made an example of, Suji argued, causing Yang Ti to shout back emotionally in agreement. Yes, Brother Suji is right, but I was the only one who talked. The other brothers didn't say a single word, Yang Ti insisted, though Suji remained skeptical. If you told them everything, why would the others even need to speak? Suji countered, causing Yang Ti to lower his head and insist his subordinates did nothing wrong. With his hands resting on his thighs, Yang Ti dejectedly pleaded for his leader to let him take full responsibility, even if it meant having his legs broken or his tongue cut out. Suji gritted his teeth in frustration, but Wu Yang immediately raised a hand to stop him, which took Suji by surprise. He did betray us, Wu Yang explained solemnly, and to lead a great organization, one must show the consequences of betrayal, but at the same time. Wu Yang continued, stating that it was also necessary to show how great merit is rewarded, a statement that left Yang Ti feeling completely stunned. Despite Suji's reluctance, Wu Yang sighed and admitted that if it hadn't been for Yang Ti's surprise attack, he would have lost to the man in the suit. A helpless smile touched his lips as he recalled having no strength left. Then he looked at his subordinate and spoke in a voice as cold as ice. "I only won because of you, Yang Ti," he declared, shocking the young man, while Suji protested that the hardships were all caused by Yang Ti in the first place. Wu Yang calmly cut him off, telling Suji that while he still valued and recognized him, there was an undeniable truth to be faced. "You lost to your opponent and fell there. That is a fact, isn't it?" Wu Yang asked, and when Suji begrudgingly agreed, the leader continued his point. "Then you have no right to interfere. If you want me to acknowledge his mistake, you must also acknowledge his contribution." He calmly asked if that wasn't fair and a good lesson, to which Suji bowed his head and agreed to follow his leader's will. Turning back to Yang Ti, Wu Yang waved his hand and told him that his contribution outweighed his mistake, leaving the man in utter disbelief. Wu Yang spoke again before Yang Ti could finish his sentence, his expression becoming grave as he prepared to deliver a serious warning. "The fact that Yuna was dragged into this despite having no connection to the Wu Yang gang is inexcusable," he said, instructing him to relay the message to the others. "Even if it costs our lives, we cannot allow innocent people to be caught up in our affairs." Shiji nodded. "Yes, brother." Hearing this, Yang Tai nodded vigorously. "Yes, big brother, I will endure whatever comes my way." Wu Yang stood up immediately and braced his midsection. Yang Tai looked on with confusion. All three men stood up and faced one another before Wu Yang spoke solemnly. "The next month or two might be quite miserable for you." The two subordinates obeyed. "Yes, sir." One of them shut his eyes tight and delivered a powerful blow to Yang Tai's stomach, sending him to his knees instantly. Watching his subordinate writhe in pain, he spoke with a calm voice. "The matter with Yang Tai is now settled." He narrowed his eyes. "No member of the Wu Yang gang is permitted to discriminate against or harm Yang Tai because of this." Wu Yang turned to Shiji and added, "Of course that includes you, Shiji." He agreed. "I will follow your lead." He placed a hand on Yang Tai's shoulder and patted him comfortingly. "Rest at home for now. Contact me once you have recovered." Yang Tai struggled to respond. "Yes, brother," he managed to say after a pause. "Now head back to the hospital." Shiji nodded. "Yes, big brother." Yang Tai tried to speak again. "Big brother, but he was overcome by a fit of vomiting. Finally, he managed to choke out, "Thank you." Wu Yang smiled with satisfaction upon hearing those words. Afterward, the two of them departed, leaving Yang Tai writhing on the ground in the desolate, chilly night wind. The two walked slowly down the deserted road. Wu Yang was the first to break the silence. "Shiji." The man looked up in slight surprise. "Yes." Wu Yang raised his gaze. He spoke with uncertainty. "I wonder if this was the right thing to do." Shiji didn't understand his meaning and asked, "Sir, what do you mean?" He sighed and replied, "In the end, it wasn't Yang Tai's fault. It was my failure to protect my weaker brothers." Shiji wasn't particularly surprised, given his leader's character. "I know what you're thinking, big brother. It's fortunate that Yang Tai acted quickly to resolve things, but please don't let it happen again." As they walked, he continued, "Everyone sees us as a major organization now. If we lose discipline and the leadership becomes inconsistent, then everyone will face trouble, just like Yan Qi." Wu Yang nodded as he suddenly remembered. "Oh, right, speaking of which, he was involved in this too." He turned and asked for an opinion. "Should we send someone to check on him?" Shiji didn't even look back as he replied, "I already sent someone to investigate. I intended to handle it quickly if problems arose, but you don't need to do that." Wu Yang was briefly stunned. The two continued their lively conversation as they walked. It seems Hong Chun, Shiji encountered an urgent situation and abandoned Yan Qi. The kids around the school were waiting for a chance to strike, but he kept hiding. "That man is definitely hiding behind someone else over there," Shiji said slowly. "A parasite like him probably isn't in his right mind." He'll likely start playing tricks again. After all, he's not stupid and his family isn't poor, so why does he live like that? He happened to mention, as for your friend Song Wu. Wu Yang paused upon hearing the name. Oh right, is there any progress? Shiji replied immediately, I only received a call from the hospital. Although he hasn't woken up yet, his vital signs are growing stronger. There is hope for his recovery now. Wu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's truly good news. I'll visit him soon. He wore a slightly surprised expression. And brother, we discussed something similar before. Wu Yang was even more bewildered. Huh. Shiji explained, it seems we have to move. Hong Chun Shiji has made a decent amount of money. More importantly, Wu Yang interjected, right, even though it's unrelated to the Wu Yang gang, Yina got caught up in this mess. Find a commercial building that can serve as both an office and a residence. Thus, he ordered, you and Jingu go check it out and report back to me. Shiji was a bit worried. Can you and Min Sheng handle things yourselves? Wu Yang sighed helplessly. Min Sheng, although he works quite efficiently. There is still a hierarchy in the organization. Shiji didn't argue much. Since Min Sheng is important, let's proceed that way. He nodded. Agreed, all right, as you wish. Wu Yang paused and asked, but do you not get along with Jingu? Shiji nodded slowly. He replied, yes, we don't get along. He explained, he has the skills and influence to attract many people, I acknowledge that. Zhu Ji's gaze lowered softly, his eyes expressing a deep sense of sorrow. But truly, I am not suited for it, once we have both fully recovered. I will clearly establish the hierarchy between us. Wei Yang was surprised. Define the ranking within the organization. Are you going to fight, even though you're allies? Zhu Ji replied. Yes, for now, I believe there is no other way. He exhaled a breath of relief. Personally, I find Jingu to be a reliable man. Shijai hesitated for a moment before speaking. Big brother, he is reliable and skilled. You acknowledge that, don't you? At this, he turned to look back, feeling quite surprised. Shijai continued his explanation. Big brother, because I lost to you in a fair one-on-one fight, I truly respect you, but I haven't accepted him yet. The image of that obnoxious guy flashed through his mind. He was always so confident that he was stronger than me and believed his abilities were superior. The two of them stood directly opposite each other. In such a situation, the only way was to prove it in front of everyone. Wu Yang remained silent, pursing his lips as if deep in thought. Shijai continued, his voice dropping slightly. I apologize for this, big brother, but please do not interfere. Only Nan Zhenjiu and I can settle this matter between ourselves to end it once and for all. This statement caused Wu Yang to sink into deep reflection. Shijai was right. This was a place for men, and such conflicts were unavoidable. He stopped walking and stood still for a moment. Raising a finger, he said, Fine, I agree. However, I strictly forbid any actions that cause serious injury. Both of them nodded in agreement. The next day, at Wana University Hospital, a group of people gathered together on the rooftop. One of them suddenly spoke up, their voice ringing out. Another person replied, just as I said. Shijai crossed his arms in frustration and let out a heavy sigh. Min Song, looking a bit worried, offered to explain everything. However, the person sitting next to him interrupted Min Song. It's fine, I will handle it myself. Do not get involved, Min Song. This broad-shouldered individual continued. I believe this is the natural course of action for a leader. Looking over at Shijai, he asked irritably, what exactly is it that has you so worked up? Shijai shot a look of pure disdain at his opponent, his heart full of resentment. Nan Zhenjiu suddenly let out a cold smirk and spoke nonchalantly. Stop glaring at me like that. Why don't you be more specific? Shijai didn't hesitate to recount the events. Yesterday, you took down that entire group and broke their limbs one by one. Do you call that a normal way to handle things? Besides, you didn't even get any information about Hong Chungsu. And yet, you still had the nerve to report it. He immediately began to justify his actions. We were outnumbered, and they had the advantage if we had let them go back unscathed. Who knows if they'll come back for a sneak attack tomorrow? We couldn't just leave them be. Nan Zhenjiu's expression grew more twisted and annoyed as he spoke. If we aren't going to eliminate them entirely, then breaking a bone before releasing them is perfectly standard. Given what they did to the boss, I believe I was actually quite lenient. Shijai immediately curled his lip in disapproval. Who told you that was normal? Wu Yang and I have never settled matters in such a brutal fashion. He shrugged his shoulders and raised his voice. Then you two have been far too soft until now. Nan Zhenjiu pointed at himself and raised an eyebrow. If we had lost, do you think they would have stopped there? Back when I was with Blacksmith, I did things far worse than that. He glared back with a look of contempt. Oh, so it's about your time at Blacksmith? You sound quite proud of it. Shijai didn't care to listen further and spoke in a frigid tone. If you love the blacksmith way so much, then just go back there. Why did you even bother joining Wu Yang? His face darkened as he scowled, warning, "You're crossing the line." He frowned and shot back, "But your actions were also excessive." Seeing the tension, Min Song tried to intervene with a forced smile. "Come on, guys." But both of them shouted in unison, "Stay out of this." Nan Zhenjiu's gaze turned ice-cold, and Shijai matched him with an equally fierce glare. As sparks flew between the two, Wu Yang suddenly spoke up. "That's enough." He then turned his gaze toward him and called out, "Shijai." He immediately responded, "Yes." Wu Yang crossed his arms and advised, "Nan Zhenjiu joined our group in good faith. He has accomplished a great deal in a short time. Even you are not permitted to insult him like that." Shijai gritted his teeth in silence as he listened. "Apologize to Nan Zhenjiu right now?" Though reluctant, he bowed his head slightly. "I apologize, I went too far, I didn't mean it that way." He looked quite satisfied with the apology and smiled. "Forget it, it's fine." Then Wu Yang called out again. "Nan Zhenjiu?" Looking pleased, he replied with a bright smile, "Yes, big brother." Wu Yang sat cross-legged and reminded him coldly, "You are also in the wrong." Nan Zhenjiu was stunned by those words. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat as Wu Yang continued. "Just as Shijai said, we cannot settle things in such an extreme manner, not now and not in the future." He gave a very serious warning. "If a situation like this arises again, you must explain exactly how you plan to handle it. You are only to act once I have given you my permission." Nan Zhenjiu began to explain in a bit of a panic. "Big brother, we can't afford to be so lenient with them, in this world." Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Yang cut him off. "Jingu, if you want to lecture me," he said with an air of authority despite his childish posture, "then try taking this position from me." His firm stance forced the boy to bow his head and mutter that he didn't mean it, so Wu Yang continued, "Otherwise, just do as I say." "Even if we must face risks later, that won't change," he said, looking directly at the three of them and stating plainly that this was their way. Jingu immediately bowed and replied, "I understand, big brother." But Wu Yang sternly reminded him, "One more thing, regardless of the future, Suji currently outranks you." Glancing at the boy's dark expression, he added, "Being lower ranked doesn't mean blind obedience, but you must show basic respect," before deciding that once both had recovered from their injuries. "I will provide a chance to settle the hierarchy between you two. I promise that, but until then," he paused before emphasizing. "Behave appropriately," he commanded, and Jingu bowed lower in reluctant obedience, saying, "Yes," before turning to the other man and admitting he had been rude. Suji sighed helplessly and let it go, saying he would get used to it, though Jingu was secretly fuming with rage. "This bastard is provoking me now," he thought, vowing to change their ranks soon, and though they still exchanged cold glares, the noise stopped as Wu Yang turned to Min Sung. "Did you really get no information on Hong Chun-Su?" he asked, and Min Sung sadly confirmed that despite trying various methods like interrogation to extract intel. Even with threats, he had gained nothing as they truly seemed ignorant, and remembering the old man's face, Min Sung asserted that if he lacked strength, he should at least have keen eyes. "But he seems to have vanished completely, and in this situation we can't find him ourselves. We can only wait for him to make a mistake first, brother." He pondered Min Sung's words in silence before Wu Yang, sitting within the wooden-rimmed stone pit, finally made a decision. "Let's set him aside for now and focus on resting before deciding our next move," he said, though the other man still frowned in confusion. "But we can't just let it go, brother. While it's not like the other factions, we might need to rely on the smaller groups in the outer regions. Their finances are tight, but their capabilities are quite good," he suggested, to which the shocking reply was, "Perhaps, but isn't it true we can't do anything right now?" Wu Yang sat motionless, and added that they must prepare to overcome any future provocations by strengthening their internal power, leading Jingu to suggest picking some smart, strong members. "I'll assign them to gather information. I don't know if it will work, but it's better than doing nothing, right, brother?" Hearing this, he nodded and told Jingu he was right, assigning the task to him, which made the boy respond with immediate excitement. "Yes, brother," he replied. And finally, Wu Yang walked slowly while asking about their residence, which had been left to Suji and Min Sung to handle. "Is there nothing left to discuss?" he asked with a calm wave. But as Wu Yang prepared to leave, Jingu urgently called out that he had a question, making him turn back curiously. He looked at the person beside him. and asked bluntly if a date and clear rules could be set right now for the duel to determine the rank between him and Kang Suji. Wu Yang couldn't help but be surprised, while Jin Gu awkwardly rubbed his neck and muttered that waiting for both to recover before fighting felt too vague, causing him to tilt his head at Nam Jin Gu. Amidst the tension, Suji suddenly spoke up in agreement, leaving Wu Yang to mutter helplessly about both of them. He looked at him and said firmly that he was feeling quite uncomfortable, and that clarifying their relationship was necessary for the long term. "The sooner the better," he said, and the other agreed it was their first time sharing an opinion, while Wu Yang crossed his arms and sighed in exasperation. "You two really can't avoid this, can you?" "Fine," he said, quickly arranging everything and announcing that the match would take place in exactly 1 month. "As for the location, I'll rent a nearby gym," he added before explaining the rules. The fight would end when one of them surrendered. "Or if I, as the referee, decide one of you cannot continue and intervene to stop it. There is no time limit, so fight until the end. However, I will only allow the use of clubs as weapons," Wu Yang said, suddenly realizing that Jin Gu, being a swordsman, might find this unfair. "Actually, the rules regarding weapon usage work in your favor." Hearing this, he couldn't help but smirk. "Yes, I have no complaints at all." Kang Shuj stood nearby with a pensive expression, but he also agreed that it wasn't an issue. Still feeling a bit uneasy, he continued to caution them. "Furthermore, until the official match, neither of you is to provoke the other. Regardless of the reason, anyone who attacks their opponent before the match will be expelled from the Wu Yang gang and never seen again." Finally, Wu Yang asked sternly. "Do you agree?" The two replied in unison, "We agree." Hearing their response, he could only nod and let it go. "Good, try to get along for the time being." "All right, let's wrap this up." Despite his words, Wu Yang was deeply concerned about the two of them. The suffocating atmosphere was unbearable. Meanwhile, at a restaurant, two men walked arm in arm, chatting about how much he must have gained this time. Inside the room, someone was reporting on the situation, noting that not only had he increased his manpower, but he also seemed to have retained a significant amount for management. Regarding Xuan Wying, a man sitting at the table mocked him, saying, "He must be thrilled." A man named Tai Hua, chewing his food, gave a cold laugh and replied, "I'm even happier. The thought of seizing everything he worked so hard to gather is truly exciting." Opposite him, Tai Ziu narrowed his eyes with a dangerous smile. "That's right, it's time for Xuan Wying to be crushed." Tai Ziu could hardly contain his anger as he cursed. "That bastard, the more weaknesses we gather on him, the better," Tai Hua said, pouting as he held a piece of meat. "Exactly, rushing in blindly won't work. That guy's fists are no joke." He suddenly thought of something and turned to give an order. "Oh, I heard Xuan Wyang's followers have increased significantly. Go and meet them." The subordinate was startled by the command. "What, meet them?" Holding a chicken leg, he speculated. "A sudden surge in followers like that is likely because he used force to make them submit. I wonder if those people are truly loyal to Xuan Wying." Tai Ziu then glanced at the man opposite him and smirked. "You mean there might be some who are dissatisfied? Are they ready to betray him at the first opportunity? Do you want to find them and win them over? You brat, you're really lacking intuition." The subordinate bowed respectfully and replied, "Ah, yes, I understand. I'll find a way to bring them over to our side." In a high-end room of the restaurant, quite a bit of noise broke out. "Actually, we have many grievances as well." At a large table where many had gathered, a man sitting in the corner suddenly spoke up. "To be blunt, who is responsible for the Wu Yang gang's rapid growth? Isn't it because brother Jin Gu kept his word and joined them?" Seeing Jin Gu's somber face, he added, "Honestly, we don't even know what kind of person Wyang is. We only followed because we trust brother Jin Gu." Another man chimed in loudly. "That's right. Whether it's manpower or resources, the greatest credit goes to brother Jin Gu, doesn't it?" Staring at the glass in his hand, he frowned and said, "You're not wrong. Brother Wyang has never denied it either. He always tells me I've done a good job. And he's always grateful." To Jin Gu's left, someone else began to boast. "Those are just empty words. That kid who looks like he's 40 is still ranked second in the gang." His face contorted further as he stammered, "You all have to understand, from brother Wyang's perspective, Kang Shuj is his brother." The more Jin Gu thought about the two of them, the more frustrated he became. Despite his youth, he had always stood by brother Wyang, and his strength is no joke. The group fell silent as he continued, "We'll worry about the rankings later, once we've all recovered. I will officially reorganize things. My rise to the second position is only a matter of time." Suddenly, someone spoke up with a suggestion. "Why don't you aim for the top spot instead?" Jingu immediately looked up at him. What? The man stared straight ahead and repeated, after all, you have the most followers. Why not just kick Wang out? I mean, you should start a new gang your way, brother Jingu. The purple-haired man narrowed his eyes dangerously and said, just call him out to a suitable place and use our numbers too. Before he could finish, he was met with a punch from Jingu. Jingu angrily grabbed him by the hair and shouted, you bastard, is there nothing you won't say now? Without mercy, he snatched a nearby wine bottle and growled, say that again. Use our numbers for what? What exactly do you mean? Just like that, Jingu smashed the bottle against the purple-haired man's head while screaming, speak properly. Each strike punctuated his words. You call that being a gangster. You call that being a thug. That's just being a low-life piece of trash, understand? Beaten and in pain, the man stammered an apology. Jingu glared furiously at the others, his teeth gritted as he threatened them. We are Wu Yang's subordinates. Boss Wu Yang is the kingpin here. If anyone objects, get lost right now. The purple-haired man, back in his place and gasping for air, spoke slowly and deliberately. If you don't like it, Jingu interrupted, resting his foot on the table in a classic gangster pose, then you'll have to go through me first. As he finished, the atmosphere turned heavy and grim. After a moment, he regained his composure. Jingu, still clutching the liquor bottle, sat back down and suddenly placed his hand on the purple-haired man's head. Look at you, you're bleeding. This happened because you kept talking nonsense, Jingu said, pouring alcohol over the man's head. Disinfect it. Just stay still, you idiot, and stop acting tough. Despite the stinging pain, the purple-haired man gritted his teeth and whispered a response. Yes, sir. After a while, Jingu gently patted the man's head and warned, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything this time, but next time you're dead. The purple-haired man complied immediately. Understood. Seeing his disheveled state, Jingu teased, are you really pouting just because you took a little beating? The purple-haired man touched his head and muttered, no, I'm not. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, he stood up and said, boss, let's have a drink. Jingu cooperated and held out his glass. Fine, let's drink. He downed the liquor, his face flushing slightly as he fell into deep thought. Brother Wu Yang, I understand your position, but please don't disappoint me. On a clear morning with white clouds, inside a massive building, everything seemed to be in order. Mayan Song stood in an empty room discussing the location. Being in such a busy area has its downsides. Besides, we aren't meeting customers face-to-face to sell products anyway. Wearing a suit and dark sunglasses, he smirked. Considering the rent, this place and its size are quite reasonable. Shizai turned to Mayan Song and gave him instructions. It's spacious, but it feels a bit empty. The boss and I will be staying here for a while, eating and resting on site. Hearing this, he cried out in frustration, you don't understand at all. Mayan Song then began gesturing wildly, boasting incessantly. You two can sleep in the small room here. We'll install a partition between these areas to ensure privacy during meetings or when seeing clients. We'll put a sofa and a table there. It'll be both elegant and convenient. Finally, he gave a thumbs up and smiled confidently. This place is perfect, just right. He took another look around, sighed, and said, fine. As long as the boss agrees, we'll sign the contract right here. Mayan Song froze and asked, we need the boss's approval. Shizai replied nonchalantly, that's right. Is there a problem? He turned his head and spoke awkwardly, oh, it's nothing. Suddenly, Mayan Song thought of something and took off his glasses. But the boss entrusted this task to us. Why not sign the contract first and report later? It would be a shame if someone else snatched it while we're stalling. With his hands in his pockets, he calmly explained, the boss gave us the task, but that doesn't mean we can do whatever we want or spend money recklessly. The final decision is his. He could only scratch his head with a forced smile. Ah, right, I understand. Shizai then turned to leave but added, take some photos, one from every angle. Mayan Song immediately replied. A while later, at a street-side cafe, a voice came through the phone at one of the tables. All right, if you think it's fine, go ahead and sign the contract. I'm no real estate expert, and I'm sure you've looked into it thoroughly. He held the phone close and answered focusedly, yes, boss, I'll do that. After hanging up, he said, the boss told us to decide for ourselves, so we should just sign the contract there. Sitting opposite him, the other man replied, yeah, let's do that. Mayan Song's fingers tapped away on his phone as he replied, okay, leave it to me. Then he suddenly called out. So, Brother Shizai? Mayan Song stared at the man across from him, thinking to himself. Brother Shizai looks mature, but he's actually still just a teenager. He's just acting his age. I shouldn't overstep or act like his superior by constantly giving orders. As long as I guide him skillfully, everything will be fine. After a brief reflection, he straightened his face and said, I didn't mean anything by it. Holding his coffee, the other man looked at him with a confused, judgmental expression. How dull. Suddenly, Shizai's expression turned serious. However, he then dropped a bombshell. You've already fought both of us. Min Sung didn't understand at first and asked for clarification, while Cook Ki's eyebrows furrowed as he brought up the matter between him and Nam Jin-gu. Realizing something, he asked why the question was raised, and with a grave expression, the man asked how Min Sung perceived the two of them. Min Sung considered the matter deeply, but as he weighed the odds, Cook Ki watched his every move while breaking into a cold sweat. He rested his chin in his hand as if pondering the bet, and as the silence stretched, Cook Ki grew more anxious until Min Sung finally chose Jin-gu, leaving him in deep thought. Min Sung tilted his head and asked if he was angry, but Cook Ki calmly replied that he was simply expressing his personal perspective. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow in doubt and asked for the reason, to which Min Sung shrugged and explained that it was because he fought barehanded. Since Jin-gu was allowed to use weapons, the match was inherently unfair from the start, and Min Sung then began to break down the details. Furthermore, using a weapon isn't just about reach. Even if a strike is blocked, the impact is enough to leave one's limbs feeling numb. He continued comparing the advantages, noting that while blocking with energy might prevent direct injury, a strike from Jin-gu's club was different. Even if defended against with arms or legs, it would still inflict severe damage, and Min Sung's expression turned somber as he spoke. He added that Cook Ki wasn't as agile as Wu Yang, making this a very difficult match to win, which left the man in deep contemplation. In the quiet atmosphere, Min Sung suddenly called out to him, and after a hesitant pause, he suggested that just for this once, he should consider something. He asked why he didn't just let Jin-gu win, causing Cook Ki to immediately frown in confusion, so Min Sung quickly moved to explain himself. He clarified that he wasn't questioning his ability or calling him weak, then proceeded to analyze the situation point by point. He pointed out that Jin-gu had been with the organization longer and had more followers, and recalling Jin-gu's image, he emphasized his next point. Since Jin-gu was much older, Min Sung asked if he would truly want to serve a superior who was the same age as the youngest member. After speaking at length, Min Sung's throat felt dry, so he took a sip of coffee before setting the cup down to provide an example. He argued that Cook Ki serving Jin-gu was not the same as the reverse, but the man simply glared back and stated he would prove himself through results. Min Sung leaned forward and added that once the rankings were finalized, he would have to comfortably accept the outcome. Cook Ki sat up straight and asked what he meant, so Min Sung looked him in the eye and asked if he would truly submit to Jin-gu if he lost. He admitted that from an outsider's perspective, their dynamics seemed unstable, and he feared Jin-gu might leave the organization. The man replied without hesitation that he wouldn't lose or give up regardless of what the other might do, leaving Min Sung with no choice but to relent. Crossing his arms irritably, Cook Ki wondered why everyone expected him to lose, firmly believing he would never lose to anyone but Wu Yang. He refused to yield the number 2 spot to anyone, and as time passed, a noisy apartment was filled with the sounds of people moving belongings. After warning them to be careful with the TV, Wu Yang stood by the stairs and smiled, telling Min Sung that he had worked hard. Min Sung smiled back, saying it was no trouble since there wasn't much to move, and Wu Yang calmly agreed with a slight nod. Aside from the heavy TV, Min Sung boasted about ordering a new fridge, a large washing machine, and a high-end sofa for the new apartment. Wu Yang scratched his head, questioning when he had asked for such things, but Min Sung insisted that they would be used eventually. He explained that it was a matter of maintaining prestige, as subordinates would lose morale if they saw their leader living in poor conditions. Wu Yang clicked his tongue and conceded that he would use them, while Min Sung bluntly reminded him that it was his own money anyway. "There's no need for thanks," Wu Yang corrected, displeased by the remark. "It's not just mine, it's our money." Right then, someone suddenly appeared. His expression turned grave as he spoke. "Hey, could you step aside for a moment?" Min Sung looked dazed and confused, so Wu Yang explained further. "I need a private word." Realizing the situation, Min Sung nodded and said, "Understood, I'll wait in the car." He then headed toward the stairs, bowing politely. Yuna acknowledged him with a greeting. Stepping closer, she smiled and said, "Hello, Wu Yang." She glanced around before speaking up to check on him. "Are you moving out now?" He walked down the stairs, scratching his head as he nodded. "Yeah, that's right." Curious, she asked if their lease had expired. But you just moved in. Wu Yang looked down and replied hesitantly, "It's not that. We just felt that staying any longer would be too much of a bother." He added bashfully, "Besides, you almost got caught up in trouble because of us." Yuna recalled something and said, "That's true, but I don't blame you guys." Though comforted, Wu Yang still felt guilty. "Thank you, but I believe it was our fault. You won't have to deal with any more trouble from us now." Her expression softened as she whispered, "I see." Suddenly, Yuna looked him in the eye and asked seriously, "But do you really want to keep living this way?" Caught off guard, Wu Yang let out a surprised gasp. Seeing his silence, she continued, "I know you might think I'm being too nosy, but I'm not sure if you're heading in the right direction. How should I put it?" Yuna paused to find the right words. "I think you're a good person." Wu Yang couldn't help but look at her. "Thank you for thinking that way," he said, bowing slightly with a faint smile. "But life doesn't always go the way we want." Finally, Wu Yang gestured toward the exit. "I'll be going now." As he walked past her, he added, "Take care of yourself," just as he was about to leave. Yuna suddenly called out to him. Waving with a smile, she said, "Take care, see you again." With his hands in his pockets, he joked, "I'm not so sure seeing me again might bring trouble, but—" Wu Yang paused and looked at her. "If we do meet again, let's at least greet each other warmly." She kept waving with a bright smile. "Deal." A while later, at a spacious apartment. A series of noises echoed as he arrived. "We've finished eating." He looked at the scene inside with a confused expression and asked, "Hey, why are you eating black bean noodles? You should have had something expensive." Min Sung put his hands on his hips and replied nonchalantly, "Everyone eats black bean noodles when they move." Wu Yang could only laugh helplessly. His two subordinates quickly cleaned up and said, "Enjoy your meal, boss." Once they left, he asked about Su Ji and Zhen Ju. Looking at Wu Yang, he replied, "They've been discharged and are on their way here, sir." "Are they coming together?" he asked skeptically. Min Sung chuckled and joked, "They're probably coming separately." Wu Yang sat on the sofa and sighed, "I see, those kids." Just as he finished speaking, Su Ji opened the door and walked in. "Boss, I'm here," he replied. "Have a seat. We'll talk once Zhen Ju arrives." Standing nearby, he bowed and asked, "Are you doing well, sir?" He quickly replied, "Yes." Wu Yang raised his hand and called out, "Someone make me a few cups of coffee." A voice immediately echoed from outside. "Yes, sir." At that moment, a subordinate was startled to see someone. That person immediately bowed and asked, "Are you well, sir?" As Zhen Ju walked inside and gave a casual reply. "I'm fine." After approaching, he bowed and said, "Brother Wu Yang, I've arrived." He then gestured towards Su Ji as a reminder. "You should greet Su Ji as well." He politely complied, saying, "Understood." Zhen Ju then gave a slight nod and said, "I'm here." Su Ji, seemingly wanting to be difficult, asked, "Why didn't you get here a bit faster?" With his hands in his pockets, he replied nonchalantly, "Well, I was in a hurry, but it just turned out this way." Wu Yang rested his chin on his hand, looking at them both in frustration. "Do you two have to argue the moment you see each other? Forget it, we're almost done here." He then spoke up to remind them, "You still remember, right? It'll be exactly 1 month and 3 days. How is your health?" Su Ji looked straight ahead and replied, "I'm fine." Zhen Ju added with a confident look, "I'm good too, I could even go right now." Wu Yang immediately rejected the suggestion. "A promise is a promise. It has to be in 3 days. I've rented the De Ming boxing gym across the street. There will be a slight change in the rules." Turning to his right, he said, "Su Ji, you'll be wearing fingerless gloves." His face was filled with shock as he stammered, "What?" Wu Yang then continued, "As for Jin Gu, you'll use a bamboo sword," he explained, picking up a glass of water while noting their fiery spirits. Wu Yang sat in his chair, eyeing them both and stating that his decision was final regardless of their opinions. Su Yuzhai quickly agreed, though he secretly glared at his rival, confident in his own superiority. He believed he could take down the weakling in a single strike, while Jin Gu met his gaze with a cold, steady defiance. Jin Gu vowed to crush him so thoroughly he'd never dare look up again. Then aloud, he accepted the terms. Wu Yang finalized the duel for 3 days from now, the air between the two rivals crackling with anticipation. Amidst the heavy silence, Min Sheng cleared his throat and raised his hand, asking to speak once they were finished. Wu Yang nodded for him to proceed, and Min Sheng gravely reported that the surrounding situation was becoming unstable. Min Sheng noted that the Brotherhood was lurking nearby, and Breaksmith continued to monitor them despite being fractured, which annoyed Jin Gu. Annoyed by the constant provocation, Jin Gu offered to personally go and deliver a warning to Breaksmith. He claimed they might actually listen to him, but Wu Yang intervened, telling him there was no need to overreact. Wu Yang calmly explained that their behavior was expected and should be ignored as long as they didn't strike first. Su Yuzhai immediately sided with the leader, suggesting they focus on strengthening their internal affairs instead. Jingu looked at him with disdain, mocking his pretentious attitude, before respectfully agreeing with Wu Yang's decision. Su Yuzhai gritted his teeth, furious that his own words were ignored while the leaders were treated as law. His expression darkened as he decided to yield for now, though he planned to show no mercy once their ranks were settled. Jingu noticed the hostile gaze and bluntly asked if there was something on his face. Su Yuzhai cryptically replied that while nothing was on his face now, there soon would be, prompting Wu Yang to tell them to settle down. Jingu immediately bowed his head in obedience, while the other man offered a quick apology. Wu Yang sighed in frustration and turned his attention to the mainland gang, wondering why they remained silent. He questioned why a group with such a vast information network hadn't made a move yet despite the leaks. Min Sheng reported no significant activity for the moment, but then recalled a specific detail worth mentioning. The mainland gang seemed focused on diversifying their business by partnering with foreign syndicates in Japan, China, and Mexico. Wu Yang leaned back, speculating that they might consider domestic issues too trivial to bother with. Min Sheng didn't quite catch his meaning and asked for clarification on that assumption. Wu Yang explained that even if an organization looks toward the ocean, they never stop monitoring what's right in front of them. Min Sheng agreed, noting that a lack of action didn't necessarily mean a lack of interest or surveillance. He promised to keep a close eye on the mainland gang, earning an appreciative look from Wu Yang. Wu Yang encouraged him to continue, as he was the most knowledgeable about that faction, but Min Sheng seemed to hesitate. Min Sheng admitted he had one more thing to discuss, but wasn't sure if it was the right time, prompting Wu Yang to tell him to speak up. "What's the matter? Stop stalling and get to the point." Upon hearing this, Min Sheng immediately replied, "As I stated earlier, the time has come for us to establish a reliable source of revenue." Wu Yang muttered with a hint of doubt, "A reliable revenue stream." He suddenly flashed a faint smile and inquired, "In this particular field, you and Jingu probably have a better grasp of things than Shu Zhai and I do." He quickly picked up on the situation and began to speak. "We have to decide between two potential paths. First, in the event that we are captured or undergo an investigation. We could set up a few puppet directors to take the blame while we handle the illegal operations ourselves." He showed no favoritism or leniency, ordering that they would rather starve than stoop to that level, and anyone in the Wu Yang gang involved in illegal acts would be beaten and expelled. With a slightly distorted expression, he waved his hands and explained that he was merely clarifying things before continuing his presentation. The second option was to register and operate a legitimate business, with Wu Yang reminding him to stay within the law, to which Jingu quickly suggested running a club, a loan company, or a distribution firm. He went on to describe other possibilities, such as urban redevelopment projects, noting that every opportunity came with its own set of pros and cons. Although technically legal, the involvement of unsavory characters meant trouble was inevitable, a fact Wu Yang acknowledged with a grunt before Jingu offered another suggestion. If that was his preference, they could enter the hotel industry, as many other organizations had recently begun moving into that sector. He tilted his head and looked at Min Sheng with curiosity regarding the hotel industry, and sensing his interest, Min Sheng provided more details. He explained they could start with small local motels before expanding to tourist areas, with the ultimate goal of owning luxury hotels. As he muttered the word hotel to himself, the other man continued describing the complexities involved in managing high-end establishments. However, budget motels required little expertise to start, and he could eventually open profitable side businesses like clubs, cafes, or restaurants within the building. Min Sheng spoke incessantly as if he had researched this thoroughly, emphasizing that it was a completely legal profession provided there were no territorial disputes. Resting his cheek on his hand, Wu Yang remarked that the hotel industry sounded quite promising before immediately stating his requirements. Since this wasn't a decision to be made overnight, he ordered more data to be gathered, to which the subordinate bowed and promised a report within 2 weeks. Addressing the three of them, Wu Yang finalized the plan to look into the hotel business and asked if there was anything else to report. He suggested they go for a drink to celebrate their first day, but as things wrapped up, Jingu suddenly began to stammer an apology. Looking unusually timid as he bowed, Jin-gu explained he needed to focus on his health and offered to buy him a drink this Sunday instead. When he asked for permission to leave, Wu Yang pouted in slight dissatisfaction and told the kid he understood. After he bowed deeply in gratitude and left, Wu Yang turned his attention toward Shizhai, who had been watching Jin-gu's every move. Before he could finish addressing him, Shizhai quickly interrupted, stating that he would also be heading out since he didn't drink anyway. Before departing, Shizhai instructed Min Sheng to take good care of the boss, and after receiving an affirmative response, he bowed deeply to Wu Yang. Shizhai turned and left before Wu Yang could say a word, leaving him to sigh in frustration at how childish the two of them were acting. Frowning with concern, Min Sheng admitted that their behavior made him worry whether the loser of the upcoming match on Saturday would truly accept the result. Wu Yang leaned on his hand, visibly annoyed, and remarked that it was just their excessive pride, believing they would learn to coexist once a winner was decided. His expression grew increasingly grim as he muttered that he hoped it would be the case, while elsewhere, Shizhai was training relentlessly. Following his usual routine, he struck the punching bag with force, thinking to himself that he only needed one blow to finish it and teach that man a lesson. As Shizhai's gaze turned icy, a thunderous crashing sound echoed from a different training room. Drenched in sweat, Jin-gu gripped his bamboo sword tightly, determined that the other man wouldn't even touch his collar as time slipped away. 3 days later at the Deming boxing gym, red and blue gloves hung from the ring ropes where 3 men now stood. Standing in the center as the referee, Wu Yang explained that he hadn't invited anyone, not even Min Sheng, out of respect for their dignity. "I have tolerated your public bickering until now, but that ends today. Do you understand?" Wu Yang said as he looked at them and explained that there would be no rounds or time limits. It would be a single decisive match, to which both agreed. He then immediately suggested that if there were no further questions, they should return to their respective corners. The two turned back to their positions as a heavy murderous intent filled the air. In this perilous atmosphere, Wu Yang prepared to give the signal. Then his expressionless eyes flickered toward his opponent with wariness, while Jin-gu watched his enemy's every move with extreme caution. A shout rang out to begin, and Seok-ji immediately charged forward, while Jin-gu raised his sword high as the distance between them vanished. His fist lunged toward the other's body. Seeing this, Seok-ji gritted his teeth and thought to himself that he finally had him. At that moment, Jin-gu suddenly maneuvered behind him and landed a precise, heavy blow to his back before gripping his sword hilt and looking forward warily. Seok-ji clenched his jaw and glared back in anger, realizing that despite thinking he was a step ahead, that sword was incredibly fast. He shifted his gaze toward his own back and gritted his teeth, acknowledging the intense pain but deciding he could endure it. However, a few more hits would shatter his bones and ruin his ability to attack, so he knew he had to be extremely cautious. Behind him, Jin-gu was sweating as he frowned in a defensive stance, surprised that the opponent remained unfazed despite the clear impact he felt through his wrist. It seemed a simple sword strike lacked sufficient power. Jin-gu remained silent with a deep gaze, surrounded by an air of cautious vigilance. "Whether it takes 100 or 1,000 attempts, keep charging. You will never even touch the hem of my clothes," Jin-gu thought, as Wu Yang frowned while observing the match. Seok-ji found it nearly impossible to get close to Jin-gu, yet Jin-gu knew that if he allowed him to close the distance even once, the damage would be irreversible. Standing with his arms crossed, he noted that both fighters were well aware of the situation and had surely prepared their own strategies. Wu Yang observed his expression and noted that Jin-gu had chosen the most logical approach, using footwork and a long-reach weapon to keep his opponent at bay. He then turned his attention to Seok-ji, wondering what he had planned if his only strategy was to charge in recklessly. If he believed a single strike would end it, Wu Yang's gaze turned icy, realizing that Seok-ji would never emerge victorious with such a mindset. Watching the scene with his arms crossed, he concluded that circling an opponent to find an opening is only effective when outnumbering them or possessing superior speed. In this situation, it was utterly pointless. The two continued to circle each other slowly until Seok-ji suddenly lunged forward, narrowly dodging just as Jin-gu swung his blade downward. His eyes lit up as he thought he had found an opening, while Jin-gu gave a faint smirk as he watched his opponent draw near. Such a clumsy feint, Jin-gu thought as he shifted his grip, causing Seok-ji to stare in shock at the blade now hurtling toward him. Unable to evade, he took the blow directly, leaving Seok-ji's cheek badly swollen as Jin-gu let out a confident smirk. Seeing his chance, Jin-gu struck him directly. His excitement grew as he decided to seize this moment and end the fight right then and there. Slashes rained down upon Seok-ji's muscular back before Jin-gu raised his sword high, while Wu Yang watched them coldly and cursed it under his breath. Damn it, his movements are too wide. Being this rushed won't work, Wu Yang thought as Jin-gu swung his sword down, only to freeze when he saw the man catch the blade with his bare hands. Realizing Seok-ji possessed nearly immortal endurance, Jin-gu watched as the man, his face badly swollen, curled his lip and asked if it was finally his turn. Jin-gu was horrified as Seok-ji's massive, decisive fist lunged toward him, yet he still managed to react quickly enough to evade the blow. Jin-gu's eyes trembled as the fist grazed his face, knowing what would happen if it landed directly, just before his opponent let out a thunderous roar. He couldn't help but cry out in panic, "Damn it!" though he had successfully dodged the previous punch, leaving Seok-ji panting heavily from exhaustion. He was also struggling for breath, and as he watched the duel, he thought that if they both spent any more time hesitating, they would be finished. Regardless, the situation favored Jin-gu, who had just evaded a major threat unscathed. Wu Yang observed silently as Su-chi took several consecutive hits, knowing the tide would turn further toward Jin-gu as time passed. Maintaining a high state of alert, he marveled at how the man could not be taken lightly, realizing there would be no more immediate follow-up attacks. He narrowed his eyes and calculated that he would simply counter each strike until his opponent was drained, knowing the margin for error was razor-thin. Such a rare opportunity would never arise again, and just as that thought crossed his mind, Su-chi's expression suddenly shifted. Was that the only option left? This was not a battle against an outside foe, but merely an internal duel to determine their standing within the organization. He gritted his teeth with a look of fierce resolve, unwilling to ever rank below that man as the atmosphere returned to a state of extreme tension. Jin-gu furrowed his brows while studying his opponent's unremarkable stance, yet he noticed the change in the man's gaze, sensing he was about to gamble everything on the next exchange. An idea then struck him. Since his opponent's intentions were unclear, there was no reason to rush, so he decided to wait for the first move and then counterattack. Following that logic, both men remained stationary, swaying back and forth in rhythm as he glanced down at the battered watch on his wrist. Wu Yang showed no signs of impatience as he noted that 3 minutes had passed without any contact, with both sides merely testing one another. They both waited for the other to strike first, and as more time slipped by, the sound of heavy breathing continued to echo outside the training hall. Inside, they maintained their previous stances, and as he lowered his head with a frown, he realized that 8 minutes had already passed in this manner. He wondered if this had turned into a test of endurance, as Su-chi remained in a ready position, whispering to himself. Since this was a duel with no time limit and no referee, time had become irrelevant, even if it meant waiting until this time tomorrow. He would continue to wait, while his opponent across from him wondered if the man would ever move without some kind of provocation. He considered using a light bait, and after a long silence, Jin-gu finally moved, prompting Wu Yang to tilt his head and watch closely. Jin-gu began his move, charging straight ahead with his blade, leaving his opponent startled by the suddenness of such a direct thrust. He raised his arm to shield his face, and as the sword struck Su-chi's forearm, Jin-gu immediately took a step back. He remained silent, leveling his blade for another strike, while Wu Yang observed from the corner that the attack had been blocked rather than evaded. Su-chi's arm had undoubtedly sustained significant damage, and he glared back with a murderous intensity as Jin-gu watched him in silence. However, instead of seizing the chance to counter, Jin-gu retreated to reset his stance, a move that could be perceived as timid. Or perhaps it was a highly calculated maneuver. Wu Yang crossed his arms as he watched them, knowing the outcome would eventually reveal the truth. He observed Jin-gu and noted his lack of greed, methodically dismantling his opponent one step at a time before turning his gaze back to Su-chi. Having focused solely on his slashes, he had failed to guard against the thrust, yet Su-chi's eyes remained fierce as he resolved to simply protect his vitals and block everything else. He waited for the perfect moment and position while Jin-gu seriously monitored his movements, leaving one in a defensive stance and the other on the offensive. Jin-gu then moved in to strike first as Wu Yang continued to watch silently, knowing that both of them typically relied on a speed-oriented combat style. They usually used their strengths to end fights quickly, but today they were exceptionally cautious. He sighed, realizing neither wanted to lose even if it cost them their lives as he stood between them. He hoped this single match would resolve their conflict, for if it didn't, the rivalry between the two of them would only persist. Things would only become more difficult in the future. But then Jin-gu let out a loud shout and lunged forward as Su-chi braced himself in a defensive posture. He took a hit to the shoulder as Su-ji failed to evade the strike, yet he did not stop and continued his advance while Su-ji braced himself. The blow landed too low, and as Su-ji grimaced in pain, Gu-jin frowned, wondering why he had not adjusted his stance after being hit so many times. Seeing him maintain the same posture, Gu-jin watched Su-ji intently, questioning if he was being foolish or if he had a hidden scheme while Su-ji calculated his next move. Realizing some attacks were unavoidable, Su-ji decided to endure them to acclimate to his opponent's speed, just as Gu-jin raised his sword again. Deciding to ignore any potential schemes, Gu-jin swung his sword down with full force, focused only on his plan while Su-ji struggled to block the strike. After the exchange, Gu-jin raised his blade once more as Su-ji began to move forward, his timing perfect even if his positioning remained an issue. He hesitated slightly, his ribs clearly injured and causing such intense pain that the bamboo sword felt as lethal as a real blade. Wu Yang sensed something was amiss and frowned as he watched, knowing that Su-ji possessed an extraordinary tolerance for pain. Despite his usual ability to hide even severe injuries, Su-ji was now unable to conceal the agony caused by a mere strike from a bamboo sword. Noticing Su-ji's distressed expression and pale complexion, Gu-jin taunted him, asking his second brother if things were not going as planned. He continued his provocation, suggesting there would not be many more chances to call him that, to which Su-ji replied that they should wait for the final result. Gu-jin kept up the pressure, urging him to admit defeat to avoid further injury and promising to look after him, but Su-ji remained defiant. Su-ji countered that they would talk after the match ended, prompting Gu-jin to raise his sword and deliver a powerful blow. Determined to crush him completely and silence his words, Gu-jin felt smug, believing he had finally unraveled Su-ji's plan just as Su-ji threw a punch at his face. Gu-jin stared coldly, thinking the man intended to use a fatal counterattack to reverse the situation or perhaps feign immobility before launching a surprise assault. He narrowed his eyes, confident that he only needed to watch for those two tactics to deny him any opportunity while slowly and surely pressing him toward defeat. Gasping for air from exhaustion, Su-ji quickly regained his fighting stance, realizing the time had come and only his positioning mattered now. On the other side, Gu-jin prepared to target a true weakness and swung his sword toward the top of Su-ji's head as Su-ji lunged forward. Su-ji moved with surprising agility, dodging Gu-jin's high strike and leaving the young man wide-eyed with shock. Gu-jin finally realized that Su-ji was not aiming for his body as Su-ji threw a powerful punch that left even Wu Yang horrified. The target had been the weapon all along, and Gu-jin watched in disbelief as his sword shattered before Su-ji threw another punch. Su-ji asked what he would fight with now, and Gu-jin cursed as he was sent flying by the punch, eventually collapsing to his knees in pain. Looking down triumphantly, Su-ji told his younger brother he had worked hard, and as Wu Yang declared the match over, Su-ji kicked Gu-jin squarely in the face. The force of the kick sent him tumbling away, and Su-ji exhaled, noting that while he had broken weapons before, this was the fastest he had ever done it. He looked at his hand, sensing his bones were damaged, while Gu-jin lay face down in silence until Wu Yang approached and tapped Su-ji's shoulder. They both looked at Gu-jin, who had taken 2 direct hits and should not have been able to stand, yet he stubbornly refused to give in. Gu-jin struggled to sit up, insisting the fight was not over, which made Su-ji frown while Wu Yang asked Nan Jin-gu if he could truly continue. Gu-jin forced the words out, claiming he had landed more hits and that the match would be over soon. As a tooth fell from his mouth, Wu Yang advised him not to overexert himself, reminding him that this was merely a duel to determine their rankings. Gu-jin looked up and declared that he could not retreat, regardless of whether he was facing his eldest brother. "You don't have the right to stop me now, do you?" Wu Yang stared at him, speechless before sighing in resignation. "Fine, you're right, go ahead." Su-ji replied, "Yes," as Wu Yang watched with his arms crossed. Both men were ready. Gu-jin issued a challenge, "Come here, I'm going to crush you," and charged forward. Suddenly, Su-ji seemed to realize something. He spoke up, "Let's stop here." Gu-jin glared at him in confusion. Su-ji calmly replied, "You have no weapons left and you can barely even stand." "Continuing this fight is pointless," he added. If you're unsatisfied with today's outcome, wait until you've recovered and challenge me again. I'll be ready. Gujin's face turned pale with rage. Suji stated firmly, "That's enough for today." Hearing this, Gujin pointed his finger angrily. "How can you decide that on your own? Do you really want to stop? Then just forfeit." He then turned to Wu Yang and said, "Big brother, that guy gave up, so I win, right?" Suji asked, "Big brother, is this for real?" Wu Yang crossed his arms in thought before replying, "Gujin is right. Even as the leader, I have no right to stop someone determined to fight. If the combatants are set on fighting, then let them." Wu Yang looked at Suji and said, "You must see this through." Suji replied, "So be it." Gujin smiled and said, "Thank you, big brother." Suji took his stance. Despite their past friction, they were now part of the same family. Gujin bit his lip, realizing his only option was to end it quickly with a single, non-injurious blow. He clenched his fists, vowing not to lose. Then Gujin charged forward, shouting, "I definitely won't lose to you." Both men threw a punch simultaneously. Suji thought his punch felt solid. Gujin tilted his head to dodge, but he was ultimately knocked down. Wu Yang asked with folded arms, "Is it over?" Suji replied, "Yes." Gujin propped himself up, insisting it wasn't over. He struggled to his feet, saying, "Just wait, I'll take you down." Suji raised a warning fist, "Know your limits." Gujin watched in silence. Then Suji's fist descended, striking him squarely in the face. Gujin's mouth hung open as he fell backward, his body trembling on the ground. Suji turned to Wu Yang and said, "If he stands up again, I'll forfeit." Wu Yang agreed and announced, "I'm making the official decision. Suji wins and takes second place, while Nan Jin-do takes third." Suji then sat down. "Thank you," he said, though he clenched his fists in frustration. Wu Yang asked him, "Are you all right?" Suji replied, "Actually, it's not great. I think I dislocated a bone." Wu Yang advised him. "Then get to the hospital quickly." Suji asked, "What about you, big brother?" Wu Yang turned toward Gujin and said, "I have to look after Gujin." Gujin lay motionless on the floor. He had lost. Waking up all alone would feel terrible. "Yeah, probably." With that, Suji stood up. "I'll head to the hospital and check in, then I'll contact you." Wu Yang smiled and replied, "All right, go on then." After those words, Suji left. Wu Yang watched him closely and sighed, "What an idiot." A while later, Gujin woke up clutching his head in pain. He looked around, grimacing as he recalled the scene of his recent defeat. At that moment, Wu Yang approached. "You're awake." Gujin looked up, "Big brother." Wu Yang handed him a cigarette. "Take this." "Thank you," Gujin said, then asked, "I lost, didn't I?" Wu Yang smiled. "It was a match worth watching." Gujin looked dejected. "So I really did lose." Wu Yang comforted him. "Don't be sad. You were actually very close." "You almost won?" Gujin replied, "I see." He then asked about Suji. "Where is brother Suji? Did he leave already?" He said his bone was injured, so he went to the hospital. Wu Yang patted his shoulder. "Finish your cigarette, then come to the hospital with me. Look at yourself, you're a mess." Gujin replied, "I can go by myself." He spoke up, "What if you collapse on the way? Don't be stubborn." Gujin bowed his head. "Thank you for caring, but I want to be alone right now. Please allow it." Wu Yang agreed. "Then do as you wish." He simply bowed and said, "Thank you." Then he spoke up hesitantly, "Big brother, it's a bit embarrassing, but could I ask one more favor?" Wu Yang wondered. "What is it? Speak up." He said, "Could you give me a bit of a long break, just about 2 weeks?" Wu Yang frowned. "A long break?" While smoking, Gujin continued, "I'm a man after all. I have to accept the outcome of a fair fight. Even so, I need some time to pull myself together. I'm sorry." He was surprised when Wu Yang asked, "Is 2 weeks enough? I'll give you a month, just rest. Go wherever you want, but make sure you get proper treatment." Gujin stood up and bowed. "Thank you, I'm leaving now." Wu Yang watched Gujin walk away. Looking toward the door, he sighed, "That kid really disappointed me." In the dark of night, Gujin walked alone down the street. Then he took out his phone to check something, staring intently at the screen. "The kids are calling, but I don't want to see anyone today." Thinking this, he removed his phone battery and walked into a narrow alley. Amidst the passing crowd, a man stood still on the phone. "Here it is, some good news," he said into the receiver. "We can finally bring Nan Zhenjiu over to our side." A man stared intently at the building before him and spoke to the person on the other end. "It's me. I have good news," he said with a devious smirk. "We can finally recruit Nan Zhenjiu to our side." Immediately after, he walked quickly into the dark, mysterious alley ahead, speaking as he went. "Understood. If I'm allowed to make the first move, I'll report back soon." Suddenly, a dejected-looking young man appeared in front of him. Moreover, there were signs of a struggle on the boy's face. The man slowly hung up and approached. "Hey, Zhenjiu." Hearing this, the boy let out an annoyed sigh. Looking down at him, he asked softly, "Are you all right?" Then scolded, "Good grief, you've had way too much to drink." Without even glancing at the man, the boy replied irritably, "I'm fine, so get lost." Instead of being offended, the man cheerfully reached out to him. "Don't be like that, I'll take you all the way home. Take my hand and stand up slowly." Su Yuzhai finally looked up but couldn't see the person clearly. The man urged him, "Hurry up now." Seeing how persistent the man was, Zhenju couldn't help but chuckle, thinking the guy was quite interesting. He complied and reached out his hand. Immediately, the man flashed a predatory smile. "Well done." The next morning, in a hospital diagnostic room, Wu Yang asked, "So what is the current situation?" The doctor quickly replied, "Fortunately, the worst-case scenario was avoided." After showing an X-ray of Su Yuzhai's fractured hand, he continued, "As you can see, the fracture is quite clear. It's like a cracker dropped on the ground. If it shatters into tiny pieces, surgery becomes extremely difficult. Even if successful, it would be hard to restore it to its original state." He then turned his gaze toward Su Yuzhai, his voice sounding somewhat comforting. "However, his bone broke into large fragments, making the surgery much easier. That said, his bones are hard to describe. They are remarkably thick and rare. It's almost like the bones of an ox." Hearing this, Wu Yang, standing nearby, gave a slight smile. "That's a relief," the doctor added. "It's the first time I've ever seen this. Regardless, it's still a fracture, so he needs to be very careful for a while until it fully heals." Hearing this, he quickly asked, "I see, does he need to be hospitalized?" The doctor replied sincerely, "As a physician, I recommend hospitalization." Upon hearing this, Su Yuzhai immediately protested. "I hate feeling confined, I'll rest at home." Wu Yang looked helpless. "Is that all right?" Seeing his stance, the doctor relented. "Then you must return for a checkup every 3 days." Su Yuzhai, his face covered in bruises, stared thoughtfully at his arm and replied flatly, "Fine." As they left the hospital, Wu Yang asked seriously, "Yuzhai?" He quickly responded, "Yes, big brother." He spoke gravely, "Why didn't you stay in the hospital?" Su Yuzhai explained with a hint of annoyance, "I told you already, it's too suffocating." Suddenly he asked, "Is it because of Zhenjiu?" Su Yuzhai was stunned. "Huh," Wu Yang added, "since you didn't hear anything about Zhenjiu being hospitalized, you refused to stay as well, right?" He turned and fixed his gaze on Su Yuzhai. "Until yesterday. I still acknowledge that we were both brothers and rivals, but that's not the case anymore. What's the point of brothers constantly watching and competing with each other like this?" Su Yuzhai quickly explained, "I'm sorry, but I'm truly fine." Wu Yang felt completely helpless. "I see. In that case, I have a favor to ask." He continued, "Why don't you try being a bit nicer to Zhenjiu? Even though you hold a higher rank, you're younger. You should at least show some respect to your elders." Hearing this, Su Yuzhai looked extremely displeased. "I'll wait and see how he acts first." Seeing his stubbornness, Wu Yang sighed helplessly. "Then how about this?" His eyes turned serious as he growled, "This is my order. Treat Zhenjiu well." Witnessing his intensity, Su Yuzhai lowered his voice. "I will." Without looking at him, Wu Yang spoke irritably. "Do I really have to go this far?" Hearing that, Su Yuzhai scratched his ear in embarrassment. "Sorry, brother, it's really not that easy." He sighed, "Fine." Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted their conversation. Wu Yang looked a bit surprised. Ming Cheng. He picked up the phone and told Ming Sheng, "Ming Sheng, I'm heading to the hospital with Shizai now. Everything is fine. You can speak now, I've just been discharged." Suddenly, he spoke awkwardly. "A client? All right, I'll take a taxi right away. Tell them to wait a moment." As soon as he returned to the company, Ming Sheng was already there waiting to greet him. "Big brother, you're back." Wu Yang quickly replied, "But who is this client?" He then said, "It seems to be a shop owner from nearby. I'm not entirely sure, they probably came to ask for a favor." Hearing this, Wu Yang replied indifferently, "Is that so? Let's meet them first. Yes, they are waiting upstairs." Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked, "Oh, Ming Sheng." He replied, "Yes." Hearing the name, he asked, "Hasn't he returned yet?" "Didn't you give him a leave of absence, big brother?" Hearing this, Wu Yang seemed to hesitate. "That's true, but has he been in contact?" Ming Sheng added, "Yes, I asked the subordinates who were following him, but they don't know anything either." Wu Yang felt a bit worried. "Why is this guy overreacting? I understand, let's go up first." With that, Wu Yang led the way, followed by Shizai and Ming Sheng as they entered the company. The scene shifts to the meeting between him and the client. The person in front of him greeted, "Are you Xian Wu Yang?" Looking at this person, he replied in confusion, "Yes, I am Xian Wu Yang. I'm sorry, have we met before?" He thought to himself, "I really don't remember." "Who could it be?" Hearing this, Jin Xian Zai said, "No, this is our first time meeting. I am Jin Xianzai, and I run 2 bars and a club 3 blocks away." Hearing this, he seemed to recall something. "Ah, so it's Director Jin. What brings you here?" He spoke honestly. "Actually, I've heard some rumors about you from various sources, humiliating the mainland gang, taking in half of the blacksmith gang. From now on, you will be our leader for driving away Hong Chun-shi." Immediately after, images of his many glorious achievements appeared. Hearing this, his face looked extremely distorted and uncomfortable. "So that's how it is." Seeing him like that, the man's expression turned worried as he asked, "Are those rumors all true?" Not liking being questioned, Wu Yang said irritably, "Do I have an obligation to answer you, Director Jin?" Seeing him seemingly angry, he waved his hands and smiled. "Ah, I've caused a misunderstanding. My apologies." "Of course, you have no obligation to do so." Then he lowered his voice. "It's just that if it's true, I want to ask you for a favor," he asked with some surprise. "What kind of favor?" Jin Xianzai bowed slightly and spoke directly. "To be honest, please protect me and my employees." Seeing this, he asked further. "Protect you?" At this point, he excitedly explained. "Yes, it's quite embarrassing, but I'm being frequently threatened and extorted for regular payments by local thugs." Understanding the issue, Wu Yang replied indifferently, "Then you should go to the police." Hearing this, he replied awkwardly, "The police are a bit. Like many in this industry, I don't operate entirely within the law. The thugs know that, so they keep making things difficult." He spoke as if he was about to agree. "Ah, I understand the situation. So you want us to drive those thugs away?" "Is that right?" he said excitedly. "Yes, I guarantee I will pay a worthy fee." However, Wu Yang did not agree quickly, "But that's also quite amusing." He was immediately bewildered. "Huh, what do you mean?" he added. "Paying a fee just to drive away thugs because they keep demanding money. It sounds a bit strange. After all, the money still comes out of your pocket, Director." Suddenly, Ming Sheng interrupted their conversation. "Big brother, it seems you don't understand this matter. May I say a few words?" "Go ahead." He quickly explained, "It's like this. Director Jin wants to join the Wu Yang gang and hopes everyone will accept him." Wu Yang realized something. "Ah, is that so?" Immediately after, he fell into deep thought. After hearing it, Wu Yang bowed slightly in apology. "I'm sorry about this." Seeing him like that, Jin Xianzai quickly approached. "Oh my, why are you acting like this?" He also added honestly, "Actually, I've never experienced this before. So I must have been rude." Hearing this, he replied happily, "Oh, it's nothing. Will you accept our offer?" At this moment, Shizai suddenly spoke up. "Big brother, wait a moment. May I say a few words?" He replied, "Huh, what is it?" Shizai looked directly at Jin Xianzai. "Those thugs who demand money around here, what exactly is their background?" Ming Sheng beside him also quickly replied, "Good question. Actually, that's also what I wanted to ask. If they are involved with a major power, such as the mainland gang, it's best if you don't accept this offer." Immediately after, an image of him full of ambition appeared. Hearing his subordinates' remarks, Wang spoke up to caution them, asking why they were being so rude, especially right in front of the person. Min Su added hesitantly that if they truly belonged to the mainland gang, they would have flourished long ago instead of wandering around extorting petty cash. While core members of the mainland gang would never extort small shops, such a massive organization was teeming with thugs who clung to it in various ways. Wang acted indifferent, dismissing those types as harmless, while the other man noted that their own organization was only just beginning to gain momentum. He advised against entangling with the mainland gang even over minor issues, pointing out that the man wasn't their brother yet, prompting Wang to speak up loudly. Ming Cheng, Mr. Xuanzai mediated when he saw the tension rising, so it's fine. There was nothing wrong with what he said. Fortunately, those harassers have no connection to the mainland gang. Ming Cheng crossed his arms with a pensive look, noting that it was lucky in every regard. Wu Yang shifted his gaze toward the man and spoke softly, suggesting they didn't need to worry and should listen to more of what he had to say. Hearing that, he looked distressed and whispered that they were merely petty neighborhood thugs, or more accurately, that is what they used to be. Afterward, those thugs began gathering in front of his shop. Although they moved in groups, they couldn't exactly be called a formal gang. However, they somehow found a monster of a man, and everything changed completely. I wasn't a fool, so I hired several staff members who studied martial arts at a sports university to maintain order. Yet they were all defeated in an instant. Upon hearing this, he asked if the man knew anything about the newcomer who had joined them. He shook his head dejectedly, explaining it was an unfamiliar face who was as tall as a building, then gestured toward Zhu Cheng and added more. "He was much larger than you." Ming Cheng was immediately puzzled. noting it was strange because even slightly large men were usually recruited by small gangs to serve as figureheads. If he were skilled at fighting, he should have been famous long ago. The man then explained that he had heard the newcomer came from some rural province. He agreed that it made some sense, and Wu Yang, who had been listening, spoke up, saying he understood the situation and that they just needed to defeat that massive man. Mr. Chuan Zai agreed, noting that their former staff could easily handle the remaining small fry, but then he nervously added a warning as if remembering something. He warned them to be careful as the man was truly formidable. Wu Yang replied firmly that they would handle him, though he then hesitated and added something else. Seeing his hesitation, the man told him to speak freely. He then stated bluntly that the man didn't need to join their gang, which caused the man to panic. He asked what he meant with a look of deep concern, wondering if he had misspoken and offering a sincere apology, but he raised his hand to reassure him. Not at all, that isn't the case. We will help you for free, and you don't need to submit to our authority or pay any fees. Stunned, he asked if he could inquire about the reason, to which he replied with a smile, asking if the problem would be solved just by taking down one person. He didn't think it was a major issue, but seeing Chuan Zai's bewildered expression, he added that they could just remain on friendly terms. However, the man worried that the thugs might return if they realized he wasn't part of the Wu Yang gang. He feared they would return to cause more trouble, but upon hearing this, he generously suggested that instead of being subordinates, they could simply be friends. That way, no one would dare to lay a finger on him again. The man was deeply moved and grateful, and after he departed, the other two immediately questioned him. Ming Cheng questioned if something was wrong, pointing out that they could have secured a steady source of income without much effort. He quickly explained that while that was true, the man was a businessman whose lifestyle and mindset were entirely different from theirs. As the two looked on in surprise, he added that he didn't view this as a simple transaction, but rather as something akin to a loan. Zhu Cheng looked confused and admitted he didn't quite understand, and Wu Yang confessed that he wasn't entirely certain himself. He asked them to trust his judgment this time, and once they understood, they both agreed that they would follow his decision. They both pledged to follow his lead, and seeing them, he smiled and thanked them, though he noted that there was still a matter to attend to. Someone had to deal with that massive man from the provinces, and as they wondered who would be suitable, Ming Cheng noted that the brute had easily defeated the martial arts students. Sending low-level lackeys would be useless, so they definitely needed someone at a managerial level to prevent the situation from turning into a chaotic brawl. He suggested that sending a few more people for reinforcement would be more logical, and Wu Yang quickly agreed, volunteering to go himself. Ming Cheng spoke up to offer a reminder, fearing that if the boss intervened directly, they would be perceived as nothing more than common street thugs. Just like the others, Cha Wuzhai agreed, saying, "I feel the same way. Boss, let me handle this. I heard he's quite powerful and tall." "Isn't he the perfect opponent for me?" Seeing his enthusiasm, Min Song replied, "Oh, that won't be necessary. The second brother hasn't fully recovered yet." Min Song placed a hand on his chest and said it was only right for the youngest member like him to step up. Gu Yang considered this and asked, "Fine, but can you handle it alone?" Min Song was startled by the question. "Are you kidding? I was a prominent figure in the mainland gang. How could I fail to handle some local nobody?" Gu Yang chuckled at his response. "All right, I'll leave this to Min Song. Finish it quickly and return." Min Song promptly replied, "Understood, I'll have it settled within 2 or 3 days. Just make sure you have plenty of meat and wine ready." Soon after, Min Song was heard gasping for air, having exhausted himself fighting this opponent. He thought to himself, "Good grief, how can someone like this exist? How could a person at this level remain unknown until now?" Seeing him in that state, the man before him spoke smugly, "You're quite decent compared to the others. You're the first one to last this long." Min Song gritted his teeth and hissed, "You bastard, you little brat, don't get cocky." The man mocked him even further upon seeing his reaction. "What's wrong? Are you frustrated? But what can you actually do?" he added. "Since the day I was born, I was destined to stand above everyone else." Enraged, Min Song lunged forward with his fists, activating his roaring mode. "You dog, how dare you underestimate me?" Though he landed a hit, it seemed to do no damage at all. He smirked and said, "That actually hurt, but is that all you've got?" Min Song stared in disbelief, muttering, "You lunatic." The man looked at him as if he were mere entertainment. "It seems you have no intention of surrendering. In that case, death is your only option." He suddenly lunged and crushed Min Song's throat. Meanwhile, back at the company, Cha Wuzhai suddenly asked Gu Yang, "Is there still no word from Nan Zhenjiu?" He hesitated before replying, "Not yet." Gu Yang felt a bit uneasy as he had been gone longer than expected. He added, "He'll be back soon. It's not your fault, so don't worry too much." Cha Wuzhai's voice sounded tinged with sadness. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, someone burst in, one of the subordinates who had accompanied Min Song. "Boss," the two of them asked in unison, "what happened?" Gu Yang immediately thought, "Isn't that the man who went with Min Song?" Covered in wounds, the man spoke urgently. "Something terrible has happened. Boss Min Song might not make it." After saying that, the subordinate collapsed from exhaustion. He fell face first onto the floor, startling both Gu Yang and Cha Wuzhai. "Hey, wake up, tell us what happened." He then turned and said, "Never mind, he's completely unconscious. Cha Wuzhai helped me get him onto the sofa." Cha Wuzhai moved to support the man and shouted to those outside, "Is anyone out there? Call an ambulance immediately, hurry up." As he was helping him onto the sofa, Cha Wuzhai suddenly noticed something tucked inside the subordinate's pocket. He pulled out a scrap of paper and handed it over. "Boss, there's something in his pocket." Cha Wuzhai was stunned as he read the words written on the note. He handed it to Gu Yang, who couldn't help but let out a curse upon reading it. Gu Yang then took out his phone and dialed the number written on the paper. With a grim expression, Gu Yang waited for the call to connect. "This is Gu Yang." A mysterious voice on the other end chuckled mockingly. "Is this the big boss of the back alleys? Calling back so soon? I guess that guy made it back safely then." Gu Yang sat up straight and demanded, "Stop wasting my time. Where are my men?" The man laughed derisively. "Don't worry, I'd be in trouble if they actually died. I've already sent them all to the hospital. They'll likely survive, though it'll be a tough recovery. Min Song is currently covered in wounds in a hospital bed. It's going to take him quite a while to get back on his feet. He only has about 5 broken ribs." After hearing this, Gu Yang began to fire back while Cha Wuzhai sat beside him, listening intently to the conversation. "But if he ends up a vegetable, just consider it his bad luck. You can't blame me. We're all men who make a living by fighting, so getting hurt in battle is expected. I can understand that, but—" His face darkened with fury as his eyes filled with rage. "There are limits even between gangs. You shouldn't have gone this far. 5 broken ribs. So should I assume you're intentionally targeting someone who can't fight back? How very noble of you." He chuckled, mockingly repeating the words Gu Yang had just uttered. "What exactly is that limit? Did you set it yourself? What right do you have?" Unwilling to waste time on the phone, he demanded the location, stating he wasn't in the mood for verbal sparring and told him to drop the address. "Who gives a damn about your mood? What matters right now is how I'm feeling." He didn't seem to want to provoke Gu Yang further as he spoke. "Don't you realize who holds the upper hand right now? I'm the one who wants to talk." When asked what about, Wang Chuan explained why he had beaten his subordinates, asking if he was curious why they were left half dead. "Simply because of those men." Gu Yang was stunned upon hearing the reason, which was that they deserved to be beaten simply for being his subordinates. Hearing that justification made him bite his lip in fury. Why so quiet? Gu Yang's rage was so intense the veins on his neck bulged as he demanded to know who the man was, given his many enemies. "You have so many enemies you can't place me, right? Let me give you a hint." His eyes widened at the mention of the man's background, and a memory of a brawl surrounded by police flashed through his mind. "I'm from Bayanryu." Recalling the past, Gu Yang began to mock Wang Chuan. "I understand now. You're seeking revenge because you were defeated by a mere kid back then, but listen to this. Regarding that incident, I'm the one who should be furious, not you." With a grim expression, he threatened the man, questioning how he dared to show his face. Wang Chuan, sitting cross-legged, told Gu Yang not to act tough, claiming he hadn't truly been beaten back then. The two agreed to settle their score with a fight. "That's enough talk. Don't you want a rematch? If you aren't afraid, then give me the location." "I'm heading out now." The man continued to provoke him, agreeing to send a text and giving him 1 hour, claiming he would take on however many men Gu Yang decided to bring. "I'll be waiting for you all by myself." Gu Yang gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. On the other hand, the man told him he was free to set traps or bring as many subordinates as he liked. "I'm coming alone." He hung up and placed the phone on the table. Seeing that Gu Yang had finished the call, Siakji turned to ask if the person was an acquaintance. "I'll have to go there to be certain, but it seems that way." Frowning, Siakji looked at him seriously and asked to go along, but Gu Yang noted that the man only seemed to want him. Gu Yang pursed his lips, glancing at the injured Siakji, and remarked that he wasn't in any condition to fight. Siakji, feeling uncertain and curious, noted that something felt off about the situation. Siakji reminded him of past events, pointing out how suspicious the current situation was. A man with a prior grudge against him just happened to arrive in Seoul and coincidentally attacked Director Jin's establishment. Then Director Jin just happened to seek their help. He looked at Gu Yang with a skeptical gaze, admitting that while coincidences do occur in this world, a series of events this convenient was hard to believe. Gu Yang also felt a flicker of doubt as he considered Seokji's words, even though Seokji admitted he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. He insisted that such a perfect string of coincidences was impossible. Gu Yang acknowledged the validity of his point, but still refused to let him come along. However, he stated that now wasn't the time for such analysis, and that he would handle the matter alone, telling Seokji to stay put. Seeing his subordinate's dissatisfaction, he declared it an order. Nevertheless, Seokji cautiously advised him that if he was determined to leave him behind, he should at least take some of the other men with him. He questioned the point of having subordinates if they weren't utilized when needed, arguing that he should at least have a group with him. Gu Yang sat upright with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Min Sung had been defeated before he could even act, so bringing his underlings would be pointless. Seokji continued his attempt to persuade him, suggesting that if a massive brawl occurred, they could at least keep the enemy lackeys occupied, noting that there was only one person on the other side who could be considered a monster. He looked at Gu Yang with a very serious expression. He questioned how they could fully trust those people given the current circumstances, suggesting they should first locate Min Sung's group to get an update on the situation. He also emphasized the need to verify everything regarding Director Jin, warning Gu Yang not to act impulsively regardless of the circumstances. He stressed that in such moments, they needed to remain calm and proceed with caution. Gu Yang found some merit in those words as he listened. Acknowledging that he was right, Gu Yang picked up the phone that was sitting on the table next to the paper with the phone number and checked it. Suddenly, he stood up from his chair. Gu Yang shoved his hands into his pockets and looked down at Seokji, stating that he was losing his patience and had no interest in playing such pathetic games. As he prepared to depart, he instructed Seokji to try and contact Director Jin's side and to message him with any new information before finally heading out. Shijai shouted loudly from behind, "Fine, if you insist on going alone, at least tell me the location." "I don't want you following me," he replied. "I can't tell you." Xuan Wying turned back with a smile and pointed at himself. "Don't worry, I'm Xuan Wying after all." Shijai helplessly yielded, "Fine, I trust you, big brother." He stood there wishing for his safe return, "But if anything happens, you must call me immediately." Xuan Wying nodded and left. On a quiet night, two people sped along on a motorcycle. Sitting in the back, he thought about the mysterious person. "I don't care who you are. Whatever you're planning, I'll crush you this time." They sped through the streets and stopped before a building guarded by two men. He dismounted and removed his helmet. A guard asked, "Are you Xuan Wying?" He looked at them with disdain. "Are you the vanguard? I'm busy, so just come at me all at once." One of the men waved his hands to explain. "Please don't misunderstand, we aren't here to fight. I was told to wait here and guide you." The other man pointed toward the stairs. "Just head up to the rooftop." Xuan Wying stared silently at the spot. The person who called earlier was waiting up there. He slowly climbed the stairs one by one. On the rooftop, that person had been waiting for Xuan Wying for a long time. He opened the rooftop door and stepped out to face the man. Xuan Wying was stunned to see him, a massive thug with a scar across the bridge of his nose. "So you've arrived, Xuan Wying." He was shocked and somewhat bewildered upon seeing the man. "Who exactly is he? If I had fought a giant like this before." "No, even if we had just crossed paths, I certainly wouldn't have forgotten him." Wang Xuan stood opposite Xuan Wying with his hands in his pockets. "But I'm certain I've never met him." He asked the man for his reason. "Do you know me? Do I know you?" Wang Xuan sneered, wanting to fight Xuan Wying before answering. "How about we fight first and then I'll tell you? If you win, I'll answer every question you have." He began taking off his jacket to prepare for the match. "Is that so? That sounds easy enough." The man took his stance and looked at him with a grin. He removed his coat to get ready for the battle. "Is that so? That easy?" Wang Xuan also prepared for combat. The man stood there smiling at Xuan Wying. He began to seriously observe the man's physique. His massive frame left quite a few openings, but Xuan Wying meticulously analyzed the man's fighting style. The disparity in reach was overwhelming. "If I recklessly charge in, I'm afraid those long arms will take me down before I can even get close." The two stood still, neither moving yet. "I don't need to make the first move." He also took a ready stance and glared at Wang Xuan. "I'll let him act first." Suddenly, the man stopped, surprising Chuan Wying. Wang Chuan stood there, rubbing the back of his neck. I heard Chuan Wying was fierce. Turns out you're just a coward. What? Are you too scared to attack? He just stood there and sighed at the man. This kind of provocation was getting old. It wasn't worth a response. Finally, Wang Chuan decided to strike first. Fine, I'll start then. The man clenched both of his fists together, regardless. Wang Chuan lunged forward with a punch. The result won't change. Chuan Wying didn't budge, remaining perfectly still. He isn't very fast. However, as the man swung a punch, he managed to dodge. Those limbs are unusually long. Even if his movements are slow, the strikes reach me with incredible speed. Suddenly, Wang Chuan spoke, startling Chuan Wying. At this rate, it'll be hard to find an opening. How unfortunate. The man threw another punch at him. But he still managed to dodge. Just one more. As Chuan Wying prepared to launch a technique, Wang Chuan suddenly ambushed him. Good, now it's my turn. The man threw a knee strike, but he blocked it with his hands. That blow sent Chuan Wying flying backward. He stopped and rotated his wrist. A high knee strike that can reach as far as a normal straight kick. It even reached my face. He has some impressive genes. Wang Chuan flashed a contemptuous smile at Chuan Wying. Are you going to blame your genes when you lose? At least your subordinates didn't make such pathetic excuses. He faced the man and retorted, Don't misunderstand, this isn't an excuse, I'm just stating a fact, however. Suddenly, Chuan Wying's face darkened and his gaze became much more serious. It's a pity, I have no intention of losing. He used his legs to spring forward. Chuan Wying used that momentum to rush toward Wang Chuan, who had already taken a defensive stance. As he stared at the man, he thought, When I fought Shi Jai, I realized how to handle these muscular guys. Even striking vital points seemed to have no effect. Seeing Gu Yang approach, Wang Chuan raised his hand to strike. I don't believe this. Suddenly, he braked hard with his feet. As the blow descended, Gu Yang leaped aside. Wang Chuan turned back in a rage. He jumped even higher, catching the man off guard. Gu Yang slammed his head forcefully against Wang Chuan's. The impact made the man grit his teeth in agony. He raised his fist, aiming precisely, and landed a punch that sent him reeling. He frowned at Wang Chuan, preparing to strike another weak point. The man was still dazed from the initial blow. End this quickly. Wang Chuan's eyes widened as Gu Yang drew near. He suddenly dodged to the side, catching him by surprise. Wang Chuan swung a massive punch toward Gu Yang. After taking the full force of the blow, his entire body was thrown backward. Gu Yang was sent flying several meters, his back slamming into the ground. He finally landed face down. As Gu Yang struggled to pick himself up, Wang Chuan approached him again. He looked up in shock. What is this? Wang Chuan placed his foot in front of Gu Yang's face and laughed loudly. To him, this was merely an itch. Seeing the foot closing in, he found himself unable to dodge. Wang Chuan kicked Gu Yang square in the face, sending him tumbling back. He repeatedly stomped on him, leaving him with no choice but to defend. You lunatic. Wang Chuan laughed contemptuously while continuing his assault. That's right, try to stop me. Let's see how long you can hold out. He shielded his face with his arms as the kicks rained down. At this rate, one more blow would knock him unconscious. Wang Chuan delivered a heavy kick to Gu Yang's waist. He seized the opportunity to break free. Gu Yang rolled away before the man could kick him again. He stood up with great difficulty, panting heavily. Gu Yang rested his hands on his knees and looked up at Wang Chuan. He hadn't gone down. I clearly felt the impact through my fingertips. The problem was that the man just stood there with his hands on his hips, laughing at him. His endurance was monstrous. Wang Chuan began to mock Gu Yang and his subordinates. Are you still conscious? I'll admit your stamina is impressive. Your men, before I beat them to this state, had already completely collapsed. He stood up straight and fired back. You're being too arrogant. This match isn't over yet. That's right, the game isn't finished. Try using all your strength. Wang Chuan clapped his hands together, preparing to continue. I had high expectations for today. Don't let me down. At the same time, he continued to question the man's identity. Who exactly are you? I've been thinking, but I don't have a single clue. I told you if you want to know. Wang Chuan raised his fist and rushed toward him. Defeat me first, then we'll talk. He lunged at Gu Yang, who managed to evade the strike. Wang Chuan quickly lifted a leg and kicked him hard when he saw the punch miss. Gu Yang could only use his arms to block, though he managed to land a counterpunch. However, Wang Chuan was faster. He landed a heavy blow that sent him flying back. Gu Yang crossed his arms to withstand the impact. His eyes widened as he saw the man preparing another strike. Gu Yang quickly parried Wang Chuan's arm. He punched the man in the face, forcing him to spin around. Wang Chuan turned back, his gaze looking as if he wanted to devour Gu Yang alive. That look caused him to feel a sense of dread and alarm. Wang Chuan let out a cry and charged at Gu Yang. Both men landed punches on each other's faces simultaneously. However, he seemed to be at a disadvantage and was pushed back. That blow was too much for Gu Yang, forcing him to collapse to the ground. He looked up at the man and thought, "This is the first time I've been overwhelmed in a one-on-one fight. Even when fighting Suji, I was never pushed back this far. Wait, Suji, that's it." Wang Chuan looked down with disdain as Gu Yang stood up. "You can still stand?" he asked mockingly. "Well, can you keep going?" Gu Yang raised his hands into a defensive posture. "I remember now." His eyes filled with determination as he realized how to take that man down. Gu Yang stood there adjusting his stance. It was just like the fight with Suji. No matter how hard I hit him, he stubbornly kept getting up. I've realized it now. He recalled his battles with Suji. That man was the type to endure until the very end, never falling no matter how much he was hit. In that case, there was only one way. Gu Yang used his legs to lock the man's neck, making him struggle for breath. Finally, having run out of air, Suji lost consciousness. Let him sleep and end this. He stared at the man for a long moment before beginning his attack. Gu Yang swung a punch to force Wang Chuan to block and lose his line of sight. Suddenly, he ducked down, catching the man completely off guard. Gu Yang lunged and grabbed Wang Chuan. "You think that's enough to beat me? You're losing every direct exchange." "I'm planning to turn the tables." The man looked down on him for changing his fighting style. "What can I say? This way makes you look even more pathetic." Gu Yang held Wang Chuan tightly and replied, "We'll see about that." He moved behind the man, still gripping him firmly, which took him by surprise. Wang Chuan looked at Gu Yang with a hint of surprise as he moved behind him, while he tried to hold the man firmly like a deep-rooted tree that wouldn't easily fall. However, Gu Yang pushed Wang Chuan's leg up, realizing strength wasn't everything, and balanced on his other leg to pull the man back, knowing the opponent would fall if his weak point was shaken. Wang Chuan was thrown down by Gu Yang and hit his head on the ground, causing his phone to fall out and shatter, though Gu Yang remained indifferent. "What happened? Is the phone broken? Now isn't the time to worry about a phone." He sat on top of the man who was still trembling in pain. Gu Yang repeatedly punched Wang Chuan in the face, and despite the blows, the man kept his eyes open as he gritted his teeth and struck relentlessly. That monster remained conscious even after such a beating. Wang Chuan couldn't resist and just lay there taking the hits, but everything was still going according to plan. His mouth was twisted from the punches, and as Wang Chuan swung his arms to escape, he took the opportunity to lean down at the perfect moment. Gu Yang wrapped his arms around Wang Chuan's neck and arm, squeezing so tightly that the man was on the verge of passing out. Seeing that he had complete control, he prepared to end the match, but suddenly the man clasped his hands together. Wang Chuan struggled to break free and swung his arms with such force that he forced him to sit up, much to Gu Yang's surprise. Wang Chuan delivered a powerful kick that sent Gu Yang flying back to the ground, where he panted heavily while staring at the man. Unsure if strength alone could settle this, he watched as Wang Chuan stood up, wiped his mouth, and asked if he really intended to kill him. He stood up and told the man he only meant to put him to sleep, for while he wasn't a saint, he wasn't a cold-blooded killer. Wang Chuan spat blood on the ground and mocked Gu Yang for being all talk, claiming his last chance to win had vanished. He retorted by questioning who gave him the right to decide, though he felt stuck since he couldn't even knock the man out. Wondering how to deal with the monster, he gritted his teeth as Wang Chuan charged at him and decided to just face the outcome. Gu Yang prepared to strike the man, deciding to fight first and worry later, while in a nearby tall building, the lights remained on through the night. Worried about him, Shizai called but reached voicemail, making him wonder why the boss had turned off his phone and ignored his messages. Shizai sat alone in a vast room, wondering if something was wrong as he put his phone away and stared blankly into the distance. How could that be? This is Wu Yang we're talking about. No matter the opponent, he isn't someone who is easily defeated, yet he still felt uneasy. Shizai took a sip of water while feeling uneasy, only to be interrupted by a call from a certain someone at that moment. Wondering why he called now, he answered and was asked if Wu Yang was with him, which made him question the caller's tone. After Shizai spoke to Nan Zhenjiu, there was a long silence before Zhenjiu began asking about Wu Yang and the second brother. He explained to Shizai that since Min Sheng didn't answer, he had to contact the second brother, urging him not to worry. He replied that he didn't misunderstand, and that Wu Yang and Min Sheng were busy, an explanation that Zhenjiu finally accepted. He said he just wanted to check in after being away and would call later, prompting an irritated Shizai to hang up and curse. Feeling frustrated and overwhelmed, Zhenjiu stood in a dark corner leaning against a wall and put a cigarette to his lips. Zhenjiu frowned at his phone, realizing he couldn't rely on that man, and threw his cigarette butt onto the ground. Zhenjiu crushed the cigarette butt and decided to handle things alone, walking out of the alley as the rooftop battle continued. Gu Yang leaped high into the air to deliver a punch before shifting his arm into a powerful elbow strike, aimed directly at the man's face. Without giving him a moment to recover, he followed up with a knee strike, yet the man remained standing, leaving him stunned by such resilience. The man immediately sneered, asking if he had even eaten since his strikes were so weak, before launching a heavy punch that Gu Yang narrowly evaded. Another right hook followed, but failed to connect as Gu Yang ducked with lightning speed, delivering a powerful blow to the man's waist that clearly caused him agonizing pain. Realizing the man's midsection was more vulnerable than his face, Gu Yang relentlessly struck his sides until he collapsed, though the man's gaze suddenly turned predatory. By the time Gu Yang realized it was a trap, the man had already slammed him violently against the wall with a resounding thud, mocking his weakness as a heavy fist flew toward his immobilized body. He immediately played his final card, ducking beneath the incoming strike before delivering a powerful uppercut that sent the man's body soaring backward. Not stopping there, he delivered a forceful headbutt that knocked the man unconscious, followed by a final punch to ensure he stayed down, leaving Gu Yang as the victor. This concludes the first part of the story. If you enjoyed it, please remember to leave a like for the narrator.